Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 13 of the series. Chapter 553, 549, The Death of Long Chen. Tua Bihan observed the faint spatial fluctuations behind Long Chen. They were extremely brief, but they were mere meters away from Long Chen. When he tried to trace its origins, he felt as if he was sent into a swirl of sensory dissonance of time. Unable to figure out why, he was disturbed by Long Chen's growl. The two, Wei Wuyin and Long Chen, stood roughly a few dozen meters away from each other. For elite experts of their levels, this was less than a single blink of a mortal eye. The former emitted no aura, and the latter was like a raging tempest of power. Tua Bihan reacted at this moment. I will officiate the imperial combat between these two. He recalled that Long Chen had challenged Wei Wuyin to imperial combat shortly before the all-alchemic clash with Qing Yang. The rules of imperial combat were absolute, so regardless who won, the victor would suffer no blowback with a wave of his hand. Qin Qiumu and Wu Baozhai were pulled back and brought in for his protection. Qin Qiumu no longer felt a desire to speak. Their last conversation allowed her to fully understand that the Long Chen she knew wasn't here. This brought her endless sorrow. She felt a hand on her shoulder, shaking her. Chu Baozhai was looking at her with a faint, comforting smile. There were no words said, but it caused Qin Qiumu to feel an outrage of emotions. Tears welled within her eyes as she turned to the two male figures that shaped her life. In her heart, she didn't want to draw in her heart, she wanted one of them to end this, forever. Wu Baozhai saw the light of acceptance in her eyes. With her heart settled, Wu Baozhai turned towards the Long Chen that was currently in the first grand transformation. She sought Wu Yu's opinion. Who do you think will win? She couldn't see through Wei Wuyin's cultivation, and Long Chen was even more unfathomable. After dispersing the attack of a realm lord with a swing of his blade, it showed his extraordinary powers. Wei Wuyin will win. Wu Yu said, a tinge of sadness alongside relief in his tone. His quick answer shook Wu Baozhai's heart. How can you tell? Her words were laced with endless curiosity. At this point, she had severed all her emotional ties to Long Chen. This was especially so after she learned that she was tricked into giving up her body for Long Chen to cultivate the Imperial Heaven Qi method. Her life had been derailed selfishly by Long Chen. Furthermore, there was no way that he, the one who knew of the Imperial Heaven Qi method, wasn't aware of this disgusting trick. If it wasn't for her resources and cunning, losing her purity prior to marriage was sufficient to warrant her death in the Imperial Wu clan. In truth, she wanted him dead. Wu Yu only said 3 words, because it's him. And Wu Baozhai understood. She remained silent as she observed the two. Long Chen smirked. After reaching the first grand transformation, his Imperial Heaven aura can exert a unique world pressure referred to as Imperial pressure. With it released, he could suppress the world and destabilize energies. While the range only reached 10 meters, it was enough to form an impregnable defense. It was how he escaped the clutches of He Yanglei. Furthermore, his astral force was elevated by the Imperial Heaven aura, raising its quality. The best expression and example of this was reflected in astral core size. Without the first grand transformation, his astral core size would be 5.5 centimeters, but with it activated, it had effectively doubled. In this state, he felt unbeatable to anyone within his generation. While the stress it imposed on his physical body and astral soul was terrifying, his seed of law that remained in his body seemed to overcome a large portion of it, allowing him to mediate its effects. Die. Long Chen violently roared as he grasped his sword and flickered towards Wei Wuyin with a ferocious glint to its edge. His sword force was abundant and fiercely sharp, as if it could split the entire planet in two. Wei Wuyin responded by holding out his hand and calling out a single word in his mind, element. In an instant, his saber formed and he clasped it with a single hand. There was a calm, focused, and incomparably sharp light effusing from his eyes at that moment. Long Chen arrived before Wei Wuyin fearlessly, unleashing his imperial pressure. It had the unique power of destabilizing energies and suppressing an opponent's entirety in much the same way as world pressure. Southwest. While in close combat, most opponents would be unable to exert any power. Wei Wuyin remained unfazed. He glanced at the slow-moving Long Chen that was roaring with his mouth open, a faint smirk on his expression, and a bloody light within his gaze. Wei Wuyin moved his body into a stable and balanced stance, and then lash out with a well-timed vertical slash that met Long Chen's strike. The two, sword and saber, sought to clash while releasing keening sounds. But no sound of metal clashing with metal resounded. There was a deflated sword keen that erupted, dying off soon after with only the saber hull remaining. It overtook the world in its dominance. Wah! Long Chen's heart sank as his sword met Wei Wuyan's saber in a direct clash. The supposed explosion of power and ferocious clash that was expected didn't happen. He saw the two edges meet. Then, as if butter meeting a hot knife, Wei Wuyan's saber sliced his sword cleanly in half. The two passed each other off their moving momentum. In the blink of an eye, the two had seemingly swapped places. Wei Wuyan held his saber out as it hulled to the world, while Long Chen's sword was trembling ceaselessly. Wei Wuyan turned around. No words were spoken as he slowly moved towards Long Chen with light and even steps. Long Chen's expression became incredibly rosy as he felt blood rise from his stomach, lungs, and heart and threatened to spew out into the world from his orifices. As he fiercely held this in, his sword's upper body slipped off and fell to the ground. A soft thud resounded. The hearts of everyone tugged in their chest. Long Chen's body quivered chaotically for several moments as steps echoed from behind him. He urged his astral force and swept his spiritual sense throughout his body. When he did, the rosy complexion of his paled as his eyelids grew slack with a strong lift of his upper body. He stood upright. With a few forceful nasal breaths, he pivoted on his heel and faced Wei Wuyan, who stood no more than 3 feet from him. Those resplendent silver eyes meeting his own darkly colored eyes. There was a strange peace within that overtook his mind at this moment. For an entire minute, they stood there just a few feet from each other, no saying or doing anything. The situation to observers was incredibly tense. Unfortunately for them, the fight had already been decided. Was I wrong? Long Chen's thoughts were soon met with a terrifying realization that encapsulated the truth. Wei Wuyan was outstandingly strong, frighteningly so. It was only at this moment that he realized that Wei Wuyan could have killed him before. Perhaps he wasn't his match since they first met. A faint bitter smile formed on his face. First grand transformation. Imperial pressure. Before absolute strength, what was all this? Wei Wuyan ended his silence. I don't usually swing my saber twice for those unworthy of the first swing. However, I think you deserve the honor of dying by my saber, and to die knowing how. Long Chen's eyes glanced at the saber that emitted faint howls that resonated with the world. When he turned his gaze back to Wei Wuyan, his heart was filled with endless questions, but he couldn't speak any of them out. He could only look at Wei Wuyan's silver eyes, using every ounce of his strength to remain upright and standing. I never realized how gorgeous his eyes were. Or how handsome he is. Is that how everyone sees him? It's outrageous. Long Chen's thoughts spiraled into nonsense. The final thoughts of a blessed genius. Wei Wuyan lifted his saber, causing everyone's heart to squeeze with fear. If this saber's edge fell, would Long Chen die? A grand prince? An extraordinary genius of this era? Is today really the day of his death? Swish. The saber swiped vertically, its edge meeting Long Chen's neck as he tried to voice out the last traces of his final thoughts. When his lips moved, no sound emitted. Only Wei Wuyan, who stood before him, could understand what he wanted to say. The saber's edge sliced into Long Chen's neck and exited from the other side. Thud. Long Chen's knee slammed the ground as he kneeled, the lively light in his eyes slowly vanishing until nothing remained. Chapter 554 to 550, Still Alive. A solemn silence overwhelmed the world. The myriad monarch sect members all had wide expressions, filled with disbelief and utter shock. While they had been present when both sides had declared their intent to end the other's lives, they expected an outrageous battle with all sorts of trump cards unleashed. They expected the continent to be ravaged, with the intensity no less than Tua Bihan and Huang Buqing's battle. The planet should be threatened. Yet, it was over in 2 swings of a saber. Wu Baozhai clenched her fist as she sensed Long Chen's life fade away. She held back her tears. While she wanted Long Chen to die, to actually see it brought up endless memories of their adventures together. They shared joys and sorrows. While she was always a background character to Long Chen's life, destined to be a foil to his brilliance, it was not all bad. Besides being tricked into losing her virginity so that he could cultivate the imperial Heaven Qi method, Long Chen wasn't entirely hateful. Perhaps at one point, she thought she loved him. This was why her tears came, why she couldn't hold back her emotions. But she knew that it wasn't true love, so she wiped the tears from her eyes and remained outwardly strong. This was the true beginning of her future. Qing Qiumu, however, felt strange as she sensed with abundant awareness that Long Chen's life was ending. She didn't feel sad. She didn't feel angry. She only saw Wei Wuyin and felt relieved that this was all over. Did this make her a vile person? She didn't know, but her respect and concern for Long Chen had long faded, only remaining as a faint mark in her memories. While Long Chen had been with her during the early stages of her life, she had a long life ahead of her to live. Wu Yu remained silent within the unassuming black ring. He didn't try to reclaim Long Chen's soul like Hong Ru. This would just offend Wei Wuyin for no good reason. It was best that Long Chen, the one who descended into madness and delusions, just rested. It was for the best. Wei Wuyin stared at Long Chen's corpse. There was a faint emotion contained within his gaze. Your death will be the beginning of the proof that one can overcome the impossible. Lifting his eyes towards the sky, he awaited the response from the heavenly dais. The action of killing a blessed was not without consequence. If it was a normal cultivator, they would experience an accumulation of karmic sin that would influence their lives and cause them to descend to the greater depths of hell as a result. However, as an inheritor of sin, this didn't directly apply to him. After a few seconds, there was no change to his value. Moreover, the dark gray clouds that crackled with lightning and thunderous booms were absent. The world remained in motion, and he was unable to feel the slightest chaotic change in the environment. Confusion painted his expression as he lifted his sleeves to investigate the karmic luck value again. No change. Is it possible that Long Chen's karmic luck value had reached 0? That there is no retribution or reaction from the heavenly dais? Thinking this, he felt a surging wave of disbelief batter his beating heart. This couldn't be the case, right? It did make some logical sense, however. Lian Yu's death was a sign, and Long Chen's talent and cultivation was continuously lacking in terms of speed and foundation in comparison to Lin Ming and Yuan Longshi. Was this a sign of karmic luck value depletion? He had always thought it was just his existence in close proximity that caused this. No. That's not it. Wei Wuyin concluded. This just wasn't likely. He didn't know how, but he was almost certain that blessed can obtain karmic luck value by interacting with those with karmic sin value accumulated throughout their life, likely sending them off to hell and receiving a reward. If not this, there was some other way. Furthermore, even if he had 0.1 karmic luck value remaining, he should have plundered it. With a suspecting gaze, he glanced at Long Chen's corpse. It completely lacked any form of life or mental fluctuations. By all accounts, he was completely dead. But the tattoo hadn't activated. This meant Long Chen hadn't died. Even if only a certain level of karmic luck value provoked the dark gray clouds of lightning and thunder, he should obtain a small amount from the bloodline of sin's plundering powers. The commander in the myriad year continent was proof of this. But how is he alive? A second soul? A second body? Is he going to undergo temporal reincarnation? Using his celestial eyes, he inspected Long Chen yet found nothing of note. He was as dead as any other corpse. His body kneeled with his head shifted to the side, barely holding together and not sliding off his shoulders. No. You need to die. Wei Wuyin frowned as he grabbed Long Chen's head by the hair and pulled, removing it from his neck and causing blood to gush out wildly. This caused Wu Baozhai to look away in shock. Seeing Long Chen's decapitated head was a little too much for her. Yet Wei Wuyin ignored the shocked gazes as he desecrated Long Chen's corpse. After sending his spiritual sense into his head, he found nothing. With a deeper frown, he waved his hand towards Long Chen's headless corpse and it flew before him. With a few pats of his fingers on the dantian, he saw that Long Chen's astral soul had dissipated. The dissipation of astral soul was remarkably quick. It was as if the worldly law instantly dragged all things soul-related of the deceased with it. Long Chen's soul wasn't complete without the portion that belonged to his spirit of cultivation, so it was to be expected. He inspected his bloodline of sin tattoo once more. It remained unchanged, much to his frustration. How are you still alive? Why is nothing happening? Was your karmic luck value truly 0? No. Even if it was, I refuse to believe there wouldn't be a retribution just for your death. Wei Wuyin kept inspecting Long Chen's corpse but found nothing after a full 3 minutes. There was no stone left unturned, even his spatial ring was thoroughly searched. Wei Wuyin turned his eyes and saw Wu Yu's ring nestling between Wu Baozhai's ample bosom. After the first minute of his search, Wu Baozhai had regained her stomach and heart to look at him in curiosity. Could Wu Yu have kept his soul alive? A fearsome killing intent flared within his eyes for a moment, causing Wu Baozhai to experience a vicious chill so terrifying that she almost lost control of herself. But when she noted his gaze was locked onto her ring, her entire body relaxed. Wu Baozhai was about to remove the entire ring, but Wei Wuyin looked away and went back to inspect Long Chen's body with other methods. This causes her to feel greatly confused. She asked Wu Yu, "What was that about?" Wu Yu responded briefly, "He thought I kept Long Chen's soul." Kept his soul? Wu Baozhai was shocked, but then she thought about Hong Ru. The girl had been killed before everyone, eaten in half by a beast and crunched into nothing, yet she was resurrected by Wei Wuyin. Did you? No. He's dead. Wu Yu said, and then his aura receded completely into the ring. The grief contained in his voice was not false, so Wu Baozhai believed him. If so, why would Wei Wuyin think that Long Chen's soul still remained? Qing Qiumu walked towards Wei Wuyin. Seeing the strange actions of Wei Wuyin bewildered her. "Are you looking for something?" When she asked this, her eyes turned to Long Chen's dripping head that was held casually by Wei Wuyin. She gulped a little. Wei Wuyin glanced at Qing Qiumu. He wasn't in the mood to talk or joke around as usual, finding this entire situation outrageous. Did a mystic ascendant realm cultivator arrive in the starfield and act without his notice? Was Long Chen's soul taken away? All of you leave. I've taken control of the Grand Quake Array. For now, rest in the city and await further orders. Wei Wuyin directly ordered Tua Bihan. With a flick of his finger, a gray-colored square-shaped emblem with concentric rings at the center was sent to Tua Bihan. It was the commanding array key for the Grand Quake Array. After saying this, he gave Qing Qiumu a comforting smile, glancing at Shui Fei and Wu Baozhai. With a step, he vanished from everyone's sight like a ghost. After using spatial shift to travel for roughly 1,000 miles, Wei Wuyin held up Long Chen's headless corpse and head. With a clench of his hands, he infused a bit of power within them. The head and body exploded into pieces of flesh and bones. The scattered pieces floated before him as he used his celestial eyes to observe every trace of Long Chen's body. Yet after this, he found nothing. My instincts are rarely wrong. Whatever is preventing you from truly dying is here. I know it. He scoured for an entire hour, yet he found absolutely nothing. You're definitely dead. I need you to speed up. I need to know. Wei Wuyin roared in anger, a very rare sight. His eyes lifted to observe the worldly trend. There was only 11 days until the Statfield met the cause of its eventual demise. This eventuality was unstoppable, even Wang Yutian had said those words. In terms of cultivation, he likely exceeded even those ascended guardians. The reason for killing Long Chen was threefold. Firstly, while he wasn't a threat to him, his deranged mentality and status was dangerous to his Valkyries. If he decided to seek revenge by attempting to harm or kill a lover of his, it would be too late to regret. Secondly, Long Chen had the aura of an ascendant on him. He had certainly killed a subordinate of his during the trial. While he didn't know who, it didn't matter. He was a man of fierce principle, and anyone who acted against his subordinates would not get to enjoy their lives as they pleased. These first two reasons were sufficient to kill Long Chen. However, the third was the most crucial. He needed to see if he could defy and perform the otherwise impossible or extremely improbable. The calamities of hell were not meant to be accomplished with a mortal soul. This was a fact he was extremely clear of. He had only succeeded last time due to coincidence. After having his mind sealed after his injury, the other him was forced to experience unending torture of losing his loved ones to seeing horrifying futures as real acidic as one's breath in a frosty day. Yet the other him was nascent and untethered by emotional memories, so those events were as if they were movies or a play. How could that him be affected? When he recalled that calamity of hell, he knew he would have completely failed it. He was an emotional and sentimental individual, and lived his life based on principles and morals taught to him by those he respected to the utmost. The first calamity held within the first floor of hell was far too much for him. This was the truth, so how could he hope to survive the second floor of hell? The second calamity. That was considered to be far worse than the first. Was all his efforts pointless? Now, faced with everyone and everything telling him it's impossible to stop this ruin, feeling this deeply within his soul, he refused to accept it. Passing the second calamity with his mortal soul. Not as a member of the realm of sages or with a soul of true sin. This should be utterly impossible, but if he could do so, then even facing the eventual destruction of the starfield could be overcome. Wait. At this moment, his turbulent thoughts were struck by a shocking realization. He turned to the floating pieces of flesh and bone that was originally Long Chen's body and head. His silver eyes glowed faintly as 7 stars emerged in each eye, each exuded a different color that highlighted and represented the alchemic Tao. The alchemic stars of mortal spirituality. This was the intent infused in his eyes after concocting a 9th-grade alchemical product successfully. They were the signs of a mortal sovereign alchemist, an individual that reached the peak of the mortal tier of the alchemic Tao. The things it could see exceeded his celestial eyes. He realized this was because his celestial eyes grew in power as he ascended the astral core realm, the last stages of the mortal tier in cultivation. Even though his cultivation foundation was outstanding, the gaze of a celestial within the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity method seemed to grow solely from his cultivation base. When Su Mei was struck by that strange event, his celestial eyes was unable to see what was happening, but the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality infused within his gaze revealed the truth of what was happening with the alchemic stars of mortal spirituality within his eyes. He finally saw something different. Is that Long Chen's soul aura? Chapter 555, 551, Second Calamity, begins. Within the pieces of floating flesh that was originally Long Chen's brain, a faint soul aura was being emitted. The soul aura was extremely faint, and it expanded and receded as if it was a living heartbeat. The active reactions gave it a feeling as if it was alive. What the hell is this? Wei Wuyun closed in to investigate this anomaly. He discovered a rather peculiar detail regarding this strange fluctuation. The soul aura felt as if it was like intent, a will of some sort. But this particular intent was infused heavily with Long Chen's soul aura. It was as if a piece of his soul was imbued within permanently, similar to a spirit of cultivation forged during the initial stages of the Qi condensation realm. I've never seen an intent of this level. Even the quintessential foundation of my elemental heart intent that rests within my sea of consciousness lacks such qualities. It acts alongside my will, capable of influencing the world itself, but it lacks this lively, growing emission linked to the soul. Curious about this, he couldn't help but think about what outstanding fortune that Long Chen had obtained to acquire something that exceeded the mortal limits and carried such strange characteristics. Whatever it was, it must have been exceptional. After all, Long Chen was certainly dead, yet this soul aura suggested that he was alive, and fully at that. The faint soul aura didn't feel like an incomplete soul, and more like how his soul felt before he formed his spirit of cultivation, extracting a piece of his soul to form it. However, this was clearly a remnant soul aura without any soul attached to it. This meant that Long Chen's soul aura was present, complete and thriving, yet his real soul had long since moved on to the afterlife. The thought of resurrection emerged in his mind, but he didn't feel like this light WSS similar to Hong Ru's incomplete soul that was acquired by Wu Yu. It feels more like this can't be used for resurrection directly, but might be able to locate, summon, or recreate Long Chen's soul. This conjecture of his felt absurd, yet oddly possible. With his alchemic stars of mortal spirituality active, he had ideas in relation to using this soul aura for a variety of ways. Being keenly aware of how souls traverse the river of souls and that such beings that have ascended can surpass mortal limits, even extract and preserve detached souls such as Hong Ru with some effort, he felt it could be possible. Wei Wuyin had to strongly suppress the awe in his heart lest he get lost in endless and imaginary possibilities. Calmly, he reached out to gather the bits of flesh that contained the soul aura. When he brought all of it to him, he realized the soul aura was only being emitted by a single piece of flesh. It originated from a portion of the brain. If he recalled, this soft portion was likely located at the glabella, the frontal portion of the brain. What exactly is this? Well, if the alchemic Tao can sense it, observe it, then it can also refine it. Wei Wuyin exerted his alchemic force to engulf the piece of flesh and slowly contain the soul aura. It wasn't as difficult as he imagined and he quickly isolated it, extracting it from the flesh, and brought the faint light to him. When he did, he was met with a strange glob of white light no bigger than a marble. It wiggled chaotically as if slightly unstable, not fully formed. When it was all fully extracted, taken away from Long Chen's flesh, Wei Wuyin finally felt it. The world froze. That familiar feeling of the heavenly Tao's ensuing wrath was manifesting within Wei Wuyin's heart. However, unlike before, Wei Wuyin wasn't frozen along with the myriad lifeforms of the world. Eden and Kratos had already experienced this sort of freezing once before and expected it, so they reacted instantly as the unknown, unseen, and pervasive force invaded them. With fierce retaliation, they pushed all of it out. There was no crackling of lightning, thunderous noises, darkening of the skies, or gray clouds that formed without warning like before. Wei Wuyin only felt raging winds sweep throughout the world, but the wind did not affect a single frozen existence. It was as if it was all fake. Even the gray sand that was showing signs of browning from lack of desolate power remained unaffected. Not a single speck of sand was lifted in these raging gale force winds that could topple entire cities. Wei Wuyin lifted his gaze towards the sky and noticed that there was a twister descending from the skies with ferocious momentum. It was producing this turbulent wind. The twister's tip was descending upon him. His first thought was to instinctively move away, dodging this natural disaster that went against the laws of this world. But that's when his bloodline of sin tattoo inscribed on his right arm emanated dark red radiance that flickered continuously. He finally remembered that his first instinct was to flee from the heavenly Tao's retribution before as well when he noticed the phenomenon of the clouds and lightning. It wasn't out of fear but self-preservation. An instinct developed in all living beings, especially when facing the heavens. Fortunately, his bloodline of sin reminded him of his identity, not just a survivor. The one identity that made it so he can be afraid of cultivators, of life itself, but never be afraid of the heavenly Tao's. Wei Wuyin regained himself and calmly waited for the narrow and fiercely spiraling twister to descend. As he did, he recalled a distinct and crucial memory from years ago. When he kidnapped Ming Shufeng, using the spirit oath, he had forced her to repeat the contents of the 18 layers that was when the bloodline of sin had interfered, preventing him from understanding her words with concealments and ear-screeching sounds. It was torture that originated from his very soul, and it was the first time that he felt the faint hypocritical aspects of the bloodline of sin. However, despite such an obstacle, he fought through it and paid the utmost attention to everything. He tried to conceive a pattern to snatch a clue, no matter how small, on how to survive and what to expect. A single piece of information might be what allows him to overcome a calamity of hell with a mortal soul. He hadn't found much, but he did decipher a little. It was: second, survive in darkness, life passes. It was an utterly jumbled and nonsensical mess, but he knew the second calamity of hell, the punishment for those who accrued karmic sin in their lifetime, was based around darkness. The first trial was the weakest calamity that only the lowest of karmic sinners experienced and was called the calamity of true loss. It revolved around cleansing the soul of sinners by plaguing them with alternative scenes of their pasts, presents, and futures, reliving harsh and horrifying memories, experiencing their own death or the constant loss of lives important to them, and then the deterioration and loss of one's greatest, most cherished memories. It forces you to experience intense, burning agony of living these events over and over until the outer shell of the soul disperses. After the outer shell of the soul had vanished, the sin that infects the soul would vanish along with it, and the soul can then safely enter the river of souls to go through the process of reincarnation, losing the individuality that it gained in its lifetime. This so-called outer shell of the soul could be regarded as one's consciousness that was attached to the soul, adhered to it by karmic sin. If one lacked karmic sin, then they wouldn't need the cleansing of hell, directly moving to the river of souls. However, with each layer of hell, the punishment intensified alongside the cleansing strength. It was all for the sake of allowing a soul to undergo reincarnation. However, this was only experienced by sinners. The fragility of a mortal soul was far too great. The soul of true sin method existed solely to temper the soul's outer shell, its consciousness, with karmic sin. If the calamities of hell couldn't be passed in a way like he had in the first calamity, then the inheritors of sin, those at the realm of sages, were meant to forcefully resist the cleansing process with a tempered soul to survive. As for why, he wasn't certain. With a mortal soul without any protection, without the slightest tempering, a single mistake was all it took for his everything to end, for his soul to be cleansed and sent into the reincarnation cycle. All it takes is just one misstep and Wei Wuyin would vanish from this world, forever. Woo-um. The twister had already appeared directly above Wei Wuyin, the tip of which twisted and contorted but inevitably sought after his glabella with unerring accuracy. Once again, he sensed the abnormal power that was alluring, disgusting yet oddly arousing. A bundle of conflicting emotions and feelings as it drilled into his glabella. The unique mental alarm of the bloodline of sin kept blaring within his mind, and the dark red tattoo on his arm kept flickering with pure, untainted radiance. The light erupted like an explosion, engulfing Wei Wuyin within just as the twister was a single centimeter from piercing his glabella. The feeling of being branded by this light on every piece of his flesh once again reappeared as the light entered his body. At his glabella, a small, dark red diamond consisting of esoteric symbols, runic markings, and sinful light emerged. It had a single golden patch at its center, and it seemed to take on the appearance of an eye. It was horrifyingly abnormal, like a vertical demonic eye with sideways pupils. At this point, the twister had touched Wei Wuyin's glabella, which emitted a faint silver light. This light emerged and vanished strangely as if it wasn't a part of the sinful ensemble and had only been awakened due to the rousing activity nearby. Twister was sucked into his glabella at outstanding speeds as images of fierce winds emerged on his skin, lively crawling in motion as if his skin was canvas for which a living painting was contained. But those winds swiftly turned dark red, tainted by the sinful symbols within Wei Wuyin's body. In an instantaneous flash of sinful light, all the symbols, marks, even the third eye and raging twister vanished. They seemed to all retract and return to the bloodline of sin tattoo. Karmic luck value, 944.6967.6. Second calamity, suppressed. 4 years 3 years. Karmic luck value, 967.6. Second calamity, suppressed, 3 years 0 years. Second calamity, initiating. Chapter 556, 552, Second calamity, enveloping darkness. You're so bad. A coquettish laughter resounded that could cause tingling of the soul. It was accompanied by heavenly laughter of numerous women, like music to the soul. Just from their voices that were as harmonic as an orchestra led by a grand maestro, one could tell every last one of them were beauties of the ages. I'll show you how bad. A manly voice, proud and excited, resounded. The sound of flesh rubbing against each other and suckling of lips and other parts sounded. The man's moans alongside the women's and their playful, seductive laughter left one's imagination running wild in what seemed to be a palace forged from silver and gold laid on a large bed enough to accompany 30 individuals was Wei Wuyin, plowing within a bevy of beauties without restraint. The smell of their natural fragrance was intoxicating to the senses. With roaming hands, he felt mounds of plentiful flesh and outstanding curves. It was enough to salivate any man who understood the fascinating beauty of the woman's form. With a glance down, 3 heads fought playfully to claim their prize. When one of them finally won out, the other 2 would move to find other areas to take control of, reinitiating the fierce fight after a few moments. He glanced at their gorgeous faces, blushed and filled with invigorating smiles. With a turn of his head, he saw 4 women to his right. Another turn, and he saw 3 girls to his left. A total of 10 heavenly beauties. This scene lasted for hours, days, maybe even weeks as he unleashed all of his pent-up desire on each of their exquisite forms until they would remember him even in their last moments. After weeks, maybe months, perhaps even years, he was finally satisfied as he laid on this gigantic bed with their soft bodies warming him up. He felt a surge of endless peace overwhelm him. Memories flooded his heart as he recalled his life. After killing the Long Chen, he went on to kill Lin Ming, and found the temporal reincarnator. After finding that person, he snatched their piece of the heavenly dais and used it to seal the Tianguo that sought to eliminate the starfield. Solving such a crisis, he relaxed as he celebrated with his women. They were all raring to go, willing and wanting his affection with the most direct manner possible. Without even asking, he was invited by all of them in a proactive fashion to this palace and bed he was free to indulge. He deserved this rest. It was the best possible ending that led to solving all his issues. Even the entire starfield had become his, and the name of the starfield had changed to the Neo-Dawn Starfield. This was everything he desired, and he couldn't have planned it better. Could he? He glanced at the exhausted beauties snuggled up to him, trying to inspect their faces, yet he found his vision blurring. With a brief shake of his head, he thought, I guess I'm just exhausted after sealing that Tianguo. I should rest. He closed his eyes, enjoying the feelings of flesh and being loved. With heavy eyelids, he closed his eyes and drifted off into a sleep. A crashing explosion occurred at the entrance of his room, scattering fragments of silver and gold metal throughout the room. Wei Wuyin was shaken awake by the alarming screams of panic and fear from his women. With an enraged snort, he lifted his head to find this disrespectful attacker seeking death. Who dares? With authority and a powerful roar, he lifted himself halfway off the bed when an overwhelming, heart-quivering aura engulfed him. He had recognized this aura with clarity. Confusion flashed in his gaze as he saw a figure that should have long since been killed. A handsome face with dark-colored eyes, short hair, and a sword that glinted with a sharp, bloody aura ready for war. It was an existence that had lost to his saber. Long Chen. Shocked, confused, and filled with an array of emotions, he sought to first move and suppress when he found that the aura emitting from Long Chen's body exceeded anything he'd ever seen before. He turned to his women who were quivering in fear. They spoke, exchanged words with Long Chen, yet Long Chen merely chuckled and laughed. For some reason, he couldn't hear or sense their conversation. It was as if Long Chen's aura had blocked off his senses. Long Chen moved with extreme quickness, grasping Wei Wuyan's body and giving it a light shove. Like lightning striking the ground, Wei Wuyan's body explosive crashed into the walls that caused endless cracks. What power? How? Wei Wuyan threw out this one-word question that encapsulated all his current thoughts with a raging roar, finding endless disbelief and uncertainty exploding in his heart. Before, Long Chen was not only killed by him, but his strength was incredibly weak. How could it so drastically change? Then, he heard Long Chen's voice. It was deeper than before, older. Ha. You really thought you killed me 13 years ago? I'm not that easy to kill, you fool. I spent all this time diligently cultivating while you indulged in your desires, and now I'm back to fulfill my promise. Today, I will kill you. Long Chen's cold, mocking voice sent shivers down one's spine. Wei Wuyan was baffled. 13 years. Had time really passed so quickly? Had he made a mistake in ensuring that Long Chen was dead? Was this because of negligence? Before I do, I'll let you watch as I ravage each and every one of these women of yours. These pathetic traitors, disgusting whores that only know how to seek success. Do you all regret it now? Long Chen laughed endlessly as he swept his gazes on the 10 outstanding beauties before him. Wei Wuyan's eyes went bloodshot and an explosive rage overtook him. With all of his power, he forcefully unleashed his everything. A terrifying explosion erupted that shook the entire palace, likely even the planet itself. Long Chen sneered, weak. With a casual swipe of his sword, 5 sharp lights were born that sliced into Wei Wuyan. His arms and legs were chopped off, and his manhood, a magnificent existence, was severed along with them. With a bulging pair of eyes, Wei Wuyan gritted his teeth, yet his full power did little as the sharp light entered his bleeding stumps and crippled his meridians, devastated his dantian, and eviscerated his astral souls. In moments, he was crippled as a cultivator and as a man. There was no worse fate. Long Chen gave off a malicious smile, grabbing one of these beauties with a sadistic gleam in his eyes. I thought about it, these women, they aren't worthy enough for me to even ravage. They deserve to live in a total nightmare. And you deserve a quick death. With that, he lifted his blade. Wei Wuyan felt himself superimposed with Long Chen, as if Long Chen was mocking him. He took the same stance he had when he beheaded Long Chen. But he kept his teeth gritted and his eyes matching Long Chen's gaze. The blazing desire to kill had never been more prevalent in his heart than this moment. Goodbye, trash. Long Chen swung his sword. Wei Wuyan felt the cold steel meet his neck and pierce into it. It was as if time had frozen, as he felt as if every second was stretched out to days. The triumphant face of Long Chen, the fear and quivering bodies of his lovers, and his weakness was forever branded in his heart. When the sword completely passed through his neck and separated his head from his body forever, he still had some lingering consciousness as Long Chen took his severed head in his grasp and waved it around before the beauties, who grasped and wailed in pain and horror. He felt a sinister void-like blackness encroach the edges of his vision and slowly dilute all of his senses. Is this death? Is this how I die, by beheading? I guess one can't escape fate in the end. A seed of regret formed in his heart. If he hadn't indulged in sensual pleasures, continued cultivating, there was no way Long Chen could rival him. No way, right? Unfortunately, there was no pill for regret, no second chance to change it all. He heard the final voice of Long Chen, I lied to this idiot. I intend to enjoy you all before letting you enjoy all the generosity of my friends. Don't be scared, it'll be fun. I'll. Darkness overtook him. Chapter 557, 553, Second Calamity, Calamity of Endless Regret. Death. It was such a simple word, but one can typically only experience it once, and before you do, it is as unknown and terrifying as can be. An unavoidable eventuality that all things must experience. It meant the end of everything. It could be painful or painless, but it was always abrupt. There were many assumptions about what happens after death. There were religions that believed that their souls would be carried by their divinities to eternal lands to live forever alongside their loved ones. There were those who believed that it all just ended, that there was no reincarnation or divinities that brought one's soul to eternal lands to seek everlasting happiness. There were those who believed that the soul is cleansed, brought along the river of souls to be recycled and reborn into new individuals. There were new souls without pasts, but the vast majority of souls were assumed to have experienced at least one lifetime before. In the same vein, some believed that they'd been beasts or even inanimate objects like mountains in their past lives. Some believed they were of their species, and their souls can only be reincarnated into their own species. There were endless beliefs and thoughts on what one would experience upon entering death, but only those who've died could give an answer to this single word, death. A series of pattering steps echoed out. The world was dark without the slightest trace of light. The curtain of darkness that blanketed the world was as endless as the cycle of life and death. Where am I? Wei Wuxian's thoughts were born as he walked, taking step by step in complete darkness. There was no particular direction he traveled or even a reason to move, yet he felt compelled to do so. An unknown amount of time passed before Wei Wuxian recalled his entire life. He recalled his two memories of being born. The warm, gentle, and gorgeous smile of his silver-eyed mother as she held him. The exhaustion in her eyes from a tiring birth was as prevalent as the sheer happiness she felt. The first memory was filled with endless smiles and a faint humming lullaby that caused his crying to cease then and there. The second memory was of him remaining utterly silent, observing his mother as she reacted strangely. She seemed to be filled with questions, yet she spaced out, unable to react in time. These two distinct memories kept diverging from his two minds and lived out double his lifetime with tiny deviations during his firsts. The first time he saw, the first time he walked by his own power, the first time he made love, etc. I remember now. He finally reached the end. Long Chen's malicious smile as he swiped his sword across his neck, beheading him before his lover's "I'm dead." So, this is death. Darkness. Endless darkness. How tiring, disappointing even. After every 3 steps he was allowed thoughts, and he formed those thoughts. He had noticed this pattern instantly, finding such restrictions incredibly odd. But what was he to question death? He had already lost in life, so why did the particulars of death matter to him? Screw it all. As Wei Wuxian walked within the empty darkness that seemed as everlasting as the cycle of life and death, a figure, gigantic and ever-looming, was towering outside a spherical world of darkness. This figure had numerous eyes of varying colors, both brightly radiant and darkly dim. Along with these seemingly infinite eyes were infinite arms that stretched out in all directions. Those arms seemed to grasp everything above and below. As for his body, it was indistinct and lacked depth like a shadow. Below this looming shadow were 2 smaller winged figures. One of them had bright silver wings with a healthy and vigorous appearance alongside sparkling feathers that emanated dazzling light. The aura of this figure was majestic, yet lacked a particular holy quality that one would expect. The other had dark crimson wings that were thin, cracked as if extremely dry, and lacked feathers. There was only a thin layer of flesh like a bat, with the bones being overly apparent. The aura of this figure was abundant, yet it lacked a particular malevolent quality that one would expect. Their faces and bodies were unclear and distorted, yet they were certainly humanoid in shape. The sinner that carries the bloodline of pride has returned, the rough and gruff voice of the silver-winged figure resounded. There was a faint expectation in his voice, but he still possesses a mortal soul. It's too unfortunate that his soul remains untempered by karmic sin, nor is his mortal soul complete. Without reaching the realm of sages, he's one step from it all ending. There is no second chance. The crimson-winged figure spoke in a soft, gentle voice that was as delicate as a child's. That's more exciting. The silver-winged figure exclaimed. He's the only sinner that carried a mortal soul and survived the calamity of true loss. Not only did he survive, he overcame all 7 stages of loss. There has never been a bloodline of sin wielder that has survived that, let alone one that carried the bloodline of sinful pride. The crimson-winged figure didn't speak further. In truth, even it was a little startled by Wei Wuin's feat. While the calamity of true loss was the weakest of the 18 calamities of hell, it was extremely difficult to overcome as it played upon one's emotions and memories. To overcome all 7 either required a strong mind or an emotionless one. As none of the bloodline of sin holders were emotionless, they were always affected and always failed at least a few of the calamity of true loss. Of course, they had souls tempered by karmic sin, so they could resist the degradation of their outer shell. A mortal soul couldn't. Yet Wei Wuin had accomplished what no other had before. A flawless run. The silver-winged figure continued, the calamity of true loss is divided into 7 stages, but the calamity of endless regret is only a single stage. Do you think he can make it? I think 8,000 years. The crimson-winged figure spoke out his thoughts, 8,000. Only. He can't make the full 108,000 years. I don't believe it. The silver-winged figure shook his head. The calamity of endless regret is about suffering, losing one's sense of self in regret on the long stretch for unreachable salvation. It induces endless despair and isolation, feeling of loneliness. With every negative emotion that emerges, his outer shell will deteriorate. With his soul, he has only one failure. I don't think he can resist the despair, loneliness, and regret. The crimson-winged figure spoke more words than he'd ever had before. Clearly he was opinionated on this topic. Even if that's the case, I think he'll make it to the end. The silver-winged figure was optimistic. However, there was a clear sense of adamant rejection from the crimson-winged figure. The calamity of true loss tested emotions, how one feels when coming across alternative futures and witnessing endless loss, but the calamity of endless regret instills boundless regret, replacing one's original death with a devastating one directly after succeeding in their greatest goals in life. The reason for this death was due to their negligence or actions, producing boundless regret. This regret ate at the soul without end, cleansing the karmic sin and deteriorating one's consciousness. Furthermore, one's memory of other events are unclear except for that particular event. It was utter torture to only remember your greatest possible regret without your 5 senses, just your thoughts and memories for years and years. The loneliness. The despair. The isolation. Unimaginable. I can't believe I was killed by Long Chen of all people. It's all my fault. I failed all of them. All of them. Not even an hour had passed before this thought formed, followed by a vivid reliving of that event. The smell of fragrant scents and joyous laughter combined with sensual pleasure flashed like lightning, to be followed by a thunderous intrusion and a swift, unforgettable death. Wei Wuin couldn't escape his thoughts, as they were the only things that he could feel. It gave him a feeling of being alive, addicting yet terrifying, just as he once more relieved that devastating moment of neglect that led to him losing everything. A soft yet forceful sound replaced his thoughts. TCH. Chapter 558, 554, Second Calamity, Never Alone. The familiar sound broke Wei Wuin out of his chaotic thoughts, forcing him to hone onto that voice's origin. He couldn't see, feel, hear, taste, or smell anything as he was, and besides the sensation of steps that seemed both his and not his, there was nothing else. Only his memories and his thoughts seemed to truly exist. All else was illusions. Here. 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 An energetic voice resounded as well, but it too was soft to be heard. Wei Wuin grew sluggish as he tried to find the origin of the voice, yet he couldn't feel his body. No matter how much he wanted to see, how much he wanted to look around or even turn, he couldn't. The sensation of isolated despair and chilling dread enveloped his entire mind and every fleeting thought, like cold and wet blankets on a winter day. It was an endless discomfort that refused to slither away from his mind. Wei Wuin's mind continued to swirl, recalling his death, and delved into that vivid memory in continuous repetition. It's all my fault. I should have. Hear us. Hear us. A voice that seemed to distort throughout time and space, quivering the senses until surrealism, echoed out endlessly. It pleaded and shouted, yet Wei Wuin's thoughts were ensnared further into that memory, thinking about the fate of his women that likely suffered unbearable grievance. The thought of another person torturing them with delight, mocking him in death, was pounding his heart. It was painful, and if he could feel his eyes, he felt an urge to cry out, I didn't deserve it. I didn't cherish them. I should have. All the power and talent he had, all the numerous means he possessed, yet he had neglected the fundamental foundations of happiness in this vast world of cultivation, strength. Only with the strength and willpower to step forward could one grasp their own fate. It required an relentless desire that was like an insatiable hunger. Life isn't about looking back and wishing for change. Remember this, little demon, life is about moving forward to ensure that you'll never have to look back in regret, to never want change of the past. Do you understand me? A gentle, warm, and familiar voice resounded within those twisted and sinking thoughts. They battered the walls of Wei Wuyan's mind with relentless fervor, declaring war upon the horrific thoughts of regret, depression, and hopelessness. Wei Wuyan halted his third step, seemingly standing in place despite the urge that originated from his entire existence to push forward in this dark, unfeeling world without an end. The boundless darkness rippled as a faint glowing silhouette flickered into existence. The silhouette effused warm rays of light that comforted the soul, taking one away from the traumatic pain of one's own thoughts and exhaustion. A soul was the amalgamation of individuality. This individuality was often described as personality, but it wasn't so simple. It was an interconnected complex system of experiences, thoughts, and emotions that established a way that the soul responds to stimuli. And drenched in fear, their entire life will run away when threatened. If there was no way to run, a breakdown would ensue. It is because fear and escape was all he'd ever experienced, thought about, and felt within his heart. This defined who he was, a coward. A woman given nothing, forced to fight for survival, will similarly run if threatened, but stand their ground if there is no escape. Even at the cost of her life, she would fight to the bitter end without hesitation. This defined who she was, a survivor. See us. Wei Wuyan's entire life flashed before his mind in incredible vividness. He saw the gentle smile of his mother, heard the stern words of his brother, and felt the soul-ripping pain of his past. He recalled who he was, the man forged from his experiences, thoughts, and emotions. He lived by principles and a set of morals of his own making, influenced by his greatest beliefs. Within the darkness, two faint and dimly lit silver lights slowly emerged. It was as if an individual was opening his eyes for the first time in 1,000 years, with eyelids that were as heavy as a world. With a trembling lift, the eyes slowly escaped and were clearly seen within the darkness. There was no silhouette that glowed before those eyes, yet they quivered without end. I understand, I understood. Wei Wuyan felt the awareness of his sense of self had returned. The memories that had been vague and distorted had been returned, brought to the forefront of his thoughts and resisting the feelings of dreadful despair. He's awake. He's awake. He's awake. Ori's exuberantly vibrant voice echoed within the darkness. Tch. King's judgmental sound followed, and it clearly carried a hint of impatience. He was dissatisfied that Wei Wuyan took so long to escape. Yet the reverberation of relief was also included in that single sound. There's nothing that can halt us. Kratos' powerful voice exploded in raging excitement. Good. Eden's content voice was last yet the most impactful. Wei Wuyan could feel it the most, and while it had never called out to him, it had performed the most. Wei Wuyan's silver eyes observed only darkness, and he couldn't feel his body. With a brief glance around, Wei Wuyan calmly muttered to himself, so it worked. A satisfied glint flashed past those silver eyes. It did. It did. What's next? Ori spoke, far too excited to keep its voice down and controlled. However, Wei Wuyan found only comfort in its energy. It had been a risk, yet to think that he'd be able to accomplish the first steps of his plan. When Wei Wuyan had first gathered the details of the second calamity, that it was surrounding darkness and surviving, his first thought was the overall goal of the calamity. Darkness was often regarded as being encroaching and overbearing, so he feared that his sense of self would be stripped away or details of himself would be taken away. The first solution in overcoming this trial was to reverse this process. Unfortunately, he didn't have much else to go on despite his tortuous experience with Ming Shufeng. However, he delved into the scripture of sin and made some conclusions. The calamity of hell's explanation stated that one's soul would be drawn into the calamity, and this likely meant his entire soul. It was very likely that his astral souls, forged from a portion of his soul, might be brought along. Instantly, he sought out answers from King and Ori regarding their experiences. Unfortunately, they were sealed and dormant at the time alongside him, and their sense of self was still in the midst of being developed. They had determined that they felt foggy throughout the incident. There weren't any assurances, but if they were brought along, they might be able to help re-establish his sense of self. As long as he survived this darkness, he would be able to overcome the trial. He just couldn't afford a single mistake. Not only had his astral souls been brought here, but his celestial eyes were continuously active. While it was ineffective in this environment, it was an unexpected discovery met with joy. If he reached higher levels, these celestial eyes of his might bring him unimaginable advantages in surviving upcoming calamities. If it wasn't for your voices, I might have never regained myself. Thank you. Despite having no senses of his body outside of thoughts, he felt a chilling shiver course through his spine. This calamity of hell was terrifying. It created an alternative future of the most horrible mistake a person could make, and then stripped one's sense of self until only that mistake defined them. They were engulfed by despair and agony over their mistake that their regret would eventually consume them. They would slowly descend into utter madness. It was exceptionally cruel, even more so than the calamity of true loss that showed alternative pasts and futures of losing those you loved. That was merely death, but here, death was the defining start, not the end result. He was more agonized over his negligence than the loss of his pride or dignity at a humiliating death. It was he who caused it to occur. It produced turmoil that ripped at his soul, and he hadn't even felt the pain he was causing, but after regaining himself, he was very well aware of his soul state. Since becoming an inheritor of sin, meeting the black skeleton, his awareness of his soul was extraordinarily clear and defined. It was how he recreated a better version of the Haven Heart Chi method, forging 4 spirits of cultivation at the moment. The outer shell of his soul had been grinded away until 20% had remained. He had only a fifth of his outer shell that kept his individuality, his self, attached to his soul. A fifth. He was shaken. How long has it been? He couldn't tell the passing of time. It could have been a second or 10 years. It was hard to tell. 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Kratos answered, a hint of graveness within its voice. Just 3 minutes. With a mortal soul, he lost 80% of his outer shell in 3 minutes. A few dozen seconds more and it was over. His soul would lose its outer shell, his individuality and consciousness would be dissipated while his soul moved to the river of souls after this terrifying cleansing. What matters now is overcoming this calamity, he thought, pushing the unchangeable to the furthest reaches of his mind. With a renewed self, he followed the urge of his soul to continue forward. Chapter 559, 555, Secondary Calamity, Affecting Souls. A boundless world of infinite darkness, absent of the slightest trace of light. Hope was not permitted here, and the endless desire to move without purpose or reason wore upon the soul at its most vital essence. This darkness wasn't alone, accompanied by vivid memories of the most terrifying memory a cultivator could possess, tailor-made for them. Wei Wuyin lost 80% of his soul's outer shell in a matter of 3 minutes, and this affected him drastically. The outer shell of the soul was a living being's existential consciousness. It defined who they were, tethered their memories, emotions, and experiences to the core of the soul, shaping it and creating individuality. To lose 80% of it was not to be underestimated, and if it wasn't for his unique location, he might lose himself in madness at the incomplete portions of himself. Fortunately, he had 4 astral souls who helped instill his emotions, memories, and experiences back into his thoughts. After regaining his sense of self, Wei Wuyin had to relive his entire life to regain himself, and more than once. It was only then that his soul's outer shell that sculpted his individuality started to make repairs, restoring itself little by little. This world is without end, and it takes away all your senses. I know my soul is here, but as an inheritor of sin, my physical body should be present as well. This separates me from normal souls, yet I feel almost entirely disconnected. I can only feel the steps I take to move forward. Despite opening his celestial eyes to observe the world, the enveloping darkness was ever present. He wasn't even certain if he was actually moving or not. Strange, Eden calmly remarked, "Tch." King urged Wei Wuyin to slice through the darkness with that single sound. With its edge, what darkness? What calamity? Just end it all. If 1 swing won't do, then use 2. If not 2, use 3. Wei Wuyin ignored such urgings. He couldn't even feel his arms or legs, let alone his dantian or cultivation. It was as if he was just a wad of thoughts in motion, strange and hopeless. If we want to leave, even this trifling hell can't stop us. Kratos' response wasn't much different from King's, focused on escaping. As an astral soul forged by the Tao of Void, it believed that there wasn't a single location in the world it cannot go or leave from. Whether it could or not, Wei Wuyin wasn't really sure. However, Wei Wuyin wasn't too far gone yet. Their desires stemmed from the dangerous and terrifying environment that they were in. He could still feel the unease and discomfort from their voices, and this revelation placated his own fears. After realizing that he wasn't alone, after regaining his sense of self, his soul's outer shell was slowly restored little by little, while the memory of Long Chen's revival and revenge kept springing into his memory every 3 seconds. He was forced to halt his thoughts, relive that moment in vivid detail, and then was returned to this world of endless darkness with the urge to take a step. After 3 steps, which took 3 seconds, this process would repeat itself. If I wasn't aware of myself, I would have sunk deeper into regret until my soul lost its individuality, being sent to the river of souls after this cleansing. Yet the calamity has little impact on an alert version of my thoughts now. He didn't know if having a tempered soul meant retaining more of one's awareness in this situation, or that the deterioration of the soul's outer shell was drastically reduced. There were too many uncertainties and unanswerable questions. The core issue was that his soul wasn't tempered and he wasn't in the realm of sages. From the beginning, he was given the most terrifying set of pitifully low odds of survival to face this situation. It was incredibly unfair. It was fortunate that he never dwelled on the concept of fairness in this world of cultivation. After all, if he hadn't been passed the mantle of inheritor of sin, his life might have come to an end by Long Chen's sword already. It wasn't fair to Long Chen that he survived, that he thrived, and that the future had changed where Long Chen lost his life to him instead. 3045. This was the number of times that he'd relieved that vivid memory. It had lost all effect on his thoughts and emotions. To relieve the same horrifying event as if it was fresh with a diluted consciousness was terrifying, compounding the affliction to one's sanity. 1015, that was the number of times he'd experienced it. A little over 50 minutes. When will it end? I don't like this. Ori declared, the wariness within its voice was abundantly clear. Unlike Wei Wuyin, who viewed it all with a firm and cold mindset, apathetic to it all with his regained sense of self, it still affected the 4 astral souls. They had their own individuality and experienced all the things he did, but their reactions weren't exactly the same as his own. Ori, for example, angrily shook every time Long Chen burst through the door and then felt further enraged after being helpless and forced to experience weakness before death. Be it King, Kratos, or Eden, they all had different feelings and emotions towards this event, yet they were all filled with one single emotion that tied them together: frustration. To them, it was as much their fault as Wei Wuin's. They could externalize. They could cultivate independently, yet they hadn't. They stayed complacent and enjoyed their luxurious status and indulged in gorgeous beauties while neglecting their strength. Long Chen's triumph was more on them, less on the others. This was what each of them felt individually. Kratos felt that it should have sensed Long Chen coming. It was a void dragon. If anything, it should have been able to escape as it pleased with its siblings and Wei Wuyin. What's the point of being void if he was forced to watch those close to him die? What's the point in being a dragon? Eden cursed its negligence. At the very least, it should have kept the others on a path of improvement, kept them focused, and concocted more alchemical products to ensure their safety. To it, their loss was all on its laziness. It had lived and experienced the most out of everyone, yet it still was so stupid. King was the one who felt the worst out of the 4. It was unable to even swing out a single time in this memory, being as useless as a third nipple. What's the point of being a saber if you were unable to slash? To cut? To kill? Its saber intent was forged on the basis of Wei Wuin's belief to emerge only when to protect or to kill. Yet he couldn't do either. You all, are you? The intensity of their emotions were growing by the second. Wei Wuyin was shaken by this. He hadn't expected that they would all suffer alongside him in this calamity, feeling the indignation, defeat, regret, frustration, and helplessness he felt. Stay focused. Wei Wuyin mentally howled. It shook the 4 astral souls until their thoughts synchronized and united. It was only then that they realized the thoughts each of them had. This ability to connect their thoughts together was miraculous, enough for them to use each other as protective cushions and safety nets. It can affect my astral souls now. Or is this just an unexpected consequence of their sentience? Wei Wuyin was thoroughly intrigued by this discovery, realizing that these astral souls of his had as much individuality and independent thoughts, emotions, and experiences as great as his own. Fortunately, they hadn't suffered any damage to their structure. It seemed the calamity of hell's cleansing effect that was generated by the feeling of regret didn't affect them. It was likely because they weren't its target. He noted this peculiarity down as he kept moving forward. That was scary. Really scary. Ori meekly stated, a large portion of its energy had been drained by its own thoughts. Wei Wuyin agreed, comforting Ori before once more reliving the memory of Long Chen's revenge brought about by his weakness and neglect. With every experience, he felt himself become less and less impacted by this memory. If I survive this, I'll never neglect my cultivation. I'll never allow anyone I offend to survive to harm me. If I strike the tree, even the roots will be pulled. Wei Wuyin felt his willpower become reinforced by this experience, like a form of relentless training. He felt his heart solidify towards the pursuit of power, a desire of unquenchable thirst to obtain strength above all else formed. With unrivaled power, such a situation would become impossible. Those silver eyes of his exuded a colder light than before, and despite seeing nothing but darkness, it mercilessly swept the world with that terrifying radiance. No. Stop. TCH. You can't. You can't. You can't. Four simultaneous voices exploded in his thoughts, shaking him so intensely that he felt the entire world of darkness quake. Wei Wuyin halted his steps, feeling his consciousness was tiny and near the edge of dissipation. It was only after those thunderous shouts that he discovered that his soul's outer shell that had recovered a large portion of itself had been severely degraded. It was as if he was hanging from a sharp cliff with his fingertips. Just a slight movement and he would be sent to the endless chasm below. There was less than 2% of his outer shell left. Chapter 560, 556, Second Calamity, Staying True. 2%. 2%. 2%. He was mistaken. Tittering on the precipice of death, Wei Wuyin's response was delayed yet extremely forceful. He refused the urge to move, to take that next step into the darkness as he anxiously delved into his memories in hopes to retain the little bit of himself that remained. What happened. The feeling of his consciousness hanging on the edge was quite strange. There was no pain. There was no feeling of anxiety. There were no alarms to speak of. Yet he knew death was just a single breath away. Besides King, the three other astral souls simultaneously spoke out in hurried panic. Their mixed words were extremely confusing to him who was concentrating on maintaining his sense of self and resisting the urge to traverse the darkness. The jumbled mess offered no help, but he determined one definitive thing from their words: they didn't know. Somehow, his outer shell that had restored itself and reaffirmed. His sense of self had started to rapidly deteriorate once again. They hadn't even noticed until they felt the threat of dissipating themselves. If it wasn't for their alert, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. For now, he had to try to recover once more before anything else. The four astral souls helped, sending bits of vivid memories that they recalled that shaped and birthed his individuality. The day he met Du Ling as a young child, he ventured out often as the little lord of the Wei clan who owned Red Dove City. The entire city respected him and he was quite playful at the time. His clan's city had a strict rule of executing criminals in a very public fashion, and a group of criminals from the Buck Lion gang had been recently detained by his older brother and were being executed one by one. Du Ling was a causality of timing, yet he hadn't known that at the time. When Du Ling was given the chance to say his last words, the fear and despair on his face was as obvious as the full moon in a cloudless sky. Facing death, that fear of the end, terrifying exhaustion, and grievance in his heart, his last words were, "I'm hungry." The crowd went silent for just a moment before erupting in rambunctious laughter, as expected, when they chastised the fool who was about to lose his head. While the world laughed, those words struck a chord with Wei Wuyin. It allowed him to realize that even in the most dangerous of times, hopelessness and despair flooding the heart, the mind would always desire something else. It could have been a slip of the tongue. A moment of confusion brought about by fear, but when Wei Wuyin, the child that he was, experienced all of this, it changed his mental image and perception towards everyone forever. Even a criminal about to taste death. On a whim, he halted Du Ling's execution and offered him an apple. He saw Du Ling refuse to eat the apple, so he thought Du Ling wanted something else to eat. Then, they traveled together through it all. After his clan was exterminated, Du Ling never left his side. His loyalty and trust was unquestionable. While he made mistakes here and there, it wasn't too important the day he met Su Mei. After becoming a core disciple of the Scarlet Solaris sect, on his way to pick up Bai Lin, he met Su Mei being abused by the harem she was a part of. Intrigued, he watched as Du Ling pointed out the owner of this harem was an outer disciple who was watching such abuse with delight. One of the best decisions of his life was descending down and saving her. He pointed out her current circumstance, how she suffered under the watch of her trash of a man, and gave her the same question that he learned from Du Ling. When asked that question, Sume responded with hesitation. In the end, he offered to take her somewhere else to figure it out. Since then, Sume had proven that she was hungry, and she was hungry for life more than most. She fought and trained ferociously, becoming his most capable lieutenant. He learned a truth about humanity that day, and that all that was needed was a desire and a chance to forge something miraculous and outstanding. The question transformed into something profound, containing more meanings than just if the person wanted to eat, but if they wanted more in the face of all struggles. These memories segued into his struggles in the Scarlet Solaris sect, the schemes, the assassinations, and the challenges that he had to overcome. The allies he made, the enemies that sought after his life, and the pain of cultivating with everything he had. He felt the sense of accomplishment at every victory he obtained, a feeling of pain at every loss he suffered, and a feeling of satisfaction at every success in his cultivation. Before long, he had restored nearly 30% of his outer shell. With a refreshed sense of self, he calmly asked, "Did the darkness just act to cleanse my outer shell?" Without cause. I'm no longer affected by the tortuously vivid memory of Long Chen's victory, of my fatal negligence, so how did this happen? The four astral souls still couldn't answer. They knew nothing of this calamity of hell outside of those few words extracted by Ming Shufeng. Fortunately, Wei Wuyin hadn't asked them. He was asking himself. While his astral souls were sentient, intelligent, and self-aware, they lacked a critical aspect that could easily be overlooked. They weren't very good at learning, deducing, or explaining things. They could cultivate by themselves, a natural instinct of theirs as spirits of cultivation, but they couldn't train in arts, spells, methods, or even concoct alchemical products by themselves. They weren't complete souls, and they lacked this vital aspect. They thrived off what Wei Wuyin already knew or what their daos were composed of. If Wei Wuyin was ignorant of something, they were similarly ignorant. If they knew of something, then Wei Wuyin already knew of it, but his mind would take a little longer to bring it out. Think, Wuyin, think. What changed? He hurried his mind to recall all his thoughts prior to the degradation. There wasn't much, so he pinpointed a peculiar detail. Before their shouts, I was thinking to myself that I would never neglect my cultivation. That was it. Wei Wuin's silver eyes brightened in the darkness. This trial was based on causing the soul to experience a cleansing induced by regret, but regret didn't just manifest in the wallowing of the past, but the willingness to change oneself for the future. While he was aware of the falseness of the memory, it infused him with sufficient regret to induce a change in character, in thinking. I'll never indiscriminately kill simply because someone wants to harm me or my interests. Killing is an extreme, and solving one's every problem with it wasn't always the best course of action. I certainly can't make it my only solution. I learned this long ago. If I was like this, I would have killed everyone in the Scarlet Solaris sect that day. I would have upturned everyone's lives, slaughtered them and their children, family members, and spouses. To ensure there were no roots left behind. I would have destroyed the entire sect. That's not me. I no longer cultivate to strive for power, but to strive for freedom and life. A calming sensation enveloped him, as if an invisible pair of hands grasping his throat had loosened its grip. A cold, vicious mentality was forming within him, and it was fueled by regret from his negligence. So that's how it is. How terrifying. Just being affected by regret through any way is enough to cleanse the outer shell. What type of calamity of hell is this? Feels more like a trap. How could one not change their thinking even if they've obtained their awareness? This calamity of hell wasn't simple by any means. He had to ensure that he was completely unaffected by the memory, that he stayed true to himself. It was this self of his that was resisting the calamity, so he must not lose it. What's next? Kratos asked. Despite his dignity as a void dragon, a being that could enter anywhere and escape everywhere, there was a lingering sensation of unease within its voice. This calamity had given it too many frights, and it was the closest that it's ever experienced death. They all knew that if Wei Wuyin lost his soul's outer shell, his soul would be whisked away to the river of souls. They would be forced to go along with it. We stay true to ourselves. We continue forward. The urge to move was becoming too much for him to resist. If he continued resisting, he felt that his soul might instantly disperse. Step. Ste. He stopped. Chapter 561, 557, Second Calamity, Anomaly. How disappointing. The crimson-winged figure lamented in his childlike voice, soft and gentle like water. Was all the silver-winged figure could say, unable to defend this little mortal sinner. They had just spoken words of anticipation, giving estimates on how long Wei Wuyin would last before he inevitably lost to this level of hell. Their estimations reached thousands of years, yet the truth shook them thoroughly in different ways. In mere minutes, Wei Wuyin had lost. Collapsing to the essence of the trial as the cleansing function of the calamity of endless regret's unique hell took effect. While unseen by Wei Wuyin, there were slithering tubes of indistinguishable color gushing out in visible mist. This mist lingered without purpose for a very short while, and Wei Wuyin's soul emitted an attractive power that drew it in. The sinner that had overcome the entire 7 stages of the calamity of true loss perfectly hadn't lasted more than a few minutes before succumbing to the cleansing powers of regret. Normally, a soul might not suffer any changes if they felt regret, but in the second level of hell, the calamity of endless regret, this was as disastrous as being hanged by the neck, unmistakably fatal. A single mistake made in the first few hundred steps. Unfortunate, the crimson-winged figure spoke out with a twang of disappointment within its voice. As a mortal soul, this meant that Wei Wuyin would soon be thoroughly cleansed of his soul's outer shell. The expectations it held had been crushed by incompetence. The silver-winged figure sighed in response. There was nothing else that could be said. Regardless of Wei Wuyin's outstanding showing in the first calamity, the calamity of true loss, it was unrealistic to expect Wei Wuyin Fest to be repeated in an entirely new hell. After 2.3 seconds, they watched as Wei Wuyin's outer shell had stopped its deterioration almost immediately, the invisible mist losing their target. Like headless flies, the mist stagnated without purpose. Oh! A hint of unexpected yet pleasant surprise leaked through the silver-winged figure's voice as he stared at Wei Wuyin. He halted the cleansing. Impossible. The crimson-winged figure was thoroughly shaken, retorting those words as if they were utterly natural. The qualities of an untempered mortal soul shouldn't allow this to occur. Normally, mortals were controlled by their emotions, unable to comprehend their own individuality and sense of self. When they felt happy, sad, or angry, it was extremely hard to change their state of mind without letting it run its course, which was fatal here, or pushed by an external variable. The calamity of endless regret contained no external variable that could help those experiencing the cleansing. This should not happen. His soul is a little stronger too. He lasted a little over 2 seconds and retained a fifth of his outer shell. Some mortal souls last 0.9 seconds at most, and that was the strong one's. The silver-winged figure commented in excitement. He possesses the bloodline of sin as a mere mortal, of course he has a stronger soul than others. The crimson-winged figure dismissed this peculiarity with an indifferent remark. Its attention was more focused on Wei Wuyin's soul performing the extremely improbable. He had never seen this feat achieved by an untempered soul. This. How? The crimson-winged figure was in utter disbelief as Wei Wuyin started to open his eyes, a distinct sign of regaining his sense of self, dispelling the confusion and muddle-headed affliction brought about by the calamity of endless regret's unique environment. How is this possible? Is there something wrong with this level of hell? The silver-winged figure turned itself around, looking at the boundlessly looming figure with uncountable arms and innumerable eyes. There was a stern questioning in its voice as it spoke to the ginormous figure. The titanic figure didn't answer, focusing on performing its unclear job. It was as if the 2 winged figures below were inconsequential, minor existences not worthy of its attention. Key. The crimson-winged figure sent out a strange sound that shook the silver-winged figure. It sounded like a clarion cry intermixed with majestic hymns from legend. The silver-winged figure trembled for a short period as a response before it turned back around, going incredibly quiet. The crimson-winged figure remarked, "A mortal soul, especially an untempered soul, shouldn't be able to reacquire their senses so quickly. No. A mortal soul shouldn't be able to do so at all. It's never been done, and even true souls require hundreds, if not thousands, of years before breaking free. The heavens have a metric of success, and regaining their awareness is a sign of success towards the potential of the soul. If he survives, what type of karmic luck would the heavens bestow upon him?" The silver-winged figure's voice was extremely dark and increasingly solemn with every syllable spoken. With every calamity comes fortune, one who overcomes the challenges of hell shall be benefited by heaven. The crimson-winged figure added this statement with an absent-minded tone. These were the same words that the silver-winged figure had said during Wei Wuyan's calamity of true loss. The heavens mentioned weren't the same as the heavenly Daos, but a systematic set of laws that govern the entirety of existence. Oh, no. The crimson-winged figure broke out of his wandering thoughts as he observed Wei Wuyan's figure was once more attracting the cleansing mist that sought to eradicate his individuality to ensure a seamless journey through the river of souls and later, reincarnation. The silver-winged figure's wings unfurled slightly. There was a hidden tension within them that had to be dispersed. He regained awareness, and now he's suffering from the flaws of awareness, change. If regret fuels his change, then this is over. He failed. The silver-winged figure's voice relaxed considerably from this revelation. It was impossible for a mortal soul to halt the change in themselves. Wei Wuyan's outer shell was about to be depleted entirely, and his individuality will vanish alongside his soul, taking the next steps to reincarnate in accordance with the heavens. You're a little too happy about this, the crimson-winged figure responded disapprovingly. This little sinner of pride was like an underdog in its eyes. With just a mortal soul, he performed feat after feat with outstanding consistency. The struggles he faced were somewhat unfair, yet the two were once more rendered completely silent after, at the precipice of dissipation, Wei Wuyan fought on and fiercely resisted. The cleansing mist lost its target once more, and the outer shell of Wei Wuyan's soul retained a small fragment of his sense of self. The attractive power of regret brought about by change of self had been halted. The two figures turned to each other, seeing the utter disbelief in both of their mental fluctuation. Was this even happening? The speed of change was unheard of. Not only did he push off regret in a muddle-headed state shortly after experiencing it, but the sinner of pride regained his awareness. He was then met with the consequence and major hurdle of awareness, change of self. When failing once again, at the edge of defeat, he clung onto his individuality and reverted the internal changes of himself. All of this that would usually take thousands of years for strong true souls happened in a few minutes. Speechless, the silver-winged figure was floored by these developments. What type of ungodly anomaly was this sinner of pride? It started to feel fear within its own soul at this unknown. He's restoring his outer shell. That's. The crimson-winged figure pointed out with a quivering tone. While Wei Wuyan had restored himself during the first bombardment of cleansing mist, it wasn't the same. This was a Wei Wuyan with little of his individuality. Where was he getting the means to restore himself? They both wished to breach the sphere of total darkness and deeply dissect Wei Wuyan's soul, mind, and body. The amount of mental power needed to achieve these feats were utterly unimaginable. They watched as Wei Wuyan regained his individuality completely, as if he had just relived his entire life. There was almost no difference from when he first arrived, and now how terrifying. A mortal soul that survived two cleansing, ending both of them in a few seconds. The silver-winged figure just stated the obvious. It was clearly trying to allow its mental processors to accept such an outrageous possibility despite seeing it for himself in the end, the silver-winged figure said. Despite his success in surviving, the fact that he was subjected to the cleansing mist so early shows his inability to overcome this level of hell. The calamity of endless regret is his end. The crimson-winged figure didn't disagree. The calamity of endless regret was composed of a single stage, yet incorporated multiple layers that evolved over the course of its entire lifetime. To be subjected to these increasingly difficult layers with every passing century for a total of 108,000 years was utterly impossible. With Wei Wuyan's awareness completely regained, this would become an even more increasingly difficult calamity to overcome. All it takes is one single slip-up at the later layers, the inability to bring one back in the 3 seconds needed to cleanse all of Wei Wuyan's outer shell, to leave him with a path of no return. They could only watch this inevitability. The both of them unfurled their wings simultaneously. Their mental fluctuations induced surging storms of glimmering wind. They clashed with each other, causing a faint twitch in one of the titanic figure's many arms. The storm abated and vanished as quickly as it appeared, and the two released groans of dreadful pain. Despite this punishment being dealt, they couldn't help but feel their bodies tremble ceaselessly. How in the heavens was this remotely possible? They observed the sphere of total darkness with the entirety of their focus as a faint light started to emit from within. Chapter 562 to 558, Second Calamity, Purpose. Chapter 562, 558, Second Calamity, Purpose. A few seconds prior, Wei Wuyan had stopped his third step. This prevented the vivid memory of Long Chen's arrival from emerging, but the urge to continue forward within his soul kept reverberating with an increasing intensity. However, his thoughts were fiercely circulating within his mind as he recalled this calamity. "What is it?" Ori asked innocently. It felt the changes in Wei Wuyan's thoughts, but shockingly enough, the pace and pieces of his thoughts were swift, jumbled, and difficult to follow. It couldn't even gleam into its intent. This didn't only shock it, but Kratos and King were similarly baffled and concerned. It was only Eden who was fluctuating at a similar frequency as Wei Wuyan. The speed of their thoughts were like faster-than-light mobility formations propelling the ship called the Mind. They flowed smoothly together, yet the outside could understand nothing. After a few seconds, Wei Wuyan pressed his foot down and took the final step. He once again was brought to the beginning of his vivid memory. The coquettish laughter of his female companion alongside the happy and content heavenly laughter of his others. The beauties that surrounded him filled the room with an intoxicating fragrance that ignited one's lust. He relived his ravaging of their soft and varied bodies, tasting them in every way imaginable. They were fierce, gentle, proactive, or passive. There were all types with every interest that could evoke his inner fire. 10 heavenly beauties in total, all for his partaking. They didn't really have any distinct faces, belonging to none of his actual women. He couldn't tell their races immediately, and if he wanted them to be demons, they would be demons, and if he wanted them to be elves, they would be elves. They were everything and anything he wanted at the time. He couldn't recall their name, but if he said a name he liked, they responded with joyful laughter and a playful call out of their attendants before they attended him in all sorts of manner. A few used their mouths, swallowing and kissing with a gushing excitement and pleasured moans. They seemed to deeply enjoy making him feel incredibly good. This was a heavenly bliss that all men who sought after a harem would desire. Furthermore, it even incorporated his ideal number when he was young, 10. This was his ideal dream, yet after a distorted sense of time later, what felt like both decades and minutes at the same time, all of it crumbled as Long Chen arrived, as he always did. Without fail, he was unable to resist and was castrated in humiliation, and then forced to, as he was beheaded and his consciousness faded, realize Long Chen's dastardly intentions towards his idyllic harem. In the end, he would suffer endless regret at neglecting his cultivation, leading him to experience such great loss. Then, he would wake with the soul-stirring desire to continue forward in a world of darkness. What would normally be construed as death everlasting, so it's like that. Those 4 words caused Ori, King, and Kratos to become increasingly curious. They experienced the same things as Wei Wuyan did, but they lacked a few critical aspects that exemplified their roles as spirits of cultivation, not cultivators. Kratos, who was a defier of things, suggested in confusion, "Should we escape?" The unease it felt after experiencing 2 close calls were horrifying to say the least. "We wouldn't be able to escape," Eden stated. The calamity of hell was inescapable, and if they did leave, who knew what consequences would await? After all, who knew if they could survive the outside world or escape the heavenly Daos punishment trying to escape hell? They were mere mortals, and they were inheritors of sin. They couldn't even swear heavenly oaths without being discovered, unable to find a Dao companion. While the scripture of sin detailed the disadvantages of being discovered, the means to take if you are, these means were for those at the realm of sages with true souls of sin. They were mere mortals. Kratos released a faint dissatisfied roar, but it didn't retort. It trusted Eden's judgment more than anyone else's. If it said they wouldn't be able to escape, then it'll wait for another option. TCH. King added its 2 cents. But Eden shut that down. If slicing hell apart was something we could do, why would we even be here? TCH. If 3 swings doesn't work, just continue until something gives. Really? Eden's tone grew exasperated. One wanted to escape, the other wanted to use its edge to end hell. Were they all really born from the same soul? Hee, Ori chuckled. It was just as uneasy as the rest, but with these siblings with it, how could it be fearful? Even if the heavens were after them, it felt that they would survive as long as they were together. As an elemental origin astral soul that was composed by the united fusion of 9 different elements, giving birth to a greater whole, her thoughts aligned with that concept perfectly. Eden laughingly sighed. At least Ori wasn't reckless. "Should we stop moving?" Eden asked, focusing its attention back to Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan was still invested in his thoughts, only breaking away after hearing this question. "Yes. I've always believed my instincts. If we stop for too long, our soul will instantaneously explode." But is it possible? Wei Wuyin sighed in his thoughts. You mean, is my theory correct? Wei Wuyin was truly unable to answer. However, he knew one thing for certain: he wasn't able to survive this calamity. All of his preparations led to him being more alert, not surprised by the endless darkness and the various changes. However, this only got him this far. He didn't know what other changes this calamity would have, but he didn't underestimate it. When he recalled the first calamity, it was divided into increasingly difficult stages that contained varied trials. He had no doubt that this calamity would experience similar changes, becoming increasingly difficult as well. If he experienced yet another erosion of his soul's outer shell, he might meet his end even with his astral soul's external support. In fact, they might be influenced later on, affected by the isolation and imagery. If they all plunged into an inescapable swirl of regret somehow, it would truly be their end. To bet on this possibility was too dangerous. He hated those odds. Wei Wuyin had never been one to look for a single path, but to thoroughly understand, consider, and manipulate as much as possible in his favor. If the first calamity had a loophole, then so does this one. Actually, it might not be a loophole. When this thought that was born out of desperation emerged in his mind a few seconds ago, he was brought into a chaotic swirl of varied theories. I can remove your memories, seal your sense of self like before, Eden suggested, but Wei Wuyin instantly refused. Regret isn't based on memories, but innate desires. A new me would fall deeper into regret from these events. After all, while my memories were taken away, my true self remained relatively consistent. Any man who just experienced a luxurious lifestyle filled with perfect heavenly beauties, enjoying unimaginable pleasures with utter content, would feel regret at being unable to protect it, suffering humiliation due to their weakness. I also can't be certain if the vivid memory changes if my innate desires were altered. Wei Wuyin explained with a ponderous tone. How insidious, Ori added. Indeed, Kratos quivered. If it was subjected to this calamity, it might experience being caged in its truest form, forever unable to escape while suffering various indignities to its pride. Likely forced to watch as each of its siblings were tortured and abolished in horrendous ways. It would go mad with regret. Eden understood Wei Wuyin's thoughts. The suggestion was a last-ditch idea, but the possibility of it working was unfathomably low. Still, it had to be suggested. Let's think about this from another angle. What's the purpose of this calamity? Wei Wuyin changed his avenue of thought, seeking another alternative. I know. To make one feel regret. Ori answered excitedly. Simple enough. But not entirely correct. I have internal regrets right now, and with every breath I take, and while I've learned to push through them, to strive for the future, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in my heart. I regret not finding my parents, my brother dying to protect me, losing Dai Lin and my unborn child. These are regrets that I'll always feel, no matter what. Wei Wuyin thought out these terrifying instances in his life without aversion, showing that, while he held regret over these events, they no longer dictated his life. Instead, they fueled his future that he chose. Ori went silent. A brooding feeling emanated from her. To make one feel regret towards a single memory, right? The memory we experience over and over, the deterioration only affects that. Kratos answered with a tinge of doubt. Correct. It only responds to regret I feel from that particular memory. And from what we know, if I experience changes in myself because of that memory, then I'll suffer as well from the deterioration. What is this line of thinking leading to? Eden, the one closest to Wei Wuyin's thoughts, couldn't help but ask. Wei Wuyin moved. The vivid memory replayed itself. The heavenly beauties, sensual pleasures, and pleasant smells followed by abrupt interruption, humiliating castration, and beheading. He returned to the endless darkness. The four astral souls were unsure of what Wei Wuyin was trying to do. I don't know. I'm trying to formulate an idea. Wei Wuyin answered. What idea? Kratos asked. Isn't this just torture? Ori mournfully exclaimed. TCH. King's tone was filled with a hint of realization. Out of all the souls, it had the most unyielding nature. Even in the face of this disgusting event, it could remain calm and focused throughout. That's right. Wei Wuyin shouted in his thoughts. King's meaning behind that single sound was a single word, memory. From the beginning, he was under the assumption that what he experienced was an incredibly vivid memory that kept repeating in his thoughts. However, King had found out a slight chink in this train of thought. How can a memory be as if he was reliving it entirely? He had, with a slight possibility of being true, traveled through time before and had relived his entire life through memories in this very calamity, yet the memory was more like the former, not even remotely similar as the latter. To relive a memory versus experiencing an event, there were two very different feelings between them. What he realized through King was that this recurring event wasn't a memory, but an actual event that kept repeating. He felt every touch, smelled every fragrance, and heard every laughter with a renewed sense. What do you mean it's not a memory? You can't, Eden was connected with Wei Wuin's thoughts, so it understood the things he did with much ease than others. It continued, but is it possible? You haven't changed anything before. This calamity is about regret. From the scripture of sin itself, hell was devised by the heavenly Taoist to cleanse the karmic sin that would infect the river of souls, polluting the cycle of reincarnation. Its original means to handle this was exclusion or destruction. However, these actions could devastate the reincarnation cycle itself, losing powerful souls and balance. To balance out this development, the heavenly Taoist was forced to implement the karmic luck benefit for particular souls that could overcome certain levels of hells. They would accrue karmic luck in hell, not in the living world, and when they reincarnated, they would become blessed. They would then be allowed to re-enter the reincarnation cycle, and those sinners cleansed without overcoming any trial would as well. I was likely a blessed that performed virtuously in my past life, because my karmic luck was ungodly low at birth. In comparison to Long Chen, Yuan Longshe, or even the temporal reincarnator, they most likely were sent for cleansing and survived multiple hells. This explains their outstanding talent. This led to the sinful souls being allowed entry to the cycle of reincarnation after cleansing, restoring the balance. Wei Wuin recalled the details from the scripture of sin, what he had gathered since the beginning. When he overcame the first calamity, he received an explosive infusion of karmic luck value. This wasn't specific to certain special sinners, but for all sinners. The only difference is that those who inherited the bloodline of sin can bring their true bodies and leave after overcoming a hell, where they could temper their souls further while obtaining karmic fortune in the world of the living. They could fool heaven and hell, stalling the next level of hell for a period of time to develop and grow. However, when they kill blessed, the heavenly Taoist's wrath lessens this time. But the fact remains, inheritors of sin were plunderers of the heavenly Taoist, the resistance of its will. The others were confused, however. What did this have to do with the calamity? Wei Wuin's silver eyes closed, no longer standing out in the darkness. All the calamities of hells are just trials to overcome, but it is fairly designed for balance. So what happens if you can overcome the principle of your regret? If you can no longer be affected by this regret? Will it change or? Oh! Kratos roaringly exclaimed in realization. I get it. I get it. I get it. Ori finally grasped the concept that Wei Wuin meant, a brimming excitement roared from it. TCH. King felt they were a little too slow. Unlike him, just like the speed of his edge, he moves faster than them. King's smugness aside, they all understood the idea Wei Wuin formed. Facing a difficult situation, the only alternative was to find another solution. But the question remained, was it possible? Wei Wuin didn't hesitate. The event replayed itself just like before. But this time, Wei Wuin's silver eyes seemed to have opened twice. So it is possible. He regained his awareness within the memory itself. Chapter 563, 559, Second Calamity, Solution. Wei Wuin basked in the immersive environment that contained the faceless yet exquisite beauties before him. He swiftly concluded that this so-called memory was relative to his thinking, a variant of visual, auditory, and olfactory reality based on his greatest desires and wants. Even his sensations of touch were shaped by his innermost desires, be it what he felt or wanted to feel. He glanced at one of these beauties that coiled on his arm. He felt a perky set of large breasts wrapped around his arm, moving up and down in a vigorous and seductive fashion. It reminded him of his mental image of Qing Qiumu's own proud twin peaks. Interesting, Wei Wuin remarked. It seemed his interests were evolving as he thought of them, conjuring the ideal pair of breasts for this exact situation, and reflecting them in terms of touch and sight. In front of him, sitting on his lap with alluring eyes staring lovingly within his own, he noted the hazel color with navy blue flecks. They originated from Shui Fei, almost exact copies. He turned to his left and observed another heavenly beauty that danced at the edge of the bed for his amusement, displaying her every curve with her slim waist and flexible body. She twirled and spun with an enchanting glimmer flowing from her skin, glistening with fragrant sweat. Gluttony. He found this even more intriguing. He could only observe her bodily shape and her enchanting aura. It was extremely odd after obtaining awareness of these changes. No, not just Gluttony. Jiang Filan and Lian Yu. Must be their special physiques and Lian Yu's draconic aura. Quite peculiar that even body types and characteristics can be perfectly merged to my liking. As he swept his gaze to each of the 10 heavenly beauties, they were doing various things, from kissing his exposed skin to gazing at him loving in suggestive poses that called out to him this elaborately designed reality was truly perfect. Whenever he focused on a single aspect of theirs, it would morph into various body parts. There were even distinct changes of their faces, ranging from elven, demonic, beast-woman, and human in appearance. It conjured the best aspects of these women's races, completely according to his preferences and innermost desires. However, he was disinterested. These weren't real women, but literal projections of his ideal women in various scenarios with various body parts and appearances. They were as fake as can be. Can you guys hear me? Wei Wuyin called out to his astral souls. He hoped that they could follow him into this strange world, yet when he tried to connect with them, he discovered no response. With a faint frown forming on his expression, he stood up. The women crawled towards him, seeking all sorts of pleasures. One of them had her pink tongue out, mouth wide, while sitting on all fours and begged for a mouthful with utter glee, yet Wei Wuyin directly ignored her. King. Wei Wuyin held out his hand. Using his explosive voice, he called for king, not element. A flash of brilliance emitted from his hand as bits of light gathered rapidly at his palm. The light continued to gather until it condensed in the shape of a saber. The blade had an edge that seemed to have been sharpened to the maximum, and the hilt had saber scars that marked it with a fierce clutch. A saber hull roared. TCH. A confused and utterly shocked sound echoed from the newly conjured saber. It was King's signature voice. Wei Wuyin breathed out a sigh of relief. With a swipe of his saber, a beauty that touched his leg lovingly met her end. With a lightning streak-like line of saber light, her head was removed from her shoulders. Die for me, Wei Wuyin danced, with saber in hand. He killed each beauty with keen precision. They didn't even scream or shout, even beg to be killed because this was what Wei Wuyin wanted. Kill me, Lord Wei. Wuyin, I want to taste your blade. To the neck, swift and easy. Please. This confirmed Wei Wuyin's theory. These women were all products of his desires and manifested solely to appease his evolving wants in the greatest way possible. As the last of these heavenly beauties lost her life, Wei Wuyin thought for a moment. He wanted 10 heavenly beauties once again, so that he could kill them again. In seconds, the 10 heavenly beauties emerged from the door, stepping over the recently deceased corpses of the other heavenly corpses. They kneeled, begged, and exposed their necks with a readiness for death. They spoke with extremely sincere exhortations. Your blade. Let it take my life away. I want it so bad, Lord Wei. I need it. Take your saber and stab me in the heart, split me in half. In half, I want to taste the metal in my brain. Their terrifying desire to seek death was all brought about by Wei Wuyin's ever-changing wants. However, he found this quite intriguing as he experimented a little bit more. He didn't have any ill emotions from slaughtering these lifeless creatures that only took characteristics he wanted them to take. A few turned into age-old hags, pitch-black skeletons without a shred of flesh, or even Jiu Lang from the Scarlet Solaris sect. They morphed into anything he wished. They were like autonomous existences with predetermined orders. Then, let's see. Wei Wuyin soon grew tired of this, realizing that he had lost himself a little. He inspected the time and felt that he had wasted a few days just performing these feats. My sense of time is strange here. I've only killed 80 of them, yet I feel like it took days. This should have taken a few minutes at most, a few seconds at least. Unless the propulsion of my sense of time correlates to my appeased desire. Wei Wuyin quickly discovered a core aspect of this particular environment and its distortion of sense of time. No wonder he felt that he experienced years, even decades, in this environment. He had to say, the time in this world was likely the best, but the sinking feeling that it'll all end by Long Chen's hand only allowed him to enjoy the first, the next periods of time felt more like he was hiding from the truth, treating it as a dream, yet he couldn't indulge as much as before, but his desires were still fulfilled, so it accelerated the time nevertheless. "King, can you hear me?" The saber in his hand continued to howl, but besides the first sound of confusion and surprise, King was silent. "I see. So while I can bring aspects of my soul into this world, I'm still caged. I can't communicate with any of you, no wonder you never interfered. But in this case, I need to find the principle that Long Chen's manifestation functions by, but why do I have this eerie feeling like this is my one and only chance to complete this calamity? That I won't be able to get another chance to absolve myself of any regrets again." This feeling kept emerging within his thoughts, but he didn't know where it originated from. This wasn't his instincts talking. It was as if someone told him this, warned him explicitly to ensure success on the first try. Long Chen has to run on the function of revenge. Neglect. Just centered around regret. No, none of those seem right. Think, Wuyin, think. There must be something you're missing. As Wei Wuyin pondered, the sinking feeling grew. Back in the world of endless darkness, Wei Wuyin's body was being surrounded by the cleansing mist of endless regret. It crawled around him like slithering snakes, but slowly and at a much easier pace. It continued to erode his outer shell. While Wei Wuyin wasn't feeling regret, he had immersed himself in the world of regret, and the cleansing mist seemed to be ready to pounce. There were several gushing waves of cleansing mist all around him, be it above, below, surrounding. The slithering serpents of mist was only a very small portion of what seemed ready to crush against Wei Wuyin with merciless rage. 3 astral souls communicated in ferocious alarm. What's happening? What happened to King? Ori couldn't help but seek answers from Eden and Kratos. Her uneasiness grew even greater. Without warning, Wei Wuyin had gone completely silent and a rushing wave of cleansing mist surrounded them, with some encroaching around Wei Wuyin. While they couldn't perceive anything, they felt the slow erosion of Wei Wuyin's outer shell, of their slow and approaching death. "Eden?" Kratos demanded. I don't know. I can't connect with either of them. It's like he's in an entirely different world." Eden was helpless and anxious. For the first time, it was disconnected from Wei Wuyin. This had never happened since it was born. King had vanished without warning, but they had lost connection with him also. As astral souls, they were always connected. They communicated and kept in contact religiously, only weakening that connection when they externalized. However, this severing caused them to panic like never before. It was as if they just lost their father and brother at sea, unable to reach them or learn of their status. But I trust him. If there's anyone that can overcome this, it's him. Despite the cleansing mist slowly corroding the outer shell, already down to 70%, Eden remained optimistic. This optimism calmed Kratos and Ori, especially the latter who trusted Wei Wuyin the most out of the four. As the original spirit of cultivation, the oldest, it had been with Wei Wuyin the longest and seen the most. Back in the strange world, Wei Wuyin was still thinking of how to overcome this calamity. He started to experiment. He first tried to cultivate, yet he found that his cultivation base was stagnate. Next, he tried to escape the room but found it in a strange displacement loop. When he tried to leave, he would just reappear within the room somewhere at random. This room was the entirety of this world, and there was no outside even if his spiritual sense could inspect the spacious halls outside or the guards. This made him realize that his cultivation base was false and so was his senses, spiritual or otherwise. He tried to conjure Long Chen, yet this didn't work. Which meant Long Chen was an existence that was outside of his ability to manifest, likely due to him being the core factor of his regret inducement. I'm thinking about this wrong. If there was an alternative solution to this calamity and it originates from this world, then it must be seated not in the eventual outcome but my own belief. Long Chen's arrival is predestined. I won't be able to stop him without being able to change myself, so his arrival means my absolute failure. That's a solid assumption, and I have to consider it as fact. I can't claim victory over Long Chen and I can't escape. With these two foundations settled within this problem, then there must be a way to overcome this world and its purpose, finding a solution. Regret. What can I do to avoid regretting the eventual outcome of an enemy killing me? He thought for what seemed like several weeks. After a long while, his eyes glowed with silver brilliance. I can't. That was his conclusion. He couldn't avoid dying to Long Chen, humiliated and tortured. It would still induce regret out of his negligence, even if it's only an involuntary reaction. While he could convince himself that he didn't mind dying to Long Chen, even an illusion of him, the truth would still leak through his heart. Wei Wuyin didn't want to die to someone he bested. And he especially didn't want to meet death by Long Chen's hands. From the beginning, he had never considered Long Chen a threat or worthy of his attention. Besides being protected by the founding monarch's spirit, he had never viewed Long Chen with any relevance. That's why this room and its inherent design was utterly genius. Wei Wuyin didn't fear dying, especially if it meant dying a worthy death. Whether it involved living a complete life after his cultivation stagnated and his lifespan ending or at the hands of a powerful enemy, he wouldn't regret such things. But he was a warrior at heart and cultivator in spirit, so this made sense. If I can't avoid dying by Long Chen's hands, forced to feel regret in the end, then I'll have to meet my end without an ounce of reason to regret, to die by my own terms. Wei Wuyin didn't hesitate after this thought, flipping King to bring its edge to his neck. The saber kept howling and seemed desirous of carnage and death. The blade's tip pointed towards Wei Wuyin's throat, not his heart or head. He would regret purposefully bringing harm or pain to his astral souls, even if this wasn't his actual body, but just the thought would produce a sliver of hesitation and regret shearing. The blade dragged across his throat, sliced and penetrated through it mercilessly. The edge was so sharp that there was a clean cut from neck to neck. The silver radiance within Wei Wuyin left his eyes as his head slowly tilted to the side. With a soft breeze, his head slid off his shoulders and smacked into the ground. Several decades later, Long Chen's figure burst through the door with a triumphant and villainous sneer, yet he was met with numerous corpses and Wei Wuyin's headless corpse. For a long moment, Long Chen was frozen. There was an indescribable emotion within his eyes as it instantly became twisted and savage. No. No. Reset. Again. With a vicious snarl, Long Chen screamed to the ceiling. Yet the scenario did not reset, it did not play again. An encroaching darkness started to consume the designed reality, from the walls to the bed to the beauties that laid strewn across the floor carelessly. No. This is my heaven, my heaven. You can't take this away from me. Long Chen's figure went wild as he rushed towards Wei Wuyin's headless body, using his sword to stab into the corpse's flesh that spurted out gray-colored blood. As the darkness was about to reach him, he swung his sword one last time at Wei Wuyin's decapitated head, splitting it in two before it vanished with the darkness. No. A despondent sound echoed out before all went dark. Chapter 564, 560, A Renewed View. He finished. The looming shadow that seemed to embody the meaning of Titanic spoke out. Its voice wasn't particularly loud, but it reached into the depths of the soul and made one forced to listen to every syllable. The two winged figures were awed, their bodies trembling with every passing moment as they looked onwards towards Wei Wuyin. The cleansing mist that engulfed his body, entangled him like serpents of the jungle, and primed to wash over him like a tsunami from all sides, had slinked away quietly and vanished. Wei Wuyin was no longer under the lethal threat of the cleansing mist. In fact, the entire cleansing mist had vanished, retracted to their respective containers and sealed in accordance to an unfathomable law. Send him back. As if automated, the giant spoke the same words as it had done before during Wei Wuyin's first calamity. It seemed to be entirely unsurprised and uncaring by Wei Wuyin's feats within the calamity of endless regret, far unlike the two winged figures. Its enormous body shimmered continuously like a far-off mirage and eventually vanished. This left the two figures to stand side by side, their thoughts consumed by what they had just witnessed. They glanced at each other and saw the emotions reflected in their mental fluctuations and quivering wings. The silver-winged figure wanted to speak out his inner thoughts but found the words elusive and difficult. I can't believe he found out this flaw within the level of hell. To acquire awareness within the regretful heart dimension and sever its connection with it. The crimson-winged figure was still in awe at the act. The calamity of endless regret lasted 108,000 years. This time period can only normally be circumvented by failure, being thoroughly cleansed and sent off to the river of souls. Yet Wei Wuyin had severed his connection with the regretful heart dimension and overcame the calamity. They had no idea how he even achieved such a feat or what level of thought process was required to reach such a brazen and risky conclusion. The factors needed were beyond their comprehensive ability despite their statuses. If Wei Wuyin heard this, however, he would be sent into a baffled shock. To clarify, he was wrong. He believed that by not experiencing the moment of regret in the calamity meant breaking the cycle, that the system might be broken as a result of this after no longer being able to subject him to experience regret, no matter how long. In simpler words, Wei Wuyin believed that his awareness in that peculiar world and exit from it was the same as telling the calamity that it could no longer bind him in regret. While that was true, it was also not the objective that was achieved. Instead, it was severing his connection with the regretful heart dimension, so the cleansing mist could no longer affect him. In some ways, this was very similar to what he wanted, yet the profoundness and difficulty within it wasn't nearly the same. I thought that when sent his entire self into the regretful heart dimension, he was destined for death. Even if he survived, it'll only be because he left willingly at the last moment before being immersed in the aura of the regretful heart dimension. Yet he severed the connection. I just can't understand this guy. The crimson-winged figure's mind had been utterly blown, and the things he'd seen were far greater than any mortal could imagine. This was only because Wei Wuyin had subverted expectations and achieved a feat that shouldn't be possible with a mortal soul. While there have been sinners, even those of the bloodline of sin, who've used this method to overcome the calamity of endless regret, they were all beings with true souls tempered by thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Yet a mortal soul at younger than 50 years of age contained enough mental fortitude, willpower, and ingenuity to devise this method and go through with it. Furthermore, he had completed it in the fastest possible time since Hell's creation. Let's do this. The silver-winged figure finally found the words, but he just said these 3 words. There was nothing else, and even his voice was filled with an apathetic tone. It seemed this existence no longer felt a need to comment further. The crimson-winged figure understood his companion's thoughts perfectly. With an amused tone, "You're curious how he deals with the calamity of blade and fire, aren't you? I can see the rush in your eyes." The silver-winged figure didn't speak, but those wings of his tensed slightly. With his thoughts exposed, he didn't do anything else but hold his hand out for the other. With a chuckle, the crimson-winged figure reached out and their hands touched. They both emitted jet black and bright white light that effused out in harmony. Wei Wuyin's consciousness was still a little blurry after he escaped the restrictions of the regretful heart dimension. The loud and emotional exchange of words happening between his astral souls didn't help this either. But when he felt that familiar light engulf the world, immersing him in its radiance, he discovered that his soul's outer shell was recovering at remarkable speeds. In less than a moment, he had regained his full awareness without a hint of lacking. Before he could inspect the radiant world, the light that was warm and peaceful yet also cold and chaotic seemed to shift his body an unimaginable distance, perhaps through worlds, dimensions, or even planes of existence. It just felt impossibly far. He was welcomed by the seismic activity of the continent, the glaring light emitted from 3 solar stars, and an area filled with browning gray sand. He had returned to the desolate lands of the 4 extreme continent. He didn't know if he had vanished or not, but he knew how much time had passed. Unless centuries had passed, the alignment of the stars beyond the sky layer of the planet meant no time had gone by. At least, it was so insignificant, likely a few mediocre seconds, that he couldn't determine the exact passing. However, when his eye of truth gleaned into the inevitable ruin of the starfield, the descent of the Star Devourer, he was met with 11 days. No time passed, he faintly whispered to himself, "I did it." A moment passed before he spoke those 3 words. "I did it," he repeated. "We did it. Ha 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 ha." An overwhelming emotion overtook his heart and mind, filling him with an unimaginable amount of happiness. Since he regained himself over a decade ago, he was aware of this ticking clock that loomed over his life. It was the realization that he, a mere mortal, had to survive the calamity of hell. An act that even those at the realm of sages, a level of cultivation or existence that he still couldn't even glimpse at, would often fail. When he overcame the first calamity, he felt as if he knew with certainty that the next one would be the end of him. This was because the first calamity was so difficult that if he experienced it himself, he was absolutely certain of his failure. If the first calamity was this impossible, what about the second? The third? The 18th? Wei Wuyin had felt such despair that he suppressed the thoughts and tried to live his life as if every day was chasing closer to an inevitable end. If it wasn't for him witnessing that evil cultivator's unrelenting struggle before the mortal star formation tribulation using any and all means available to him, who knows if he would have regained hope for a future. While on the surface Wei Wuyin had decided to fight with every last bit of time he had, to face this inevitable end with a confident mindset, but at the deepest corner of his heart, he knew that the chances of his survival were so ungodly low that there was essentially no hope. However, he strove forward regardless. With his astral souls accompanying him and a firm heart of cultivation, he faced the upcoming calamity as if he was facing an astral tribulation, like he was facing a challenging puzzle meant to be solved with his full means. And he won. He won. He won. He dropped to his knees. All the built-up emotions, all the fear that he kept hidden away, all of the anger and despair he felt with each passing moment, was brought to the surface as his silver eyes glistened with wetness. After so long, he cried. The liquid tears streaked across his face as he brightly smiled, laughing at the sky with clenched fists. Ah! With a vigorous and explosive shout, he roared to the world above. The relief of pushing out all of those emotions was so amazing that he felt 1,000 times lighter. There was no longer a blade at his neck, no longer a mountain on his shoulder, or fear in his heart. We didn't just survive, we claimed victory. Eden said these profound words, reaffirming Wei Wuyan's thoughts. This was reality, and he didn't just streak through by luck. He didn't just overcome this vile loophole. He didn't resist until the last moment with bitterness and struggle, but he discovered a way to overcome the second calamity and opened up an entirely new view of the world before him. The calamities might be terrifying to mortals, but they weren't impossible. He could do it. As a warrior, if you can make a person bleed, then they can be killed. And if the calamities of hell can be defeated through his thoughts, actions, and will, then it can always be defeated. With no fear in his heart, he was welcomed by a renewed view of his future. Yes, his future. Because unlike before, Wei Wuyan now earnestly believed that he would see the next day. Just like a true warrior entering the battlefield, they never expect themselves to die, and they fight knowing they can survive. That they can claim victory. With an enemy that can be defeated by his hands before him, how can he fear it? What obstacle? What calamity? And if this can be overcome, he no longer believed there was anything impossible. Wei Wuyan kept heartily laughing for an entire hour. Only after all his emotions ran its course, that his happiness had settled down as he relaxed. With a calmer smile, he glanced at his right arm and slowly lifted up the sleeves. With every success of the calamities, a bountiful infusion of karmic luck will be added to him. He wondered how much he would achieve for the second calamity. After all, the first calamity had given him 490.1 karmic luck value. Until he met Yuan Longshu, his karmic luck value hadn't experienced such a massive increase before second calamity, claimed, 1/1. Third calamity, suppressed, 49 years. His eyes were attracted to the second line first, seeing that he once more had 49 years and that the second calamity hadn't said, survived but claimed. He didn't understand what that meant, but the letterings had faint glints of gold within it. As for the 7 out of 7 and 1 to 1, it might be the level of the calamity that he overcame, either through survival or this claim. After a brief moment of interest, he moved his focus to the other part of the bloodline of Sin tattoo, the bit that stated his karmic luck value. When he saw that row of numbers, Kratos forgot to beat. Karmic luck value, 16,667.0. Chapter 565, 561, Karmic Surge. Wei Wuyan stared at his right arm for a very, very long time before he forcefully moved his eyes away, closing them as he calmed his internal breathing and regulated his shock. After some mental calculations, Wei Wuyan discovered that his karmic luck value had leapt 15,700 in value, 15,699.4 to be exact. The first calamity had only given him an infusion 490.1 karmic luck value, but the second calamity had given him over 10,000. He didn't know if this was high for overcoming the second calamity or if this was average, but he felt that this wasn't normal. Yuan Longshu might have used his karmic luck before it was plundered, but his cultivation wasn't high enough to suggest he had anything more than 2,000 at most. But after he reached this line of thought, he realized how little he knew of the legitimate value of a karmic luck, be it 0.1 or 10,000. Yuan Longshu's Yin-Yang dragon souls and Shui Fei's lineage with the Bloodforge Emperor might have cost him 10,000 or 100. Even when he considered that 0.1 karmic luck led to him gaining an essence stone prior to the Qi condensation realm, and all the other expressions of karmic luck, he couldn't gather a clear estimation. That being said, what he did know was that the higher the value, the greater the ambient influence that the heavenly Daos will exert in your favor. If you possess enough, it could even twist time and space and give you a second chance at life. He'll have to wait to see if his karmic luck value will be used in a beneficial manner. Wei Wuyan faintly smiled with elation. Regardless of the uncertainties, he was extremely satisfied with this gain. It was then that he felt a familiar sound echo through his mind, preceding a piercing pain. Karmic luck value, 16,667.0 15,348.2. Over 1,000. Wei Wuyin hadn't expected that his karmic luck value would be activated at this moment, but a bright light of hope birthed within his heart. With the ruin of the starfield, was it possible that the heavenly Daos were intervening to halt it due to his high karmic luck value? However, when he felt the instigating awareness of the heavenly Daos, it alluded to him to do nothing that's right. Do nothing. After feeling out the purpose again, as if thoroughly mistaken, he found out that this karmic luck value felt a little spread out. When he thought about this, he used his eye of truth, yet the outcome of the starfield, its inevitable trend, was still destruction. Clenching his fist, he felt a hesitation emerge in his heart. Could the heavenly Daos be aware of his presence? That it was using this opportunity to kill him off? But after inspecting the bloodline of Sin tattoo, he felt that was extremely unlikely. The heavenly Daos was blinded by it, and he did nothing that could have revealed his status as an inheritor of sin. There was only one possibility: the heavenly Daos were working its influence to alter certain events. In what way? He wasn't certain, but it would be beneficial to him. This comforted him until he felt it. The eerily strange feeling as before, similar to when Lin Ming received the help of the heavenly Daos to become a chosen, or when the temporal reincarnator first emerged. It instilled a restlessness within his heart, yet this restlessness vanished as quickly as it emerged. He glanced at the bloodline of Sin tattoo, realizing that the restlessness was a product of the bloodline of Sin reacting to the influx of karmic luck being consumed. Degree: did it vanish because it belongs to me? Degree. While he thought this, he felt that the flow of fortune was divided and vast. After a thought, he deeply frowned. Why do I feel as if this fortune isn't mine to have? Is it my companions? Those linked to my karmic fate? There was an instance whereby Lin received fortune on his behalf, consuming a golden phoenix fruit and awakening her dormant phoenix bloodline. Deshan had been grasped by Wang Yuqian and given a cultivation opportunity that others would die for. She elevated 2 entire phases in less than 3 years. He was well aware that his karmic luck would influence others, so he wasn't that surprised. Yet the heavenly Daos sent him an influential surge to do nothing in the face of the starfield's ruin. Furthermore, karmic luck that seemed only slightly less than Lin Ming's own usage of value had been used on others around him. This might not be limited to one person. To add, the karmic surge that he felt meant that Lin Ming had used roughly the same amount of karmic luck value to become a chosen, and he now had an initial measurement of karmic luck value. After a long moment of silence, Wei Wuyin brought out Wang Yuqian's consciousness that remained in the chandelier. I have a question. Wang Yuqian had been quietly watching as Wei Wuyin killed Long Chen and then left, exploding his body and obtaining the seed of law, likely a treasure he had no idea how to use, and then he shouted, screamed, and laughed. He seemed almost delirious with joy. He remained amused watching this. Was that Long Chen person truly that loathsome that his death could evoke a wide range of flamboyant emotions from Wei Wuyin? Well, he did possess a seed of law, so it made sense. To not rain on Wei Wuyin's parade, he remained silent, but seeing Wei Wuyin bring him out, he happily reacted. What's your question? Is there some way to transport a large portion of people to other starfields? Wei Wuyin asked. How large? An entire starfield size. Is that possible? Wang Yuqian didn't have to think long for that, and ascended at the soul of mysticism phase couldn't, but a demi-mortal lord phase could. Wei Wuyin was silent as he was confused. Soul of mysticism phase. Demi-mortal lord phase. What? Who? You don't know. Wang Yuqian was taken aback by Wei Wuyin's notable confusion. He had assumed that Wei Wuyin was fully aware of the mystic ascendant realm stages. I don't. Please enlighten me. A thirst for knowledge and expansion of his horizon emerged. Wei Wuyin had been almost entirely unaware of the mystic ascendant realm, referring to them by first or second stages, but he didn't know about their names or how to reach it. Wang Yuqian thought for a moment and then explained, the mystic ascendant realm exceeds the mortal limits, and it is divided into 7 stages, unlike the mortal realms which are divided into 9 stages, from the foundation establishment, chi condensation, and astral core realm. Wang Yuqian paused, and then clarified, no, that's not entirely true. The mystic ascendant realm is divided into 9 stages of mysticism, but it's hard to count the initial stage and the pinnacle stage. Oh. Wei Wuyin was confused by this explanation, but thoroughly intrigued. He had been so drawn by this topic that he forgot about his original question, only wanting to learn more about the realm that might contain the realm of sages. MHM. The first stage is referred to as the mystic star phase, but in most cultivation societies, it's considered the 10th stage of the astral core realm, not the first stage of the mystic ascendant realm. 10th stage. Why? The mystic star phase, the so-called first stage of the mystic ascendant realm or 10th stage of the astral core realm, is the result of failure. A failure to ascend. Wang Yuqian revealed with a wisp of disdain that he couldn't contain. Chapter 566, 562, Mystic Ascendant Realm. A product of failure? Wei Wuyin's heart shook for a moment. He slowly rose from his kneeling position, absent-mindedly waving his right hand as he sealed and encased the glowing glob of white light in astral force. With a thought, it was brought into his spatial ring and placed within one of the containment boxes forged for his 9th-grade alchemical products. Wang Yuqian was so enthralled by his own emotions that he ignored Wei Wuyin's actions and continued with a voice containing disdain and ridicule, "When one ascends, there is no true failure, either death or success. Furthermore, it isn't difficult to do when the requirement is met." Well, I guess I'm understating it. To explain, one must understand the star core phase, the 9th stage of the astral core realm and the requirement to ascend. Do you know about this? Wei Wuyin shook his head. There were records of the star core phase, yet they weren't the detailings of a mystic ascendant. They were from ancient star lords that sought to leak the secrets of their cultivation. However, what he learned from experience is that cultivators at a specific realm or phase were almost never able to fully understand their realm or phase. It was extremely difficult for them to pass along the secrets, but when they exceeded that realm, it was utterly easy to explain all the phases of the prior realm. This was seen by Wu Jiao, who, despite reaching the 2nd stage of the astral core realm, had absolutely no idea how it worked. It was more accurate to say the secrets of his cultivation base weren't within his grasp and he lacked the necessary comprehension to explain properly. He, however, could explain the qi condensation realm with absolute clarity that it helped individuals make breakthroughs on the spot. Hence, he held little trust in these ancient detailings of the star core phase. Wang Yuqian was still caught off guard by Wei Wuyin's ignorance. However, he collected his thoughts and proceeded to explain, the star core phase is the amalgamation and condensation of the entirety of one's cultivation base, astral core, innate energies, intent, spirit of cultivation, domain seed, everything. It gathers and compresses all of it into a single core-like object that has the appearance of a solar star. Not only does it have the appearance of a solar star, it can even become one. According to ancient records, most ordinary solar stars in this world were products of star lords that died during their mystic ascension. This is both true and false. Wang Yuqian halted for a moment, thinking about how to explain this profound aspect of the world to an astral core realm cultivator without exceeding their comprehension. And Wei Wuyin's mind was indeed blown by this reveal. Solar stars were star lords that have died. He couldn't help but look at the sky above, not at the 2 solar stars that he knew were crafted and conjured by mystic ascendants, but at the original solar star that existed since history could be recorded by the starfield. That was the product of a cultivator. He recalled his idle thoughts long ago when he was younger and felt as if his mind was brimming with endless enlightenment. Even Kratos couldn't help but race. Wang Yuqian continued, as you know, the astral core possesses a world sea, which is contained within that strange metaphysical space. Stored within the astral core is an astral force vast enough to encapsulate an entire planet, and in your case, you can probably engulf your entire starfield. When you condense your cultivation base into this star core, its actual size varies greatly. I've seen some solar stars that can engulf a tenth of a small-sized stellar region, and some that can only look like the 3 solar stars in the sky above. Those are quite small, likely produced by true ascended in the 2nd stage of the mystic ascendant realm, the soul of mysticism phase, and while it is true that the majority of ordinary solar stars were products of star lords, their relative lifespans are simply too short, so most linger aimlessly in the dark void and are uninhabitable or unsuitable for living beings to grow and develop before its end. Almost all solar stars seen by mortals are either solar stars conjured by ascended or naturally formed during the stellar region's creation, but those glittering stars in the sky are roughly all produced by failed ascended. So yes, true and false. To ascend, a mortal cultivator must glimpse into a particular intent that is universally referred to as mystic intent. Just like other forms of intent, it can be divided into 3 states. All one needs is to birth a seed of mystic intent from their comprehension, the embryonic state of this intent. Most mortals aren't able to comprehend true mystic intent. Wang Yuqian paused once again, trying to formulate his thoughts in a linear fashion. It was quite difficult for him to explain these details with normal words. Mystic intent. Seed of mystic intent. Wei Wuyan's thoughts went wild with all this new information. Was this the strange power that exceeded his understanding? He couldn't see through a mystic ascendant's power because of it being shrouded by an unknown force. He couldn't even sense them. For example, he wasn't able to view the veil of Tang Xingyun or that mysterious young woman with his celestial eyes. They were likely using concealment tools that exceeded his comprehension, that went beyond the mortal limits. That being said, he understood the 3 forms of intent. Firstly, the seed of intent. This was a foundational level of comprehension toward intent, and it alluded to the correct train of thought towards conjuring this type of will. Yan Zhu from the Scarlet Solaris sect had a seed of spear intent. In truth, the vast majority of astral core realm cultivators had seeds of intent, mostly attributed by the mortal star formation tribulation that gives blueprints of their respective powers intent. However, even in the Myriad Monarch sect, over 90% of cultivators in the astral core realm were unable to achieve true intent. One of the requirements to be a main member of the Ascendants was the formation of true intent outside of the elemental attributes, such as Ying and Zuhai. When one comprehends intent, they can naturally produce pure versions of their energies, making it stronger and more stable. The vast majority of cultivators, even in the Qi condensation realm, use cultivation methods to forcefully alter essence into specific energies that they store and cultivate. This process was completed by spiritual energies, a pseudo-will so to speak. It was why cultivators could use lightning or ice Qi or ice force without possessing ice intent itself. After the seed of intent evolves into true intent, the next step was to incorporate one's will with the external world, producing heart of the world of the intent. At that point, ambient energies and essences can be directly infused with one's will and converted into specific types of energies. This was on a higher level than using a world domain to convert ambient energies and essences into one's own strength, because if you used a worldly domain, then ambient water energies will remain ambient water energies. But with heart of the world of the intent, then water energies, fire energies, even light energies can become saber energies. The difference was unimaginable. This mystic intent must be the fuse to trigger a mortal's right to ascend beyond the limits. As for how one glimpses into mystic intent, it is always present. Even here, if you try and sense it, you will. The issue isn't sensing it, it's being able to differentiate it. It is similar to mana in that regard. I remember the false reality phase, what a doozy that was. It stopped my cultivation for 3 decades, how terrible. Wang Yuqian lamented simultaneously, as if agreed upon prior. Both Wei Wuyan and Wang Yuqian said, cultivation is difficult. A moment of solemn silence was born between them, as if they felt each other's struggles. After all, even with 9th grade alchemical products and claiming the primal yin or yin energies of women who've comprehended the phases, its secrets marked within, he was still delayed years. It was quite embarrassing, to be honest. It took Wei Wuyan a decade to reach the yin form phase from the Qi creation phase, just 3 stages in the Qi condensation realm, so the saying was felt thoroughly by them both. However, it was worse for others. Some astral core cultivators used up their entire lifespans, 1,000 or so years, and never comprehend the intricacies of the Sky Ruler phase, the 2nd stage of the astral core realm. Wu Jiao was an example of this, needing massive support from the Myriad Monarch sect to do so. Wang Yuqian sighed. The mutual suffering created unseen yet remarkable bonds. Wei Wuyan was solemn for a while and then amused. A cultivator that later reached the mystic ascendant realm, comprehending the intent that exceeds mortal limits, took 3 decades just for the false reality phase, the 6th stage of the Qi condensation realm. It truly showed that speed of cultivation was mostly irrelevant to the height one will reach. However, Wang Yuqian hit him with the harsh truth of cultivation that changed his mentality entirely. After one comprehends a seed of mystic intent, it takes but a single thought to ascend. However, doing so requires a price, life force. If one succeeds, the price is rendered negligible, but if one fails their ascension, their life force is exhausted. If they don't have enough life force, they will die, but if they do, they will survive. This is how Mystic Star Phase, the 1st stage of the astral core realm, was reached, and why most refer to it as the 10th stage of the astral core realm, a product of failure. Wang Yuqian scoffed. the disdain re-emerging in his voice. It seemed he held true contempt for this cultivation stage. Wei Wuyin was startled by this, unhesitatingly asking, "How much life force do you need to attempt an ascension?" 800 years, Wang Yuqian indifferently answered. After a moment of silence, he added, "But most Star Lords have a lifespan of 1500 years. One attempt." Wei Wuyin's heart shook. Wang Yuqian gave off a sign of agreement. For most. However, certain cultivators such as wood, yang, or life-based intent cultivators had much high natural lifespans. Some even reach 2000 years. So they can reach the mystic star phase and attempt it again, but only them. Wei Wuyin thought about Qing Qiumu and Lian Yu. They both possessed these traits, with the former being a wood cultivator and the latter possessing life-based intent of the water attribute. What if a cultivator was 800 years old but only had 1500 years of life force total attempts to ascend? Wei Wuyin's heart, for some reason, was pounding. Death. I said it before, death or success. There is no other result. However, the most difficult obstacle is comprehending mystic intent, forming a seed of mystic intent. Wang Yuqian pointed out, wanting Wei Wuyin to not fixate on this life force requirement. After all, Wei Wuyin had 9th grade alchemical products and was a mortal sovereign alchemist. Perhaps for others, this was an obstacle, but mortal sovereign alchemists had hundreds, if not tens of thousands, of listed recipes that can infuse life force into cultivators. What happens if one succeeds? Wei Wuyin realized crucial pieces of information weren't explained yet. If the mystic star phase was a product of failure, the first stage of a mystic ascendant, then what about those who succeed their ascension? Furthermore, what constitutes failure or success? Why was the mystic star phase named such? If one finds success in their ascension, then they'll reach what most cultivation societies consider the true first stage of the mystic ascendant realm, the soul of mysticism phase. They'll skip the first stage entirely. For example, all those little pesky ascended you met are at this stage. However, the difference between the two stages is vast, unimaginably vast. Wang Yuqian was annoyed recalling those ascended that interfered with the trial. If he had the means, he would have taught them a lesson. Unfortunately, the trial was established by a cultivator at their level, so it was impossible to act against them without suffering catastrophic retaliation that could collapse the entire world realm. The consequences of this was the certain death of every mortal on the 4 extreme continent. I'll simplify the details of the phases, because I'm unable to properly describe them, Wang Yuqian directly admitted before continuing. The mystic ascendant realm is divided into 9 stages, and these stages from initial to pinnacle are mystic star, soul of mysticism, demi-mortal lord, earthly saint, worldly saint, heavenly saint, ascended saint, true sage, and true soul. The mystic star, once again, is a product of failure when the power of mystic intent merges its qualities with the star core yet halted at that stage, unable to be pushed further for any number of reasons. The soul of mysticism is the complete state when the power of mystic intent infuses with one's spirit of cultivation and star core, transforming their astral soul into a mystic soul and star core into a genuine mystic core. The demi-mortal lord is when mystic intent is infused further into one's physique, bloodline, etc. All things physical, changing one's state of existence to beyond mortal limits. At this phase, ascended gains an absurd amount of life force. Greater than any other phase in the entire realm. As for the earthly saint phases and beyond, I can't explain those clearly. I can barely explain the first 3 stages well, Wang Yuqian sighed. This was one of the main reasons cultivation was so terrifyingly difficult. It was almost impossible to pass along one's comprehension to the younger generation. If it was possible, then no cultivation society would ever decline. Wei Wuyin didn't blame him. This was a very well-known difficulty of cultivation even in the myriad-year continent. Most cultivators struggled to birth elemental intent, so they were forever stuck at the elemental birth phase. Some could never even sense their souls, so they were unable to reach the qi condensation phase and form a spirit of cultivation. It was the lack of being able to pass along one's comprehension that made comprehensive talent so highly regarded, including alchemists who could concoct products like the Everlore Ascension Pill or the World Light Reflection Elixir. What cultivation stage did you reach in your lifetime? After a moment of digesting all this information, Wei Wuyin curiously asked, I was a worldly saint ascendant. Chapter 567, 563, Using One's Time. A worldly saint ascendant. I see, Wei Wuyin calmly digested this information. It aligned with his assumption of Wang Yuqian's cultivation, being multiple stages beyond Grand Monarch Wu Yu. The interesting thing, however, was that Wang Yuqian had mentioned that he had regained his immortality after the King of Everlore saved him. Did this mean those at the worldly saint phase had an infinite lifespan, or was this just an exaggeration? He didn't ask to clarification because he felt that the answer wouldn't be properly explained. To not confuse himself with that, he avoided bringing it up. He returned back to his original line of questioning. You said a demi-mortal lord can move an entire starfield. Wang Yuqian was awakened from his memories of the glory days, when he was worshipped by trillions and had power that could be described as godly. His magnificence was endlessly brilliant, yet he had fallen to this state. It was the unfortunate result of the careless and trusting. No. They can't move an entire starfield, but they can move an entire starfield's population to another starfield. Wang Yuqian clarified. Wei Wuyin recalled his original question and found out that he had indeed asked about moving the population, not the starfield itself. Does the cultivation society that those ascended come from have demi-mortal lords? They do. In fact, there's one observing you at this very moment. Wang Yuqian pointed out casually. What? Wei Wuyin was taken aback. Instinctively, his celestial eyes swept the world alongside his spiritual sense. Yet he discovered nothing despite engulfing the entire four-extreme continent in the matter of moments. No worries. If he wanted to act against you, you would be dead, captured, or worse. Wang Yuqian seemed unbothered because of this fact. Wei Wuyin was well aware that an ascended that exceeded mortal limits were not an existence he could resist. Is it that gluttonous old man? Wei Wuyin asked. He realized that his act of transporting the entire continent to his starfield, likely even destroying the world realm's core, was already known. He just hoped it wasn't someone from the Golden Life Pavilion. After all, he caused the destruction of their training grounds and stole their continent, the one that kept interacting with you. No. It's the old man that oversees the continent. It was him that ensured that Ascended didn't act wildly. After all, I didn't have that power. Wang Yuqian's answer caused Wei Wuyin's to bitterly smile. So it likely was the purchaser of the four-extreme continent, the force that transformed the trial into a training ground, the Golden Life Pavilion. No wonder he was being observed still. This might be the saving grace of the starfield. The one thing he feared was the solar stars being devoured by this Tiango creature and everything being destroyed as a result. But if his karmic surge represented the divided fortune of his allies and women, then he could mostly conclude that an external force was about to take action to save the inhabitants. If the Golden Life Pavilion had a demi-mortal lord, then the True Element sect definitely had one as well. Since Lin Ming was a chosen, they might learn of their predicament and intervene, saving the starfield's inhabitants and abandoning the starfield. He halted this line of thought for a moment. Is it possible that this was always going to happen? Now that I think about it, I can't imagine the heavenly Daos didn't have an escape route for the temporal reincarnator or Lin Ming, especially after using so much karmic luck value on making him a chosen. Actually, the interference of an external force might have been included in his own karmic surge. The more he considered this possibility, the greater he felt it was true. Furthermore, the ruination of the starfield did not represent the death of its inhabitants. This thought caused him to try and use the eye of truth in the hopes of glimpsing into the worldly trend once again, but all he saw was ruin. Do nothing, Wei Wuyin muttered to himself. He didn't know if this was good, but he had this distinct feeling that there was going to be a division of his forces. It's possible that, similar to Deshan, multiple of his allies were about to experience fortuitous encounters that might benefit them. He didn't think that each of his Valkyrie or even his main ascendants could be best nurtured by himself. He wasn't able to match their powers, and there were specific alchemical products suitable that he was either unaware of or unable to concoct due to lacking materials or recipes. For example, there were Imperial Heaven alchemical products listed in the Imperial Heaven Chi method, and he had concocted a few prior to his departure, but he didn't have specialized recipes for each of them. Moreover, there was cultivation methods, arts, spells, and teachings that he as an alchemist and a junior was unable to provide them. His karmic surge might allow them to elevate their combat standards and usage of their powers, so he had no intention of interfering. With every passing moment, the greater he felt that this possibility was correct. If so, then his faction members will likely experience a segregation from the transportation and meet their own individual fortunes. This coincided with the vast and divided feeling of his karmic surge. In a similar way as by Lin finding the golden phoenix fruit or Deshan cultivating in the elementus cache, temporary separation. With a thought, he calculated the time left. There was only 11 days. Wang Yuqian, do you think the starfield that those ascended belonged to have mortal sovereign alchemists? If so, how rare? Wei Wuyin asked this last question, formulating his final plans off this answer. Wang Yuqian wasn't surprised by this question. With a cheery tone, they definitely have mortal sovereign alchemists, even alchemists beyond the mortal tier. However, the exact number isn't easy to determine. But if I had to guess, perhaps in the upper hundreds, maybe lower thousands at best. Keep in mind, this is out of likely hundreds of trillions, perhaps even quadrillions of living cultivators. Wei Wuyin nodded. This was roughly consistent with his own assumption. If this was true, then the relative number of emperor alchemists might be in the millions, far beyond the low dozens of their starfield. The difference in cultivation civilization was truly too vast. Then it settled. Wei Wuyin turned to send out a spiritual transmission to Tuobihan before finding a mountain. With a simple wave of his hand, he carved an exquisite cave using his astral force. He soon set up the saber formation designed to conceal and restrict the manifestations of alchemy from leaking to the world. Wei Wuyin intended to concoct all the essential products in the shortest amount of time, converting all these materials obtained from the various caches into useful products to left for his ascendants and Valkyrie. If the heavenly Daos intended to bring them benefits, he didn't intend to let over 1,000 karmic luck value go to waste by interferingas for the disaster of the starfield. He felt his theory was roughly 98% correct. Even if it wasn't, he had no logical plan or means to safely transport all of his ascendants. While he could use the void ships and place them all in, then traverse the dark void, that wasn't very favorable. For one, the traveling time would be absolutely absurd. It might take decades, if not centuries, using these void ships to travel across the dark void to some habitable starfield. Let's not include the dangers that might exist, such as the start of hour. It was a little too risky. The primary objective is to concoct my first alchemical product. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. His observation of Lin Ming's formation of a false worldly domain had formulated an idea for an alchemical pill. If his thoughts aligned with reality, then the pill should establish a false worldly domain, and maybe even a real worldly domain, prior to the realm world phase. Moreover, the various powers that encapsulated a false worldly domain should be able to help a cultivator comprehend the soul idol, spatial resonance, light reflection, gravity emission, and realm world phases at an accelerated rate. His pounding excitement caused him to bring out his cauldron, filling the cave with utmost purity mist. In another location on the Four Extreme Continent, Ming Shufeng and San Yongli were calmly sitting together within a busy eatery. Despite the change of scenery, society kept moving forward. When will it happen? San Yongli asked Ming Shufeng, sipping a cup of green tea. Ming Shufeng had a bright smile on her gorgeous face, clearly elated by avoiding the catastrophic end of a world realm's core detonation. In 7 days, those beings beyond mortal limits will take action. San Yongli's brows twitched a little. To think I'll be arriving far sooner than I anticipated, but that's fine. A mysterious glint flashed beneath her hood, revealing 2 crimson-colored eyes. I'll make sure you don't get your way this time. Chapter 568-564, Collateral. Shortly after Wei Wuyin left to conceal himself, to focus on using his time in an efficient fashion, a hunched figure seemed to step out of fixed space directly where he was previously positioned. For a full hour the figure revealed itself as an elderly man with pale skin. Numerous wrinkles littered his face with aging, and his arm and leg skin seemed to be filled with yellowish age spots. The essence of old age exuded from him like a gushing geyser. Yet his black Taoist robe with golden embroidery gave him an affluent impression, and his breath was unfathomably stable. While it wasn't enough to form a sharp contrast, he could easily be assumed to be a mortal man at the edge of his grave. The limpid yet lazy gaze of the elder stared at Wei Wuyin's mountain in the eternal sky starfield. Very few would find this elderly man unrecognizable, and even fewer would show him anything but the utmost respect and reverence. He was the Golden Life Pavilion's third manager, Ma Zhang, and he handled many matters that dealt with Ascended of the starfield. The other Ascended was sent packing before Wei Wuyin had transported the Four Extreme Continent by this man, and they dared not even harm Wei Wuyin or Lin Ming despite their interests clashing. Inspiring fear and respect, one could tell that his position was untouchable. Yet he had focused his attention to Wei Wuyin, and most of it was because he was the only Ascended that was aware of the reason for the Four Extreme Continents' collapse and Wei Wuyin's action of bringing it through the void. Despite Wei Wuyin fully knowing this elderly man had settled his focus on him, he didn't have time to waste nor set precautions against someone like him. Therefore, he just ignored him. Ma Zhang observed Wei Wuyan's mountain for a few hours, then his bushy eyebrows furrowed slightly. Within his lazy gaze of dark blue eyes was a faint glimmer of stimulated light. It possessed a faint energy that gave life to Ma Zhang's deflated expression: spatial dragon bloodline, mortal sovereign alchemist, multiple astral souls, elemental heart intent. Ma Zhang casually spoke these 12 words, his tone flat and incomprehensible. After a short moment, he lifted his head and looked at the sky above in a slow manner. A slow blink of his eyelids followed. And he pursed his withered lips slightly with a calm breath out, Tiango. After sensing the incoming star devourer, Ma Zhang withdrew a small white tablet and rubbed it with his right index finger. After a moment, it emitted a dim golden light. With another breath in and a soft breath out, he shook his head while keeping the tablet. Ma Zhang lowered his head and observed Wei Wuyan once again. It took him a long moment before he took a step back, merging with fixed space and vanishing without a single ripple. A cacophony of dragon roars of all types resounded at the Auric Sea. Since the collapse of the restrictive formations of the Auric Sea, the environment had drastically changed as reptilian-like creatures, both winged and unwinged, were swimming within the dark void around it as if it was their natural environment. As star beasts, they could exist in the dark void with utter ease. They consisted of hundreds of thousands of various beasts of the dragon lineage, no matter how distant or intermixed. If they had a trace of draconic aura, they were present. But they were almost all malnourished, their scales were fractured and lusterless, and their auras were distraught and chaotic. After escaping from their nearly 8,000-year imprisonment, their vitality was severely drained and their bodies and bloodline had suffered fundamental damage to their essence. If it wasn't for their united resistance, the World Realms formations would have long since killed them off. The formations would systematically take a set amount of blood energies and life force to support the ecosystem and the various features of the 4 extreme continent, so those who had more energy sacrificed themselves to give the weaker ones more time. Despite that remarkable effort, their numbers that originated from hundreds of millions had been reduced to hundreds of thousands after 8,000 years. Furthermore, the stronger ones died first to give the others more time. It was the greatest tragedy of their species. A single azure-scaled dragon with a single horn was acting as maestro as they directed the various draconic beasts to consume all sorts of flesh and fruits that seemed to be stored elsewhere. Anu had been preparing for their eventual escape for thousands of years, hiding from the prying eyes of those pesky cultivators. Right now, he was the strongest dragon present despite his vitality suffering extreme damage, only surviving and possessing such strength because of a young boy over a decade ago. He brought out the storages of beasts and fruits that he had kept stored and preserved over the years in his internal world for these weakened draconic beasts to feast upon. Take it slow. With his massive body, he roared as the dragons ravenous with hunger tore into the corpses of large beasts and gigantic fruit piles. Mountains of food were being devoured with every passing second. The dragons gave off low roars, but they listened. The once unruly species that ruled a portion of the entire stellar region had suffered until they became obedient, civil, and patient. Their arrogance was grounded down until almost nothing was left. Within his sharp pupils, Anu felt an indescribable emotion within his gaze. A fierce light emanated from Anu's eyes. We will get our revenge, all humans will die by our hands. A righteous anger fueled his words. The scrawny and feeble dragons roared in united rage. The humans had captured them and stuffed them into a prison, slowly extracting their vitality, energies, and essences with merciless means. They treated them like livestock to sustain their race. Anu's claw reached out for a young dragon that had his youth stunted, its teeth finding it difficult to tear into the corpses. It was trying to rip away at the flesh with all its strength. When Anu realized the age of this young green-colored dragon was under 5,000 years old, the emotions in his heart became heavier. This young dragon had been born inside that prison, likely his parents had long since died. There was no way his mother would have survived after giving birth in such a disastrous environment. The young dragon quivered, its dim eyes lifting to find Anu's large claw. Reaching towards it. It was terrified for a moment before the claw moved to the giant corpse and pierced it. A surge of power weakened the flesh. Eat slowly, digestion is important. Be sure to not waste any of it. Anu instructed with a soft voice. Iki. The young dragon couldn't even communicate with its mental energies, and it launched itself at the softened corpse and ate. It was so delicious that it could barely control itself, but it halted and saw the horned dragon staring at it. With a soft snort, it dug into the corpse slower, eating every piece and wasting none of it. This scene caused the embers of anger to be stroked by the older dragons, noting that roughly 6% of the current population was born in that imprisonment, never experiencing the glory of being a dragon, only a slave meant to be drained. They wanted revenge even if it meant their deaths. The scene of hundreds of thousands of dragons swirling around, consuming and devouring within the dark void was utterly terrifying yet strangely warm. Those realm lords and time lords that were exploring the four extreme continent could faintly see this scene, but they were ignorant of these dragons' origins or how they thrived on their energies their entire lifetime. They continued on their way, avoiding them as Anu's pulsating aura gave them cause for pause, a star beast with their own internal world. An elderly voice resounded in the dark void, rippling through the senses of the dragons that were feasting on corpses and fruits. The vigilant roared, sending out pulsating auras of draconic might to find the source. The young cowered behind the stronger, older dragon Sanu took the forefront of this search, its body of 30,000 meters twisted protectively. From the tip of its horn a faint golden light emitted, giving off a strange yet piercing power. You must be a horned firmament dragon. No wonder you have an internal world and escaped the sights of that man all those years ago. The elderly voice echoed out, and a figure stepped out of the dark void with a hunched figure. It was Ma Zheng. Anu sensed the physical aura emitted from Ma Zheng, and its eyes of hundreds of meters turned to focus on that insignificantly small figure that was tens of thousands of miles away. With a violent war that shook the starfield, even pushing some flat continental Earths out of their aligned orbit, a lit-lethy murderous aura from Anu was particularly dense. The horn at its snout was glowing with radiant runes. You should reconsider. At most, you're as strong as a mystic star ascendant. And that was at your peak. Now. Ma Zheng calmly spoke, his voice flat and slow. Yet Anu didn't respond with words, but might. With a powerful roar, he barreled towards Ma Zheng with his gigantic body. The act of aggression was devastating, and the horn on Anu's snout glowed fiercely. Ma Zheng didn't move. Instead, he lazily looked at Anu's charge. In a blink of an eye, Anu had deftly swam through the dark void and used its sharp as swords, large as mountain claws to violently swipe at Ma Zheng. There were no sound waves in the dark void, but a muffled explosion still occurred. Anu's claw was violently quivering as its sharp tip stabbed into Ma Zheng's hand and small body. With a single hand, he halted a claw that was the size of hundreds of meters. There was no change in Ma Zheng's expression. Anu's dragon heart throbbed fiercely. It was about to use its trump card, but Ma Zheng moved. That withered and wrinkled body vanished, reappearing beside Anu's horn. Anu was instantly startled by this speed, seeking to retaliate and reposition, yet Ma Zheng's palm slowly touched his horn and he felt a wave of dread spread throughout his entire body. That body of 30,000 meters that could collapse continents with casual movements was stopped with a single placement of a hand. Anu didn't dare to struggle. Who are you? The anger in its voice covered the abject fear it felt. My name's Ma Zheng. I'm the third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion. Ma Zheng calmly introduced himself, but Anu was entirely unaware of what any of that meant, so it asked a more direct question. What do you want? This elderly man was even more terrifying than that villain who captured them all, putting his species into cages. At least he could exchange blows with him. Ma Zheng calmly glanced at the young dragons and malnourished dragons that stared at them with fear and anxiety in their eyes. The horror of facing a being that might put them back in their cage, destroying their ray of hope, was terrifying to the utmost degree. I'm your savior, Anne. Ma Zheng slowly said, returning his focus onto Anu, your collateral. After saying that, Ma Zheng didn't explain further as he lifted his hand with an open palm. A swirling silver vortex formed at his palm and seemed to be sucking. The dragons roared at this sight and Anu's heart quivered. Without a single ability to resist, the dragons were all drawn into the vortex and shrunk, seemingly sent into an entirely different world in a blank. Hundreds of thousands of dragons, all of them with hundreds of meters in size at least, were sucked into the vortex in the matter of moments. The Auric Sea's environment was cleaned of beasts, and every last dragon vanished. Ma Zheng closed his palm, dispersing the silver vortex. With a soft breath, his hunched figure turned and vanished. During that day, every last beast and beastman in the starfield mysteriously vanished. Chapter 565, World-Shifting Net. Without warning, and mysteriously without any evidence of a culprit, beasts and beastmen of the starfield vanished like a story out of the apocalypse. From the baby fishes swimming in ponds to unborn eggs, even mosquitoes, had vanished. The continental flat Earths and planets went absolutely mad with panic and fear. Were the demons going to be next? Humans. Elves. Who had such means to take every living beast without anyone noticing. It was downright terrifying, and no one wanted to leave their homes. Those who had wives and husbands of beastmen were searching frantically. They even resorted to extreme methods of facing enemies that might have had a hand in it. But when it was revealed that it wasn't limited to just a single location, flat continental Earth, or planet, the world descended into a quiet state. There was almost no conflict during these days, and everyone feared they too would vanish at a moment's notice. People cherished their unknown remaining time, settled their differences, and sought to reveal their feelings to the ones they loved. While some were rejected, others found love and contentment. An unintentional consequence of such abrupt disappearance without explanation. Still, a foreboding atmosphere fell on the continent. On a void ship, Lin Ming and Bai Yushi were standing at the railing as they observed the starfield. Lin Ming was staring at the floating continent that lingered quietly in the distance. This was his home, myriad your continent. There was an emotional glint in his gray eyes, nostalgic remembrance within. It was where he met senior sister Lin, where he changed his destiny and discovered his talent. He was exposed to a greater world early on, and he always knew that he would leave, but to know that it was so soon caused a wisp of bitterness to be born within his heart. Is there really nothing that can stop the Tiango? Lin Ming absent-mindedly asked Bai Yushi. While he had asked this once before, he was unwilling to accept this. Why was the start of our approaching? It wasn't fair that his home was about to meet its end. Bai Yushi glanced at the handsome side profile of this young man beside her, feeling his emotions and wanting to comfort him. But she sighed as her hands lifted only to drop helplessly. Nothing. If the Tiango has spotted this starfield, it'll devour those solar stars without question. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, revealing his tense jaw. What about moving all the planets and continents away? Put them in a world realm. Bai Yushi shook her head. Too little time. Moving flat continental Earths and planets is an arduous task, and establishing a world realm isn't a feat that can be accomplished in a few years, let alone 2 weeks. I'm sorry. There were more intricate reasons, but these were enough. Lin Ming gripped the railing and leaned forward. What if we just saved the myriad your continent? Just one continent. It's possible. Bai Yushi considered it, but a voice sounded out from behind her. The myriad your continent belongs to the Everlore Association. Since they are taking action, if they want to save the continent, they will. If our sect were to take action, it would be no different than stealing what's theirs. Senior sister Lin waltzed into view, her eyes staring at the far-off distance. Lin Ming loosened his grip and sighed, turning around and carrying a faint smile. Senior sister Lin, No need, senior sister Lin calmly halted his next words. She turned to Bai Yushi. I've already received the report from the primary overseer of the Elementus chosen trial. Her voice was flat, but one could sense the hint of anger in her tone. Bai Yushi's expression paled behind her veil, her heart throbbing fiercely. She had directly interfered with the trial and helped Lin Ming develop a false worldly domain, leading him to a careless loophole that allowed him to become chosen. Worse, there wasn't just a single chosen. Wei Wuyin had somehow gained its approval. As the second chosen, it was a gross development that might lead to all sorts of issues. Furthermore, Lin Ming had lost to Wei Wuyin, surrendered to Wei Wuyin and was sealed. After being sealed, an Ascended had intervened and broke his binding 7 more. The Ascended had halted Wei Wuyin from claiming the chosen title prior, directly intervening, yet she hadn't declared Tang Xingyun disqualified due to this interference, completely ignoring her duties as a secondary overseer. She was explicitly there to represent the true element sect and prevent just this from happening. She softly gulped. Lin Ming's heart tense. Senior sister Lin was silent for a moment and looked at Lin Ming. Show me. Show you. Lin Ming was confused. Your domain. Show me, she demanded. Lin Ming nodded. Without hesitation, he tapped into his unique domain seed that formed within his chest, located between both of his breastplates. With a flicker of light, a sphere of translucent light expanded and engulfed a range of 10 meters. It was quite small, but it exuded a distinctively powerful world pressure. Senior sister Lin calmly inspected the false worldly domain and was quite intrigued by its development. Astonishing. To use such a method to forcefully form and implant a domain seed, it's quite exquisite. Ingenious, in fact. Can you sense the powers that comprise it? Lin Ming nodded. I can. I feel that in a month, I'll be able to ascend into the light reflection phase with ease. In 3 years, even the gravity emission phase will be in my reach. Fascinating. Senior Sister Lin exhaled out her awe, finding this development exceptional. For a cultivator to devise a false worldly domain prior to the realm world phase, it was inconceivable. There was an alchemical product that was known for gravity emission phase experts to reach the realm world phase without the tribulation, possessing spatial force and a false worldly domain. It was utterly unprecedented for a spatial resonance phase cultivator to develop one. Can you use spatial force? She asked, intrigued by what limitations and abilities this type of false worldly domain bestowed. Lin Ming frowned, lifting up his hands and focusing with extreme intensity. After a few minutes, a wad of silver light exited from his palm. The wad of light was unstable yet gave off fluctuations of spatial power, spatial force. Bai Yushi exclaimed in amazement. Despite being the cause, she didn't expect the false worldly domain to be able to bestow Lin Ming with such abilities. At most, it might just give him world pressure. Was it possible for Lin Ming to be considered a minor realm lord? Senior Sister Lin stared at the unstable wad of silver light for a long moment, then nodded her head. With this, it shouldn't be an issue for you to establish yourself as a legitimate chosen. At least, in the beginning. Fortunately, the Elementus cash should provide you with enough resources to jumpstart your faction. You might not rival the other chosens initially, but with time and good decisions, you'll not be the least bit inferior. Lin Ming was sent into a strange silence. Bai Yushi's eyes brightened with a joyous light. It seemed her mistake was being ignored, and she wouldn't be punished. She felt the urge to turn and kiss Lin Ming, but she recalled a matter from Senior Sister Lin's words. There was the particular matter regarding the Enlightenment Soul Pulse elixirs. Her soul was still damaged, and she couldn't even cultivate properly. Even thinking was hard for her. Sometimes it is likely that the Ascended will find Lin Ming and ask for the elixir after they reach the starfield. After all, 9th grade alchemical products weren't easy or cheap, let alone soul-mending or restoration products. The value of it would cost even elite Star Lords an arm, their legs, and then some. There was no way they would forget, and Tang Xingyun definitely needed it. Lin Ming's silence turned the situation awkward, his expression turning unsightly. The memory of Wei Wuyin stealing everything and pushing him out was freshly recalled, and a burning hatred exploded in his heart. He was just about to speak, but he thought about something. What about Wei Wuyin? Lin Ming asked Senior Sister Lin. Taken aback, Senior Sister Lin frowned. Wei Wuyin. She knew of this highly regarded Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn, but she was confused why he was brought up. The report mentioned only that Lin Ming had used a loophole to overcome the trial, which caused her anger because his status will certainly be challenged. She wanted him to claim victory directly, but this will do. A spatial resonance genius with a false worldly domain and spatial force will have to be taken seriously by the Elementus Council. If they didn't, they would be fools. When those words were said, Lin Ming's heart throbbed. She didn't know. He glanced at Bai Yushi, but her veil concealed her expression, yet Lin Ming felt her confusion. He thought of something and said, the Elementus cache, it was emptied. Everything had been taken. He lied. No, he explained the situation vaguely without full facts and timeline. What? Senior Sister Lin and Bai Yushi both released exclamations of surprise. Just as they were about to ask for more, as if timely intervention, the dark void started to brighten. A crisscross net of light that resembled an aurora borealis of silver and blue shades blanketed the skies. From the top, bottom, and all sides, the entire starfield was encapsulated by this net of light. Bai Yushi shouted out in surprise, "World-shifting net." Senior Sister Lin calmly said as she regarded the beautifully phenomenal scenery in the dark void, "They're finally taking action." Chapter 570, 566, Neo-Dawn eclipses all. 4 days left. After experiencing one of the greatest and unexplainable vanishing acts since recorded history, the starfield's inhabitants were met with colorful skies that had seemingly manifested without rhyme or reason. The fear, panic, and terror that most felt was unimaginable, but it didn't erupt into chaos, depression, and death. Instead, the flat continental Earths, the planets, the warring clans, and feuding organizations set aside their differences to face it all. Unaware of the Tiango's inevitable descent or the eternal sky starfield's intentions, a strange sense of unity formed in the hearts of countless experts in the Imperial Dawn starfield. A few brave experts banded together to form coalitions to fight against this unknown Lin Ming. Bayushi and senior sister Lin were staring at the net that surrounded the entirety of the starfield, emitting gorgeous lights that brightened the dark void. "What's the world-shifting net?" Lin Ming asked, baffled by the sheer enormity of this net. He couldn't see its end. What type of power was this? Bayushi's astonishment was high, and she wanted to answer. However, her head surprisingly went blank as she tried to speak. It's Dash. From behind her veil, her eyes lost a lot of light and her face winced as a sharp pain originated from the center of her brow. Senior sister Lin turned to Bayushi, her eyes constricted. "Your soul's damaged." She hurriedly arrived by Bayushi's side and pressed her delicate and long index finger against her glabella. A flicker of spiritual light emitted from senior sister Lin's finger. It burst into a smoky cyan-colored light that infused itself into Bayushi's head. Lin Ming was broken out of his amazement, turning to Bayushi with a panicked expression. Bayushi's pained expression eased as her eyelids slowly closed, and she gradually descended into a peaceful sleep. Her body went soft and senior sister Lin grabbed her by the legs, lifting her up in a bridal carry as she kept her eyes focused on Bayushi. Lin Ming hurriedly inquired, "Is she okay?" He was mostly ignorant of the consequences of the engorging foundation method, just that it was inherently dangerous. After all, that young girl lost her life for it. If he had known that could have happened, he wouldn't have agreed to it all. "Her soul is heavily damaged." "How did this happen?" Senior sister Lin's voice was icy, like a frozen tundra manifesting out of nowhere. The soul was very difficult to damage by mortals. In fact, it was almost impossible without special means that exceeded mortal limits. To her, the only ones that can cause this degree of damage was an ascended. And she was well aware that there were ascended that stayed in the Elementus chosen trial, using the trial as their own personal training ground. Yet none of them should act against Bayushi for no reason. The inner rage in her heart was rising to explosive limits. Lin Ming was speechless. He didn't know what to say. That she suffered such terrifying injuries because of him. That he lost the elixir meant to heal such damage. Lost, he could only gawk on as he stayed there, stiffened and petrified. After a long while, senior sister Lin calmed her raging tempest of emotions. "We're leaving soon. Be sure to prepare yourself. The world-shifting net is a special spatial treasure forged by the Void Voyage sect that can transport a large number of life forms across space. It's often used to move flat continental Earths and planets to world realms. In a few hours, it should activate and bring all of the life forms away that fits a certain criteria." Senior sister Lin explained as she walked off, wanting to find a bedding to place the unconscious Bayushi. She didn't specify that the certain criteria will exclude beasts and beastmen. Fortunately, the beasts and beastmen had already been sent elsewhere. In a lone mountain within the desolate lands, a cave was filled to the brim with utmost purity mist. A figure within had messy hair and a slightly haggard expression, but a bright and excited smile. At the moment the world-shifting net emerged, that figure lifted their exhausted yet radiant eyes to the ceiling. "Time's up, I guess." Wei Wuyin had decided to use his time efficiently, concocting as many 8th grade and 9th grade alchemical products in a mad rush. Of course, not before he devised his recipe for his new alchemical product. Fortunately, his concoction speed was unimaginably swift. In these 7 days, he had concocted products without rest and nearly produced 80,000 alchemical products of varied types, all suitable for cultivation or recovery. There were no pellets. After reaching the light reflection phase, obtaining 4 unique primary light sources, the speed that his astral force flowed was incredible, absolutely mind-blowing. The sheer fact that he concocted 80,000 products, all of which were low quality or higher, in 7 days was clear evidence of his accelerated growth as an alchemist. The benefits of a rising cultivation base could not be underestimated. After keeping his cauldron, Wei Wuyin brought out a jade bottle that contained a single pill. It was perfectly spherical and silver in color. It contained a similar, if not exact, shade as Wei Wuyin's irises. Its size was roughly that of an adult eyeball, so it truly seemed like it was Wei Wuin's eye. The pill was brimming with energy flares that gave it a similar appearance as a solar star, with solar flares and bursts of higher radiance in certain areas. It floated at the center of the bottle as if under its own power, not touching the edges at all. Wei Wuyin took a deep breath as he looked at this silver pill with deep, quivering emotion. It was a low-quality pill, at least from what he could gather, as its fullest potential had yet to be excavated, and it belonged to his first-ever self-created recipe. All those years ago, in the Chi condensation realm, the king of Everlore forged his own unique recipe and named it after himself, the Everlore Ascension Pill. Its abilities overturn convention, allowing cultivators to reach the astral core realm perfectly. I never thought that one day, I, Wei Wuyin, would be able to create my own. And it's of a greater tier with a greater effect. With the ability of bestowing cultivators a false worldly domain, giving them the ability to forge a domain seed prior to the realm world phase, infusing them with the essential powers of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th stages, that even soul idol phase cultivators can comfortably take it. With this, cultivators will be able to ponder upon the powers within the domain seed and accelerate their cultivation speed to the utmost limits. This pill will redefine the limits of talent and fortune, changing the convention of cultivation as well. A 9th grade, peak tier alchemical pill. I'll name you. Neodon Eclipse Pill. Wei Wuin's words seemed to speak into existence an unfathomable force, and the silver pill trembled as its radiance erupted into an enchanting brilliance. If the Everlore Ascension Pill is named after allowing one to ascend past their limits perfectly, then this pill will be named because it will eclipse all conventions with its effects. It will forever represent, cultivation has no limits, and a new dawn can always eclipse old conventions. Wei Wuin felt his heart invested into this pill, feeling one with it. The Neodon Eclipse Pill was a unique pill that had never been concocted before, and while the concept wasn't new, with even Lin Ming achieving it, the way it was forged was fresh and utterly costless. There were only benefits, no detriments. There was no flaw. Wei Wuin took several breaths as he calmed his surging emotions, keeping the Neodon Eclipse Pill alongside the others. After cleaning up the mountain, he left and was immediately greeted by the aurora-like net that blanketed the sky. Amazed, he was about to inspect it when a flash of light came from the horizon. He turned around, his eyes exuding a faint light of vigilance. The flash of light belonged to an approaching comet of energy that arrived before him, halting abruptly and floating in front of him. It was a letter. It had golden embroidery with a white design that contained various flora patterns. It was quite beautiful, and even gave off a faint fragrant scent. Wei Wuin was doubtless as to who this belonged to. With a wave of his hand, he caught the letter and found that it was marked by a seal that carried a strange-looking golden rose that looked like a blooming lotus, a mixture of the two. The seal was easily broken as he opened the letter and found a firm rectangular-shaped card inside. The card read, I, third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion, Ma Zheng, invites you to the Golden Life Pavilion in the Eternal Sky Starfield as our honored guest to discuss the matter of the destruction of our 5th world realm, the Devil War realm. Wei Wuin's expression didn't darken or even show any sign of surprise. Instead, he faintly smiled. And even as he looked at the back of the letter, he didn't react much but chuckled softly in amusement. To ensure your timely and certain arrival, the dragons and other beasts of this starfield will be our honored guests until then. Please retrieve them at your leisure. Others might construe this as a threat, but Wei Wuin didn't. If the Ascended sought him or his allies harm, this was the most horrible way to go about it. It reeked of good intentions. Wei Wuin had already received transmissions about their strange disappearances. He had the sneaky suspicion that a force that was shaped or influenced by the likes of Divine King Han Zhe might not act to save beasts, beastmen, or demons. The total absence of them in the 4 extreme continent was very telling. If so, this might be an expression of his karmic luck saving the others. While not a certainty, it was a possibility. But what about the demons? Or is it not the true element sect taking action? Wei Wuin pondered this question for a moment before he set that aside. He didn't have time to consider these things, all that mattered was getting everyone out, in whatever way possible. With a step, he transformed into a blazing comet that streaked across the sky. Chapter 571, 567, Qingye Ying's Departure. While the inhabitants of the Neodon Starfield were experiencing one mysterious phenomenon after the other, not everyone was panicking or reconciling in the face of these unfathomable events. A single man had made it his life mission to secure the future of his lineage, to usher the remaining generation to better prospects. This single man was Qingye Yun, the Alchemist Association's Grand Association Master. The elven leader that had the Neodon Starfield's foremost authority on the alchemic Tao. Since the abrupt and mysterious departure and chaos of the Auric Sea, followed by the sudden existence of various gargantuan beasts lingering within the dark void, he sought to find his descendant, Qingye Ying. At the moment, he had found her. She was located within the desolate land's Grand Quake City, under the protection of the Ascendants. However, the Ascendants and various myriad monarch sect members who had overtaken the city was currently immersed within a strange silence. A week ago, the beastmen of their units vanished without any explanation. Even Tua Bihan, their realm lord, the strongest expert of their starfield, was utterly clueless as to this event. What was worse, this vanishing act wasn't a limited or restricted event. Wherever there were beasts or beastmen, they were taken. This included the tiny fishes in ponds or rivers. There was no beasts or those of beast lineage remaining anywhere. The most frightening aspect was the disappearance of the Ascendant Emperor's sole concubine, Shui Fei. After cultivating the true dragon transmutation method, forming her spirit of cultivation within her heart, her body generated draconic blood intermixed with human blood. She was no different than a hybrid, close to a genuine beastwoman. Shui Fei's disappearance instilled endless panic that they so scoured the entire city and even interrogated everyone within it. Yet only when they received direct orders from Wei Wuyin himself did they calm down. After receiving his calm set of orders, without a hint of panic, they calmed down, yet the situation still weighed on their hearts. Hong Chuanhua was standing before Wu Baozhai, and next to her was a refreshed, cleaned up, and gorgeous Qing Ying. After suffering such traumas of being an alchemic proxy, she had lost a large portion of her haughty edge, but her eyes reflected a thick will. This will could only be forged by adversity and fear, only seen in survivors. Did Wei Wuyin send any more orders? Qing Yang asked with a wisp of anxiety painting her expression. While she may have been hardened by her experience, the various changes in the world was a little frightening. They were all in the world realm, and somehow it had been shifted to planet Wuyu. This was just before an annihilation-like force was about to leak from the shattering sky. They had all saw their deaths at that moment. However, Wei Wuyin's voice echoed out, and then the sky vanished and replaced by hexagonal patterned walls. Then, without warning, they arrived here. Seeing that Wei Wuyin was heard saying what he said, she felt he had answers for why all these events were happening. Hong Chuanhua frowned. You can refer to His Majesty as Ascendant Emperor Wei or Lord Wei. She was aware that the Alchemist Association was just a faction of the Ascendants now, and she didn't like the casual reference. Qing Yang shrunk back, nodding meekly. She was clearly a little intimidated by this auburn-haired swordswoman that saved her life, deciding to spare her life and not end it. She quietly replied, "Sorry, Lord Wei." Hong Chuanhua nodded approvingly, turning to Wu Baozhai and seemingly using her eyes to convey her similar question. But Wu Baozhai shook her head, a worried glint in her eyes. She had lost men too. Other sects like the other hegemonic forces might not deploy beastmen often, but the myriad monarch sect had no qualms with it. They were essentially the beastmen's haven for powerful cultivators. Zen, the former Grand Imperial Sage of the extreme Monarch Mountain, is the epitome of this truth. Roughly 90% of all top-tier beastmen lineages belong to the myriad monarch sect, either within their territory or the sect itself. Just as they were about to continue, a flash of silver light erupted above them. They lifted their heads to see Tua Bihan floating there, beside him as an easily recognizable elven figure. "Grandfather!" Qing Yang exclaimed emotionally, delight and surprise within her tone. Qing Yun looked below and his eyes exploded with elation, and those very eyes had bags that revealed his exhaustion. With a swift fall, he landed. It didn't take long for Qing Yang to throw away all her demeanor as the Princess of Everlore as she dove into his embrace. The two hugged for a long, passionate moment. They had both experienced so many emotions and hardships over this period of time that left them different individuals with different priorities. Qing Yang had experienced an elevation with hope after regaining her talent, achieving her goal, and then suffered as an alchemic proxy for over a year. Qing Yun was sent into a terrifying state of guilt and depression after learning about the collapse of the Auric Sea and the various beasts that swam nearby. Unable to approach and investigate, he deeply regretted listening to that heavenly sage and sending Qing Yang to her death. It was only recently that he was made aware of her presence. But he didn't dare approach the four extreme continent after unknown cultivators reported to be at the Realm Lord level had randomly emerged. It was only after he managed to contact Tua Bihan that he learned of Qing Ying's current location and was able to gain passage to her through him. With Qing Ying in his arms now, the flood of relief was pouring into his mental state. However, Qing Yun didn't hesitate after a little while longer. The touching reunion was amazing, but he needed to confirm something. He sent his spiritual sense into Qing Ying, inspecting her cultivation and meridians, and his eyes brightened. "We need to go," Qing Yun said. He opened his embrace and allowed her to go, albeit reluctant, Qing Yang did. With a swift turn, he clasped his hands and bowed to Tua Bihan. Thank you for protecting her. With a solemn expression, he offered his greatest thanks. Tua Bihan knew a little about Qing Yun's story, and he found it inconceivable that he sent Qing Yang, this alchemic astral soul talent, to a foreign world realm with unknown dangers. She had the lowest possible combat power imaginable for a cultivator, and she was extremely beautiful. That was a dangerous combination. However, it wasn't his place to comment. In the end, didn't it all work out in the end? With a light nod, he vanished in a burst of silver light. Qing Yun was unbothered by Tua Bihan's attitude and grabbed Qing Ying's arm. He was about to take off on flight, establish a temporary void gate, and leave this planet. But Qing Yang halted him with a pull, taking him aback. She looked a little reluctant to leave, turning to look at a location in the distance. There was a human girl with her same name that had sacrificed her talent and meridians for her. She had promised her one thing, freedom. She was unwilling to leave her behind. We need to take one person. Qing Yang turned to her so many greats grandfather with a firm, unrelenting look. She wasn't going to leave her behind, no matter what. Qing Yun frowned. You need to leave. When he said those words, he left heavy implications. Qing Ying's eyes widened with shock, and she felt her heart quake fiercely in response. Understanding his meaning, she bit her lower lip and turned to Hong Chuanhua. She performed a heavy bow, lifting herself up and looking at Hong Chuanhua's eyes. Thank you for saving me. But I have a request, Qing Yang said. This caused Hong Chuanhua to be surprised. With Qing Yun here, she expected this so-called princess of Everlore would be forgetful. Her opinion of her bettered as a response. What is it? Hong Chuanhua asked, observing this gorgeous elf that was highly regarded amongst the Starfield. She was even considered Wei Wuyan's rival in the field of alchemy. Please take care of that human woman with my name until I come back. If you do, I promise that one day I'll repay you with any favor you wish. This request was filled with an earnest tone. Hong Chuanhua didn't expect this type of request. The human woman with the same name was almost fully crippled, her ability to cultivate was severely restricted. She frowned for a long moment, before she sighed. With a soft nod, she agreed. It wouldn't hurt to have an alchemist's favor. Qing Yang joyously smiled, giving another deep bow. She gave one last glance at the direction that the other Qing Yang rested. With a silent vow, she grabbed Qing Yun's hand and they vanished. The two would leave via a temporary void gate, arriving on the planet Myriad Transformation, and the gate of Myriad Excellence Tower was opened and Claw said their official journey as a true alchemist with an alchemic astral soul had begun. Shortly after, the world-shifting net formed and encapsulated the entire starfield. This brought another wave of panic as void gates no longer functioned. Trapped on whatever planet or continent they were on, the inhabitants had more reason to panic. What the hell was happening? Soon after, amid the panic, a tall, handsome, and silver-eyed figure flew towards Grand Quake City. Chapter 572-568, Left Behind. Wei Wuyan arrived at Grand Quake City's tall walls that contained no entrance. The design that was established to fend off against the season of devils had been rendered obsolete and a definitive flaw of city design. However, Wei Wuyan was unbothered by this limitation as he flew over the wall. Normally, this would instigate forces to retaliate, but the city was already under his control. Before he could even inspect the environment, he felt the movement of spatial power before him and in a silver flicker, Tua Bihan appeared. This old man was still dressed in grey robes and carried a casual air despite being regarded as the strongest expert of the Starfield. When Tua Bihan met the familiar aura at the city walls, his eyes shone as he regarded Wei Wuyan. You're back, he revealed, a smile on his face. Wei Wuyan nodded, faintly smiling. Tua Bihan recalled Shui Fei's disappearance. He had scoured the area as well, and more thoroughly than others. If anyone felt guilty at this event, it was him. Unable to protect the little boss's beautiful concubine was a gross mistake that, if on mortal standards, might lead to execution. However, Wei Wuyan waved him off. I'm well aware of what happened and why. When you get to the Eternal Sky Starfield, be sure to tell Mahjong to take good care of Shui Fei, Nyla Shur, and Zuhiyai as well. As for the dragons, I'll cover their cost too. Tua Bihan was confused by those words. Eternal Sky Starfield. Mahjong. Was this person responsible for taking all the beasts and those of bestial lineage away? If so, how terrifying was this mahjong? Oh yes, Wei Wuyin forgot about a specific detail, they'll be in the Golden Life Pavilion. Remember that name? Tua Bihan subconsciously nodded. He had already set himself to being Wei Wuin's subordinate wholeheartedly, so if he gave orders, then he'd follow them even in the face of death. Wei Wuyin softly smiled, sensing the ascendants and Wu Baozhai that were within the city. He didn't fly towards them or give them some explanation. Instead, he said to Tua Bihan, "You have a very important assignment. You must, without fail, accomplish this. Do you understand me?" Hearing that serious tone, Tua Bihan stood a little bit straighter. "Your wish, Your Majesty." Wei Wuyin felt a warmth in his heart. Tua Bihan had always referred to him as strange titles, oftentimes including little or boss in the title, but this direct usage of a proper title reflected his understanding of the importance of this mission. Wei Wuyin withdrew a large silver rectangular box. It was forged from white wood, brimming with ample elemental wood energies that flourished with life. There were intense yet swarming spiritual light flowing over its surface. It was utterly gorgeous. Within this box is 18 rings. They are all marked with specific names, either for an individual or a group. They contain alchemical products and raw resources. I need you to deliver each of these rings to those they belong to. They have special seals on them, and if they aren't given the correct seal, opening a spatial ring will cause the space to collapse. There's a ring for you, but you can only view and withdraw from your own. The seals can only be transferred once, and they can't be placed on the same person besides you. If they do, they'll vanish. Wei Wuyin pushed the box to Tua Bihan, who hesitated as he looked at the box. It seemed so heavy for some reason. He felt like this was a parting gift. It was clear that Wei Wuyin knew something he didn't, but was it going to force him to leave such an important task to a mere realm lord? For some reason, his throat felt dry. "Can you do it?" Wei Wuyin asked. Tua Bihan snapped out of his stupor and reached out. Despite the light weight of the box, the comfortable aura, it felt like he was holding a starfield. If he knew Wei Wuyin, this box might contain hundreds, if not thousands, of alchemical products at the 9th grade. The box has a special spell formation placed on it, and unless it's your spiritual sense, it'll be impossible to peer into it. If the spell formation is triggered, it'll shift away and try to locate you. So don't be scared to abandon the box if need be. With every instruction of Wei Wuyin, Tua Bihan felt the responsibility weigh heavier on his shoulders. When you get to the Golden Life Pavilion, give Mahjong the ring meant for him. Tell him that it's a down payment. There's handwritten letters in each ring, be sure that they each are aware of them before you leave. Understood. Wei Wuyin said his last words of instructions. Tua Bihan sharply nodded, but the heavy feeling in his heart increased. Your Majesty. No need for an emotional show, I'm not dying or vanishing. Wei Wuyin chuckled heartily, feeling quite relaxed after leaving this task to Tua Bihan. While he rather gave it to Su Mei, her absence on the continent left him with Tua Bihan, a similarly reliable individual. Furthermore, Tua Bihan was old, yet Su Mei might gain opportunities in this new starfield. He didn't wish to waste that karmic surge, not even a bit. Very soon, that colorful net in the dark void will send you far away. Be sure to find the ascendants. While they can thrive alone, be sure they don't forget their origins. When I or others come calling, they better respond. Once an ascendant, always an ascendant. Wei Wuyin's voice leaked a little bit of emotion, but there was no fear or grief. It was clear that this was brought about by his own choice, and it wasn't one filled with regret. Why aren't you coming with? Tua Bihan couldn't help but ask. He still didn't understand the situation, but from what he could gather, the starfield and everyone was being prepped for transportation to this eternal sky starfield. And Wei Wuyin, he wasn't coming. Wei Wuyin looked at the sky, his silver eyes brightened with a glint of power. When Tua Bihan saw his eyes, it was as if he could peer into the secrets of the world and observe things far beyond his understanding. Recalling the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, his heartbeat raced. He never knew if Wei Wuyin successfully cultivated it or not. But finding out that he had left him emotional, Wei Wuyin didn't answer. There was no need. But in his heart, a single sentence was said, "It's coming for me." This was the feeling he had felt, and it coincided with the timeline he constructed. Perhaps his eye of truth increased in power after his ascension to the soul idol phase, allowing him to view and understand more, but pairing the fact that his glimpse of the starfield's demise was directly after his advancement and so was when Mingna's vision happened after, then the Tiango, this star devourer, was coming here for him, honed onto him. How could he leave? Wouldn't the eternal sky starfield be in danger as well? What about Bai Lin? What about his home? There were too many reasons why he couldn't leave. The heavenly Daos found it difficult to peer into his existence, being fooled by his bloodline of sin, and the world trend was very difficult to gather direct information from, so they couldn't determine the culprit, but he was almost certain of his theory. Wei Wuyin. A voice resounded from below the city walls, causing Wei Wuyin to look beyond Tua Bihan to spot the beautifully enchanting Qin Qiumu. Her emerald eyes gleamed with joy as she ran towards him. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but once again realize that Qin Qiumu was a world-toppling, breathtaking beauty that could define an era with her looks alone. With a warm and large smile, he waved at her with energy. Before her, he was just Wei Wuyin, not that devastatingly reputable ascendant emperor. Without warning, the world-shifting net brightened and shot down trillions of pillars of lights from every direction. With unfathomable speeds, they descended and engulfed every single figure of every single living human, demon, and elf in the starfield, Wei Wuyin included. However, Wei Wuyin released his draconic aura, unleashing a faint roar, and the pillar instantly dissipated around him, as if correcting in accordance to predetermined and set parameters, no beasts allowed. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events, including Tua Bihan who tightly clutched the box with both hands. We'll definitely meet again. Be sure to take care of yourself, Wei Wuyin smilingly said. Unfortunately, Tua Bihan couldn't hear Wei Wuyin or see him. His vision and hearing was sealed off by the aurora-like pillar of light. He stared at Wei Wuin's previous location with intense, quivering emotions. Boom. The pillars were all sucked into the net. The net flashed with bright, blinding silver light, and then vanished from the sky as if it was never there, and the Neodawn starfield went quiet. Only a single man remained. Chapter 573-569, A Quiet Place. The Imperial Dawn starfield was quiet. Not just in noise, but life, motion, and flow. There was an absence of all things, seemingly transformed in the matter of mere moments. There was only one continuously flowing breath, one powerfully throbbing heartbeat, and one thriving intelligent life form throughout the entire starfield, Wei Wuyin. The dreadful feeling of isolation and silence did little to move Wei Wuin's heart. It felt almost the same as when he was little, just a young man who'd lost everything and entered an unknown, cruel world without anyone's protection. It felt almost the same as facing a nearly impossible and soul-threatening challenge like the calamities of hell without any assurances. It was a feeling that he had long since grown used to. However, for a moment, he heard a single word in the forefront of his mind that brought a shine to his silver eyes. We. That dark-haired, dark-eyed female figure that had a stoic yet stern expression emerged in his thoughts. From being another's favorite plaything, to a capable lieutenant, to his most trusted ally, he felt a strange, inexplicable feeling of absence arise from this imagery. His right hand subconsciously tightened to a fist as he stared at the vast sky, the dry and desolate breeze blowing through his hair. For a moment, he wondered if dispersing the transportation power was the right decision. But only for the briefest of moments, as the regret that had nearly seeded into his mind was wiped clean by his reality. He was a dangerous variable in everyone else's lives. Furthermore, he had to consider the fortuitous encounters that his karmic surge would lead those connected to him via karmic ties. He hoped that when he saw them again, they would all become characters with deeper foundations and insight into the world of cultivation. In the future, he hoped they'd forge themselves into excellent cultivators suitable for any and all of his future intentions. Future. Just a few days ago, Wei Wuyin was never confident about that word. It alluded to a sense of unlikelihood that disturbed the mind. Yet after the second calamity was overcome, that word was empowered and renewed in his mind. He was no longer facing the inevitable, the impossible, and the absurd as a mere mortal. Just a difficult challenge meant to be conquered. What's next? Wang Yuqian's voice resounded, breaking Wei Wuyin out of his thoughts, and reminding him of the lingering consciousness within the chandelier. The ancient cultivator's voice carried immense curiosity. I have roughly 4 days before the star devourer arrives. I have some free time, Wei Wuyin answered with a faint smile. Despite the approaching existence that can devour solar stars, devastate starfields, and freely roam the dark void, Wei Wuyin seemed without the slightest trace of fear or urgency. 3 days left, myriad monarch planet. The 3 solar stars illuminated the quiet lands, seas, and forests of the planet. At the myriad monarch sect, made up of 5 mountains that imperiously pierced into the sky, a figure garbed in a black tight-fitting martial outfit exited out of the fixed space above. Wei Wuin's silver eyes peered at the formerly thriving sect that contained millions of cultivators and beasts, now devoid of even the slightest activity. The numerous families and factions that had settled themselves here had lost their home, losing everything in the matter of moments. To those unaware of their ensuing departure, quite a few vaults that stored treasures and resources remained untouched. These stores of resources were useless to them now, but Wei Wuyin wouldn't just ignore them. In the last 20 or so hours, he had ventured into the various hegemonic planets and snuck into their formations. Without anyone operating or maintaining them, even if they were established by Ascended, they were easily breached. He didn't hesitate to sweep them all clean, taking what's valuable and leaving only the scarcest of breadcrumbs. Fortunately, his actions of slaughtering in the 4 extreme continent and being the Holy Sun had bestowed him with numerous spatial rings with independent spaces. He had used many of them for Tua Bihan's mission, but he still had dozens left. Even if he hadn't, there were many locations where spatial rings were lingering about on corpses or hidden in battlefields. With a little effort, he had gathered hundreds from the 4 extreme continent. This was the last planet that he hadn't taken for everything it's worth. Even the astral stones that maintained the formations weren't left behind. The scenery of the myriad monarch sect brought memories that caused Wei Wuyin to pause in midair, observing the layout and exquisiteness of those 5 mountains. He recalled his first time arriving here, how astonished and mind-blown he was that something like this even existed. He recalled Bouquet, the demons that greeted him when he first arrived. His status as an unofficial king alchemist and sky noble caused that white-haired demon to display an amicable and approachable feeling. Despite Bouquet's high status, he still humbly lowered himself. When he recalled that, he remembered his various adventures in the myriad monarch sect. When he traveled to the alchemic Dao Pavilion where he met Tua Bihan, that lackadaisical grey-robed figure. After obtaining some imperial merits, he obtained the Heavenly King title and learned about the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity in a single moment. He had leapt to the stars. After entering Martial King's Dao Pavilion, he experienced his first fight against an astral core realm cultivator. His name was Gu Hao, an earthly elite rank disciple. He belonged to the Grand Axis faction, and he rudely injured Xiao Bai. After seeing this monkey step forward to serve as an example, he established his presence with a single move, eliminating the Grand Axis faction without lifting a single finger. The entire sect knew from that day forward that Wei Wuyin, a newly ascended Heavenly King, had arrived. His reputation started on that day, and it led to him becoming one of the most influential figures in the entire sect. With his rapid concoction speed, incredible success rate, and deft understanding of cultivators' inherent natures, he grasped an unfathomable amount of power through bribery and forging connections via networking. Wei Wuin's figure slowly flew as he thought up to here, unwittingly finding himself above the execution platform. This was the location where his reputation, his power, firstly displayed itself to the entire sect. Just the mere mention of his name had halted an execution with clear-cut guilty parties. In 3 years, he had the might to bend the rules to his will with a single sentence. Bei Ming, the captain-class enforcement knight, had her ability to give birth renewed by his products, and she upheld him with the highest levels of respect and gratitude. Without hesitation, when his name was shouted, she shattered the falling blade mere inches from Qin Qiumu's neck, saving her life. The Ji clan fell that day. It was the first sign that this Heavenly King that had stayed in the sect for a mere 3 years had his hands unfathomably deep into the sect's foundations. It elevated to the point where even the Grand Prince, a figure anticipated and desired by all, was vastly overshadowed by him. With a step, he used spatial shift and entered the 8th level of the Extreme Creation Mountain. His reforged sky palace quietly floated there. It had been forged by a talented architect after he destroyed his previous one by accident. With a faint smile, he remembered the day Bai Lin soared into the dark void for her nirvanic transformation. With a fierce momentum, the two soared to the skies and decimated the sky layers one by one without fear. She reached the dark void and burst into gorgeous flames, her body and aura vanishing along with it. She turned into ash that day. But I've always felt you near me, Wei Wuyin said as he touched his chest, feeling the faint pounding of his heart. Bai Lin had searched for him for almost 2 years. When he lost himself, she suffered endless loneliness and dangers while he went off to the Eden Earth sect without his sense of present self. Still, she remained close by for almost 9 years, always being ready for his return. Now, wasn't he doing the same? Waiting for her to return. Even if he had to wait for 1,000 years, he'd do so in a heartbeat and not a single word of reluctance. After taking what he could from the sky palaces, he left for other areas. It took him a few hours to take things from the vault, storage spaces, and other valuable locations that had been left untouched. With all the hegemonic planets being visited, taken for all that remained, there was one location left for him to visit. His home. Chapter 574 to 570, A World Unforgettable. Chapter 574, 570, A World Unforgettable. 3 days left. As the planets, continental flat Earths, solar stars, and lunar satellites kept revolving, pushing forward in a starfield with almost no long left to admire their radiance or vast presence, a lone figure arrived on a small continent that floated in the dark void. The myriad-year continent. Within a floating tower that housed a void gate, Wei Wuyin appeared. Despite the void gates losing their functionality due to the world-shifting net, for Wei Wuyin, who achieved the 10-ringed spatial resonance and possessed void energies, reinitiating them was but a mild inconvenience. Wei Wuyin observed his present location. A wisp of emotion flickered within his eyes. This was the Wu astral tower that his brother had always dreamed of reaching, of seeing with his own 2 eyes, and yet could never do so. A beacon, he believed it was, yet the truth was even more wondrous than his brother could have ever imagined. It housed a void gate that allowed cultivators to travel anywhere and any place. A truly breathtaking invention that redesigned the entire cultivation world, allowing connections to form. If only you knew, Wei Wuyin wistfully shifted out of the tower, arriving above the heavenly Wu city, observing the once bustling streets and lively atmosphere that had become desolate and lacking all signs of life. Wei Wuyin let loose an internal sigh. He learned from Su Mei about the fate of the Wu country. After Wu Jiao had claimed ownership of the myriad-year continent, his rule was incredibly brief due to Long Chen. That day, Wu Jiao had turned numerous allies of Long Chen into a bloody mist, killing them without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Ling hadn't inferred. It was the first sign of Long Chen's deficient karmic luck value, but Long Chen's oath was still upheld in the end. When his strength reached a sufficient level, Su Mei had informed him that Long Chen had thundered to the myriad-year continent, and challenged Wu Jiao to imperial combat. The fight was fierce, but Long Chen claimed victory and crushed Wu Jiao into bloody paste out of revenge. His son, Wu Chen, who had supported Long Chen's actions to free Lin Xian from the crown prince's grip, ascended as king soon after. With Long Chen's support, no one questioned or fought against his authority. It seemed the country was filled with flourishing fortune, far beyond what he saw before. Wu Chen was a good ruler. Wei Wuyin didn't spatial shift this time, flying manually through the air as he was immersed in his memories once again. He traveled backwards, recalling his first ever face-to-face meeting with the Emerald Beauty, Qin Qiumu. He had assumed she was Jiu Lang due to her aura being extremely similar Jiu Lang. A beautiful yet lethal femme fatale that was the central antagonist of his early years as a core disciple. They clashed many times, both in the open and behind closed doors. Her belief that he had some ungodly cultivation treasure brought endless suffering to his life, yet all he had was an astounding talent and a little bit of luck. It was shortly after that meeting that he met Long Chen, the man who killed him in another time. Yet in this one, Long Chen was the one beheaded by his saber. He never realized the irony within it until this very moment, and how life can sometimes be flipped entirely on its head. His flight carried him through the various territories of the Wu country, and while everything was the Wu country after Wu Jiao's ascent, he found himself in the territory of the once well-established Xian country, south of the old Wu country. A decade or so ago, an incredibly tall, wide, and majestic tree was once present for the entire continent to see. It reached for the skies with all its desires. It had collapsed after losing its spirit, taking down the millions of life forms that selfishly used it as a home, burrowing into its body without permission despite its pain and reluctance. Wei Wuyin felt the pulsating ripples from Eden within his sea of consciousness. The level of emotions he felt was indescribable. This had been Eden's home for so many years. It was its birthplace. Its home. Its past. A young man entered into the Eden Earth sect and willingly allowed Eden's sentient mind to enter his own in hopes of helping it escape its predicament. While Eden intended to take over as the central consciousness, the fact Wei Wuyin's other self allowed it was telling that he sympathized with Eden's fate. "Do you miss it?" Wei Wuyin asked. He didn't know why, but he felt this question needed to be asked. "Yes. But I'm living my greatest dream, my best life, with the best souls as my family. I have no regrets." Eden's words were slow, yet it contained an unfathomable steel-like firmness. It was a mere slave to others, ignored and abused, yet it still missed the days it grew without limit, basked under the sun, and the quiet of its early days. It was alone then, but now, and until its death, it would never be. This was its greatest dream. He. Best soul. I'm the bestest. Ori chimed in with a joyous laughter. TCH, King made its signature sound, yet it came out a little strange, as if it was stifling a sniffle. Kratos remained silent, but the erratic beating of the heart betrayed its emotions out of all his astral souls. Eden was the only one that existed before him, had a set of memories that belonged solely to it. When he first formed Eden, he was suspicious that Eden might have ill intentions, might be out of his own objectives, due to this strange individuality, but after their continuous trials and tribulations, he realized his thinking was far too naive and ignorant. Eden's wish was always to find its family. Even when it was just a tree, it tried to grow as tall as possible to touch the solar star and the lunar satellite in the sky, treating it as the family waiting for it. In the end, it found them: Oriana, King Kratos, and himself. Thinking about it, even before Eden became a part of him, they were kindred spirits. That day, he lost everything. And left with nothing, he cultivated for the sake of surviving and vengeance, nothing more. It was only after he completed his greatest goal, got his greatest desire, that he felt truly alone. Yet cultivation directed him with continued purpose, and allowed him to thrive forward for his dreams. It took a while before he realized that his everything, through cultivation, was slowly being rebuilt. Without the engulfing despair, he fought to survive and thrive against all odds for himself. No one else now. He too had found his family. He found that cultivation had granted him the power that he lacked, the freedom that he desired, and the fact that as long as he lived, he'd never be alone again. He soon found himself in a city. The city that held his greatest and most impactful memories within. Red Dove City. Where, for him, it all began. Chapter 575, 571, Remembrance. Red Dove City wasn't extremely developed or advanced technologically. It was situated in a relatively lackluster location with few low-yield essence stone mines stationed nearby. There was a steady workflow that made it self-sufficient, but the agricultural aspect was its bread and butter. The city had a few plantations that set it apart from others, being well-versed in exporting. It grew various herbs, including the herb that established its name, Red Dove Sage. The was used as a cooking additive and material for Foundation establishment realm-level alchemical products. The most popular product was the meridian-stimulating pill. Wei Wuin arrived at the unguarded gate, noticing that its circular shape was distinctively different than he remembered. It had been more than 20 years since he last came here. When he did, the ground was soaked in blood by his men. By his saber he softly touched the changed gate, remembering his wrathful return. The scent of blood that attacked his nostrils, the screams of despair and pleading cries, and the anger. The anger was the most memorable moment. It was the only thing he felt, completely raw and unabated by the slightest of gentleness. Is this your home? Wang Yuqian's voice interrupted his thoughts. Rightfully so, as the rage that had once vanished had somehow reappeared, and even his silver eyes were slowly being dyed in a vengeful red. Those words broke him out of this ensuing hole of memories. But he didn't answer for a long time, standing there for over an hour as he looked at the gate. Time seemed to lose its importance at this moment, seemingly becoming inconsequential. It was. After saying those two words, he entered the city with steady steps. The buildings were all open. Some restaurants had plates of food and cups of drink still out in the open. The sudden and abrupt relocation of the citizens of the city was apparent. He arrived at the main street, observing the unlit, 10-feet-tall lamp poles that would be illuminated at night. A young boy, no more than 3 years old, with short black hair and silver eyes, had his legs and arms wrapped around a lit lamp pole with a decorated lamp at the top, the darkness of the night being dispersed by the faint burning radiance within. There were beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he tried to pull himself closer to the flame. "What are you doing?" a voice echoed out behind him. It was soft, gentle, and maternal. The warmth it radiated was comforting, yet the questioning tone held a little amusement at the boy's antics. I'm trying to get it." The young boy grunted as he slipped down the pole powerlessly. His concentration being broken led to his downfall. However, he didn't quit as he tried to climb again. "The lamp. You think it's pretty?" the voice asked. Yes. Yes." The boy gritted his teeth unyieldingly as his attempts led to eventual failure once more. Why do you want it? We have plenty of pretty things at home. After failing one last time, the boy slipped down on his buttocks and stared at the flame within the lamp with a disgruntled pout. Dai Lin said she's scared of the dark, and she likes pretty things. If I can get it. Oh. Little Dai. I see, the voice was quite amused. Then work hard. Mama. Can't you get it for me? The boy asked with a heavy pour of pleading in his voice. If I get it for you, then it'll be as if I got it for little Dai. You don't want that, do you? The warm voice neared closer. The fragrance that it contained was enchanting, relaxing the mind and soothing the restless heart. The young boy grunted, no. Good. Now, the voice urged. The young boy took a deep breath and rose back up. The concept of giving up, of allowing others to accomplish your goals, wasn't a principle he held in his heart. With a few more leaps and climbs, getting the hang of it, a decorated lamp went missing that day. Wei Wuyan's eyes were fixated on the lamp at the top of the pole. While it lacked the festive decorations, the design was the exact same. He kept moving, passing the various street stalls that had cold food and warm drinks lying around. There were also all sorts of trinkets sold by peddlers. When I was young, I would often come here to buy random trinkets. I collected things I'd never seen before, put them in display cases and kept them in a small room. Wei Wuyan's words flowed naturally, recalling his habits. Why? Wang Yuqian asked. I swore to myself that I would find all these things myself one day. Not buy them, just a reminder of my dream to travel the world one day. Wei Wuyan wistfully looked at the empty streets, then lifted his gaze towards the horizon in the distance. It's a funny story, actually. Everything I collected was destroyed long ago, but I did travel the world. When I lost myself for almost a decade, I traveled with the help of my sect and collected all those things and more. I guess even though my mind wasn't me, I was still me. Him in the Eden Earth sect traveled a lot after completing his alchemic soul and obtained status. His desires somehow leaked and he was brought to various countries of the myriad-year continent, saw all sorts of things as he practiced the alchemy. Wei Wuyan kept walking until he arrived at the central square. This was the location where public executions and citywide announcements were held. A somewhat skinny man with despair written on his face emerged in his mind. That man then said the most ridiculous thing as his last words, resulting in an uproar of laughter. In the end, the man was saved by him and brought away Du Ling. That moment had changed his viewpoint of people, of life inside him. The sorrows he felt prior had been washed away as he came to that realization. The lovable chubby butler had found a family and became an outer elder of the Scarlet Solaris sect. Prior to the abrupt departure, Wei Wuyan kept religious tabs on him to ensure his happiness. The guy that could only speak his most nonsensical desire facing death had established a family, having a litter of children, and a harem of his own. Years ago, he was extremely tempted to bring him away. To travel after leaving the Scarlet Solaris sect, but he stopped himself. Du Ling wasn't a talented cultivator, and he was living his greatest dream. Ensuring his continued safety and prosperity of his ever-growing family was enough. At that time Wei Wuyan had wanted to wait until he overcame the calamity of hell, knowing that he could do so, before he returned to bring Du Ling to a grander world. This was especially so after learning that Du Ling had attempted to end himself 3 times after his disappearance. It was Su Mei who kept him alive, gave him another purpose in life, and helped him become an outer elder. If he were to vanish again, we'll see each other again, one day. From the square, Wei Wuyan could see a tall mountain in the distance to the east. It was once covered in faint violet-colored mist that gave off a demonic feeling, but now it was simply a lifeless mountain. A teen boy, roughly 13 years old, arrived at the base of a mountain covered in violet mist. The mist exuded an aura of discomfort, yet the boy's silver eyes radiated a desire for adventure. Wait. Wuyan, wait. A young teen girl, human, delicate, and pretty, was running behind him. Her expression was pale as she arrived, her breathing a little haggard. She clutched against the boy's arm with both hands. We can't. The savage demons exist there. Savage demons. That's what those old farts say. What's beyond isn't something we'll know until we see it ourselves. The confident tone in the young boy's voice was in full force, suffused with excitement. The unknowns of the mountain invigorated his senses and pounded his heart. No. Wuyan. We can't. The teen girl pleaded, fear apparent in her eyes. Dai Lin, don't you trust me? With a bright, attractive smile that could swoon the hearts of most women, the boy turned and asked. Stammering, the young girl's pale complexion was overrun by a pinkish blush. She was already swept in his pace, unable to extricate herself. Then, let's go. That was the day his life changed forever, a life filled with heartrending partings that'll last forever. His legs soon brought him further into the city until he found it. The location where most of his childhood memories were. It was also the location where the most painful memories started. The residence that he, his brother, and his parents once lived in. Chapter 576, 572, Another Life. 2 days left. A full day and night passed as Wei Wuyan's tall, upright, and lonely figure stood directly outside the entrance of his former residence. There was no gloominess within his aura or feelings of depression, merely a soft silence of remembrance. Will you go in? Wang Yuqian asked. There was a time limit, and if one looked to the sky at the right moment or orbital alignment, a faint white dot in the vast dark void was becoming more and more enlarged. The end of this starfield was coming. No. Wei Wuyan calmly answered, closing his eyes and taking a deep, unfathomably greedy breath of air. The scent of the pine trees that grew beside the residence and the familiar smell of red dove sage in the air was invigorating, bringing him back to a lifelong past. Why? If you don't enter, you might not get another chance. Since meeting Wei Wuyan, Wang Yuqian had always been curious about his upbringing, and how someone like him had been born in this world. Whether in terms of being fearless or outright cunning, there were few youths he'd met in his entire lifetime that rivaled him in either, yet he had both. The willingness to risk one's life to save an entire continent, the ability to destroy a world realm's core at the light reflection phase, or the flawless execution of numerous plots. Be it the Holy Clan's downfall or his masqueraded surrender to Lin Ming. There was a level of foresight, willpower, and intelligence that was hard to nurture in juniors his age. Wei Wuyan didn't refute Wang Yuqian's words. The grave of his unborn child, Dai Lin, and his older brother were all located here. With the upcoming destruction of the starfield, if this inevitably was truly inevitable, then this might be the last chance he'd get to see them. I can't. Wei Wuyan softly stated, his eyes opening to view the entrance before him. Wang Yuqian didn't respond. He waited. Wei Wuyan eventually continued, I swore to myself that while they'll be in my heart, they won't dictate my future. I can't allow my past, no matter how terrifying, to affect my next steps. What does that mean? Wei Wuyan clasped his hands together. It means that if I were to see them, I'll do something irrational, illogical, and if I were to meet them again one day in the boundless world of reincarnation, or through some other miraculous phenomenon that I've yet to understand, I will not be able to face them. I have to live my life. The life I had with them, it ended the day I got vengeance. I can't get it back. I'll never have it again. Wei Wuyan answered as he turned around, slowly floating into the sky. Then why did you come back? These memories must be painful to you. Wang Yuqian tried to delve deeper, feeling as if he was on the cusp of understanding Wei Wuyan's unique psyche and outlook on life. To remember where I come from, and what made me me. I can't allow it to affect my future, but I can allow it to strengthen my established beliefs, principles, and sense of self. To serve as lessons, to remind me why I cultivate, to remind me how I wish to live. But they must be just that, memories of the past to remind me. Not the existence of my present to influence me. Wei Wuyan's floating figure grew further and further away from Red Dove City. Wang Yuqian understood a little. The corpses of his loved ones might instigate a sense of emotion that will force him to protect them, their already deceased corpses, their long-departed homes. To add, he was unwilling to carry their corpses with him. The very act was like dragging along your past with you, chains of my past life. Shackles of unknown future. Present is unchanged. Wei Wuyan halted abruptly midair. Where did you learn that from? Wei Wuyan questioned, a faint rare quiver in his voice. Wang Yuqian was briefly taken aback. He had just said that poem out of understanding Wei Wuyan's mindset. The unwillingness to allow the past to be dragged along with you, forever keeping yourself on a bind of unchanging decisions. You, as a person, will find it difficult to move on with your best life, pursue your best, unrestricted future, if the past remains in chains tethered to you. It was a poem said by a friend of mine on a day when we were discussing casually. Do you know it? He didn't expect something he heard over 10,000 years ago would be known by an underdeveloped cultivation society. Wei Wuyin took several deep breaths before calming down. It was something my brother would tell me often. He once said that mother recited this poem to him when he found it difficult to progress in his cultivation. So whenever I would grow frustrated by my past failures, seeing no results, he would recite it to me. Wang Yuqian couldn't believe it. Was it a coincidence? After a brief moment of mutual silence, he asked, "Do you know the second part of it?" Second part? Wei Wuyin frowned. There was a second part? Yes, Wang Yuqian responded. My friend said the second part is most crucial, yet often forgotten. It goes like this. Past ties bind present. Will resets, mind resets, free. Future in my eye. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. After hearing that, he resumed leaving the airspace of Red Dove City. What do you think? Wang Yuqian asked. He wasn't quite sure the exact meaning behind this series of poems, but he understood enough to attach them to specific situations. However, the second part eluded him greatly in intent. It even seems contradictory. After all, resetting one's mind was a little too radical and meant losing yourself, losing your future. I don't have any thoughts towards it. It sounds beautiful though. Wei Wuyin didn't delve into his own thoughts of the second part, feeling that it was unnecessary. Unable to satiate his curiosity by picking Wei Wuyin's brain, Wang Yuqian didn't mention it again. It would be far too much for a junior to understand the truth behind such profound literature. Wait, am I bringing in my own bias? Wang Yuqian realized his casual disregard for Wei Wuyin was based on age, but could he be defined by age? Wisdom and intelligence can't be determined by age, but by experiences and open-mindedness. It's probably something you either understand or you don't, like the aspects of cultivation. A second part that is often forgotten, yet most crucial. An underlying meaning that brings realization. It truly is reflective of cultivation. After this series of thoughts, the two found themselves at the sky layer of the Myriad-Year continent. They lingered at this area that required just a little bit of a higher elevation to enter the dark void. This Stardevourer, this Tiango, do you know anything else about it? Wei Wuyin asked, looking at the white dot in the far-off distance enlarging with every passing minute. It was getting closer and closer. The Stardevourers are strange existences. They often exist in flourishing stellar regions, not desolate ones like this. Wang Yuqian commented, finding it quite strange. Stellar regions. You've said this many times. I don't understand what that means. Wei Wuyin hadn't fathomed the scope of Wang Yuqian's knowledge, and he didn't want to risk overreaching and losing focus prior to the calamity of hell, but it seems this knowledge will be extremely important going forward. Oh. Right. Right. Well, how vast do you think our world is? Wang Yuqian was a little excited as he asked, realizing that Wei Wuyin was like an unwatered flower awaiting the waters of knowledge. Very, Wei Wuyin answered, I can tell you that the scope of your understanding of the word vast isn't even close to reality. Wang Yuqian was clearly excited, even his voice was quivering slightly. A stellar region consists of numerous starfields, and each starfield has a centralized solar stars orbited by a varied number of planets, flat continental Earths, lunar satellites, and other celestial objects. Do you know the average number of starfields in a single stellar region? Wei Wuyin pouted. Obviously, he didn't. Roughly 10,000. And that's average. It only counts legitimate starfields, not the typically millions of solar stars lingering in the dark void by themselves. However, this stellar region is smaller, incredibly so. It has, well, had around 108 starfields. Wei Wuyin's eyes widened. Wang Yuqian continued, this stellar region, at least in my time, was referred to as desolate, occupied by beasts of a specific dragon lineage. The term desolate is meant to refer to a smaller, almost negligible region of starfields that lacks a certain concentration of mystic essence, lack of astronomical resources, and civilization development. We called this stellar region the desolate dragnet region. Chapter 577, 573, as if searching. Desolate dragnet region. Wei Wuyin pondered, digesting the implications in the name and what Wang Yuqian had said. His primary focus was on the history of this stellar region, and its state when Wang Yuqian had thrived. This was likely thousands of years ago, and supposedly, beasts from the dragon lineage ruled this desolate region. The question regarding what happened sparked in his mind, followed by an obvious answer, Divine King Han Zhe. As if reading Wei Wuyin's mind, Wang Yuqian explained. Yes. This stellar region lacked an essential quality that made it extremely undesirable. Because of this aspect, the strongest beasts were only at the peak stage of the star level. When a true mystic ascendant, a cultivator at the soul of mysticism descended, they could only accept their fate. The so-called fate was their imprisonment and subsequent suffering that lasted for thousands of years. The former rulers of this stellar region that likely neglected the humans, demons, and elven race that had settled here were rounded up and enslaved by those same beings, the fate of the weak. Wei Wuyin had a fiery hatred for how the dragons had been treated, but that only because it went against his principles. But he wasn't a saint nor a fool, and he understood that cultivation was difficult, and there was a story behind every action why the divine King Hanzhe despised those of the dragon lineage so much that he rounded up all beasts of said lineage all those years ago, imprisoning them to a life of horrific and painful suffering, awaiting for their inevitable demise, was likely a story with merit. Softly sighing, Wei Wuyin placed this matter to the side of his heart, not allowing him to develop prejudiced thoughts without knowing the full story. He didn't live all those years ago, and he wasn't divine King Hanzhe, so until he knew the truth, the absolute truth, he would not allow it to drive his decisions or opinions. The only thing to keep in mind was vigilance. Does the True Element sect know about my status as a chosen? It had been a few days, and he wasn't sure if the True Element sect might search for his existence. If divine King Hanzhe was truly alive, a figure of high status, then his true dragon bloodline might endanger his life. It was but one reason to avoid the sect altogether. Wang Yuqian was aware of Wei Wuyin's bloodline, and so he mischievously chuckled. For now, no. I only reported the other chosen's information, keeping yours out of it. It's not much, but it should buy you a few days, if not weeks. The ascended that were in the Elementus chosen trial are completely aware of your appearance, and soon will discover the truth that you were the one to manifest element heart intent. The True Element sect will find this out as well, and they will try to find you. The other information about the trial will be released too, including your outstanding foundation and achievements. I imagine your identity in your own starfield is rather prolific. This will make it easier to find you in all your relationships. Wang Yuqian laid out the situation clearly, and Wei Wuyin could only breathe out a slow, drawn-out breath. Prolific. He was the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, a sub-50-year-old emperor alchemist that bested an alchemic astral soul in front of billions. If he wasn't prolific, who was? Furthermore, his relationships weren't hidden. This might prove to be an issue. He wasn't worried about the True Element sect, but their enemies. As for the reason, wasn't it obvious? Yet he didn't wish to attach himself to the True Element sect, for numerous reasons. The first and foremost was the threat of his true dragon lineage being revealed. Thank you, Wei Wuyin earnestly said. You're a mortal sovereign alchemist with a spatial dragon bloodline, an outstanding cultivation foundation, with element heart intent and saber heart intent. Just your independent astral souls are enough to shake my civilization, especially with one in the alchemic astral soul. All before the age of 50. I'm shocked you're a nobody from a desolate starfield. In a way, you shouldn't exist. It'll make more sense if you came from a higher-tiered starfield, one with cultivators that rivaled my highest level. I can't fathom it, to be honest. However, I've seen your home, and observed the mental fluctuations of your memories. You truly lived and grew up in a flat continental Earth in a low-graded, mortal-tiered starfield. Wang Yuqian's amazement was not concealed, and it wasn't only him. Wei Wuyin was thoroughly shocked that Wang Yuqian was so aware of his cultivation base. However, since he had kept watch over him from the beginning in the Elementus chosen trial, then it made sense. At some point, he used all of his various powers, from his saber heart intent to his concoction of 9th-grade products. However, don't overestimate your strength or specialties. That other chosen child is outstanding as well. While he had used a shortcut to forge his worldly domain, doing so will cause his cultivation to skyrocket. Chances are he'll reach the realm world phase in a decade. That's how terrifying possessing a worldly domain before the realm world phase is. Wang Yuqian mentioned, cautioning Wei Wuyin. After all, a cultivation base's aspects were capable of conquering outstanding foundations. Wei Wuyin was well aware of this fact. If it wasn't for the season of regression suppression, he might not have rushed to fight realm lords and time lords without fear, but Wei Wuyin calmly smiled in response. He had devised and concocted the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, so Lin Ming's outstanding advantage was irrelevant. Furthermore, he fully believed his pill will have no setbacks, unlike the intermixing of another's soul energies in your own. As an alchemist, he could imagine the variety of ill effects that would siege upon Lin Ming in the future. These ill effects were, with his greatest confidence, completely absent in his pill. A thought popped into his mind that he couldn't help but ask, is there an alchemical product that can prematurely develop a worldly domain? The civilization Wang Yuqian lived in was clearly far more advanced, being a worldly saint expert, so he was quite curious. A worldly domain? No. A false worldly domain? Sure. There are a few that help facilitate its manifestation, but nothing that outright performs the job. Wang Yuqian answered with some thought. Facilitate. You make it sound like it happens a lot. Wei Wuyin was skeptical. It does. At least in my stellar region. When a cultivator reaches the earthly saint, helping a spatial resonance phase junior forge an artificial domain seed is well within their ability. I've done so twice myself. However, it needs support from various mystic rank materials or alchemical products. Wang Yuqian said with a little shrug in his tone. It was clear that he didn't find this odd. But Wei Wuyin fell silent. His product was a 9th grade, and could perform the deed itself. From his experimentations and mental calculations, this was its effect. What about the flaws? Flaws? Oh. The domain seed is hard to stabilize because the soul aura used to forge it belongs to the earthly saint. It's the purging of this soul aura that is required, lest all sorts of issues will manifest. That other chosen child will suffer a lot of complications. A lot. Wang Yuqian emphasized the issues. While he didn't list them, he ensured that Wei Wuyin knew it was numerous and disastrous. Because of the engorging foundation evil method, the soul aura of 3 individuals were intermixed with the domain seed of Lin Ming, including himself. Wei Wuyin went silent. He had used the soul ash of divine jade and spiritual mana to help facilitate the merging of one's soul aura based on their spirit of cultivation, the fragment of their soul aura present within. After thinking about the other additional materials, contemplating the various methods used to concoct his product. Fuck. Like a bolt of lightning, Wei Wuyin shouted in frustration. With gritted teeth, he looked visibly vexed. What happened? Wang Yuqian was startled by the outburst with deep inhales and steady exhales. It took quite a while to calm himself down. After Wei Wuyin's mind settled, he couldn't help but let loose an amused chuckle. Wang Yuqian thought Wei Wuyin was going insane. What was going on in that mind of his? In fact, Eden was releasing throbbing pounds of mental energy throughout his sea of consciousness. It, too, was vexed. Nothing. I just realized I made a mistake in my allocation of materials in a recipe I created. If I changed the method used, and added a bit more, I think I could have solved the issue that prevented me from concocting peak quality products. Haha, Wei Wuyin shook his head. During his concoction process, he could only reach the theorized high-quality product for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. He was rushing, so he didn't have time to delve into it, but he finally understood why he couldn't reach the peak quality. The peak quality would, in theory, conjure a genuine worldly domain, not a false worldly domain, and be able to merge with the domain seed manifested by the realm world astral tribulation. The end result was worldly domain that would terrify the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out what he was missing, but now he did: attunement. If he used a little more spiritual mana via a better fusion method, it was all but guaranteed. The vexation originated from this tiny change having a massive difference, and both he and Eden missed it. If Wang Yuqian knew the specifics of what Wei Wuyin was talking about, perhaps his entire belief in alchemy might be overturned. A 9th grade pill that can flawlessly perform the task of an earthly saint. And it was conjured by a mortal sovereign alchemist under the age of 50. What were those mystic rank alchemists doing with their thousands of years? Putting that aside, Wei Wuyin decided to concoct peak quality Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill and forge 4 domain seeds for his astral souls later. With the primal Yin energies and contained comprehension he'd obtained, including the forged domain seeds, he had no doubt that reaching the gravity emission phase will be far, far easier. As for the low and high quality products sent to the others, it should be enough. At least they should be devoid of complications, experiencing all the benefits with no disadvantages. We've gotten sidetracked. What about this start of our? You said it's strange that it's in a desolate stellar region. Why? Wei Wuyin was reminded of his first question, returning back to it. Oh, that. Right. I said before that a star devourer typically resides in better environments, and that's because, like other things in a functioning ecological system, there's a reason for any type of creature to exist. The star devourer exists to prevent an oversaturation of solar stars from emerging. At least, that's the prevailing theory of their existence. But this isn't a problem in desolate stellar regions, that's why they're called desolate. So it's like an apex predator entering an area with little to no prey. It's just not practical. The death of a star core phase cultivator sends out their star core that'll eventually become solar stars in the far-off future. But if too many gather in close proximity, they can start to collide and produce a terrifying force, generating an explosion far greater than a detonation of a single solar star. It's capable of wiping out entire star fields. We call these events scarlet collisions. These starlit collisions aren't limited to just 2 solar stars. Even 3, 4, or 13 can collide at the same time. It's an astronomical phenomenon, like a domino effect, and the gravitational force produced by 2 solar stars gathers more nearby in a certain range. I've been told of one having over 300 stars in one collision. It was called the Great Scarlet Divide, and it destroyed half a stellar region, splitting it in 2, in an extremely short period of time. Wang Yuqian's words caused Wei Wuyan's heartbeat to accelerate. The memory flashes of starfields that were utterly devastated emerged in his thoughts. While he knew they weren't due to scarlet collisions, the thought of this abruptly happening while he was sleeping, cultivating, or basking in his life was a terrifying thought. But desolate stellar regions rarely have star core phase cultivators, so they don't produce enough to feed a star devourer or warrant one existing in it. That's why it's so strange, and from what I can see, this star devourer has already eaten some solar stars along the way, as if casually satiating its hunger while looking for something, and has been here for a long, long time. If it was truly eating, then this tiny stellar region would have died out in a few decades, Wang Yuqian stated, highlighting the oddity once more. Wei Wuyan's heart halted for a moment. He lifted his gaze and observed the approaching white dot that seemed like a miniature star at this moment searching for something. Chapter 578, 574, It Arrives. What's next? Wang Yuqian was a bundle of curiosity, breaking Wei Wuyan out of his thoughts. Wei Wuyan didn't mind. It felt nice to have someone to talk to in a world absent of intelligent life, excluding himself. I had hoped that the continents and planets would be moved alongside the life forms, but it seems that whoever took action was reluctant or unable to do so. I didn't come to the myriad your continent just to walk down memory lane, Wei Wuyan answered with his eyes progressively becoming sharper. While basking in the feeling of nostalgia was bittersweet, even inspiring faint feelings of happiness, it wasn't Wei Wuyan's intention. You plan to relocate all the earthen-based celestial bodies? Wang Yuqian curiously inquired. Even if Wei Wuyan did so, the absence of a solar star's life-thriving light and expulsion of essence will corrode the continent or planet until it became lifeless and bleak. It would be no different than a floating rock without a set orbit. Wei Wuyan turned his body, facing the myriad your continent. No, Wei Wuyan spread his arms wide and formed a horizontal line from fingertip to fingertip. I'm bringing it with me. After those words were said, Wei Wuyan's silver eyes spontaneously changed, his pupils went sharply vertical and his irises became extremely intense. The skin of his body was instantaneously overtaken by gray-colored hexagonal scales. He had fully unleashed his draconic transformation. With a heavy breath, the infinite void wings unfurled from his back, reaching 81 meters in length in a flourish of elegance and power. With the infinite void wings unleashed, Wei Wuyan didn't hesitate to draw upon his void force that existed in his heart, releasing it in copious amounts in moments. The entire myriad your continent was flooded by gray-colored power. After his relocation of the 4 extreme continent, Wei Wuyan had exhausted his bloodline source, but using the desolate pearls that contained draconic blood energies, he restored it with ease. Wang Yuqian remained silent as he simply observed. He didn't follow what Wei Wuyan meant when he said he'll be bringing the continent along. It might be small, and he could ferry it through the dark void easily with his power, but that would be a rather exhausting task. Furthermore, he said he wasn't relocating it if he wasn't moving the continent. What was he planning on doing? Wei Wuyan kept unleashing vast quantities of void force until the entire continent was thoroughly drenched. Whether it was the mountains, rivers, forests, or the continent's revolving core, it was all forcefully infused with his void force. Wei Wuyan didn't miss a single spot. Wei Wuyan gave one last glance at the myriad your continent, an emotional surge flowed within his intense, draconic gaze. This continent contained his entire childhood memories, including the resting bodies of the most important people in his life. He couldn't abandon it. But his current actions might be considered reckless, even unreasonable. Others might suggest moving it, as it was well within his ability, but it would just be a lifeless rock floating in the dark void. Furthermore, who knew what it could face? What if it collided with another planet or some powerful expert casually destroyed it years later? What if another devastating astronomical phenomenon occurred? There were too many variables. With the absence of life, he took this as a unique opportunity to bring the continent with him using one of his Void Dragon bloodline abilities. After reaching the 7th stage of mortal myth, Wei Wuyin had unlocked a variety of different bloodline abilities as a Void Dragon. Besides Void Imprint, he had another non-combat-oriented ability that seemed to act as a medium for more miraculous abilities, and that was Void Crystallization. Wei Wuyin slowly brought his hands together, and the fixed space around him started to chaotically rumble as if experiencing an earthquake. The shaking was so incredibly intense that the orbit of nearby celestial bodies were directly impacted. The act of bringing together his hands seemed to be so strenuous that his arms were trembling with every inch moved. "Oh!" Wang Yuqian exclaimed in surprise. He immediately realized what Wei Wuyin was about to do, and he was thoroughly shocked. Roar! A draconic growl escaped from Wei Wuyin's lips, being quite guttural and terrifying, as his eyes focused on the myriad continent with enough intensity to bore a hole within it. The continent itself was trembling as if on the brink of collapse, yet it didn't. Instead, in a miraculous fashion, it started to shrink. That's right. Shrink. The continental flat Earth that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers was noticeably shrinking in size. With every inch Wei Wuyin pressed his arms together, the overall area of the continent shrunk by a lot. He kept going until his palms touched. As it did, a faint explosion occurred from between his palms as the myriad continent vanished without warning. From between the gaps of Wei Wuyin's palms, a bright burst of gray light erupted that seemed to rival a solar star in its momentary brilliance. Brilliant. Your attainment in spatial power is utterly terrifying. Wang Yuqian applauded, somehow producing clapping sounds with his consciousness. If carrying a continent was extraordinary, requiring immense raw power, then this required a certain finesse and comprehension. Wei Wuyin's hands trembled, not out of exhaustion, but out of caution. Between his palm was a 1-inch-sized gray-colored crystal with a low opacity. The entire thing could be seen through, and when he pulled his palms apart, the rhombus-shaped crystal slowly spun and revealed its contents. The myriad continent. Wei Wuyin glanced at the compressed continent, seeing it thoroughly sealed within the confines of the crystal. "Oh. So that's how you did it," Wang Yuqian exclaimed. He had just solved the mystery of how Wei Wuyin had taken in the vast majority of the Grand Earth Cache's contents in the matter of seconds, storing materials and objects without anyone noticing. Furthermore, many of those materials couldn't be stored in spatial rings, such as the Void Ship. It wasn't sent anywhere, but sealed and contained. Wang Yuqian had seen Wei Wuyin store these materials before, but as a lingering consciousness within an object, the clarity at which he could observe things wasn't the best. It was only when Wei Wuyin sealed an entire continent that he realized how this happened. Wei Wuyin emotionally glanced at the void crystal that contained the myriad continent, the void force within preserving its contents and sealing its volatile molten core. But his draconic transformation started to rapidly recede, revealing his pale skin and the dim light within his eyes. The exhaustion was as clear as day. Void crystallization was an extremely powerful ability to seal objects or materials, but it was extremely costly to use, and using it on an entire continent had once again drained his bloodline source, affecting it and placing it in an exhausted state once more. With a bitter smile, he couldn't help but internally comment, "Whenever I use my bloodline abilities, why does it lead to me exhausting myself until my tank is completely dry?" This was the third time his bloodline source had been exhausted, with the forceful experimentation of a void portal creation, moving an entire continent that spans hundreds of kilometers in length including all its life forms, and then sealing a continent until it was merely a single inch in size. To sullenly add, his bloodline source had reached the 7th stage of the mortal myth, so he could be considered at the peak of the mortal limit. Yet, it seems harnessing the power of a true dragon or the Tao of Void to perform these tasks were far, far too exhausting. With a single fist, he could shatter these continents, not waste a single percentage of his astral force, yet these bloodline abilities pushed him to his limits. While it was just the scale that's the issue, it still made him feel bitter in his heart. Fortunately, he had more than enough desolate pearls with draconic blood energies to restore his bloodline source several times over, but with the myriad continent sealed, he no longer had protection against the dark chill of the void. With his void bloodline exhausted, he was forced to wave his hand and bring the combat-type void ship that housed Deshawn, the one obtained in the Elementus cache. With a flicker, he arrived on board and activated the life-sustaining formations. I didn't think you could compress space in such a way. I wonder what spatial dragon lineage you belong to. It's certainly not that horned firmament dragon, Wang Yuqian said in amazement. He was fully aware of Wei Wuyan's status as a hybrid, cultivating his bloodline and heart, but he couldn't deduce the origins of that terrifying lineage, horned firmament dragon. Anu. Does he have a spatial bloodline? Wei Wuyan didn't clarify his strength, but his curiosity piqued. He had always wondered what type of bloodline lineage that Anu originated from. While he knew the name, he wasn't aware of the lineage's abilities. Yeah. The horned firmament dragon lineage is a spatial bloodline, and they can even establish their own internal worlds. These internal worlds are like secret realms stored in their bodies, capable of various life forms and acting as mobile abodes. They were quite popular in my stellar region. Wang Yuqian explained, recalling his past life. Your stellar region has dragons. While the details of the internal world were interesting, Wei Wuyan was more shocked by Wang Yuqian's last comment. Wang Yuqian was once again reminded that Wei Wuyan was ignorant of the larger world, limited in knowledge and experience. Of course it does. This stellar region is a desolate region, but there are areas where dragons thrive. Well, kind of. You shouldn't have high expectations for their treatment though. Taking note of Wei Wuyan's lineage, he spoke cautiously. I'm not ignorant of how beasts are treated, nor how the strong deal with the weak, but that's interesting. Wei Wuyan felt intrigued, realizing he was truly limited in his horizons. While he was aware of the vastness of the world, he still hadn't gripped the significance of it. There was also still crucial information missing, such as how many stellar regions existed. It's here. Wang Yuqian shouted. Wei Wuyan snapped out of his astonishment as he turned around, and what he saw caused his heartbeat to freeze. Chapter 575, Tiango's Purpose. Wei Wuyan's heart raced, pounding with such immense force that the void ship shivered ceaselessly as if experiencing an earthquake. Those words of Wang Yuqian prompted him to turn around, and what he witnessed instantly took his breath away. Since the departure of all living beings, outside of himself, from the Imperial Dawn starfield, Wei Wuyan had kept a mental clock that ticked down to the upcoming arrival of this fabled start-of-hour, this so-called Tiango, but new stimuli can change pre-existing predictions. It clearly sped up its arrival. Titanic. It was hard to describe it in a single word, or even a collection of them. It was just big. So big that his entire perception had been overtaken, robbed, aggressively snatched by the sheer enormity of what he was witnessing. It was all he could focus on. Just outside the Imperial Dawn starfield, at its borders, was a creature that, by all classifications, shouldn't be too outstanding in appearance. It was like a fox, be its upturned snout, its sharp and piercing eye shape, its flat-like skull formation, or pointed triangular ears. It was almost exactly like a standard lineage of a fox beast. It was almost too common. Yet its eyes. It was its eyes that set it apart from every single species that Wei Wuyan had ever seen. Those eyes were without pupils, without irises, but a gorgeous, expansive sea of crystalline sclera that seemed to contain an infinite number of stars. It was as if one looked to the night sky, cloudless, observing the millions of stars that existed in the dark void, that represented the vastness of the entire world. It took his breath away. And those magnificent eyes, that perfect snout, those pointed triangular ears, and head all lined up and faced him, as if looking at him. Yet this was only something that he grasped by using the entirety of his spiritual sense, backed by his extremely powerful spiritual strength. It was simply far too enormous to be observed. As it stalked the edges of the Imperial Dawn starfield, staring at him, seemingly observing him, its white hairs fluttered endlessly. Each strand seemed to carry its own force of gravity, its size rivaling the myriad-year continent in length. Every breath sucked in the chill of the dark void, and for a brief moment, Wei Wuyan could visibly see the deficiency in the dark void. It was almost instantly replenished somehow, yet the fact it was being sucked away only shows the amount of force this creature inhaled with. However, the celestial bodies of the Imperial Dawn starfield were absent of any motion. The solar stars that lingered as the center of the starfield didn't just show no signs of being affected by its breathing, but it had stopped rotating altogether. The planets. Stilled, the solar stars stilled, even the faint comet in the vast distance had seemingly halted its movement. It was as if the starfield unanimously decided to pause all its activities. He had never experienced such an outrageous, seemingly unexplainable phenomenon. Was it Tiango's presence? Was it the survival instinct of a non-living being? Was that even possible? In his mind, he involuntarily thought about a certain type of beast that was often assumed to pretend to play dead when faced with predators. It was believed to be an act, a survival instinct, but Wei Wuyin knew the truth of this from his older brother long ago. There was no act. It was fear. It was pure fear. It was that type of debilitating fear that forced the beast to enter a comatose state, helpless and horrifically afraid. Its life and death was no longer its own to decide. That linked to his memory of a time in the Myriad-Year continent, directly after Ash Dragon City, he met a so-called mortal god that radiated a wild, bestial feeling, yet when he faced an attack that exceeded his limits of understanding, he froze and met death without resistance. Those celestial bodies seemed to experience something similar. However, as he observed this Tiango, this devourer of stars, Wei Wuyin felt no fear. With his silver eyes, he matched its seemingly endless gaze without hesitation, and his heart didn't pound in horror, but roaring excitement. A strange, unknown, and unexplained excitement. Wei Wuyin was buffeted by a surging force that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, turning his void ship that floated within the dark void to become chaotically unstable. It moved like a tiny boat caught within a tsunami, and he had to hurriedly send his astral force into its formations. The action formed some stability, yet he found himself pushed further out in the matter of seconds. He was roughly 1,000,000 miles away from his previous location, and the Tiango's white fur that seemed like long stretches of celestial bodies, its star-filled eyes that took over 1/10 of the starfield's space, had moved its gigantic mouth in a slight motion. Just that movement sent his void ship packing 1,000,000 miles. But what Wei Wuyin was shocked about wasn't the distance, or the sheer power required for that, but at the sound that it seemingly released. It wasn't auditory sound, but waves of force that could only be seen with his celestial eyes. His eyes bulged. The Star Devourer turned its head towards the three suns. No rushing wind or terrifying force was emitted then. It was as if the body of the Tiango, no matter how big, was completely merged with the dark void and unable to affect the world with its mass or momentum. The lack of a disturbance was clearly deliberate and extremely eerie. Wei Wuyin shot to the edge of the void ship, looking down as he tried to observe its legs that seemed to act as heavenly pillars to its enormous body. Those feet of its were stepping on the dark void as if on solid ground. There was a strange depression in that area. I've never seen one so big before. Wang Yuqian commented, utterly amazed by this sight of the white fox-like beast. What? Wei Wuyin was still reeling from the excitement he felt. That soundwave was still infused within his thoughts. Wang Yuqian broke him out of his thoughts as he tried to decipher it. Most of the Tiango variant of star devourers I've seen are the size of medium-sized solar stars, but this one is larger than a dozen or so starfields combined. This is incredible. What is something so massive doing in this desolate and tiny-sized stellar region? Wang Yuqian was baffled yet endlessly amazed. Wei Wuyin's mind circulated. His eyes roamed the world for a moment before he stared at the far-off Tiango that seemed to set its sights on those three solar stars. It started to slowly open its gigantic maw, and while it seemed outrageously slow, Wei Wuyin knew its size meant each movement was actually extremely fast. Wei Wuyin clutched his face with his right hand. She is here for. Within the depths of Wei Wuyin's silver eyes, in the pupils, there was an exquisite spiritual formation that formed the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. That formation exuded a unique aura that seemed to be particularly energetic as it examined the Tiango. She. Is it a she? They have genders. Wang Yuqian was startled, finding Wei Wuyin's words fresh and intriguing. She's asking for help. Wei Wuyin finally spoke out, and the Tiango's maw was slightly opened. A surging suction force was emitted, and it brought an incredible sight. The three solar stars that defined the orbit and gave life to the starfield were like marbles being pulled into a vacuum. They moved at such astounding speeds that it was unbelievable to think that they were so massive that Wei Wuyin might need a tens of billion of himself to come close to matching their size. Yet these solar stars moved, crashing into flat continental Earths of planets in its way. As they entered the mouth of the Tiango, even the elemental heaven pavilion's main planet collided with the red sun, evaporating as it was engulfed on its route. After devouring the three solar stars, the starfield growing darker and darker, the Tiango's fur started to become black, and her physical form started to undergo visible and rapid changes. Her skull became larger, snout thicker, and her ears more limp. The slim and sleek body expanded, seemingly gaining weight and mass with a faint breath. She settled down and the fur on her skin started to emit light. Just like that, she turned to stare at the far-off Wei Wuyin, her crystalline eyes seemingly adding 3 more stars in its vastness, as it lowered its body into a resting state. With that last look, it closed its eyes. The transformation was utterly unexpected yet utterly amazing to observe. But Wang Yuqian's voice shouted out, "You need to run." After consuming solar stars, star devourers discharge energy that typically wipes out the entire starfield. Go. 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 Those words snapped Wei Wuyin out of his messy thoughts as he glanced at the Tianguo one last time, using his astral force and sent the combat-type void ship flying away at its greatest speed. He knew this day would come, and he was even aware of the discharge, yet seeing that his home was about to be destroyed didn't evoke the bittersweet emotions he expected. Instead, his heart was filled with endless desire. A desire to know what the Tianguo meant when she sent that sound wave, and what it meant when she asked for help. And why his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity could understand her. As he was about to leave the border of the starfield, Wang Yuqian abruptly spoke out, "I guess this is it." Wei Wuyin halted the void ship immediately, sending it into a screeching stop. A flicker of emotion flowed out of his silver eyes, still lit with the brilliance of the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. Wang Yuqian was bound by an oath established by him and the King of Everlore, and he was unable to leave the confines of the Imperial Dawn starfield for a few thousand more years. He could only operate in the myriad Dao palaces and the starfield itself. His consciousness leaving would mean breaking his oath. "I'll see you in a few thousand years," Wang Yuqian's consciousness cheerfully said. Despite the cheer in his voice, there was also a hint of sadness. While he knew this day would come, the change up from his typically robotic days of giving to be geniuses tests or acting as an overseer was fun. Wei Wuyin felt the same way. Wang Yuqian helped him in numerous ways since they met, enlightening him, and broadening his horizons. He always wondered how Long Chen felt having a senior of outstanding cultivation guide him, and how it would impact your emotions, but just these few days was enough for him to form an emotional attachment. Yet he also understood that the oath wasn't something the current him could break, so this was goodbye. "Thank you, Wang Yuqian." "Haha. I should be the one saying thanks. You brought all sorts of revelations to my life, reminding me of my old friends, of the difficulties of cultivation. You made me feel like I was still living as a cultivator. It was nice, better than an autonomous existence acting like a machine. It's been a long time since I felt free." There was a brief silence between the both of them. Then Wei Wuyin promised, "If I have the ability to break your oath, give you back your body in the future, I'll return to do so. If I don't, then I'm probably dead or worse. In which case, after a few thousand years and you're free, see if I have any descendants and take care of them. You really are a unique one." "Haha," Wang Yuqian commented. Who would promise salvation and, in the same breath, give a demand? But Wang Yuqian liked this about Wei Wuyin. Crackle. A faint crackle sound echoed throughout the dark void, shocking Wei Wuyin. He turned around to see the black fur of the Tianguo radiate a strange glow that seemed to be increasing in intensity. "Go," Wang Yuqian urged. Wei Wuyin didn't hesitate as he resumed his full-speed flight through the dark void. The void ship was actually incredibly fast at maximum speed, and in a matter of seconds, thanks to the existence of being pushed 1,000,000 miles away earlier, he swiftly left the border of the once-named Imperial Dawn starfield. Chapter 576, Inevitable. There wasn't an explosive sound that marked the eradication of the Imperial Dawn starfield. It was a quiet, almost unnoticeable, surging wave of power that swept out from the Tianguo's body. A discharge that clashed with the entire starfield, causing the collapse of every planet, even comet, every flat continental Earth that was in its vicinity. This discharge was incredibly beautiful, like the birth of a new solar star. It overtook everything in its brilliance. Wei Wuyin watched the phenomenon from millions of miles away, yet he saw its entirety. Even the Tianguo's massive body was shrouded by the glow, unable to be seen at its greatest climax. Wang Yuqian's consciousness had already left the chandelier, returning to the isolated secret realms that held the myriad Dao palaces and other special spaces. While the entrances of the myriad Dao palaces were likely all destroyed, eviscerated by the discharge of power, the secret realms remained untouched, just sealed without an entrance. Seeing this devastation led Wei Wuyin to feel indescribable emotions. He wondered if the Tianguo cared if living beings were present, but he realized it didn't seem very intelligent. When she communicated with him, it only said one word, well, more like a sound filled with the intent that can be summed up in one word, help. There wasn't anything else to add, and it seemed to be utterly starving as it couldn't even offer more before turning to the solar stars. He didn't know why she would travel so far just to reach him, or why his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity reacted in such a strong, vibrant manner, but it confirmed his theory: she had come for him. Just to say that one word, before sending him off and eating 3 solar stars in one gulp. He didn't even know how to help or if he should. Why him? How did she sense him? And perhaps she was searching for someone else. Wei Wuyin couldn't help but think she was searching for the aura released by the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, and not specifically him, but to those who cultivated this spiritual method. Perhaps it knew someone that had done so. If he were to rack his 2 minds together, he could only think of one person. The King of Everlore. The name that defined an era that overturned conventions and established the alchemic Tao. According to Wang Yuqian, mortal sovereign alchemist and those beyond it were far, far older than just a mere 8,000 years old. In fact, Wang Yuqian was older than that. So could it be the King of Everlore? Or maybe someone else before the King of Everlore? Someone that also cultivated the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. Tua Bihan once said that his silver eyes were characteristics that resembled the King of Everlore, and even theorized that he could be his descendant. He always felt that wasn't very likely, especially considering the King of Everlore's particular orientation that was only challenged by the sacred elven queen's presence. All the other cultivators that reached the myriad ascendant realm with his support were notably male, and his relationship with Wu might not be directly stated, but it could easily be assumed. And since he had no elven blood in him, it was unlikely he was a descendant of them both. Then again, there was always the possibility still, the target could have been an ancestor of them both, and the Tiango was trying to locate this ancestor, but found him instead. She was asking for help, but her intelligence was clearly not well developed, acting on instincts and primitive form of communication, intent. She reminded him of domesticated beasts that had no outstanding bloodlines. If they were hungry, they would act out in certain ways. If they wanted your help, they would paw at you or make muffled, soft sounds to attract your attention. It was their eyes that revealed their intent mostly, a way to overcome the barrier between non-communicative species. Bai Lin used to do these things a lot, and he had used spiritual spells to highlight these emotions so he could better understand her. After thinking of these things, he eventually realized it simply didn't matter. Whatever that the Tiango needed help with, whoever it wanted to find, he didn't have the means to help. He was too weak. He was too insignificant to the state of the current world, for now. This was highlighted by the lingering energy that engulfed the starfield. Just a little wisp of it could end his entire life in mere moments. Unable to re-enter the starfield, he could only watch the glow slowly diminish and the resulting destruction becoming apparent. Just like the other ravaged starfield he had seen before, there were no solar stars, and the planets were shattered, floating, and lifeless rocks. They even seemed to have been glassed by the energy surge, giving off a faint sheen. The flat continental Earths had either been completely destroyed or shattered and floating as bits and pieces. The starfield that once carried his legacy was completely gone. With a soft exhale, he lifted his palm to see the last remaining remnant of his life, the myriad-year continent. He slowly manifested a string of astral force, using a ring to wrap around the void crystal that contains the entirety of the myriad-year continent, and placed it around his neck. It, alongside his crescent moon necklace, was kept close. "It is quite heavy," Wei Wuyin remarked. While he could seal it, the mass it contained didn't just vanish, and it was still as heavy as a continent. He had to be sure it didn't suddenly fall on someone and unexpectedly pierce through their bodies due to its weight. The astral ring he wrapped around it should offset this, so most wouldn't feel its weight if lifted or touched. Rubbing the myriad-year continent's void crystal with his fingers, feeling the smoothness, he couldn't help but wonder if he could seal solar stars into void crystals. The void crystal isolates and slows down the progression of time within, so if he sealed a solar star in the midst of detonation, or 2, or hundreds. The radical thought caused his heart to quiver. Even Kratos was excited. The thought of using exploding solar stars as weapons was the epitome of godly behavior, at least in the minds of mortals. If I can create solar stars one day or capture them, I'll definitely do it. Since sealing a small-sized continent exhausted all his bloodline power, he couldn't think of doing so now. "What do we do?" Ori asked. They were just floating in the dark void, watching the hazardous environment of the former starfield, and the seemingly sleeping Tiango. It seemed to be digesting the nutrients it obtained from the solar stars, and according to Wang Yuqian, it typically undergoes a strange hibernation for a few decades after consumption. Wei Wuyin glanced at the vast and boundless stars floating in the dark void. He had an idea where the mystic radiance belt solar star and eternal sky starfield might be after reaching. Somewhere like it during his soul idol astral tribulation, so he wasn't without direction. "We wait," King, shockingly, said without his signature sound. Its voice was serious, yet expectant. Wei Wuyin brightly smiled, looking at the starfield and its devastated existence. A chapter in his life had been closed, and he was forced to move on to the next. But there was still one person he needed before doing so. Just a few years. She'll be back soon. A few years later, in the environment of the former Imperial Dawn starfield, a majestic clarion cry resounded throughout the world. KREE. Chapter 581, Afterword and Alternative Event. Chapter 581, Afterword and AMP, Alternative Event. We're here. After a series of ups, downs, lefts, and rights, we've concluded Volume 4 in a complete fashion. I want to say, thank you. For the support, the positivity, the well wishes, the unyielding trust, and undying loyalty. If it wasn't for this, for you, who knows where I'll be now. Let's delve into my thoughts about the volume, and my intentions moving forward. With Volume 4, Desolate Dragnet Region completed, we conclude a long, epic journey of Wei Wuyin's highest point in this stellar region, followed by the inevitable and heartbreaking end. A push to explore deeper into our ever-growing paragon of sin universe. I grew extremely emotional at the end as I felt that this volume perfectly enveloped all my intentions for this volume, and more. It highlighted Wei Wuyin's growth, as a person, as a schemer, as a fighter. I tried to encapsulate the essence of Volume 1, that sense of discovery and adventure. I realized that, with developing characters, scenery changes, and environmental differences, doing so will always be next to impossible, and that's not a bad thing. A story is always evolving, and while I can introduce various elements that were highlighted in previous volumes, getting that unique charm that older volumes have isn't practical. In fact, every volume should have its own defining charm, and I think each volume does. It makes them memorable. They will always feel fresh, changing, and that's what I'm striving to achieve in Volume 5 as well. To create those unique moments where your heart races, or you feel awed, perhaps even add a little, mouth wide open and eyes bulging, effects. I feel like Volume 4 achieved that and more. The anticipation, or what will happen, how it'll be resolved, etc. The death of Lian Yu was a shocker, I'm sure. While far less than the death of Long Chen, an almost expected event that everyone desired, including myself, it was definitely a defining moment. I was told one of the best scenes for an incredible reader in this volume was Wei Wuyin's epic move against He Yanglei. The epic scenes, lines, and developments, these are what defines a volume's charm, making them memorable, and I love receiving feedback that Volume 4 was. Even if it was just one reader, I'd still feel just as amazed. We have exciting foreshadowing and setups for future arcs, as we've always done every volume. We've reached a point where all the foundational information has been settled, all the ongoing mysteries notwithstanding, the setups have been finished. The light at the end of the tunnel can be seen, but it is incredibly far away. Thankful Lyle in all, I'm completely content with what I've done in these 250+ chapters. The longest volume thus far. They always seem to be getting longer and longer with each succession. Don't know if that's a good thing, haha. For Volume 5, there'll be more focus on other characters. We have so many amazing characters with unique personalities to explore, so much depth and desire that hadn't been expanded upon, and this volume will ensure they receive their spotlight. Furthermore, some relationships could be solidified. Wink, wink. The title of which will be Grand Cyclic Stellar Region. A little update on mental health. Near the end of last year, I reached a crescendo of life as many things kept piling on without end until I eventually broke. It affected my motivation, my creativity, and my will to associate with all things external, but I've gotten considerably better. Partly because you guys are amazing, and partly because I've been writing consistently, living life, and realizing what I want to be happy and pursuing it. I am far better than I've been in years, but I won't just forget about my struggles. I know I can't let my guard down towards any threats to my mental state, and I'll strive to maintain my sanity and joy better than ever, but still vigilant. And LT 3. Scheduling. Approaching the end of Volume 4 was extremely emotional, and near the end, I had slowed down the pace of uploads, even made them chaotic. It allowed me to process my emotions without pressure, pushing forward and knowing what I wish to achieve going forward. I still want 21/weekly to be the standard going forward, especially considering how I hope the timeline for the novel will go moving forward, when it'll end, etc. But I won't give any promises. You can always expect 1 chapter a day. Always. Unless it's during decided breaks/afterward. With the maximum goal being 3/daily, barring any bonuses from prizes from Discord quizzes or other juicy accolades we achieve. I post updates on my Discord, and is fairly active, so if you have any questions, don't be afraid. Now, I thought about what to include in this afterward to fit the word count to justify the coin purchase, so I've decided to include a draft, a alternate future of Volume 4, in this chapter to give some context. San Songli, who is not the temporal reincarnator, San Yongli, is one of Wei Wuyan's women. San Songli is one of the 2 San clan false realm lords besides the San clan emperor. And he takes her out on a date. This happens in the now destroyed Starfield, as most of you know. I have a habit of rewriting arcs to enrich them, but I think this was a chapter that was quite nice. While I do intend to do a date chapter in the future, it will likely not have San Songli, of course, or the destroyed Starfield. LOL, it won't be this one. It'll be greater, grander, and more romantic. Still, enjoy. Also, don't talk about my naming sense. It's baller, pokeballer. In the Trivision Starfield, there were a myriad of astronomical bodies, including several mysterious planets, planetary satellites, a few of which exceeded the size of some planets, and 3 suns that formed their own perfect orbit. However, within the Trivision Starfield, there was one location that was considered absolutely forbidden. This forbidden status was declared by the King of Everlore himself, and even Star-Lord level experts avoided the planet in the heyday of the Starfield. Therefore, even today, there was no brave soul who would dare venture into the planet. And if they did, they weren't alive to tell the tale. In the Trivision Starfield's northern quadrant, a planet rotated on its axis quietly. It wasn't particularly large. In fact, it could be considered rather small when compared to the various planetary bodies within the Starfield. It was a small, blue planet. It gave off an icy sheen and billowing mist that even left its atmospheric limits. It was called Gluttony, the forbidden planet of ice. At the edges of its atmosphere, a void portal formed and 2 figures walked out. The icy mist lingered. Wei Wuyan carried a faint smile as he regarded the planet below. San Songli's gorgeous figure trembled slightly. Her blazing red eyes flashed in shock and a hint of fear. "Gluttony!" she quietly exclaimed. As a fire cultivator, the icy aura left her feeling vulnerable and in danger. Subconsciously, she stepped back. Her own fire aura started to simmer to counteract the icy aura of the planet. "Why did you bring me here?" Her fiery gaze met Wei Wuyan's calm smile, and her heart contained doubts. However, while she was one quick to jump to conclusions, she wasn't an idiot. If Wei Wuyan wished to bring her harm or end her life, he had the strength and means to do so by himself. There was utterly no need to bring her into an environment that could weaken her. Wei Wuyan knew she would react like this, so he remained calm. "This is the location of our date." San Songli frowned. Location of the date. If she got any closer, her body would instantly freeze to death. Even Star-Lords wouldn't dare enter this planet due to its abnormally low temperature. Its icy surface was naturally exuding a mist that can bring things to absolute zero. She had never gone on a date before, so she didn't know what to expect. As a woman who originated from an upper-class cultivation family, she had never needed to entertain a mortal's attempt to date. Her relationship was decided by her family, who selected a suitable suitor with sufficient talent, looks, and status. As long as he was bearable, she would have accepted anyone who fit the criteria. In the end, her selected husband had fallen behind on the difficult road of cultivation and turned to dust, while her children, children's children, and children's children's children had either perished or neared old age. After all, she was over 2,000 years of age. "Is this what a date is?" she questioned, her tone somewhat cold. In fact, the cold made her cold due to her fiery attribute. "Haha," Wei Wuyan chuckled lightly. He calmly explained, "I was thinking about what I should do for our first date. Should we explore the world and see the incredible sights? Should I create a grand display, fireworks, majestic animals, and the works? Should I try to impress you to the limits of your imagination or even beyond? But then it hit me. I don't want to be superficial. I've long since shown you what I can offer you. My status as a grand imperial sage of the myriad monarch sect, mortal sovereign alchemist, and an inherently strong cultivator. A date shouldn't be me bringing out my biggest resume and presenting it to you or setting up a grand ploy to bring you wonders. Every day you're with me, every day after you've truly accepted me, all the things I can do or have will similarly be yours. As he spoke, he stared at Sansongli directly in her beautiful eyes. To him, these words came from his belief in their future. Sansongli's frown lessened, but she was still a little curious. Wei Wuyan's smile grew larger. So, I decided the best course of action is to find the most comfortable place for you, a place where you can truly feel at home and relax in an environment to your utmost liking, and we can just talk. Sansongli was taken aback. Talk? She asked. Wei Wuyan nodded, adding, and eat, of course. Eat. Sansongli truly felt that Wei Wuyan was incomprehensible. Then why bring me to the environment I'd hate the most? Well, in truth, I scoured for a year to find a suitable place, and this planet, Gluttony, was the most suitable. Wei Wuyan answered. What? She had absolutely no idea what Wei Wuyan was saying. How could a planet covered in year-long frost aura of absolute zero, a place of absolute death, also be the most comfortable place in the Trivision starfield? Haha, well. Wei Wuyan stepped forward and looked down towards the icy planet. I spent the next 2 years devising a unique astral art. Have you heard of terraforming? Sansongli nodded. It's changing the atmospheric and astronomical state of a celestial body. Terraforming was an astonishing possibility that astral cultivators could achieve when they developed their star core. The Four-Ways continent was terraformed from its base state of land to what it was via various essences and energy infusions over a period of time. However, it required a very long period of time and dedication to even hope to achieve it, as a planet was far too vast and intricate to do so quickly. Only self-created continental flat Earths were easier to change in this regard, taking centuries instead of millennia. Wei Wuyan reached his hand out and quietly said, "Do you trust me?" Sansongli paused, her eyes tracing Wei Wuyan's body until she focused on his outstretched palm that seemed to invite her in. As a cultivator, she inherently grew a natural paranoia and vigilance towards others, and this type of state of mind had kept her alive and allowed her to reach her current heights. Despite that, her mind was telling her that Wei Wuyan was trustworthy. She only hesitated a little before she steeled her heart. Regardless, to her, Wei Wuyan was a man that shouldn't be measured using common sense, and his intent and desires were unfathomable, so she may as well accept it. After all, she was already here. If she didn't possess a little bit of trust in him, why be here? She reached out and lightly grasped his palm in her jade-like hands. Wei Wuyan's smile grew ever more brilliant. Let's go. He clenched a little harder on the palm and descended towards Gluttony's outer atmosphere. The icy aura and frosty mist lingered, yet Wei Wuyan ignored it all. Sansongli unconsciously circulated her cultivation base, causing her body to emit a blazing heat, yet it did little before the icy aura. As they entered the atmosphere, she felt her entire body start to stiffen from the pervasion of the planet's aura. However, as she saw the surface of the planet, her eyes couldn't help but widen. It was beautiful. The surface was like a field of icy diamonds for rocks, cliffs, for land. The entire surface was as if it was composed of crystals, and lingering within these crystals were the manifestation of an aurora borealis that radiated all sorts of delicate and astonishing colors. Sansongli had lived for 2,000 years and had yet to ever see such a sight. The way the light reflected on the surface of each crystal made the surroundings become a cascade of colors that shimmered. She had forgotten the cold as her hand reached out and touched the various rays of light. Her flawless palm meeting those dazzlingly gorgeous lights created a picturesque scene of an immortal fairy touching divinity. Wei Wuyan had his mind focused elsewhere, but when a ray touched his face, he subconsciously turned his gaze around. His heart thumped with so much power that it stopped for but a breath. The sight of Sansongli carelessly inspecting the lights and how they refracted from the icy diamond-like mountains and surface to land on her body created a perfect picture. One he would never forget. He had nearly forgotten himself, but the icy chill once more sobered his mind. Laughing a little to himself, he turned towards the approaching diamond surface and pressed his palm forward. Astral art, utmost elemental shift. While true terraforming was nearly impossible, he had devised an idea of using his heart of elements intent to initiate a shift. While he couldn't impose this will on the entire planet, an area of a few dozen kilometers was definitely a possibility. Therefore, he selected an icy mountain that stood high and proud and surged his astral energy within. A magnificent change occurred. The icy mountain didn't shatter when it came into contact with the astral energy infused with intent, nor did the lights dissipate. Instead, a flame seemed to be birthed from within the mountain that didn't melt. This flame was icy blue, but it strangely emitted a heat that seemed to interact and coexist with the icy aura. In fact, it fed off and fueled itself on this icy aura. Sansomli's distracted eyes were drawn to the icy blue flame and the diamond mountain. She was startled when she realized the temperature of the surroundings were increasing unceasingly. The icy aura that lingered on her body was drawn to the mountain containing this gorgeous flame. In a flash, they landed on a flat portion of the mountain. It seemed to have been perfectly carved, and the location was the perfect place to view the various lights emanating from the surroundings, and yet it wasn't too blinding. A perfect location to observe and rest. I don't have the ability to change the entire world yet, but I can at least make this place. He didn't finish as he smiled. He could already see that icy blue flame emissions of heat enter both of their bodies, providing an eerily comfortable feeling within. How is this possible? Sansomli asked in bewilderment. When Wei Wuyin said he had found the place most comfortable for her, she felt he was lying. But the newly emitted heat and its respective aura was truly the best she had ever felt. She felt at home. In fact, if she let herself completely indulge in this feeling, she may even be moaning. It was as if every fiber of her skin, hair, muscle, and nerves were being given the most delicate massage. Wei Wuyin rubbed his nose when he thought about how he should answer. This wasn't only because of his intent, but about 1,000 astral formations and arrays constructed from the gentlest fire materials in the entire starfield. He had to pay a mountain sum to procure so much, had to come down here personally, as no one outside of himself could even survive a few moments in this death trap, and spent months setting everything up. Not only that, it'll only last for about a day at most. The energy and materials were being rapidly consumed. If he could, he would terraform the entire planet, but this planet exuded the absolute zero intent over every inch of its surface. It would take centuries to do that. Not only that, it wouldn't be as comfortable as right now. The best he could do due to its extreme nature of ice was transform absolute zero to absolute hot, thereby changing this planet into the fourth star of this starfield. That would be literal hell. Even then, it wouldn't be sustainable for long, becoming a pseudo-star until the planet's star core inevitably burnt out. Once more thinking of the price that could buy another myriad monarch sect, he felt like coughing blood a little, even if he was obscenely wealthy. How about we keep that as a mystery for now? Awkwardly, he chuckled. Sansomli was a talented cultivator in her own right with immense experience. She could feel that the astral art earlier wasn't the core reason for change but the trigger. There were a lot of arrays and formations set up that activated, and she felt an immense amount of fire energy from within the mountain itself. She gazed suspiciously at Wei Wuyin for a moment, but witnessing his expression, she decided to not press. Wei Wuyin changed the subject as he waved his hand forward, and a table for two appeared in a blink. It was already set with plates and various utensils. He had several of the highest renowned chefs in the entire starfield cook and finish the meals seconds before he arrived on planet Everlore. All of which were Sansomli's favorite meals and desserts. Of course, he had to do some dark bribing to get this information discreetly. It was true what they say, money can buy everything. If he had ill intentions towards the San clan, he was shocked how easy it was to obtain crucial information or bribe traders. The clan was nearly rotten from top to bottom. He had even obtained the finest wine that was aged nearly 4,000 years, and it was Sansomli's favorite type. This was a struggle to acquire, and he even met with a few fakes, but with some luck and wealth, even that was obtained. To be honest, the wine itself cost a literal fortune. The seller could buy a planet or two. Even Wei Wuyin felt his heart clench at this very thought. Despite that, it was all worth it. Because when he revealed the meals and the wine in this unique and beautiful environment, he got to see something he would never forget. A smile. A genuine smile. It was all worth it. Chapter 582, 577, Audience of Trillions. The inhabitants of the Imperial Dawn starfield were engulfed by the light pillars of the world-shifting net. There was panic, fear, and despair in the hearts of many as they were encapsulated without reason or justification. Was this an invasion? A natural phenomenon? An event far outside of their understanding? Be it the little infants that cried out for their mothers or the elderly that could barely walk, their vision dwindling, and their senses fading, they were all taken by the world-shifting net without the slightest ability to resist. They were all brought to a new scenery. Amongst these former inhabitants of the Imperial Dawn starfield was a skinny old man dressed in gray, sporting a long dark gray beard, and clutched a jade box as if it was his life's greatest treasure. With a pair of energetic eyes, scanning the world before him, Tua Bihan saw this new scene, world of dimly lit off-white color, almost beige, without any clouds of sun, yet the sky itself seemed to emit light without source. The surface beneath his feet felt as if it was forged from porcelain, being extremely smooth yet fragile. There was nothing outstanding throughout the world, no mountains, no brilliant stars, no clouds, or even the faint grass. It was completely lacking any plant life. The horizon was still, seemingly endless, which indicates that this surface lacked a spherical shape. Being completely flat and motionless, Tua Bihan's hands gripped the box tightly with apprehension in his heart, and its spiritual light flowed and integrated into his body at an absurdly swift speed. He couldn't react, but he felt the spiritual seals and information about the accompanying spell to pass it along to others. Each spiritual seal was marked, effusing a unique aura that correlated to one of the 18 spatial rings contained within the box. Zoom. 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 Without end, there were numerous bursts of multicolored light that originated from the cloudless sky, and with each burst, a new life aura would seemingly arrive. Tua Bihan was one of the first that had arrived, so he observed it all. The space that was mostly empty, seemingly limitless, was being filled to the brink with various life auras at an astounding speed. As a realm lord, his spiritual sense was terrifyingly powerful, even allowing him to pierce through the veil of spatial folds, so he was keenly aware of the new arrivals' identities. He felt the distinct auras of demons, elves, humans, and hybrids of these three races. The Imperial Dawn starfield was a cultivation civilization, so the vast majority of inhabitants cultivated, and while they weren't all at the highest level, the vast majority were at the chi condensation realm. Not only were they cultivators, but the total populace reached trillions in numbers, and that was a safe estimate. He heard the nascent cries of infants, wailing of children, gasps and shrieks of teens, and the stench of horror and confusion from adults. They were varied and clearly included all ages, races, genders, and cultivations. Is every last existence in the Imperial Dawn starfield being transported here? He wasn't hasty in acting, taking his time to analyze the situation, recalling Wei Wuin's words from moments earlier. It was that calm attitude of his little boss that allowed him to remain level-headed despite his outstanding power and endless questions. However, not everyone was like him. An eruption of terrifying power exploded out as a demonic aura permeated the world. It belonged to a demon cultivator at the light reflection phase, the fifth stage of the astral core realm, and his first thoughts were to fight. His natural instincts took over and he shot towards the cloudless sky. Tua Bihan noted that the gushing flow of demonic force from that cultivator was halted by a thin membrane that glowed on the surface of everyone's skin. Be it the uncultivated newborns or cultivators at the astral core realm, they were all protected by this membrane to the point their hair hadn't even been tousled by that torrential power. The demon cultivator was fast, reaching 1,000 feet high in the matter of moments. Then, as he reached that height, a burst of light arrived from the sky, and this light was accompanied by a needle-like comet that sped towards the demon. It was incredibly fast, and Tua Bihan barely saw it before it zipped through the demon and vanished into the far distance. The flow of power from the demon was halted, shortly followed by a shocked and surprised exclamation. Then, that exclamation became horror as the demon started to fall from 1,000 feet height. With arms and legs flailing, the demon tried to grasp the ambient mana or use his demonic force to maintain altitude, yet it did no good. With a shriek, the demon crashed into the ground with a soft, unexpected sound. There was no dust or burst of air from his landing, nor a crater from his heavy, energy-refined body. My cultivation. The demon shouted in panic, unhurt by the fall as a thin membrane had protected him. He realized that his astral soul and meridians were thoroughly sealed, and the world's ambient mana was unable to be manipulated. With his cultivation sealed, he was unable to even fly. Soon, bursts of light soon came from the distance as well. Tua Bihan heard the endless shrieks of horror, and screams of terrified discovery. There were numerous cultivators that believed themselves powerful, trying to escape or seek answers yet were only met with the flying needle-like comet that sealed them completely. Besides that, the bursts of light that indicated new arrivals were ceaselessly resounding. Just from his spiritual sense alone, he felt the lively presence of tens of millions around him, and the number was increasing. They were all roughly 5 feet or so apart in distance, giving them ample room to move about. Clearly, the space was terrifyingly large. Moreover, it seemed as one of the first arrivals, the arrivals became more and more distant from his current location. It was like the burst of light was running away, and he could see how they moved further and further away. Tua Bihan tried to sense the presence of the other myriad monarch sect members, but even in the first 10 million, they were nowhere to be found. While he noted some had auras that resembled the myriad monarch sect's main planet, Wuyu or Unia, they were all individuals of low cultivation or age. He brought out a piece of cloth from his robe and tightly wrapped the jade box that Wei Wuyin gave him, remembering every word Wei Wuyin had said. Tua Bihan knew that Wei Wuyin was likely not here, and that the little boss was aware that this was bound to happen, so he decided to set his priorities first, find other members of the myriad monarch sect. Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone running through the crowd, passing through the 5 feet gaps with outstanding speed. It was a female elf, and she was at the spatial resonance phase. Unlike the others that took to the sky, she was traveling on the ground with a purpose. Her astral force empowered her movements as she dashed across. However, just as she got a little distance away, one of those bursts of lights exploded directly above her, and she vanished. Tua Bihan's pupils shrunk all right. So, first, stay put. While the speed of her disappearance was fast, Tua Bihan could sense that one of those pillars had arrived and she was taken away. He didn't know if being taken away was good or bad, but he did not mind never finding out for himself. Fortunately, the life aura of that female elf had entered his spiritual senses after he expanded his search, realizing that she was sitting down with her cultivation thoroughly sealed. Her face was quite unsightly, but she seemed to become very behaved after. In the matter of a few minutes, his spiritual senses reached their utter limits, and he realized the entire surface of this world was above the surface area of the myriad monarch sect's main planet. To frighteningly add, it was entirely flat and consistent. There were no clouds, mountains, sporadic profusions, signs of flora or fauna, or even anything seemingly resembling a natural environment. I've counted roughly 13 billion, and the numbers are growing. My senses can only reach so far, and there might be trillions here. Tua Bihan counted the life auras in this strange world, which consisted of some auras he found familiar. He tried to send transmissions out, but he found that there was something directly interfering with it, preventing him from doing so. Without any means to directly communicate, he could only wait where he was. After gauging the situation, he tied the box wrapped in cloth around his torso, carrying it like a pouch. This was extremely important, so he didn't even want it to be in his spatial ring for fear of the unknown. Soon, the souls that have arrived were all conversing with their neighbors, asking questions, seeking answers, but with ignorance abound, it did little good to alleviate their concerns. The only bonus was the smart few that reassured others that if the one who brought them here wanted them dead, then they would be dead. Why waste the effort? Regardless, an explanation was bound to be incoming, so they just had to be patient. Unfortunately, the environment was extremely unsuitable for resting, and any object that was taken out of their storage or spatial ring would abruptly vanish without an explanation. It seems the spatial fluctuations would trigger some defensive mechanism. Tua Bihan noted that this might not be an intended effect of this world, but an inherent flaw in its design. After all, someone tried to utilize their spatial force, likely some realm lord from that new continent, and they vanished. Another light burst occurred in that area, and a new life form took their place. Clearly, that human realm lord was not returned. It was highly possible he was trapped somewhere or dead, so Tua Bihan felt relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. He wasn't the only one who was inspecting the world, and he felt numerous spiritual senses sweeping across him. Some of them carried familiar auras, such as Qin Rui's. Knowing that she was nearby, watching, he formed some hand signs to indicate for her to not make rash actions. This was the only method that was usable with the restrictions present. Fortunately, when he discovered her, she gestured with her hands to assure him that she wasn't going to act recklessly. They then proceeded to communicate with hand signs, performing a little charade of sorts until they understood the other well enough. If it wasn't for fear of provoking some calamity, they could use their astral force to write out characters in the air, even if it would be read by others. A few even tried to do so, especially after seeing Tua Bihan and Chin Rui communicate. Yet they had their cultivation bases sealed, including their spiritual senses as a consequence. It seemed that spiritual sense usage was not prohibited, but astral force or chi would provoke a direct response that resulted in its restriction. This was an utterly terrifying world. A thunderous sound grasped everyone's attention, even children and infants stopped crying as they were attracted by the event above them. A single face, large, massive like a lunar satellite, emerged above. It plastered in the cloudless sky, replacing the white scenery that emitted light without a visible source. The face was of a handsome middle-aged man with a trimmed stubble and a short-tied ponytail. While the colors of his features couldn't be determined, as it was an aurora of bright colors, one could tell he was human. The follicles of his stubble were abundantly vivid, giving him an animated and alive feeling. This was no automaton. The face had a stern and calm gaze as it seemed to be staring at you, yet also at everything and everyone present. Greetings, citizens of the desolate sky domain. The male voice spoke, and his voice was extremely loud yet brought no discomfort to anyone, be it the infants or the adults. It was soothing, in fact. The low reverb it carried comforted the heart, making it difficult to bear hostilities. However, the experts were startled by his words. Desolate sky domain. Citizens. What? The voice cleared its throat and continued, you must have a lot of questions, keep them for later. For now, I must tell you about why you're here, your starfield, your planet, your continent, your home is about to meet its end. Trillions paled. Chapter 583, 578, Heartrending Truth. Your starfield, your planet, your continent, your home is about to meet its end. The calm, settled voice set a stark contrast to this devastating piece of news. Clearly, there was no emotion held within, and there was even a bit of indifference. Yet it was enough to provoke incredible responses, including confusion and incredulity. How is that possible? A human man, a farmer who worked several decades, maintaining his fields, feeding his family, and living out most of his life in a single location, couldn't help but exclaim aloud, you're lying. Why would we believe you? The voice was from a strong-willed, yet clearly at the precipice of shedding tears, young woman. She angrily pointed towards the massive face with her trembling finger. Shockingly, these two voices were heard by the trillions as if spoken through a sound amplifier. This instigated a series of rage-filled accusations and disbelieving questions. Who the hell are you? Take us back home. Yeah. Why should we believe you? Despite the face being as large and massive as a star, being witnessed by the trillions present, most were so overwhelmed by the situation that they hadn't registered the utterly terrifying difference in means. Most of those speaking were at the chi condensation or lower, those who fought for their land, home, and struggled to live every day. Tua Bihan remained silent. A forlorn feeling emerged within the depths of his heart, with memories of the starfield that raised him, fed him, and carried his greatest memories floating to the forefront of his mind without end. Unlike the others, his breadth of mind and emotional composure was greater, and having lost many things in his long life, friends, family, lovers, he understood how to prioritize and compartmentalize his feelings. The face merely watched calmly as the crowd became rowdy. Some even executed attacks at the face, yet they were unable to reach it, and had their cultivation bases subsequently sealed. This raged on for several minutes, with some even crying as the situation seemed to weigh on them. Perhaps their home was going to meet its end. A little boy, no more than 10, regarded as a talented genius within his clan, already at the 6th phase of the chi condensation realm, the false reality false, couldn't help but speak. When he did, his voice was like a washing tidal wave of sound, enveloping the trillions present. Why? One word. It was enough to surge over everyone, and as if by some unseen force, people slowly calmed down as that single word reverberated throughout the world. That calm, gentle voice that sought answers, not accusatory or defaming intentions. The rowdy world settled into an awkward silence. They looked towards the face for answers, for that question to be answered. The face swept his glance at the crowd, seemingly satisfied with their responses. He said, your solar stars attracted the attention of a star devourer, a being that consumes solar stars for nutrients. It was an unfortunate situation, and the best course of action we had was to extract you all at the earliest with the quickest means. Here you are. It didn't stop with just that. A screen projected in the air above, causing the heads of every living being to lift and view it. It was the scene of a white fox with crystalline eyes that seemed to contain the endless stars of the world. It floated onto a starfield with a single solar star, a star a little smaller than theirs. Some of these people weren't aware that the starfield had 3 suns, so a few even misunderstood it as their starfield at first, such as the inhabitants of the myriad-year continent. Most hadn't even known about the vast expanse of the world, so they couldn't imagine the scale. They just saw a fox walk towards a solar star-like object surrounded by tiny flat continents and spherical planets. The fox-like creature opened its maw and sucked in the solar star. The next scene was devastating and heart-rending. Because it didn't show the creature discharging immediately, but split into simultaneous viewpoints of various continents, planets, and the people like them lived there. Regardless of what scene you focused on, you saw the shadow of the creature in the distance. The outline, and then you slowly see the solar star in the sky move and cause endless rippling changes. The sky slowly went dark. Like a flaming light snuffed out by a dreadful chill, the encroaching darkness was interrupted by a white discharge of energy that swept through the world. Those people like them still had their eyes on the vanishing light, but they couldn't react. They were smashed by the energy and faded without a single whimper. Without a single roar of resistance or act of defiance. They just ended. The screen returned to the creature that was now a black dog, slowly sleeping amongst the boundless void. It was as if it didn't just commit genocide of an entire starfield. There was even a hint of a contentful smile on its lips. Silence. Silence. And more silence. No one knew how to react. Was that them? Was that supposed to be them? To die without knowing why or how, to simply vanish. The face allowed them to digest their feelings, to process their loss. But it didn't do so forever. The Star Devourer will do the same to your starfield in the next few days. However, you're safe. You'll have a second chance at life. If you want it. The 10-year-old genius, who could even be regarded as a talent even amongst the hegemonic powers of the Imperial Dawn starfield, clenched his fists and teeth with tears streaming down his face. He, with a quiver to his voice, asked, "What about our family? Will we see them again?" Many of the people here were surrounded by unknowns, people they've never met, and unless they could search through the presence of billions, they would find it extremely difficult to locate them. So the question as to where they were was pressing. The face calmly nodded, yes. The transportation had to be performed in a specific order, sending you all in random locations within this world-shifting realm, but you will all see your family and companions again. However, before we proceed with that, I must explain to you your situation clearly. You all belong to a remote corner of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region, and will be transported to the Eternal Sky Starfield, the ruling starfield of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. There, based on a variety of factors, you will have 3 choices ahead of you. To stay on a newly created planet yet to be named. It is nascent, but it could house hundreds of billions with ease. It was created specifically for you. The cultivation resources and development of this planet is little to none, so it won't generate sufficient resources outside of basic living needs for a few centuries. However, you'll be allowed a fresh start. To join one of the 3 other domains, staying in their advanced territory with established hierarchy and brimming resources. This will highly depend on your race, so I don't recommend this if you're a family of more than a single race. You will have to integrate into a new, different society. Or lastly, to try out for a chance to join the various forces of the Eternal Sky Starfield. Your cultivation path will not be limited, and your future might actually be breached open. Of course, this will depend on age, cultivation, and race, as well as the specific requirements of the force itself. After explaining this, the voice went silent and waited. The crowd began to murmur and shuffle amongst themselves. There was a planet created just for them. Some didn't even know what a planet was, but they had some idea. Still, they didn't have much choice. Tua Bihan watched all this and sighed in his heart. While the voice had delved into explaining it well, there were many implications within that would go unnoticed. For example, a fresh planet meant no cultivation resources, likely no trade routes. You might have land, but what else? The second option was seemingly promising, but entering a society that you knew nothing about was extremely difficult. There were all sorts of unknown variables that couldn't be considered. Furthermore, race seemed to hold incredible importance in this world. What if cultivation held even more importance? Who knew how chi condensation cultivators would be treated? The third option was likely only available to those with a high cultivation or geniuses, so that was an option most couldn't even consider. The face allowed them to continue for a few minutes before he spoke again. You don't have to decide now. First, we'll organize you. While we are en route to the eternal sky starfield, you'll all have a screen placed in front of you soon. All you have to do is write your name, age, gender, and cultivation. Then, write the name, age, gender, and if you know it, the cultivation of 2 other people you wish to see. If you belong to an organization, a faction, or an association, write that name instead of 2 individuals. For now, we'll be placing you all in these specific groups. As for infants and children, they'll be sent to the one with the closest life aura as theirs. So mostly to their parents. After speaking, flat screens formed by strange energy appeared in front of everyone. They could be written on with just one's finger. Tua Bihan glanced at the screen and thought for a moment. He didn't write down the myriad monarch sect. Instead, he placed 2 names, Sume, 45, female, and Amp, Chin Rue, 682, female, 6th stage of astral core realm. Chapter 584, 579, Sea of Beauties. After hearing the giant face's words, hope brewed in the hearts of trillions. Many felt lost, scared, and insecure after being dragged away from their lifelong homes against their will and separated from their friends, families, and allies, but knowing that they would soon be reunited lit a burning flare of excitement in their disarrayed hearts. After inscribing the 2 names and their information on the floating screen, Tua Bihan quietly waited for the following transportation. There wasn't much else to do, but his mind was still occupied with other thoughts. Should I give the rings to those while within this strange space, or should I wait until we depart? He had an assignment, and that was to deliver the 18 rings to their chosen recipients, minus his own. Considering Wei Wuin's last orders that stressed the importance of this task, it was likely that these rings will serve as crucial tools for the development of the Ascendants in his absence. He couldn't allow it or its contents to leak. He wasn't exactly sure how advanced this new so-called Grand Cyclic Stellar Region or Eternal Sky Starfield was, but the products of a mortal sovereign alchemist couldn't be insignificant and casually dismissed. He had a distinct feeling that these rings could instigate a bloodbath in any cultivation society soon. Tua Bihan felt a burst of light cascade downwards from the sky, encapsulating him whole. After a slight pressure, he felt blinded both physically and with his spiritual sense before a whirling sensation engulfed his body. It was as if he was being moved wildly. It was entirely inconsistent with the quiet, sudden manner of his previous transportation. When he felt the sensation dissipate, his eyes slowly regained their unobstructed vision, and the first sight he saw was a young woman. A pair of pure black eyes that radiated a stern, serene, yet valiant light. There was a unique air around her that made her feel unfathomable yet incredibly simply. Her short, wavy, jet black hair was styled in an angled bob that reached her chin, with the right side of her hair's tousled strands concealing a slight portion of her facial features, adding a mysterious charm to her. With her light pale skin that seemed flawless as a contrast, the longer one gazed into her pure eyes and observed her symmetrical features, they would find her more and more fascinating. Tua Bihan was startled for a moment. Sume stood before him with the posture of a stable warrior, as upright and firm as a pillar of heaven. Her right hand and forearm were gently resting on the long hilt of her saber that was tied to her waist. Grand Sage Tua, Sume calmly greeted. She seemingly wasn't affected by the whirling force of the transportation, and was merely observing the surroundings with a faint sharp light in her eyes. There were more and more figures arriving beside them in sudden bursts of light. Each light was perfectly distanced from each other, ensuring no random collisions. However, those eyes of hers were continuously searching without pause. Clearly, she was looking for someone specific. Grand Sage Tua. Another voice called out, attracting Tua Bihan's attention. When he looked over, he saw a woman with a sea of sleek cascading golden blonde hair that reached mid-torso, with a pair of soothing ocean blue eyes. Her milky white skin seemed to glimmer with a faint healthy sheen, and her bodily figure was outstanding, curves and shape. It was accentuated by a white robe with golden borders, a rather opulent attire. It was Lin Zian, Grand Sage Tua. Another voice followed, also a familiar voice. This was followed by a few others as these figures all started to appear around each other. The voice that resounded belonged to Qin Rui, a fiery redhead with scarlet eyes that seemed to contain the flicker of burning embers. Hong Ru appeared as well. Directly next to her was Xiaobing, the white-haired, icy-gazed, chilled air that complemented and accentuated Hong Ru's fiery aura, bringing about a unique equilibrium. When the two noticed each other, they were the first to move and grabbed each other's hands. More and more arrived, such as Xiang Ling, Long Tingyu, Wu Baozhai, and Deshan. Before long, this area was the gathering location of top-tier nation-crippling beauties. A sea of outstanding aroma and a visual feast that could consume the untrained male mind manifested in an instant. It became an idyllic, fantastical paradise, a heaven of sorts. "Where's Wei Wuyin?" a shakingly anxious voice asked. The others turned simultaneously and noticed it belonged to Qin Qiumu. The others glanced around, their spiritual senses unleashed as they scoured the immediate surroundings. Tua Bihan noted that before each of these outstanding females were screens much like his own. As he read the names on each of their screens, he couldn't help but form a helpless smile on his face. Whether it was Qin Qiumu, Su Mei, Long Tingyu, or the rest, they had all written down Wei Wuin's name, age, and gender as one of their names. It made sense, however, there were an unexpected few that also had his name etched on their screens. He wouldn't have expected Long Tingyu to write down Wei Wuin's name. However, he had to remind himself that only a few were aware of Long Chen's death and the events that led to it. Shockingly, Long Tingyu's second name wasn't Long Chen. It was Qin Qiumu. It baffled him further. Wei Wuyin. Qin Qiumu shouted out after receiving no answer, calling out to Wei Wuyin. Despite their relocation, sending out spiritual transmissions was still impossible, and she hadn't noticed his arrival. However, just a short while ago, she saw him brightly smiling with a warm expression and energetic wave. Her beating heart felt as if cement was slowly being poured into it. As her intuition noticed something was wrong, she wasn't the only one at some level. They all felt a tension in their hearts as their senses were unable to find that unearthly handsome figure that seemingly could uphold the sky, the outstanding man who slowly established himself as an unirascible presence in their hearts. Su Mei's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable sharp light. Those pure black eyes of hers had become tainted with a killing aura as she looked upwards, locating the giant face that remained stationary in the starless sky. Her left hand grasped the hilt of her saber, clenching it tightly. Tua Bihan decided to intervene before Su Mei or anyone else decided to act recklessly. Wei Wuyin isn't here. What? Everyone turned to Tua Bihan in simultaneous shock. Suddenly having the attention of nearly a dozen world-toppling beauties left him feeling strange, but he regained his composure swiftly. He wasn't desirous or envious of Wei Wuyin, he just felt it was a little interesting. Unable to speak through concealed transmission, Tua Bihan didn't elaborate or inform them of Wei Wuin's intentions. He didn't know why Wei Wuyin decided to not come along, but since he had, then the reason must be important. Instead, he said, "He's alive and well. When we settle ourselves, I'll explain everything." His first sentence settled their hearts, especially Qin Qiumu's. She knew that the last one to speak to Wei Wuyin was Tua Bihan, so hearing him say this alleviated her worries by a considerable amount. That cement in. Her heart dissipated as she pressed her hands against her chest, producing a tantalizing scene despite its innocence. Su Mei stared at Tua Bihan for a long moment. She only looked away to see Qin Qiumu noticeably calmed down. Then, her eyes regained their serenity. Everyone present was taken abruptly, but she was aware of the imperial summons that Wei Wuyin had issued. This likely meant that Tua Bihan and Qin Qiumu, one of the people that entered the strange realm with him, were most aware of his current condition. The others were similarly concerned, but they could only set it aside for now despite their raging questions. If there was one individual none of them should be worried about, it was Wei Wuyin. Tua Bihan was caught in a dilemma. The majority of the names tagged to these special spatial rings were located here, but he wasn't certain if it was safe to deliver them at the moment. He was also unaware of how efficient travel was or how vast this new location was. If they were split up, how long would it take to deliver these rings? Yet Su Mei took the lead. "We have 3 options before us, we should decide what everyone, individually, intends to do." Her words were steadily spoken, yet they caused the hearts of everyone to stir. "How can we decide such an important matter when Wei Wuyin isn't here?" Someone questioned. It belonged to a gorgeous, gray-eyed beauty with an utterly mind-blowingly tantalizing air about her that could enrapture the senses. With long, light brown hair and full, lustrous pink lips, she stood out amongst the sea of beauties with ease. Her warm, rich, golden and buttery brown skin accompanied by a bountiful pair of perky breasts held tightly together by her robe highlighted the drastic difference. Nasini could be considered Wei Wuin's fiancée, so her asking this was well within her rights. However, Deshan audibly scoffed in response. Her displeasure was clear as day. She didn't like that Nasini was engaged to Wei Wuin. Most of them were clearly aware of how Nasini was attached to the hip to a certain grand prince, only segregating after Wei Wuin claimed total supremacy and became the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, even having the starfield renamed after him. So she was an opportunistic woman without shame in her eyes. And while jealousy likely affected her feelings towards Nasini, it didn't fuel her dislike of Nasini. The fuel was Nasini's decision only after Wei Wuin established himself as an individual with a limitless future. Deshan spoke her mind. I don't know about you, but my life doesn't revolve around a single man, nor do I need his input to make a decision for me. Nasini deeply frowned, glancing at Deshan as fainting mist exuded from her eyes. It was a natural expression of her unique physique, yet a strange, uncomfortable feeling overwhelmed the crowd. You wrote his name too, same as me. Nasini spat out defensively. Wei Wuin's level of importance couldn't be stated more. That being said, Deshan's words struck a heavy chord in her heart. That's right, but I'm his woman, not his slave seeking his every approval for fear of being abandoned. Unlike someone here, Deshan, however, didn't retreat. She fearlessly faced this shameless woman, glared, and brimmed with battle intent. The two seemed ready to come to blows. Enough. Lin Zian shouted to halt the developing situation. She was one of the few that understood that Nasini had agonized over the decision long before Wei Wuin and Long Chen's paths started to rapidly diverge, with one rising and the other unable to match that speed. Wu Baozhai chimed in, Sumei's right, we need to determine which of the three choices we'll take, either as a group or individual. While Wei Wuin's input is appreciated, he's not here, and he wouldn't want us to twiddle our thumbs like inept damsels. Wu Baozhai was well aware of Deshan's comment, and she was similarly aware of what it meant. Perhaps this is the difference between him and Wei Wuin. Unlike the situation where Long Chen vanishing left them helpless like chickens without heads, Deshan and Sumei's first instincts were to move forward without question. Wei Wuin was himself and they were their own person. When she remembered how she acted when she was with Long Chen, she even felt embarrassed. At that time, it was as if she was living for him, following him, not moving in her own life unless he was the trigger. Nasini harumphed, but her eyes flashed with a softened emotion. I'm not just his slave, I'll be his partner, his wife, his equal. Wei Wuin and her had met when she was at her weakest, and he gave her a new lease on life, and reminded her of the importance of strength. While she hated him for so long, this was only because she was naive, angry at the world for her weakness. She swore to herself that she wouldn't be weak. To her, waiting for her partner's input wasn't a sign of being a slave seeking approval, but being considerate. However, Deshan reminded her that she couldn't act like she had with Long Chen, and she needed a form of independence. So while Deshan's attitude and words towards her was quite ugly, she felt gratitude for this much-needed reminder. Everyone went quiet for a moment, contemplating their own circumstances. Qin Rui glanced at these capable, devastatingly beautiful women, looking at those screens with Wei Wuin's name on each of them. She couldn't help but pout for some reason, finding herself a little frustrated and insecure. She also realized they were brought together because they wrote the name of someone that wasn't even present. At this moment of deep thought, a soft voice resounded, Sumei. Sumei was startled by this voice, finding it incredibly familiar. She turned and her eyes slightly widened with disbelief. Chapter 585, 580, Options. When Sumei moved her eyes to the voice in question, she couldn't help but be surprised. Standing at a height of 5 feet and 5 inches, with a petite figure, and perfectly imperfect freckles that highlighted her facial presence with a gentle, girl-next-door feeling. While she lacked a world-defying countenance, only having above-average looks for a human female, there was an air about her that set her apart from the rest. However, in a sea of apex beauties, most of which had alluring curves, unique features, and voluptuously mouth-watering figures that could make men lose their minds in their wistful dreams, she had gone almost entirely unnoticed. Her previously short-cut, sleek brown hair was now orange-red and wildly curly, giving her a faintly fierce and feisty appearance. At first glance, one would want to know more. No, one had to. Sumei's eyes were instantly attracted to the screen before this young girl, finding that there were two names, Mei Yang and Wei Wuin. She had an odd expression on her face, breaking her normally stoic and calm expression. The others were quite curious at Sumei's reaction. What could shatter her barrier of serenity? They glanced at the pretty girl that wadded her way through the crowd of beauty. Looking at Sume, behind her was a gorgeous woman dressed in a floral-patterned cheongsam with shirt sleeves, tightly wrapping her delicate figure. She carried an always-present smile that contained a hint of mischievousness. Those eyes of hers seemed to allude that it contained the secrets of heavenly delight, but in truth, a glimmer of hell flickered within. These two were Mei Mei and Mei Yang. Besides Sume, no one present was aware of who these two were. However, Qing Qiumu, Wu Baozhai, Na Sini, and Lin Zian delved into their memories after finding Mei Yang familiar. Aren't you? It was Wu Baozhai who remembered first. You're that girl from the myriad your continent. The one Wei Wuyin was about to kill. Fight, Long Chen 4. Wu Baozhai had stuttered briefly after remembering Long Chen's death, his decapitated head that left his body, flashing with eyes of lifelessness. Those words, however, triggered Qing Qiumu, Na Sini, and Lin Zian's memories. They remembered that incident. Long Chen wanted to kill Wu Chen, the Scarlet Solaris Sect's young master, but Wei Wuyin interfered. It was the first and only time they had seen Wei Wuyin angry. The rest glanced at Mei Mei, drawing her an outstanding amount of attention. When Deshan saw that dainty figure that lacked any heft from behind or above, she pouted. Thinking how Wei Wuyin acted in bed, she was skeptical if this girl could even be his type. She wasn't the only one doubtful. They all glanced at each other, and not a single one of them lacked a heavenly endowed front and back, enough for entire handfuls. Besides Sume, who they were all aware wasn't Wei Wuin's lover, they couldn't help but have doubts. Sume quickly calmed herself, restoring her serene expression. After Wei Wuin's disappearance that lasted for a decade, Sume had gotten closer to Mei Mei. She was one of the last living links to Wei Wuyin at the time, so she held on to it. They had even become friends. However, it wasn't the time to catch up or ask questions. After a brief nod acknowledging Mei Mei, she calmly reminded, "We have three options. I'll lay out the logistics that these choices will entail. The first choice, to enter on a new planet. It'll be perfect for those who wish to maintain the status quo and stay with the sect." Wu Baozhai chimed in at the end, "I'll be choosing this method, alongside all the myriad your continent members." This shocked a few of them, but Tua Bihan gave her a solid nod. There was a hint of respect. Sume glanced at Wu Baozhai for a moment and continued, "Doing so will mean entering an environment with little to no cultivation resources. However, this doesn't mean you'll be unable to procure resources from other sources or develop your own. This choice is beneficial to those who want to remain with the sect, their clans, or families in a united manner. After all, we have no idea how violent the civilization of this starfield is or how competitive its environments are, and I'll be frank, not one of you are ordinary individuals, be it cultivators or women. Most of you are talented beauties that will undoubtedly draw attention, desire, and calamities. Unlike in the myriad monarch sect or our starfield, the reputation of the sect or Wei Wuyin will not be able to protect you. We are not the rulers of this starfield and he isn't here. Perhaps when he arrives, this will change. No, this will certainly change, but until then, we're by ourselves. If you feel fear of being raped or taken advantage of or even enslaved and killed, then the first option is best for you." Sume explained, her tone calm yet her words caused their hearts to tremble violently. Wu Baozhai added, "Working as a unified team with Sume, but it's not absolutely guaranteed. Foreign forces could arrive on the continent, curious tourists to explore and meet the new arrivals, and these people might be elite cultivators that might eclipse our understanding, and our situations might not be any better. So keep that in mind." Sume nodded in approval. There were no certainties to either option. Furthermore, Wei Wuin's resources left for the Valkyrie and Ascendants had already run dry. If they decide to take this option, the chances of making rapid advancements in their cultivation will be dependent on natural talent and ambient essence and energies. Nasini felt tense. She had a unique physique that most would love to use for personal gain, ignoring her well-being, and with Wei Wuin's help, she hadn't just regained her physique, but elevated it by a single level, reaching the 4-point physique. With 4 primal enes of utmost richness, the benefits for cultivators, either to their foundation or their cultivation base, was unimaginable. This was even more so after she reached the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase. With every advancement, her primal enes were rising in quality and quantity of ene energies. If anyone were to be targeted amongst the group, it would likely be her. This was how it was with Long Chen. Will it remain the same now? She didn't Believe there would be someone like Wei Wuyin that wouldn't use her until she was useless, and burn her corpse or keep her as a plaything. Nasani's right hand violently quivered at the thought as a debilitating fear gripped her heart. But a soft, warm hand wrapped around it, and she saw Qin Qiumu with a comforting smile to her side. Qin Qiumu whispered a few words into her ear, and she felt instant relief. Qin Qiumu had merely mentioned Wei Wuyin, and how he'd never allow her to suffer that sort of harm, even if he wasn't present. This was because he wasn't like Long Chen, and he always thought ahead, something that she admired and felt attracted to. While Deshan was right about being independent and possessing a sense of individuality, it was still good to be aware that your chosen lover was capable of holding the sky. The second option is clear, yet I can't say much about it. I don't know anything about the society or state of its civilization regarding this starfield. Furthermore, the face mentioned 3 domains, so these domains might be territories of different forces like the Myriad Monarch astral territory. We might be able to choose, we might not. We might be separated by planets. If you choose this method, you're on your own. Su Mei's words resonated with everyone. The one with the most uncertainty was the second option. The third is the option I'll be choosing. While I'm a part of the Myriad Monarch sect, I'm a cultivator first. I wish to explore this new environment, learn more and develop myself without pause. Joining one of these forces, even if they aren't the leader of the starfield, will ensure a certain degree of safety and cultivation environment. It might be extremely competitive, and I could even suffer a fate worse than I've mentioned, but I'm willing to take that risk as a cultivator. After saying her piece, Su Mei glanced at everyone, especially Wu Baozhai. Tua Bihan had no objections in regards to their words. While the Myriad Monarch sect was now in the hands of Wu Baozhai, it could almost be said to have been dismantled entirely. Without any foundation to speak of, there was little they could do. Their previous supremacy had ended, brief yet memorable. Furthermore, the best type of resources were unable to be kept in storage rings, and due to this environment, they couldn't take anything out of their storage vaults. Everything was gone. Unlike the 4 extreme continent, the Imperial Dawn Starfield used mostly storage rings, establishing vaults in secured locations with a spatial formation that acted as a gate between the two. It wasn't a spatial ring that contained its own independent space. With the sudden shift of their persons and subsequent destruction of the starfield, they had no more wealth, resources, or environments to nurture cultivators. Wu Baozhai reminded, even if we separate, even if you decide to join other sects or organizations, remember one thing, you are and will forever be a part of the Ascendants. If one day you forget this, Wei Wuyin won't have to kill you, I will. Her voice was downright cold, oozing a murderous aura from within. Everyone once again went silent. However, a figure wrapped in void black that went unnoticed by the vast majority, seemingly being a shadow in a world of brightness, was quietly watching. When he heard this, he subtly nodded as if adding, "So will I. It seems I need to give them the rings prior to exiting this space. I just hope this is the right decision." After deciding this, he waited for them to make their choices. If they separated, either staying on a planet, being dropped off in the 3 domains, or entering a unique force, he might never see them again. These rings shouldn't just have resources, but means to protect them. Wu Baozhai didn't need to stay, so she used her spiritual sense and discovered that the Myriad Monarch sect's group of millions were nearby. While they were small, the others were extremely large. She left the group. Tua Bihan glanced at the others, and then followed Wu Baozhai. He decided to give her the ring first, and only because he saw Wu Yu's ring still hanging from her neck. There was a spatial ring for Wu Yu as well, and if he had to guess, this might be the most important one for the immediate future. Grand Princess Wu, wait. Chapter 586-581, Thinking Ahead. Wu Baozhai was already thinking about ways to re-establish the Myriad Monarch sect on this new planet. The issue was the possibility that those from that new continent would descend alongside them. The only realm lord she possessed was Tua Bihan, and while he was the highest-ranking member of the sect, his loyalties were fastened to Wei Wuyin. She didn't judge him for this, however. Wasn't she the same? The sect was likely going to fade away, unable to maintain itself in this new environment. It was a depressing thought, especially after all the effort and planning she went through. The countless elites might not stay after learning that Wei Wuyin wasn't present and they had no resources, wanting to choose joining another established force to support their clans and futures. It was understandable. The complications didn't just stop there. As she agonized over her choices while walking towards those who wrote down Myriad Monarch Sect, she heard a voice behind her. Grand Princess Wu. Tua Bihan arrived with a furrowed brow and a solemn glint within his eyes. Oh. Yes, Grand Sage Tua. Wu Baozhai was still respectful, referring to Tua Bihan by his title. Regardless of what, she would love it if Tua Bihan decided to stay and help her fashion the Myriad Monarch Sect on this new planet, in this new environment. In truth, she was nervous and jittery about it all. She had to force herself to accept these circumstances, and she knew she wasn't alone in her feelings. Taken away from home, told it was going to be destroyed, and then revealed the lethal fate that they had been saved from. If it wasn't for the giant face's unnecessary need to lie, considering the vast power difference, she wouldn't believe it and refused to accept it. Is the Grand Monarch present? Tua Bihan glanced at the unassuming black ring that hung around Wu Baozhai's neck leading to the tantalizing valley that was her ample bosom. Wu Baozhai was taken aback, frowning. After a brief period of staring at Tua Bihan, she nodded slightly. Wu Yu had always been present in the ring, but he had gone into hiding to avoid the prying eyes of those who were observing this peculiar space. Tua Bihan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he brought out a silver box from the piece of cloth he fashioned into a pouch. Hold out your hand, he said. Wu Baozhai was at first skeptical, but when she saw that rectangular box, her heart sped up and her chest heaved up and down in an unstable and powerful fashion. Tua Bihan was likely the last person to see Wei Wuyin, and at that time, he didn't have that box. Furthermore, the box was held in a piece of cloth, so it wasn't stored in a storage ring, so its importance must be great. To add, it seemed as if Tua Bihan knew the storage rings or spatial rings wouldn't work in this environment. While the last assumption was incorrect, it led to all sorts of correct assumptions. Did Wei Wuyin give you that? She asked, her breathing a little heavy. Ever since she enjoyed the resources Wei Wuyin left behind for the Valkyrie, she knew why only those who had the help of mortal sovereign alchemist could become realm lords, time lords, star lords, and ascend beyond the astral core realm. The feeling of growing stronger each and every day was intoxicating, truly and utterly. It even brought forth feelings of jealousy as she knew the resources and materials she would obtain would always be lacking in comparison to Wei Wuyin's lovers or trusted subordinates. From Wu Yu's own mouth, almost every mystic ascendant during the King of Everlore's era was produced only because of their intimacy with the man himself. There was only one that was particular and strange. She had the desire to find Wei Wuyin, and cement their relationship to secure her future. If one thing she knew, it was, cultivation is difficult. Wu Yu, likely one of the most talented cultivators in the entire starfield, had failed to ascend to the next stage after King of Everlore left. He lost his physical body, becoming a disembodied spirit. Without that support, Wu Yu would have never become a mystic ascendant. Without King of Everlore's ring left behind, he would have already died. While most of it was due to the environmental factors, it didn't subtract from the clearly obvious facts. So the box that Tua Bihan pulled out carried her imaginary hopes of ascension within them. Tua Bihan couldn't help but awkwardly smile after seeing those obsessive and expectant eyes. Once you taste power, taste a lifestyle far beyond before, it was hard to let it go. He was well aware of that fact. But he didn't judge her based on that. The chances are all of those behind him would or will react with the same or even greater intensity. Hold out your hand, Tua Bihan requested again. Wu Baozhai snapped out of her thoughts and did so, revealing her long fingers and perfectly curated nails. Tua Bihan placed his hand over hers and executed the spell to transfer spiritual seals. Wu Baozhai saw a spiritual light infuse into her skin and vanish. Curious, she glanced at Tua Bihan. The Grand Monarch, please, Tua Bihan asked as he held out his hand. Wu Baozhai hesitated for a moment before she removed the unassuming black ring and placed it on Tua Bihan's palm. Another spiritual light flashed and integrated into the ring before vanishing. Tua Bihan didn't hesitate after that. He withdrew 2 rings from the silver box, finding it incredibly strange. The silver box didn't feel like a spatial object, but when he went inside, it did. It felt as if it was an independent space. When he pulled out the 2 rings, it was almost as if he pulled out 2 objects from his storage ring. There was a trace of shock and fear in his eyes as he watched the rings for a few seconds, expecting them to vanish like the others, yet nothing occurred. With a soft sigh, he realized the box might have a different type of function. While similar in feeling, might not be in function. He returned the unassuming black ring and the 2 spatial rings to Wu Baozhai. There's a letter in each ring. be sure to read it. Wu Baozhai nodded, taking the ring. When she did, the spiritual light that had hid within her hand flashed, integrating into the ring, and then a burst of light shot out and entered Wu Baozhai's mind. She was about to instinctively fight against it when she recalled Tua Bihan's words, settling her thoughts and accepting it. Tua Bihan was shocked. Wasn't the letter material? The moment he thought about this, he realized that if it was the case, there was no need to remind them of it. Likely, Wei Wuyin meant to tell them that there's a message within each ring so they don't destroy it by mistake. He did stress the importance of that. The unassuming black ring also moved slightly, touching the ring in Wu Baozhai's hand with the etching, Wu Yu. A surge of spiritual light flowed out of the Wu Yu's ring and into the spatial ring. Then, another spiritual light shot, returning to Wu Yu's ring. Wu Baozhai had her eyes closed, her eyelashes flickering as she perceived the entirety of the message. It read, I learned about your astonishing feats after I left. I must say, I'm thoroughly impressed. You exceeded my expectations and then some. You were always the rightful candidate to take the Grand Monarch throne in my mind. I knew you were a natural-born leader from the moment I saw you all those years ago. I guess that's enough praise for now, leave the rest for in person. After all, I'm sure you hear more than enough already. Within this ring contains alchemical and material resources that I've carefully selected to nurture you, and for the future of the Myriad Monarch sect and its members. You should already be clearly aware of my hopes for you by now, so I won't say more on that. I can't wait to see how far you go, Grand Princess Wu Baozhai. If Wu Yu is still with you, he has a ring as well. Within it is a 9th-grade ever-rebirth pill that will restore his body, and supplementary resources that'll restore his energies in the quickest manner I can conceive. I know you'll focus on maintaining the name of the Myriad Monarch sect. You don't seem like someone who quits when the unexpected occurs, so I had to make sure it wouldn't be too difficult. Good luck. And remember, once an ascendant, always an ascendant. Those words were said with a distinct warmth that caused Wu Baozhai's heart to race for quite a while before she calmed down, settled herself, and located Wu Yu's ring in Wu Yu's spiritual space. He was similarly receiving a message from Wei Wuyin. I won't say needlessly sentimental words. Within contains the ever-rebirth pill, peak quality, and some energy restoration products to ease the resurrection of your body and cultivation. Your only job, until I come back, is to ensure that all those who are present are protected. If I find out you didn't do everything in your power to do so, when I return, I will take back everything I've given you. Especially Na Sini. Her life and yours, it is one and the same. But you are not to restrain her personal growth, protect her from the shadows unless absolutely necessary. Wei Wuyin's voice was calm and clear, lacking any warmth. But Wu Yu didn't feel that this was offensive, and even held a little bit of admiration. He would be a fool to not complete the task of a talented mortal sovereign alchemist. With his body restored, protecting some astral core realm fledglings should be easy. There was a faint roar of joyous excitement from within the ring that only Wu Baozhai could hear, due to her connection with him. It caused her to sweetly smile, creating a picturesque scene that would be priceless on the market. Wei Wuyin didn't forget them. Chapter 587-582, Delivery. Elation of the purest form flowed through Wu Baozhai's heart as she recalled the details of Wei Wuyin's spiritual letter, the joy of Wu Yu's lingering excitement, and the plans she had devised for the future once more regaining their footing. Despite being wary of this dimension, aware that withdrawing any object from a spatial ring was subject to disappearing, her spiritual sense could still sweep through the ring's contents as she did. Her heart found well-organized areas in the ring with bottles and vials with inscribed names. There were quite a few with descriptive cards attached, and they informed her of name, grade, tier, and effects. Furthermore, she saw several chests and boxes stacked as well. Wu Baozhai was curious by this and inspected a chest, discovering that, from the descriptive card, that chest contained 500 astral ocean pills. Her heart pounded fiercely as she observed this chest. There was a bit of dryness within her throat, and she even swallowed. But when she was reminded of the other chests, she counted them, realizing their number reached 13, and there were even boxes. She hurriedly inspected a box and found a pair of aquamarine-colored ores. They were the size of a beach ball. Aqua iron ore. This was an astral-level material used to forge astral armaments for water-attributed cultivators. Some cultivators with unique methods could even refine it to increase the potency of their water-attributed innate energies. As for the astral ocean pills, these precious things are a high-tier, 8th-grade alchemical product that was an advanced version of the great astral sea pill and its lesser form, the astral sea pill, said to be 100 times more effective than the latter. They were renowned for expanding the astral core, increasing the world C in quantity and quality. A single one in the Imperial Dawn starfield was enough to purchase an entire planet. Wars could be started over this, and only Qingye Yun, the Grand Association Master of the Alchemist Association, had only concocted a few times in his lifetime. Each time provoked stones as geniuses bid for it. However, they required a soul idol phase cultivation to properly refine, and she had only obtained one as a Valkyrie. Instead, she was given more great astral sea pills. She knew the others might have had more, likely due to their intimate relationship or history with Wei Wuyin, but she couldn't investigate Ito C500 given to her. Furthermore, not a single one was beneath the peak grade. Her heart pounding and mouth drying was an inevitable occurrence. The fact there were more boxes, chests, bottles, and vials were even more terrifying. Wu Baozhai knew that Wei Wuyin had given her these products for the Myriad Monarch Sex Foundation, but in truth, this was for her. After all, he could have given it to Tua Bihan or a prime imperial sage like Qin Rui to manage, but he allowed her to do so. A faint warmth surged in her heart just as she was about to set aside inspecting the rest of the products and materials for later, planning to reorganize and reassure the members of the sect. Her senses were attracted to a single bottle. The pill in this bottle was different from the rest, because the pill floated and exuded a silver light that reminded her of Wei Wuyin's gorgeously enchanting eyes. Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill. As she saw this pill, her interest was invigorated and she inspected the descriptive card laid beside it. As she read the first sentence. The second. Badum. Badum. The third and final sentence. Badum. 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 Her heart wasn't just pounding, it was thundering in her chest as her eyes widened in complete and utter disbelief. She even had the urge to scream out, "Impossible," and rub her own eyes in incredulity. This couldn't be real, right? It shouldn't even be possible. Right. A wad of saliva traveled from her mouth through her throat heavily, and she felt her fingers faintly tremble. While she now knew that Wei Wuyin was a mortal sovereign alchemist, always knew he was an incredible talent that could define an entire era, but wasn't this a little too much? This broke every belief she had established in cultivation and then some. Wu Yu noticed her violent reaction, sending a mental message in the most concealed manner possible to her. What's wrong? Those two words snapped Wu Baozhai out of her thoughts like a flick of a switch. Her expression calmed with a few breaths, and she regained a neutral expression. She had utterly lost her composure, unbefitting of a grand princess. She calmly replied, "Nothing." She retrieved Wu Yu's rings and calmly placed it around her neck. The spatial ring for Wu Yu had vanished, clearly sucked into Wu Yu's ring. Wu Yu was suspicious. Did Wei Wuyin leave her an enormous amount of resources, or perhaps a way to deal with him in case he became unstable or unreliable? He didn't believe that Wei Wuyin had the ability to do the latter, but there was always a possibility. Fortunately, he never intended to act against Wei Wuyin's task, so he didn't need to worry. In fact, it was good if he did plan for the possibility of such a scenario. Wu Baozhai calmly integrated with the myriad monarch sect members that wrote down the name of the organization, speaking in a loud, vocal manner that was empowered by her innate energies. It seemed the strange space didn't react as long as various forces weren't used. After an hour in informing the myriad monarch sect members their right to choose, stay or depart for their own, stay with their clan, or attempt to join another force with a more prevalent and established base, she sent Wu Yu a mental message that she couldn't hold back anymore. Is it possible for a cultivator at the soul idol phase to develop a domain seed? This question ate at her, feeling that it was ludicrous even saying it. It was like asking if a qi condensation cultivator can manifest a soul idol. It shouldn't be possible, right? Wu Yu was still enthralled on his plans of regaining his original body, returning to his peak form. But Wu Baozhai's question broke him out of it. What? Domain seed? He went silent for a long moment, considering it. I don't think so, but our world is incredibly vast and fantastical. If 2 or 3 spirits of cultivation can be forged and fused with one person, then who's to say cultivation has any clearly defined limits? The sacred Elven Queen was renowned for fusing 3 spirits of cultivation while assailing the astral core realm, so he was aware that conventions in cultivation can be broken. Even Wei Wuyin was a prime representation of that, somehow having the means of an alchemic astral soul yet maintaining his combat strength. Whether by method, bloodline, or spell, it was always possible to upturn conventional beliefs of cultivation. Wu Baozhai took a deep breath, and calmly exhaled. The Grand Monarch was right. The Tao of alchemy had always set their own limits, even having ways to forge a 10th spatial ripple or soul ring. If this Neo-Dawn eclipse pill said it could do this, then it was likely capable of doing it. The excitement in her heart bubbled. Tua Bihan left Wu Baozhai, returning to the group. He still had 15 more rings to deliver, excluding his own, and most were here. When he returned, they were all still deliberating their choices. Deshan announced, "I'll be taking the third option. I'll test the so-called might of the geniuses of this new starfield. They can't be that impressive, and if they are, I'll surely not back down." Her words stirred the hearts of quite a few present, feeling the same. Which one of them wasn't filled with pride and confidence? Which one of them weren't regarded as geniuses and talents even before Wei Wuyin showed up in their lives? In a new environment, they all held a firm belief that they could establish themselves. With the beautiful demonic giantess speaking out, the others started to echo her sentiment. Su Mei glanced at Deshan. This fierce woman had fought Wei Wuyin in physical combat after he visited the extreme demon mountain, and she was suppressed, but her reputation prior was terrifying. She showed outstanding battle potential during the Grand Spirit trials and a fearlessness to face all challenges. There was a hint of recognition in her eyes. "Me too," a fiery voice filled with passion followed. It belonged to Hong Ru, who turned to look at the icy white-haired beauty, Xiao Bing, next to her. Xiao Bing held her hand tighter and sweetly smiled, indicating her clear meaning, "Wherever you go, I'll go. The third option is our best option to establish our own foundation, etch out our own future. While I cherish the Myriad Monarch sect, and I'll always be a disciple, I don't think Wei Wuyin would agree with us following it. We're ascendants, first and foremost. Our main purpose isn't to develop the sect, but ourselves." A voice filled with determination resounded, drawing everyone's attention to note another beauty that had gone unnoticed. Her screen had two names, Wei Wuyin and Amp. Su Mei. She was Wenmingna. The woman who gave off a strange, vast, and unfathomable feeling spoke out. Those a part of the Valkyrie were well aware of Wenmingna's identity, but not much about her cultivation or abilities. She didn't spar with others, but she always gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling that others felt was impossible to measure. Prior to their Valkyrie status, Wenmingna was a princess from the Wen country of the Myriad continent. She was with Lin Zian and Wu Baozhai when she arrived as a participant. Her willpower was something else as she disfigured her face. Her firm words resonated with most. "I wholeheartedly agree," Tua Bihan interjected. The eyes of everyone turned to him. "I need to speak to each one of these people privately. I have a message left behind by Wei Wuyin for you." Tua Bihan's words caught them off guard. But he listed out the names: Su Mei, Nasini, Deshan, Xiang Ling, Wenmingna, Lin Zian, Xiao Bing and Amp, Hong Ru, and Qin Rui. "I'll need to speak to Xiao Bing and Hong Ru together." Everyone was startled. Messages from Wei Wuyin. When? Why? But regardless of who, their hearts started to pound with excitement. This was especially so for Nasini, after being told that Wei Wuyin would always consider her. Mei Mei spoke out at this moment, breaking the silence. "Where's Wei Wuyin?" Her concern was genuine, and she elicited faint glances, but Tua Bihan only stared impassively, realizing there wasn't a ring meant for Mei Mei, and he wasn't really certain of their relation. There was a ring for someone named Ying, but there was a note to say that he shouldn't publicize Ying's presence, merely be near Nasini, Su Mei, or Shui Fei, and say the word. Shadow Su Mei turned to Mei Mei. "You shouldn't be concerned. He's certainly fine." She was the only one who truly understood Wei Wuyin's feelings for Mei Mei, so she consoled her before moving towards Tua Bihan. "Let's find a space to talk." Chapter 588, 583, Letters Left Behind, Su Mei and Nasini. Chapter 588, 583, Letters Left Behind, Su Mei and Amp, Nasini. They soon found an isolated area, pushing away a large portion of the Myriad Monarch sect members nearby. With sufficient space, and despite being observed by everyone from a distance, Tua Bihan faced Su Mei. Despite her outwardly serene demeanor, Su Mei was undoubtedly the most concerned about Wei Wuyin's status. Her heart carried anxiety, not knowing where he was or if he was facing some unspeakable challenge or avoiding some dangerous enemy. Tua Bihan reminded Su Mei of the message, taking out the silver box and pulling out a spatial ring with her name etched on its surface. "Your hand," he said. Su Mei complied with his request without question. When the spiritual light seal integrated into her hand, she heard his message. You're probably a little anxious right now, but you don't be. I chose to stay, and it was mostly for Bai Lin. When she finishes her nirvanic transformation, I'll be making my way to wherever you are. I'm sure Bai Lin misses you, so be ready for some scorching hugs. I do have a mission for you. A mission that you have to complete, no matter what. Especially while I'm absent. There was a pause. Su Mei's heart instantly relaxed after hearing those words. Recalling that little crane that followed Wei Wuyin everywhere as a core disciple of the Scarlet Solaris sect. She was there when Wei Wuyin picked Bai Lin up from the Beast Ranch, when she was no more than a little crane colt with an attitude that day had changed her life, as it was the same day Wei Wuyin broke her out of her cage, giving her a new lease on life without asking for much in return, just loyalty and competency. She had almost forgotten about Bai Lin's transformation into a phoenix, realizing that Wei Wuyin would never leave the starfield without her. Even if it was destroyed and devastated, even if gods and devils besieged the entire world, he wouldn't leave. This was why her heart relaxed. Furthermore, that first word instilled the reminder that he hadn't forgotten her choice that day, to follow him no matter what. It was a reminder that he hadn't abandoned her, and that she was simply off to perform a mission just like all the other times she acted for him. The mission is simple: live for yourself. Until I return, that's your only mission. You're to act freely, do you understand me? Freely. Even if you were to join another force or faction, you're to act according to your desires. You don't have to consider me, the Ascendants, or anyone else unless you truly want to. Wei Wuyin's words shook Su Mei's heart like a thunderous rumble. A feeling of endlessly intense emotions flooded her heart for some reason, and her eyes grew misty. Those pure black eyes of her actually became clouded with a surge of varied thoughts. In truth, she was thinking that Wei Wuyin would ask her to temporarily lead the Ascendants in his absence, but instead, he wanted her to act as she wanted. She hadn't planned to act freely. She felt tethered and responsible for everyone. Su Mei had lied to everyone earlier. She merely wanted them to join an established force to better grant them protection, and she knew someone had to take that first step to push the others to see that it was perfectly fine to do so. If she hadn't, it was highly unlikely the others would desire to do so either, for fear of displeasing Wei Wuyin somehow. Her intentions were to take the second option, and protect the others from behind the scene as best as possible, ensuring nothing happened to any of Wei Wuyin's lovers or the Myriad Monarch sect, to protect Wei Wuyin's interests with her life if needed. But that didn't mean she didn't feel the same way as Deshan, that she didn't have the heart of a cultivator, and wanted to pursue the limits of her talent, strength, and intelligence in a competitive environment. Her life's greatest, most hidden desire, even from Wei Wuyin, was to walk down the path of cultivation beside him and not as a burden or a tool. And she thought Wei Wuyin didn't know about her own competitive nature, or her goal, but this only revealed that nothing was hidden from him. Even her thought process to sacrifice herself was considered, seen completely through, as if naked and exposed. Yet she didn't feel uncomfortable, but exceedingly joyous. Within this ring contains resources and materials suitable for your cultivation. Your natural talent has always been impeccable, so I might have overshot your needs, but you'll grow into it. Oh! Lastly, don't break through to the mystic ascendant realm until I return. Don't forget that. Su Mei nodded after receiving that last bit. Tua Bihan saw the spiritual light enter the ring, and moved on to the next person. Nasini. Nasini had replaced Su Mei in her standing position. She wore an interested expression as she glanced at Tua Bihan. She wondered what the message from Wei Wuyin would be about. Unlike Shui Fei, her engagement with Wei Wuyin wasn't officially recognized by others. While she had said she would agree, shortly after, she fell into a coma due to the dark chill of the void and Long Chen's malicious intentions. When she fully recovered, Wei Wuyin had already left for the gateway door that led to a world realm. She was unable to get his verbal confirmation, so many of his women were unwilling to accept her status until he did, such as Deshan, Shui Fei, and Su Mei. Moreover, her relationship with Long Chen was a black blot on her record. While they never consummated their relationship, she had tagged along with Long Chen for the better part of her Myriad Monarch sect days in an open fashion. She didn't know how to respond to their words. Yet now, just when she thought she could meet Wei Wuyin, he wasn't here as they were all being hauled into a new starfield. Tua Bihan knew a little about Nasini's situation and the marriage agreement with Wei Wuyin. His first thoughts when she learned of her physique and the details of the story, was that Wei Wuyin was an utter saint and Nasini had heaven-defying luck. Very, no, Absolutely no male cultivator would freely allow Gluttony to live or exist with autonomy after discovering her physique. Cultivation is difficult, and this belief extends to every phase, every stage, and every realm. Wei Wuyin did not seem to have a merciful heart, causing the downfalls of families, factions, and entire forces simply as a way to further his own goals, yet he spared a woman with a physique despite being far stronger and in the right to do whatever he wanted. But seeing how she looked, how outstandingly beautiful she was, he could faintly believe it. Of course, he was also aware that her physique couldn't have been fully awakened prior. If it was, there was no way Wei Wuyin would have had the opportunity to enjoy any benefits from her. Her corpse or ravaged body might have already been rotting in an unnamed location somewhere. Seeing Tua Bihan's gaze, familiar feelings rekindled in Gluttony's heart. Anyone who knew of the situation always looked at her the same way, as if her being alive was absolutely fascinating to them, a world-defying phenomenon. When she recalled her intense hatred for and desire to kill Wei Wuyin, even causing Long Chen to form enmity with him, she always felt as if she was the definition of naive. Hold out your hand, he said. Gluttony acted as he wanted. Before long, she too received Wei Wuyin's spiritual letter. Long Chen's dead, were the first 3 words said, and Gluttony felt her heart shake without end. A full 10 seconds of silence followed that seemed to stretch infinitely. It was only when Wei Wuyin's voice continued that she felt her existence regain itself. I killed him, I wanted you to know from me. But it wasn't because of you, not entirely. It was an unavoidable fate, even if you didn't exist, that one of us would die by the other's hand. Don't feel guilty or at fault. I ensured his death was quick. Now, for my real message, I'm aware of your decision to accept my proposal. Since you kept your end of the bargain, I'll keep mine. I will, with everything, take you as my wife and support you through the trials of heaven and earth, ensuring your happiness and dreams. Those were the words I said that day, and I'll never forget them. But support does not mean fighting them for you, so you must strive to be independent, because no wife of mine will be a decoration on my belt. Do you understand? I hope you do, and with my gauge on your wants, I'm sure you want nothing more. Within this ring is the means of support. Use it the best you can, make a name for yourself. When people speak of you, you should be the main subject, not the tag-along title. I'll be arriving wherever you are one day, and then I'll officiate my status as your husband. Until then. Wei Wuyin's spiritual letter ended there. Gluttony stood there, her fists clenched tightly. Tua Bihan saw her emotional state, but wasn't certain what provoked it. However, Gluttony stayed there quivering and shaking for a full 3 minutes before her gray eyes released streams of tears. These weren't tears of anger or grief, but relief. The relief that Wei Wuyin didn't want her to be a foil to his existence, a part she had played almost her entire life. It was as if she existed for other people. Whether it was for her sect in the Myriad Monarch sect, her physique, or Long Chen, she was always seen as a foil and never as an independent entity. It was as if the heavens wanted her to be a tool for others. Yet Wei Wuyin never treated her, even in the beginning, according to conventional beliefs. To add, the way he phrased that last sentence, that he'll officiate his status as her husband, sent waves down her spine. As for Long Chen's death, a heavy rock was lifted from her heart, and she was released from any lingering emotions, which mostly consisted of hate and disgust after learning he hadn't acted to protect her despite their friendship. Thank you. Gluttony softly spoke to the ring, as if Wei Wuyin could hear it. When she wiped off her tears, a steeled resolve settled within her eyes. Chapter 589 to 584, Letters Left Behind, The Others. Chapter 589, 584, Letters Left Behind, The Others. Tua Bihan soon went through the list, delivering the rings to their destined recipients. He no longer felt that his decision was incorrect, and from the previous reactions of Su Mei and Gluttony, it seemed he had made the perfect decision. Perhaps Wei Wuyin predicted that they would be gathered together in one location, not split apart. Perhaps Wei Wuyin expected there would be overarching surveillance, so he left this strange silver box that was a storage device with a strange dimensional space within that seemed to cause no fluctuation when withdrawn. Perhaps the rings couldn't even be seen through without a special means, hence the spiritual seals. The more Tua Bihan considered these things, the more astonished he was of Wei Wuyin's means and foresight. Almost always, he found out that the more he learned about Wei Wuyin, the more incredible things were revealed. What other secrets did the little boss hold? Deshan was next in line. The demonic giantess of astonishing beauty stood before Tua Bihan with a respectful manner. Unlike the others, she had been a member of the myriad monarch sect for years, and even worshipped the grand imperial sages before Wei Wuyan's arrival. Tua Bihan's existence as one of the strongest humans in the entire starfield, an emperor alchemist, and purist was renowned. When he became a realm lord, it only elevated her respect towards this legendary figure. After all, Tua Bihan had a reputation that dated back to the conflict between the four hegemonic sections. He was no insignificant figure. Even though she was the cherished lover of Wei Wuyan, it didn't give her endless arrogance and lose her sense of propriety. Grand Sage Tua, she bowed and greeted Tua Bihan gently smiled, "Give me your hand." Deshan performed the same as Su Mei and Nasini, expecting the spiritual light that contained Wei Wuyan's spiritual letter Ah. It's a little unfortunate that I'm not here to give this to you personally. I'm certain it'd have been more enjoyable, for the both of us. But we'll have to settle with this, and not a week's session. How unfortunate. Deshan instantly blushed at Wei Wuyan's teasing. There was an inside joke regarding a week's session. When they first met, she said that she could stand there for a week and Wei Wuyan's useless human strength couldn't move her. She got moved instantly. Then, she blew up in embarrassment and challenged him to a fight, her battle intent invigorated. After her defeat, she challenged him again in a week's time. After a week, she lost even worse. With each passing week, she lost. Then, in a passionate fight, they exchanged high-speed blows in close proximity and they suddenly kissed. One thing led to another, with the continuous fights and close contact, they indulged in each other's bodies. She had tapped out in a dozen or so minutes, having never experienced it before. Once again in embarrassment, she said that she'll one day last an entire week, draining him dry and dominating him. Yet still, she was never able to last despite her outstanding strength, enhanced stamina, and durable body. Since then, she always tried yet never succeeded. So his intent was clear with those words. It wasn't her fault though. How can a human have something like that? Even with her demonic physique, she was always so deeply ravaged until she was left completely breathless. It was like electricity jolting out pleasure with each moment. It simply wasn't fair. I'll be back soon for us to try again. Until then, I've left a few resources and materials for you to cultivate and fight to your heart's content. Don't suck them all up in one day, all right? Wei Wuyan kept teasing her, and she blushed even more. Unlike normal, her blush was a mixture of light violet and pink, giving her an enchanting image. Tua Bihan was shocked at her reaction, but he didn't say anything, merely coughing after the spiritual light ran its course. Deshan broke out of her thoughts, bowing in thanks before leaving, not even inspecting the ring. She was too focused on memories of the past. Deshan swore she'll claim dominance one day. Xiang Ling was next. Similar to Deshan, she fiercely blushed, but her eyes revealed earnest joy. The fact that Wei Wuyan hadn't forgotten her, hadn't abandoned her, after seizing what he wanted from her body had already instigated unmovable feelings. To add, there was even a part regarding Long Tingyu. She had always considered Long Tingyu like her adopted daughter, so being provided resources for her gave her feelings like they were both parents raising a child, and Wei Wuyan was the dutiful father that ensured his family wouldn't go hungry. Her heart couldn't help but pound, and thoughts of bearing his child kept appearing in her thoughts. How grand would that be? When Mingna was a strange one to Tua Bihan. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with almost no connection to Wei Wuyan outside of being from the same continent. Yet she was here, and gave him a very unfathomable yet comfortable feeling. When she received the letter, when Mingna's expression was incredibly serious, far unlike the others. It seemed she was given a grave assignment or at least a message to consider. She said a light thanks before walking off, her mind clearly focused on something else. Lin Zian arrived with excitement and anticipation, but when she read her message, her expression slowly sunk until there was an ominous air about her. It gave Tua Bihan the feeling that whatever Wei Wuyan told her left her disappointed, not mad, but also fearful. Before long, a resolve, similar to that within Nasini's eyes, flashed within Lin Zian ocean blue eyes, but the source of it seemed to be slightly different. She murmured the words, "Sacred Elven Queen," and moved away, not even saying thanks. Her thoughts were thoroughly occupied. Within the letter, Wei Wuyan had said one sentence that brought Lin Zian to a serious state: the Sacred 11 Queen might be there. It was enough to change her thoughts, not erasing her joy and excitement, but allowing her to refocus her desires and goals. Firstly, she had to ensure her clan wasn't discovered and subjected to more experimentation. Secondly, she had to hide the fact that Wei Wuyin might be the key to unlocking their bloodline, or that Wei Wuyin had 4 astral souls, independent and functioning. Lastly, she needed to gain strength and perform proper planning so that one day, she could get revenge. Xiao Bing and Hong Ru arrived together, and they were given one ring that required both of them to touch the ring to gain the message. When it was finished, the two glanced at each other with odd emotions. Hong Ru heavily blushed, but Xiao Bing was fully excited by the prospect. Those normally chilly eyes actually revealed excitement. He left something for me. Qin Rue, the former Extreme Origin Mountain's Grand Imperial Sage, was still reeling a little from the revelation despite seeing the others return with varied expressions. Tua Bihan warmly smiled and nodded. If there was an individual that was closest to him in this world, it would be Qin Rue. While she was stubborn, headstrong, and fierce sometimes, she was kind, gentle, and considerate as well. Hand, he said. Qin Rue gave out her hand, still feeling like this didn't make sense. After the Auric Sea, she directly acted against Wei Wuyin. Even that Mei person that seemed to have a history with Wei Wuyin wasn't included. She felt bitter about her decision before, and knew that it severed her chance at advancing in her cultivation. She was old, nearly 700 years old, and her foundation was more or less settled without heaven-defying, talent-redefining alchemical products, materials, or methods. Her talent was severely lacking, and she had a 100% chance of dying in the realm world astral tribulation. While she knew her chances were slim, after learning the minimum requirements from Tua Bihan, she knew that there was utterly no chance. She failed in almost every category. From soul idol rings to intent, there was nothing she could do. All her pride forged in her youth had been completely shattered. She had written Wei Wuin's name in hopes of trying her hand out at earning his forgiveness, or joining his faction, but seeing the outstandingly beautiful women present, even Nasini whose aura exceeded her own, she didn't know what she could offer or do, yet he left her a ring, specifically left her one. When she received the spiritual light, shockingly, the letter didn't enter her mind, but shot into Tua Bihan's. Startled, she looked at him as his aged expression changed with various emotions. Then, he faintly sighed in elation with a bright smile. He said that hasn't forgotten the fierceness of your pride, and he won't ever be able to. Tua Bihan's words were said with some joy. Qin Rue went silent. Her heart shivered as she understood. With a light nod, she took the ring and said, I understand. She walked off, but on her face was an astonishingly beautiful smile and a pip in her step. Others might think Wei Wuyin meant he held her previous actions accountable, but he was praising her, quite clearly in fact, and told her his true thoughts through the mouthpiece of Tua Bihan. She hadn't noticed, but the roller coaster of emotions, the observing Wei Wuin's rise, and all current feelings had already marked her heart with Wei Wuin's image. Tua Bihan couldn't help but find Wei Wuin's ways mysterious. This young woman's heart, who had a past that left her unopened to relationships, had been pried open with a few actions and a few words. While those like Ji Chongkong had tried for centuries in failure, he lightly shook his head. Was this tactics of advanced courting? When everyone was now given their ring, he quietly said, Shadow. A man cloaked in void black stepped into his vision, thoroughly giving him a horrendous fright. He paled as he hadn't even sensed his presence or noticed his existence. What type of person was this? It was as if he was a shadow, easily ignored. Ing held out his hand that was covered in black bandages that seemed to have speckles of dark crimson, almost like drops of blood, on the palm side. Tua Bihan took out the ring and gave it to him, performing the spell. After the message, Ing soundlessly walked off into the crowd and seemingly vanished. No one even noticed he was there. Is he an assassin? What type of people do you have working for you, little boss? With that, there were only 7 rings left. Chapter 590-585, Recruit, First Test. After Qin Rue's return, the private meetings and exchanges had come to an end. Those who weren't called were curious about the details of the event, what went on, and what they received. Each returnee had varied expressions and notable changes in their external aura, except Su Mei, who was the representative of serenity and calm. Long Tingyu pouted slightly, standing beside Qin Qiumu. She was always someone who wore her emotions on her sleeve, so she expressed her dissatisfaction openly. When Long Tingyu turned to see Qin Qiumu's enchanting countenance sullied by worry, she felt righteous indignation on her behalf. Grand Sage Tua didn't even call your name. I thought Wei Wuyin would at least leave you something, Long Tingyu remarked. She also felt angry that she wasn't called out to receive a letter, but she didn't particularly know why. Perhaps it was the feeling of exclusion or the dislike towards her consequence of choosing to leave when they had gathered together that one day. Qin Qiumu faintly smiled as a result. There wasn't a single iota of emotional discontent, frustration, or unacceptance in that smile. She noted that each person that was called were either a member of the Ascendants or Wei Wuyin's lover. She was neither. She was, however, a little taken aback that he had so many gorgeous women by his side. But it was to be expected from an outstanding male like Wei Wuyin, right? Furthermore, most of them had connections with Long Chen. However, she no longer considered the now-deceased Long Chen important. After he revealed his true face, and then courted death by intending to kill Wei Wuyin, she was clear only one of them would survive. Long Tingyu didn't get the vexed reply she wanted to verify her own feelings, continuing, "Are you okay with this?" While Long Tingyu was unaware that Wei Wuyin had left behind alchemical resources and cultivation materials for each of those called, she felt the letter was a sign of importance. Qin Qiumu went absent-minded for a moment. A few joyous moments with Wei Wuyin flowed in her mind, and she asked herself how she felt being left out. But in the end, her beating heart that had sped up calmed relatively quickly. She knew that Wei Wuyin would have definitely left her a message if he could, so she shrugged off all the incoming negative emotions coming about due to Long Tingyu's question. We should be focusing on what we'll do next. Qin Qiumu changed the subject. The fact they were in some strange space being couriered to some unknown stellar region to live and survive in another starfield was more important to consider. Long Tingyu was about to say more when Xiang Ling arrived beside her, causing her curiosity to be piqued, and she questioned her master about the contents of Wei Wuyin's letter. However, she noted a ring with Xiang Ling's name etched on it, and Long Tingyu couldn't help but realize something. "Did Wei Wuyin leave you something?" Her words of curiosity were hastily shut down by Xiang Ling. "We'll talk about it later." The discussion as to what path to take continued, but most of these talented geniuses were already settled on the third option, attempting to join one of the established factions. Of course, not everyone would be given that choice. Bihan inspected the names of the remaining rings, and he couldn't help but glance at Qin Qiumu curiously. Did Wei Wuyin not leave her a ring? Thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head, rejecting that thought. Knowing Wei Wuyin, he might not be the only form of delivery, or there was something else involved. The various groups throughout the trillions of inhabitants were discussing their options. Most never had the opportunity to join elite forces, being restricted due to upbringing or responsibilities. It was this neglect of geniuses that the idea of the myriad Dao palaces was adapted by the powerhouses of the old eras. The opportunity to find talented cultivators across generations, unfortunate and unheard of, was something these experts weren't willing to lose to these geniuses that went under the radar, having talent yet not the opportunities to flourish. This was their chance to change their fate. This new starfield was certainly, without a doubt, of a higher advanced state than their own. After all, the fact the starfield was wholly ignorant of a giant star-eating beast roaming the world told all. Moreover, their starfield was in a notable decline. Since the King of Everlore era, the sharp decrease of Realm Lords, Time Lords, and Star Lords was incredibly consistent, and after 8,000 years, there had only been a few dozen sixth stage of the Astral Core Realm experts, and 2 Realm Lords. It was only after Wei Wuyin's rise that the starfield seemed primed to elevate once again. Unfortunately, this catastrophe occurred before he could truly develop, truly define an era. And in this new civilization, some even questioned if Wei Wuyin would be remotely impressive. Perhaps there were hundreds like him, and they were frogs in a well pining for a single cloud amongst an entire sky. Time passed. After a day or so, a few noticed that they weren't hungry or thirsty while staying within this strange space, baffling them. There were a few that panicked that they would starve, but after 2 days, there was no change in their bodies or disease. A total of 5 days came and went within the strange space, and everyone had ample time to consider what their choices would be. Without warning, the giant face that had been impassively watching all of this, unmoving and not speaking, suddenly spoke out. "Your time of consideration is complete. I must also inform you, your starfield is gone." Alongside his second sentence, screens once again flashed into existence in the starless sky, and revealed to them the Tiango's arrival, consumption of the 3 solar stars, and subsequent discharge. Watching their own starfield being blown to bits caused most of their stomachs to turn, feeling queasy. Some felt enraged, killing intent flowing through their eyes like ethereal river sunlight, the impassive viewing that evoked despair before, watching familiar planets, continents, scenes they once enjoyed and the solar stars they were thankful for, destroyed and shattered invoked fierce emotions. Some even swore to get revenge for this catastrophe, swearing oaths to kill or enslave the creature one day. While their goals were outlandish, their wills were firm and intentions righteous. The giant face calmly continued, "For now, on the screens before you, write down one of these words for the option you wish to choose: planet, for the first option; resident, for the second option; recruit, for the third option. If you choose the third option, attempting to join one of the forces of the eternal sky starfield, yet fail to earn a position, then you will be taking the second option." Spurred by the scenes of destruction, too many impulsively wrote down "recruit" on their screens. They didn't have any desire to explore a new world on their own or roam about without direction. If they wanted revenge, they had to obtain strength. Sume stared at her screen for a moment, and then wrote down "recruit." This was her desire, and with Wei Wuin's spiritual message, she no longer had any weight on her heart to make it. Qing Qiumu wrote down "recruit." She, like Wei Wuin, wanted to explore the depths of cultivation and its mysteries. But to do so, one needed strength and drive. The others amongst the Valkyrie and Ascendants, besides Wu Baozhai, all chose to write down "recruit." Their mentality was similar, and they were talented individuals skilled enough to fight for their place in this new starfield. After the trillions wrote down their choice, the faces' eyes glowed with a blinding light. It shook those on the ground as they resembled stars. They were so distracted by the eyes, they hadn't realized that they were no longer in the same space. After the radiant glow, Sume regained her visual perception, and tried to inspect her surroundings. She gasped as she realized that the strange space they were a part of had vanished, and she was now standing on solid ground, dirt in fact. When Sume squinted her eyes, lifted her head, her eyes widened considerably as she gasped lightly. A familiar yet similarly shocked voice beside her shouted, "Is that a solar star?" The sight above was a yellowish-red solar star, but the light rays were of a cooler intensity, being white rather than yellowish or reddish in color. The solar star was utterly massive, like a full moon, or a planet floating close on the horizon, yet the distance hadn't scorched them into nothing. The most notable feature of this solar star was its white-colored ring, that radiant ring that seemed to be in constant motion, making it seem as if the solar star was rotating. Furthermore, as if a filter, it felt as if the ring itself was sending out sunlight, not the solar star that engulfed a vast portion of the sky. "Welcome." A voice boomed out, snatching away one's attention forcefully. Sume finally could see that she was in an extremely large spherical-shaped coliseum of sorts. From the direction of the voice, a man garbed in a beige robe was present, standing at the highest platform of the coliseum, overlooking everything. Beside him were 12 other figures, 6 to his right and 6 to his left. Sume's eyes caught the sight of thousands of standing figures on the side seats, spread about, watching with keen interest and seemingly invested in observing them. "You have all passed the first test of our eternal sky starfield, possessing the requirements set forth by the various forces. Now, you'll be tested, and given choices. It's your time to define your future." Chapter 591, 586, Recruit, Prove Your Worth. What? Where is this? Voices sounded out beside, behind, to the front of Sume. Her senses acclimated to the environment, and she observed her surroundings. Firstly, she discovered that the number of individuals present was great, but in comparison to the utterly massive trillions before, there were less than 100,000 individuals present. But the field of the Colosseum they were in was incredibly huge and spacious, and the numbers present didn't cover a tenth of it despite being a fair distance apart from each other. Secondly, there were men, women, mostly humans, in the audience seats observing them with varied outfits. They numbered the thousands, and they observed with interest in their eyes. The 13 figures at the center platform that stood at the highest height, observing them, had auras that were completely unfathomable. They gave off feelings that exceeded the concept of mortals, touching upon a new realm of existence. Her pupils constricted slightly. Mystic ascendance. Her thoughts moved rapidly, and she soon calmed herself down. The man at the lead, the one who announced their success in passing the first test, was extremely familiar. "He's the face!" a youth exclaimed, causing the others to inspect. The middle-aged man was handsome, with a trimmed stubble and short-tied ponytail. His beige robe was exquisite, and there was a strange symbol at the right side of his outfit. The symbol was a 7-colored diamond-shaped, and divided into 4 equivalent sections by straight white lines. The lines were thin, but they had 7 colored runic symbols that were extremely lively. At the top and bottom of the diamond was a rotating spherical object that resembled a pill. The left had the character for ever, and the right had the character for lore. A concerned and strong-willed female shouted at those at the top, "Where's the rest of us? What did you do to them?" She and her older brother had both written down recruit, yet she couldn't sense his life aura. She feared the worst. The others also realized their situation. Just a few moments ago, they were surrounded by trillions, now only less than 100,000 were present, and they had been shifted to a coliseum. It would be strange if they weren't concerned, but they were also fearful. "Do you want to know?" A harsh, chilling female voice sounded out. It belonged to a dark-haired woman at the middle-aged man's right, at the third position. She was certainly a beauty, having a faint mature charm, but her eyes exuded a distinctly unfriendly coldness that sent chills down the spine. One could tell that she killed an unfathomable number of people, and with little hesitation. The young woman felt her spine shrink, but her heart remained firm. She stepped forward. "Yes. Where's my brother?" The dark-haired woman narrowed her eyes. The temperature of the cold didn't dip, but it felt as if a blizzard had suddenly emerged, fierce and merciless. It was as if another word from the female would elicit the entirety of the woman's wrath. "He's dead," she coldly spoke out. Her tone was indifferent, showing no concern for life. The young woman went absent-minded for a moment. Her world spun and she felt as if it was about to collapse. A malevolent emotion emerged in her heart, and her delicate face twisted in madness and rage. She didn't even think as she screamed in rage. "Oh!" She punched out with the entirety of her cultivation base towards the highest platform. Her cultivation at the Sky Ruler phase was completely unleashed, and even the astral force that was released via that fist, surging like a tidal wave towards the platform, contained hints of her vitality. Her astral force pushed away the other youths. They instinctively protected themselves with astral wards, cursing the girl for her recklessness and temper. A few couldn't help but reveal a deriding sneer. Was this girl an idiot? What was a Sky Ruler phase cultivation going to do to these experts? However, the young woman seemingly lost her mind as her dark brown eyes were coated in a sanguine desire to kill. A powerful slaughter intent gushed out, and she launched fist after fist. The crushing astral force reached the platform, smashing into a thin translucent membrane just short of reaching those 13 figures. The young woman didn't stop. She flew upwards and launched fist after fist, each containing traces of her vitality empowering her might. Sume was startled by the sheer madness the young woman was exhibiting. What the hell was this? She realized this girl was an ascendant, someone who was recruited by Shui Fei. "Your methods are impeccable," the middle-aged man with a short-tied ponytail remarked as he glanced at the dark-haired woman. The dark-haired woman didn't show any reaction at the man's words, whether it was praise or an expression of displeasure. She waved her hand, and the raging screams of the young woman halted. She had lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the young woman vanished. Then, the dark-haired woman swept her eyes across the bodies of the others. A glimmer of dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes, and she vanished as if she stepped into a void gate, leaving only 12 figures remaining. The middle-aged man was unbothered by her actions, merely looking at the shocked gazes of those below. He calmly explained, "No one has been killed. That's just Exalted Trukil's test. To answer your concerns, there was a criteria of cultivation base relative to age and physique as the first test. Only 93,452 of you passed. The rest have been sent to one of the 3 domains. If they wish to join a force, they'll still have the opportunity, but the testing will be more difficult. All of you, as long as you want, will be inducted to any of these fine forces as a member or disciple. As to what level of member or disciple, that'll depend on your ability and innate talent. However, the first hurdle has been passed." As the middle-aged men explained, they all finally understood. A few felt regret for not asking the question of where their loved ones were first, being cautious and fearful to question these supremely powerful beings. If they had, perhaps they might have been taken away or noticed by those who stood at the highest platform. Sume inspected the surroundings, wanting to see if she saw any familiar faces or sensed their auras. She discovered, to her shock, that she found quite a few auras familiar. There was Qing Qiumu, Na Sini, Long Tingyu, and Lin Zian. She didn't see Deshan, Hong Ru, or Xiao Bing. Shockingly, she did find Mei Mei. When she noted this, Sume was surprised to discover that everyone present was under the age of 108 years old. Be it Deshan, Hongru, or Xiaobing, they had been cultivating for over 100 years, and not by a small amount since the default astral core realm lifespan was roughly 1,000 years, usually reaching 1,500 years of age for the average peak astral core realm cultivator. This was a shocking cutoff. They seemed to not care about battle prowess or foundation, because it was utterly impossible for Deshan to not be selected if that was the case, or many of the ascendants. The middle-aged men allowed them to digest before saying, "My name's Sen Luoyang, a senior member of the Everlore Association. Our Everlore Association is hosting this recruitment to provide you all with the opportunities to start anew, not be swept up in tragedy, and forge your new futures in the eternal sky starfield. To put it bluntly, this is your opportunity to prove your worth." The youths gasped in shock. Everlore Association. Was the king of Everlore alive in this starfield? Chapter 592-587, Recruit, 4 Types of Forces. Everlore Association. Sumei's heart raced. The king of Everlore was a figure of the utmost prominence within the entire starfield. For the last 8,000 years, his achievements had defined entire eras and propagated a near-mythical legend. However, he wasn't a myth. He was real. Undoubtedly. Yet they were just told that there existed an organization with his name. The questions in these youths' minds, Sumei's included, were wildly surging. They had to know more, and if they could ever meet such an extraordinary figure. A male youth with a sturdy build and firm eyes, vigorously rubbed his bald head to comfort himself before he worked up the courage to ask, "The king of Everlore is here. In this starfield?" His question caused the clamoring youths to quiet down, their gazes focused on the middle-aged man like obedient students seeking out knowledge. San Luoyang slightly smiled, seeing the ardent desire to meet their idol, but after a while, that smile lessened as a heavy light suffused from his normally calm eyes. The only reason they took action to save that starfield, or even to conceal it from the Tiango for millennia, was because of the king of Everlore's imprint on their history. If you wish to know about the king of Everlore, first overcome the trial before you. This will determine your future, likely the height you'll reach in your lifetime. Do not ignore the importance of this moment. His expression grew stern, giving these passionately curious youths some advice. With this reminder, the youths tried to calm down. But the lingering questions invigorated their thirst for knowledge, and some couldn't help but have the distinct hope that the king of Everlore, this legendary figure, was alive and thriving in this new starfield. How many here wish to earn his favor? To become the next hegemon that rivaled the likes of Grand Monarch Wu Yu, the divine King Han Zhe, Sacred Elven Queen, or the demonic Abyss Master? A single moment could rewrite their entire destiny. While they had Qing Ying, the princess of Everlore, and Wei Wuyin, the ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, they weren't nearly as great or legendary as the king of Everlore, still just babies trying to grow. After all, the king of Everlore developed beings that exceeded the astral core realm. The best Wei Wuyin had accomplished was a realm lord, and only one. The difference was incomparable. At this moment, there are 98 different forces present. A wide variety of choices, but I'll explain how the ranking system for the forces in the Eternal Sky Starfield works so that you better understand your choices. If you decide not to choose any of the forces present, or are unwilling to be an entry-level member of such a force, then you can openly refuse to do so, and we'll place you in one of the 3 domains. You can then traverse the Eternal Sky Starfield yourself and search for a force that suits your needs. San Luoyang's words shocked some of the youths. This was quite a generous manner to conduct recruitment. While they could already be considered recruited, they still had the right of choice. According to San Luoyang, the forces were ranked by 2 tiers, the mortal tier and the mystic tier. Those forces within the mortal tier had no officially recognized mystic ascendant realm cultivators within their ranks, while those in the mystic tier did. This might be simple enough, but there were further divisions for mortal tier, and they were divided by metallic titles, and the complexities of divisions and endorsements. Similar to the value of mortals, they were divided into bronze, silver, and gold rank. Bronze rank forces had at least one Time Lord at the helm, overseeing the entire force, and they were the lowest force recognized by the Starfield or the various domains of the Eternal Sky Starfield. If a force had no Time Lord, but the offshoot backing of a Starlord level expert, they would similarly be classified as bronze rank. Silver rank forces had Starlords as leaders, reaching the peak of the astral core realm. These forces were the most numerous amongst the entire Starfield, because they lasted the longest. Bronze rank forces without the endorsement and oversight of Starlords were incredibly fragile, oftentimes crumbling in the early stages of development. while silver rank forces were established, long-lasting, and had a stable foundation. Gold rank forces had the controversial mystic star phase, the dubious 10th stage of the astral core realm, cultivators as the highest level. They represented the peak of the mortal tier, touching at the edge of the mystic tier. They were quite short-lived, however. Those so-called leaders have lost lifespan in their attempt to ascend, so they were almost always at the precipice of declining to silver rank. The only gold rank forces that survive long-term are generally those who have the endorsement and backing of mystic tier forces, receiving means to extend the lifespan of those mystic star phase leaders. The mystic tier was simple, and wasn't simply graded. There were only 2 classifications at most, and that depended on the force's structure and purpose. Some had no classification. In the eternal sky starfield, there only existed 4 types of recognized factions: clans, pavilions, sects, and associations. Each of them were defined by their own hierarchy and functionality. Clans were not necessarily bloodline restricted, but a group or faction ruled by a single main bloodline. It resembled a monarchy intermixed with traces of democratic practices and divided power amongst representatives, with patriarchs, matriarchs, elders, and councils formulated and divided by bloodline or strength. They resembled nations, but their lifeblood was the bloodline that established it, hence the name, clan. When a clan fell, or were overtaken by an internal conflict, the scene was very similar to a rebellion of a nation or a coup d'état. The ruling bloodline's main tree is either replaced by a lesser purity or removed altogether. Clans in the mystic tier were divided into 2 ranks, noble and imperial. Those at the noble rank have true mystic ascendant realm cultivators, at the second stage of the mystic ascendant realm, at the minimum. As for imperial rank, it wasn't very defined by their minimum requirement because it usually required being the strongest existence in the starfield. Therefore, imperial rank depended on the limits of the era. It would generally refer to the strongest clan. Pavilions, in their simplest forms, were businesses. They operated on business principles, oftentimes neutral, connected, and extremely wealthy. They functioned for the purpose to facilitate the needs and convenience of the other forces while expanding their reach. They even operated and maintained a variety of starfield-wide events and rankings. Pavilions in the mystic tier were divided into 2 ranks, chrome and golden. This wasn't defined by their overall strength, but their reach. If they reach at least 5% of the overall eternal sky starfield, they were considered chrome, and if they reached 90% of the eternal sky starfield, they were golden. It was clear the monopoly of business was defined. There were only 2 golden rank pavilions and 4 chrome rank pavilions. Sects established themselves off unique cultivation methods or doctrines, functioning in certain ways to grow a powerful, and were often highly competitive. They, too, had bloodlines within their ranks, and were often jointly ruled by several clans with a similar purpose. The majority of sects were products of mergers of lesser clans that sought to survive in chaos. Sects in the mystic tier had no division of ranks. They were all classified as world rank, explicitly outlining their reach, but developing a sect was a difficult venture that required a strong unity. Sects had the highest failure rate due to internal conflict out of the 4 forces. Despite that, they were considered the most terrifying because, if strongly united, sects eclipsed the other forces in power and scope. Lastly, associations were specialized forces that offered a variety of unique resources or skills. There were assassination associations, alchemist associations, forging associations, talisman associations, and more. They were defined by their specialty, and thrived on exporting their speciality and importing resources. They had no ranks, and were defined by the 2 tiers. If an association was in the mortal tier, then they'll be referred to as mortal associations, and the same rang true for mystic tier. After explaining it all, Sen Luoyang said, "While there are hundreds of thousands of mortal tier forces in our glorious starfield, there are only 16 mystic tier forces that exist throughout the entire starfield. They are referred to as the 8 noble clans, 3 world sects, 2 golden pavilions, 2 mystic associations, and the imperial clan. However, these are only the ones within the eternal sky starfield that have settled in our space. Keep that in mind," Sen Luoyang cryptically warned, but those who were keen realized the implications. These Yu's expectations were at an all-time high, seeking to join these forces that had cultivators that rivaled those like Grand Monarch Wu Yu and the Divine King Han Zhe. However, Sen Luoyang's next words shattered all their hopes in mere moments. Out of these 16 forces at the mystic tier, only the Everlore Association is present here today toward this recruitment. The rest are silver and gold rank forces. So, let's see if you have the qualifications to join them. San Luoyang smilingly said. Chapter 593, 588, Recruit, 10 Forces. Hearing San Luoyang's words made Su Mei come to a clear realization. They were all given the freedom to decline because the top forces of the Eternal Sky Starfield were not present in this recruitment. After learning about the overall structure of the starfield, one would be inclined to reach for the stars rather than the sky. There were quite a few youths that were heavily disappointed after realizing that the forces present, those that sought to recruit them, were silver rank and gold rank forces. While this was still an outrageous leap from their previous starfield's current era, if one saw the top of the mountain, how could one settle for the climbing only halfway? These chiclets are something else, aren't they? Do they believe they're hot shit or we're stinky shit? A rough voice filled with amused disdain sounded from beside San Luoyang. A tall, roughly 7 feet, spiky-haired man with broad shoulders and a brawny body scoffed. He had dark brown skin and a pair of round, fierce eyes. His physical presence was unable to be ignored, domineering and overpowering. Even his casual breathing caused space to distort. San Luoyang calmly replied, "Exalted Heavy Heart, understand their circumstance." It seemed like he was pleading on behalf of the youths before him, but there was a distinct indifference in his tone that made him seem insincere. "Humph," Exalted Heavy Heart displayed his displeasure with a heavy breath. Then, he glanced at the various youths once more and scoffed, "There's no one here that catches my eye. But according to our deal, I'll select him." Exalted Heavy Heart's words didn't surprise San Luoyang, and he merely gestured for him to act freely. After receiving the signal, clearly not acting in the same aggressive manner as Exalted Truekill from earlier, Exalted Heavy Heart used his large hand with long, thick fingers and reached for a youth in the crowd. Wah! Whoa! A series of unexpected wails sounded as a chubby youth was lifted slowly off the ground. The spectacle immediately drew everyone's attention, and Na Sini and Lin Zian simultaneously exclaimed, "Lu Feng! Little Lu!" The chubby youth with baby fat still on his cheeks was a member of the Myriad Monarch sect, and also a friend of theirs that followed them around in their early days of cultivation. They hadn't expected to see him again. Especially as he was being pulled into the sky by this mystic ascendant. San Luoyang lightly commented, "Good seedling." This caused Exalted Heavy Heart to reveal a cheerful smile, and despite his massive build and height, the smile was quite attractive, highlighting a musculine handsomeness. With a wave of his hand, Lu Feng was sent whirling towards Exalted Heavy Heart until he was brought directly before him, levitating with his short legs kicking out in panic. "What do you want to do with me?" Seeing this giant man smiling at him with an inspective gaze, he couldn't help but cover his chest and close his legs as if he was about to be defiled. His awkward and horrified expression truly made it seem like Lu Feng's future was to be violated. A few members amongst the 12 laughed at this scene. "Seems like you got an interesting one. Go easy on him, his body might not be able to take your good intentions, haha." A human male with pale skin and yellow irises with sanguine edges spoke out with laughter. Within his pupils were 2 saber-shaped images, giving him a strange yet sharp existence. It was almost as if he was a saber. Exalted Heavy Heart's smiling expression vanished, replaced with a stern and displeased look. He had an urge to chuck Lu Feng as far as he could, but he eventually held himself back. With a powerful snort that sent cascading waves of wind towards the pale-skinned man, he moved slightly and vanished alongside Lu Feng. San Luoyang's side, turning to the youths and explained, "The formerly 12, now 10, cultivators beside me are all leaders of gold-rank forces. Those at the sides of the stadium, watching and observing you, are from silver-rank forces. You don't have to be fearful of not having a choice. If either that young woman or the chubby youth decides to reject entering the forces that took them away, the Everlore Association will relocate them safely to one of the 3 domains. They can then attempt to join other forces." For fear that the others would think this was a norm, San Luoyang felt compelled to clarify this fact. He continued, "That being said, those 2 have gained the approval of these leaders and their futures will be supported by Mystic Ascendant Realm cultivators, if they wish to accept them." However, the pale-skinned man gave a disdainful smile after hearing the words Mystic Ascendant Realm cultivators. He wasn't the only one, as the others also had varied reactions, with some even containing hints of mocking with cold smiles or the light in their eyes. They, those titled exalted by the world, those at the mystic star phase, held controversial beliefs regarding the validity and everlasting debate of calling mystic star phase cultivators mystic ascendants. It was clear that the Eternal Sky Starfield itself had a clear belief that they weren't, forcefully declining them from being recognized as mystic tier forces, yet Sen Luoyang shamelessly announced this point. Still, they had their own pride and they wouldn't contradict Sen Luoyang in public to debase themselves. Moreover, that was no different than offending the Everlore Association. As if unaware of their thoughts, Sen Luoyang proceeded. In a moment, all of you will receive a scroll. This scroll contains information regarding the numerous forces present seeking to recruit you. Since you're unaware of many details, it'll give you an estimation on a variety of factors. This includes their strongest cultivator, any feats and achievements publicly known, the date at which they've been established, and any backing they have, including open alliances. It'll also include their field of speciality and minimum requirements it takes to become more than an entry-level member. Unlike the two past incidents, you'll be able to freely select any force that fits your desires. Be mindful, just because you start as an entry-level member, do not think that's your end. It is just your starting line. Sen Luoyang's words still confused the youths. They've never heard of a recruitment where there was so much freedom of choice present. It was as if the Everlore Association was giving them compensation for the destruction of their starfield. Sumei realized this as well, noticing that the gold rank leaders didn't seem to want to be here, and just selected the one they liked before leaving. Perhaps this was the Everlore Association's way of giving those who lost their homes an opportunity, perhaps even guilty that they were unable to stop the destruction of their starfield. And the gold rank forces were just giving them face suddenly. A scroll manifested before Sumei and the rest. The youths hesitated briefly before grabbing the scroll and reading its contents. It was truly detailed and carried the names of thousands of forces at the silver rank, with 10 forces at the gold rank. The other 2 forces were absent, and there was no information regarding them. Clearly, these gold rank forces just had to select a single cultivator and complete the deal they made with the Everlore Association. However, didn't this contradict what Sen Luoyang said? She was confused, and she wasn't the only one. However, Sen Luoyang did not clarify or explain the contents of their deal. The 10 gold rank forces seemed to be openly accepting more than one member. Sumei was mostly right. This was compensation for the Everlore Association's inability to halt the destruction of the Imperial Dawn starfield. It was their responsibility to protect it, yet they could only save the myriad intelligent lives that exist there. As for the gold rank forces, they had a choice: select a member to promote to their highest discipleship amongst the youths or open the doors to all of those present. Exalted Truekill and Exalted Heavyheart clearly chose the former, with the others choosing the latter. Sumei didn't bother reading the silver rank forces. She was looking for a competitive environment with the greatest resources available, so she sought after the gold rank forces. Her thinking was in line with the vast majority. If only because of the resources. In the Imperial Dawn starfield, during all eras, the stronger the respective force, the higher their disciples' potential. Which one of these youths were unaware of this fact? This was expressed in not just territory, but resources, and various creationist. Typically, higher-ranked forces had greater forgers for better armaments, skilled architects that resources to establish grand cultivation arrays for a better environment, and top-tier alchemists that provided alchemical products as rewards or just basic benefits. In the Myriad Monarch sect, the lowest official disciple was at the Astral Core realm, and each of them were given monthly cultivation stipends that could put all other forces beneath the hegemons to absolute shame, even some stipends. 4. Their most elite disciples couldn't match it. They had access to much better resources, methods, arts, spells, and cultivation environments. After all, the sky palaces above the 6th level of the 5 extreme mountains were filled with astral essence. And all this was far before Wei Wuyin had ever entered the sect, creating such a vast disparity that the 4 hegemonic forces highlighted and dominated as the top forces for several eras without pause. Even when the Myriad Monarch sect was ganged up on, nearly destroyed, there were no other forces outside of the other hegemons that could rival their means and repository. This didn't count the Alchemist Association, however. Therefore, she delved into the details of the gold rank forces. There were 2 sects, 1 pavilion, 2 clans, and 5 associations. This shocked her for a moment, especially after considering the purpose of these associations. The 5 associations specialized in talismans, beast nurturing, mercenary assignments, herbal development, and research of arts, spells, and methods. When she read this, her mind was flowing with all sorts of disbelief and intrigue. She had never heard of associations that totally focused on things like this, and usually sects, pavilions, or other forces would have devoted departments when he looked further into the association specialized in mercenary assignments. She realized they performed bodyguards for persons or events, escorting merchants and goods, and even participated in wars for a price. There were likely even assassinations, but that wasn't detailed. Herbal development caught her eye, because according to the information listed, it required wood, water, or light cultivators who have specialized spirits of cultivation to become greater than an entry-level member. They were tasked with accelerating, nurturing, and providing the growth of herbs used for alchemy or medicine. There were even details regarding the type of desired intent. If one comprehended any of the 9 meadow intents individually, they could instantly become core members of the association. She couldn't help but think about Qing Qiumu, as she was the most talented wood cultivator in their generation. The others were easily understood. Besides the Mercenary Association, called the Fairlight Mercenary Association, the other 4 didn't fit her goal. The one pavilion was called the Clear Water Pavilion, and they operated in the Elementus domain. In the eastern region, the scroll detailed the explanation of domains, something she was deeply curious about, as San Luoyang had mentioned entering 3 domains as the second option or in case of failure. Domains were locations dominated by one of the 16 mystic tier forces. The other mortal tier forces all existed within one of these 16 domains. They were similar to astral territories in the Imperial Dawn starfield. They outlined borders that represented ruling rights. Just from reading the list, she realized only 3 domains were listed as locations for all the silver rank and gold rank forces. They were the Everlore domain, Elementus domain, and Skyrend domain. The Everlore domain belonged to the Everlore Association, but it was amongst the smallest of the 16, not being territorial or needing to be. The Elementus domain belonged to the True Element sect, and it was the 8th largest domain, but had the smallest domains amongst the 3 world sects. The Skyrend domain belongs to the Lu clan, a member of the 8 noble clans. When Sume read Skyrend domain, noting the name of the Eternal Sky starfield, she felt that this Lu clan was not simple. It was also ranked 11 amongst domain sizes. Despite the domains marking borders and territories, Sume discovered that the Herbal Association was backed by the Jiang clan, another of one of the 8 noble clans, yet was situated in the Skyrend domain, ruled by the Lu clan. This caused her to understand that the territorial situation was quite complex, likely a result of all sorts of deals and conflicts. Since the Clear Water Pavilion was a merchant group that provided rare liquids alongside other cultivation necessities, she removed that as an option. She didn't wish to become a shopkeeper or worker, even if it meant being drenched in wealth if her decisions and investments paid off. It was too passive. The only real options left were the 2 sections. As for the clans, she didn't even think about it. Being a talented female cultivator amongst a bloodline-ruled nation will only provide struggles, distractions, and the feeling of always walking the tightrope, unless one was ambitious and open to climbing the ladder through status and schemes, not might. The sects offered a familiar setting, and the competition was fierce. Furthermore, there was one that suited her own cultivation quite well. The Solitary Saber Sect. Chapter 594, 589, Recruit, Their Choices. The Solitary Saber Sect was a gold-tier force that focused on the saber. The details in the scroll stated that the Solitary Saber Sect was the 2nd oldest gold-rank force in history, and it had no backing of a mystic-tier force. It, however, was mentioned to be on friendly terms with the Godforge Association, one of the 2 mystic associations alongside the Everlore Association. Since the Everlore Association and Godforge Association never endorsed any force, they were considered neutral forces amongst the Eternal Sky starfield. The Solitary Saber Sect was located in the Skyrend domain. However, their territory was marked as independent. This intrigued Sume, as she wondered what that meant. She noticed that the other sect listed was also declared as an independent force. In the scroll there wasn't a specific explanation. She figured it meant that, like the Scarlet Solaris sect inside the Wu country, they operated upon their own rules. As long as they don't directly infringe on the Lu clan's interests, they would have full rights to handle their territory as they pleased without interference or oversight. Considering San Luoyang explained clans as nations with multiple monarchs and democratic practices, this made the most sense. Sume decided to enter the Solitary Saber Sect. She had birthed saber intent long ago thanks to Wei Wuin's help, and while her spirit of cultivation wasn't saber-focused, she cultivated the saber wholeheartedly. One of the requirements to become a higher-than entry-level sect member was to have a saber soul or saber intent. Qing Qiumu was in a dilemma as well. None of the gold-rank forces was appealing to her. The herbal association was perfect for someone like her, a wood cultivator who possessed the 9 meadow wood intent, an apex level wood intent, but it didn't match her personality. She could only delve into the silver rank forces. After searching for hours, she finally found one. Furthermore, she was startled by its name and details. The Sacred Forest Sect. One of the recruitment details stated that to be a higher than entry-level member, one didn't need to be a wood cultivator, but they had to be of the elven race. This was the first force that explicitly stated its racial requirements. While all races could join, why would they if their futures were limited? She wondered if the other forces had hidden requirements that weren't listed, and the Sacred Forest Sect was just more open about it. This thought caused her to glance at the sides, viewing all the spectators that belonged to silver rank forces. She quickly noted that over 95% of them had human auras, untainted by any mixture of other races. They didn't even bother concealing their auras. Her eyes twitched, and she glanced at the youths around her. She then came to realize that besides her, there were only 83 other elves. The discovery caused her heart to race. Even if one considered the total population of their starfield, elves surely made up more than 30%. This was thanks to the Sacred Light Palace founded by the Sacred Elven Queen and the Myriad Monarch sect. Their astral territories were filled with those of the elven race. Even the Alchemist Association's Qingye, the Princess of Everlore, was an elf, yet the number present barely reached 0.1% of the total participants. While the rest were humans. The demons were even less. Her heart started to fiercely throb as she recalled Sen Luoyang's warning before that families shouldn't separate if they were integrated with more than one race, indicating they choose the planet created for them to live on. Was the Eternal Sky Starfield discriminatory towards non-humans? If this recruitment was any indication, then absolutely. Qin Qiumu quickly found the female elf in the stands. She was beautiful with long, sleek dark green hair and light green eyes, a willowy waist, and a pair of sharp-tipped ears. She resembled the verdant forest elves from the 4 extreme continent. This was certainly the Sacred Forest Sect's representative. Furthermore, the representative was staring at her with a faint smile, a bright joy flashing in her gaze after being noticed. However, she didn't speak or try to mouth words. One could see her desire to pull Qin Qiumu in, yet she couldn't act in the same way as the gold rank forces. Qin Qiumu realized she wasn't left with much choice. She decided which force she'll join. Nasani's option was clear. The last gold rank force was a female-exclusive force called the Darkeen Palace, a sect that fostered female cultivators using Een methods, spells, and arts. As a 4-point Een physique female cultivator, was there any other choice? With her unique physique, she was bound to elevate to a higher-ranked member. When Wei Wuyin arrived, she was determined to let him see her outstanding achievements. There were numerous females that chose this force as their destination, unaware of the true darkness behind its existence. Behind its purpose, Lin Zian chose the Clear Water Pavilion. She wanted to keep a low profile, and gather information and status to grow her force as a Valkyrie. Her intentions to challenge herself had changed after learning from Wei Wuyin that the Sacred Elven Queen might be within this starfield, and when she heard that the Everlore Association existed, this only firmed her desire to remain low-key. Long Tingyu chose the Darkeen Palace. She expected her big sister Nasani to choose the same, and a female-oriented force will allow her to not be hassled for her beauty. She could focus on cultivation. If it was allowed, she could bring Xiang Ling with her. The selection process took several hours, and no one rushed these youths either. This choice will define their future. But what Sen Luoyang and the others didn't know was that their choice will not only define their future, but the future of the entire starfield. While these youths were deciding their futures, another youth of the Imperial Dawn starfield was floating in the boundless dark void of the Eternal Sky starfield on a void ship. Alongside this handsome youth were 2 women that carried outstanding auras and exquisite figures. They formed a united picture that could manifest awe and praise in the hearts of many. They were Lin Ming, Bai Yushi, and senior sister Lin, and their expressions weren't as outstanding as their auras and appearances. They all carried a solemn light in their eyes as a giant void ship over 20 times theirs blocked their way. At both sides of this void ship's hull was a single character shining brightly in fiery light, Spirit Walker. Chapter 590, Spirit Walker's Envoy. I, Lin Xiangxi, greet Venerable Spirit Walker, Senior Sister Lin, whose full name was Lin Xiangxi, spiritually transmitted with a respectful tone, removing her displeasure of being directly intercepted the void ship before her, that was utterly massive in size, and far more complicated in form and structure than the void ships found in one of the 9 lesser elementus caches, had arrived without warning and forced them to halt. From the lettering and aura, it clearly belonged to Venerable Spiritwalker. She was a figure that was extremely prominent, and outside of the 16 mystic tier forces of the Eternal Sky Starfield. Lin Xiangxi couldn't fathom why such an illustrious figure would arrive before them. Bai Yushi, however, went ghostly pale at the arrival of Spiritwalker's void ship. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles went white, yet she tried to remain outwardly calm. Fortunately, she wore a facial veil, otherwise her bloodless countenance could clearly give away her current level of outrageous fear. Lin Ming frowned. He wasn't aware of who this venerable Spiritwalker was nor why they would go out of their way to halt their travels. After the world-shifting net descended, they were taken away as well after Lin Xiangxi, the formerly senior sister Lin, had informed those operating the net her identity. They had arrived alongside the others, entering the Eternal Sky Starfield after 5 days. Lin Ming was utterly amazed that they had traveled entire starfields in a few days, but even more so after learning the sheer vast size of the Eternal Sky Starfield. Just the smallest domain was roughly the same size as their starfield. As for the solar star with the strange ring around it, it occupied enough space to rival half their entire starfield. It was massive. The level of shock and marvel he experienced on the day was beyond anything he'd ever felt his entire life. While he knew that his senior sister had originated from an advanced civilization with a much larger population, he wasn't expecting such a massive difference. It was only after learning that the Eternal Sky Starfield was originally more normal-sized, but it kept expanding its borders continuously as the forces developed, birthed new planets, and established new areas of control. Soon, the nearby starfields were assimilated entirely, and the solar star with a mystic radiance belt was conjured by the ascended cultivators of the Eternal Sky Starfield after centuries of concentrated effort. In fact, the Eternal Sky Starfield had even taken control over some stellar regions outside of its own. For example, the desolate Dragnet region that the Imperial Dawn Starfield was a part of had portions of it made into an offshot domain not attached to the Eternal Sky Starfield. As for the desolate Dragnet region itself, it had been abandoned due to its poor quality and the Tiango's presence that kept eating solar stars. He was awed by the domineering manner that the Eternal Sky Starfield functioned, even claiming regions outside their own stellar region. How powerful was that? Yet now, on their way to the True Element sect, they were intercepted by individuals with unknown intentions. He couldn't help but feel tense, and he wondered if his senior sister would be able to handle this unexpected development. Lin Xiangxi was quiet as she observed the Spiritwalker void ship with a heavy gaze, awaiting a response. It took a long while before a voice resounded from the void ship. The voice was carried by spiritual waves, as the dark void was absent of air particles, making sound unable to travel. Lin Xiangxi. The little saintess of the True Element sect. I didn't expect you to be here. The voice was light, masculine, yet aged. A spiritual image manifested in the dark voice, firstly possessing a faint cyan color and then gaining substance and form. It slowly shaped into a middle-aged man dressed in gray and blue robes. He had long hair tied into a bun, and a thick horseshoe mustache. With an upright posture, his shoulders seemed as if they could hold heaven and earth. From the faint radiance in his eyes and his countenance, one could tell he was once a devastatingly handsome youth that contained a unique and reliable charm. Lin Xiangxi was briefly startled after seeing this figure. Her eyes flickered as she clasped her hands and bowed slightly. Exalted you. The Exalted you gave a faint smile at her respectful attitude. The incarnation he formed approached the void ship at a swift speed, arriving in a matter of a few breaths. When he did, his eyes swept the void ship. Quite the design. Seems to be over 6,000 years old in terms of version. Intriguing. With this comment, he moved forward and the barrier protecting the void ship from the chill of the dark void was easily bypassed. Lin Ming's eyes fiercely widened as the figure arrived on deck, standing before them with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. I wouldn't have expected the little saintess of the True Element sect to be riding such a vessel. But I guess it would hide your presence, so it makes sense. Lin Xiangxi was unaffected by the man's arrival. He was just an incarnation conjured to act as a vocal medium. It's unlikely that he was even on the Spiritwalker void ship, and he might have been called forth via a treasure. Exalted you, how may I help you? Lin Xiangxi asked, wanting to know his purpose. Exalted you faintly smiled, removing his inspective eyes away from the void ship and onto Lin Xiangxi. As an envoy of the Spirit Walker Hall, I've been directly tasked by the Venerable Spirit Walker herself to find a chosen by the name of Lin Ming, and Bai Yushi and Lin Ming's hearts clenched. The latter couldn't help but think that this would be his first obstacle on the path of cultivation. However, he was ready to face it. Exalted Yu's pause was accompanied by a quick glance at Lin Ming. A glint of interest flashed, before his sight line was blocked by Lin Xiangxi's exquisite figure and calm yet fierce expression. Clearly, she was highly defensive of Lin Ming. Exalted Yu didn't mind, continuing, take the agreed-upon share of resources obtained from the Elementus cache. The agreed-upon share? This startled Lin Xiangxi. She wasn't aware that Bai Yushi had promised 80% of the Elementus cache to Venerable Spirit Walker to perform the engorging foundation method, allowing Lin Ming to establish his domain seat. Lin Xiangxi looked at Bai Yushi, whose heart was racing, fists tightly clenched, and breathing slightly irregular. She figured out what happened just from that sight, and how Lin Ming obtained the chosen title via an outdated shortcut. She sighed, turning to Exalted Yu, and explained. I'm afraid that's not possible. Oh. Exalted Yu wasn't bothered, just intrigued. When Lin Ming arrived at the Elementus cache, it was empty. So he obtained nothing. A 80% share of 0% is still 0%. Since this was an agreement between them, she didn't feel good being unable to uphold their end of the deal, but the facts were unchangeable. Exalted Yu's eyes looked at Lin Ming with a knowing light and then back at Lin Xiangxi. He faintly smiled and said, absolutely impossible. What do you mean? Lin Xiangxi frowned. Venerable Spirit Walker had verified the contents of the Elementus cache with several other venerables shortly before the deal was struck. The resources were untouched, and with the third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion acting as an overseer, it's incredibly unlikely for it to have been taken. After all, they had all sworn oaths not to use their powers to plunder or damage the resources of the training ground. Only those participating in the training grounds and the natives can safely touch it. So it's absolutely impossible that there was nothing when he arrived. Unless someone could act in secret before the watching eyes of the third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion. You and I should know that's unlikely. Even if it was possible, a cultivator at that level has utterly no need for those trifling resources. After explaining this, Exalted Yu walked to the side and observed the side of the railing. He seemed fascinated by this old void ship. The three were utterly silent. Lin Xiangxi and Bai Yushi both looked towards Lin Ming, whose expression was slightly unsightly. Lin Xiangxi's eyes darkened. Was she lied to? Seeing the emotion suffusing his senior sister's eyes, Lin Ming's heart raced as he hurriedly explained, I told you the truth. I don't have any of the resources of the Elementus cache. I can swear an oath to that. This caused all three of them, Exalted Yu included, to look at Lin Ming with baffled expressions. Then what happened? Lin Xiangxi asked. She needed to know the truth. When she first heard Lin Ming explain, they were distracted by the net, and she didn't feel the need to interrogate. After all, Lin Ming wouldn't lie to her. But with Exalted Yu, an envoy of Venerable Spirit Walker here, she could only press for answers. Lin Ming took several deep breaths and said, when I arrived, the Elementus cache was untouched. I tried to claim the cache, but... He hesitated as he recalled that silver-eyed figure that brought out his vengeful emotions. If he were to tell the truth, wouldn't the existence of a second chosen and all the events before be revealed? Hurry and spit it out. Lin Xiangxi urged loudly. She was clearly getting mad and impatient. Lin Ming heavily sighed after a moment of acceptance. Wei Wuyin somehow took all the resources away. Likely with a unique spatial tool or something. I wasn't able to get any of it. Wei Wuyin. Lin Xiangxi recalled the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, the Sub-50 Alchemic Emperor. The one she feared would be a competitor to Lin Ming after he entered the Elementus Chosen trial, the second chosen. Exalted Yu curiously added. The second chosen. Lin Xiangxi exclaimed in shock. Chapter 596 to 591, Price to be paid. Chapter 596, 591, Price to be paid. Bai Yushi's delicate body violently trembled. She was aware that two chosens were selected by the primary overseer, but she didn't mention it for fear that Wei Wuyin would contest Lin Ming's legitimacy as a chosen in the True Element sect. After all, each faction within the True Element sect was allowed a single chosen way. Wuyin should be half crippled after using self-damaging methods to increase his strength, but if he obtained the Elementus cache and all its grand resources, he could certainly recover. After all, even alchemical products like the enlightening soul pulse elixirs. This placed her heart on a pile of solid stress just thinking about it. Now that Lin Xiangxi was aware of it, further accentuated by her damaged soul, Bayushi felt herself on the verge of mental collapse. Lin Xiangxi's glaring stare demanding answers only added to the anxious atmosphere. Furthermore, for Bayushi, she knew this was only the beginning of the tumbling boulder that was her cascading series of problems. Helpless, she could only bite her lips tensely as the event she least wanted to see occur. From her gaze alone, Lin Xiangxi was conveyed her demand for an immediate and clear explanation. There was no need for shouts, just that gaze and her posture was enough. While she had received the detailed report about the outcome of the Elementus chosen trial from the primary overseer, she was ignorant of the events that led to it or the existence of another chosen, yet there were outsiders who weren't even a part of it aware. How could she not be enraged by this? Lin Ming glanced at the trembling Bayushi and sighed in his heart. In hindsight, he felt that he should have just come clean and revealed everything. It would have been better than this awkward situation with another party present, yet Exalted Yu was quite intrigued by Lin Xiangxi's ignorance. She was traveling with one of the chosen of the trial and was the little saintess of the True Element sect, yet she was uninformed of the events within the trial. This was amusing. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ming, forming a knowing smile. He said to Lin Xiangxi, "You don't know." According to Venerable Spiritwalker, 2 chosen had been declared simultaneously. Furthermore, one of them had even formed element heart intent. Your sect is suffering quite a bit because of this. The amusement in his tone was unconcealed, as he stoked the fire. What? Lin Xiangxi's heart started to race, element heart intent. She looked at Lin Ming, a wisp of hopeful glee within her alluring eyes, but when she saw his downcast gaze, she realized the truth. After all, she was the original secondary overseer. How could she not be aware of the loopholes or requirements? It wasn't just her, even Exalted Yu discovered the truth from his reaction. The higher-ups of the world believed that Lin Ming, this gray-eyed, handsome youth, was the possessor of element heart intent. At the time, the other chosen was damaged physically, mentally, and spiritually. It was highly unlikely for him to formulate a complex sequence of thoughts, let alone comprehend heart of the world of the element intent. This led to Lin Ming being the only logical choice. Lin Xiangxi was silent for a long period of time. Just from this and Exalted Yu's words, she understood that the situation was escalating. The importance of element heart intent couldn't be stressed, and it was far more vital than a false worldly domain and premature domain seed manifestation. She had to take a deep breath to organize her thoughts, looking at Lin Ming for a moment, and her hardened gaze slowly softened with each passing moment. In the end, her emotions were released as a soft, defeated sigh. Our sect will handle any trouble that comes its way, Exalted Yu. She turned to face this envoy and clasped her hands respectfully. The contents of the Elementus cache was not claimed by Lin Ming, but Wei Wuyin instead. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have to return to the True Element sect. Clearly, from her tone, she wanted Exalted Yu off this ship. Exalted Yu hummed out a nuanced sound. He was quite impressed by Lin Xiangxi's ability to regulate her emotions. She was befitting her glowing reputation, yet this situation couldn't be settled so easily. Venerable Spiritwalker has an approximate estimation of resources and their total market value. The deal wasn't 80% of the resources, but 80% value of resources in the Elementus cache. This was originally so it could be substituted for any other external treasures to balance it out, in case the set of materials Venerable Spiritwalker wanted led to a percentage greater or lesser, without breaking the terms of the agreement. Exalted Yu plainly explained, flipping his right hand as a beige-colored note was conjured in his palm. Bayushi, Lin Ming, and Lin Xiangxi's heart dropped after that. They all knew this situation wasn't so easily dismissed. Lin Ming finally stepped forward. I never agreed to any shared distribution. He had never spoken to or seen this Venerable Spiritwalker, yet they were demanding 80% of the total value that the Elementus cache possessed. And it had to be substituted by other treasures. Lin Xiangxi was shocked. This wasn't an agreement. Exalted Yu seemed prepared, calmly explaining, "You're right. This was also one of the main reasons the total value was the target rather than the specific contents of the Elementus cache. It was Bayushi who swore the oath, so the burden lies with her. Of course, you could always go against the oath. Lin Ming felt his words caught in his throat. Both he and Lin Xiangxi turned to Bayushi, whose palms were sweaty and trembling. She had made this agreement to ensure that Lin Ming would become the chosen. It was their only choice, and she thought it would be fine after, but who could have known that Lin Ming wouldn't obtain the Elementus cache? They couldn't even react when the beige note arrived before Bayushi. She, with quivering hands, reached out and grabbed it. When she did, a number and 2 words were clearly seen. Her heart sank into its furthest depths. Lin Xiangxi took the note from Bayushi, and then her expression drastically changed. Impossible. There's no way this was the value of Elementus cache. She directly expressed her disbelief, completely not accepting this outrageous target. This was enough to buy 1/10 of a domain. However, Exalted You was once again unsurprised and prepared. The value of the Elementus cache includes all its treasures, such as the entry and exit badge. And according to Venerable Spirit Walker and the others, this included 80% of the estimated value of the training grounds. Because whoever has it can freely open up a pathway via the badge and send any number of geniuses to experience it for half a century. As per the agreement with the Golden Life Pavilion, no. Exalted You slowly formed a bright smile. Almost everyone was aware that the World Realm's core detonated, destroying everything that related to the training grounds. But the agreement with the Golden Life Pavilion was extremely public, and if a chosen was born from the trial, then everyone knew that the chosen would be granted free access to train themselves and their forces. Therefore, the chosen actually partially owned the training grounds alongside the Golden Life Pavilion. At the time, the Golden Life Pavilion had agreed to maintain the chosen trial and uphold certain rules in exchange for purchasing and maintaining it. After all, a world realm was extremely costly to maintain, especially something as complex, unique, and beneficial as the 4 seasons, and the True Element sect was a little financially deficient at the moment. While there was a limited number that could be brought in, this was included in the 80% share, because the badge itself could only be truly obtained in the Elementus cache, so it was included. It was a play on words. A little despicable, but perfectly legal, as some would say. In a way, Bayushi was scammed. Well, not really. From Exalted You's point of view, all these conditions would be negligible if Lin Ming had obtained the Elementus cache. The 4 extreme continent would be freely his to explore and train in as the perfect grounds to refine his elemental intents, battle prowess via the season of devils, and spells and arts through the season of regression. Lin Ming would also gain the assistance of 3 Starlord level figures, a dozen or so Time Lords, and thousands of Realm Lords outright. While he might suffer a little loss in the short run, he could even use this opportunity to formulate stable relations with Venerable Spirit Walker, an Ascended. Yet the truth was brutal. The 4 extreme continent was gone. The world realm's core was destroyed. The Elementus cache was stolen from him. There were no benefits to be had. He was left with nothing but a debt that he hadn't even agreed on, and all of it was on the shoulders of Bayushi. Someone who helped him forge his domain seed and become chosen. The subsequent silence made the atmosphere so thick that a searing knife couldn't cut it. This price wasn't something a budding chosen could afford, but refusing it was the same as sacrificing Bayushi. As for getting the True Element sect to foot the bill, they weren't in the best of states right now. How could anyone agree to handle this? But Bayushi's status was extremely special. If something happened to her, the consequences wouldn't be simple. Lin Xiangxi felt a throbbing headache while holding the outrageous note. She hadn't even returned to the sect to deal with the legitimacy of Lin Ming's chosen status, and this was now happening. Exalted You didn't stop though, continuing by breaking the stiff silence. Bayushi, in exchange for freeing Lin Ming from his spiritual shackles, you agreed to a price. I'm here to remind you of that as well. Price. Lin Xiangxi couldn't help but be even more astonished, turning to Bayushi questioningly. Just when you think things couldn't get worse, more things keep happening. Of course, the True Element sect did not fear Venerable Spirit Walker, so if they were shameless enough, they could just dismiss this. There were ways to protect one from the consequences of an oath or even outright break it, if one was willing to pay the price. In fact, if Lin Ming had obtained the Elementus cache, lost 80%, then the True Element sect would merely negotiate the details with Venerable Spirit Walker, and take the portions they could from her. This would lead to Lin Ming having to share the training ground with other talents of the sect. Bayushi was silent. And then, her eyes glossed over. She felt the world darken as her thoughts swirled about without order or linear function. With a sudden thud, she fell down on her side like a collapsing tower. Bayushi. Lin Xiangxi called out in panic. She rushed forward to catch Bayushi's head and sent a stream of gentle spiritual force into her body, inspecting her thoroughly. She felt her entire mind to be in chaos and her cultivation in disarray. She was close to cultivation deviation, short of outright losing control of her innate energies. If that happened. Lin Xiangxi violently paled. She hurriedly withdrew a vial that contained a radiant liquid of a cyan color. It glinted with a sparkling light that was extremely animated, like the light itself was living. It was absolutely gorgeous. Exalted Yu looked on with not a single ounce of surprise in his eyes, only curiously glancing at the vial. Peak tier, 8th grade Spirit Body Mind Harmony Elixir. After noting the contents, he was taken aback. This was an extremely precious elixir used to stabilize wounds to the spirit of cultivation, and one's mind, body, and world see for a period. It could prevent cultivation deviation, even restore a cripple. However, it was extremely precious and could be considered as a pseudo-9th grade alchemical product that only mortal sovereign alchemists could concoct it without much issue. Lin Xiangxi didn't hesitate to slowly pour the ounce of liquid into Bayushi's mouth, lifting her concealment veil and revealing her appearance to the world. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 597, 592, Endless Issues. Lin Ming felt a gush of memories flow through his mind after Lin Xiangxi lifted her veil, slowly pouring the contents of the vial inside her mouth. As Lin Xiangxi eased it through the gap of her lips, she used a gentle strand of spiritual force to circulate throughout Bayushi's system, but what Lin Ming saw was truly too shocking. "It's you," he couldn't help but say, despite Bayushi's unconscious state. This entire time, Bayushi's face was concealed, and he was unable to view it. He didn't mind, however, as he knew this was a habit that outstandingly beautiful and talented women took to avoid trouble. Due to it, there were some shameless women who did it to place an alluring mystery on their unfathomable beauty, when that clearly isn't the case. However, Bayushi truly had such unfathomable beauty. Her arched brows, slim and trim, were placed perfectly on her egg-shaped face. Her pink lips that seemed as soft as water, as fluffy as cotton, and as sweet as candy were accompanied by long lashes that seemed capable of causing tornadoes in the heart with every movement. Her face was totally symmetrical. An outrageous synchronicity that gave forth to an incredible harmonious scene. Despite her pale as ash countenance, her skin was flawless. There were times when women were described as having skin like jade, but from the gloss, sleek balance of colors, and skin without the slightest flaw, she truly seemed to have skin like jade. But what shocked him wasn't her gorgeous looks that defied common sense, but the familiarity with her face. When he fought Wei Wuyin, somehow, he had descended into an illusion where he claimed victory over Wei Wuyin, then another, and then his last opponent was her. They had met by chance on the 4 Extreme continent after she stumbled upon her bathing in a spring. After a little tit-for-tat, they came across a treasure trove and were greeted by a contesting, arrogant realm lord. They fought off the realm lord with their united effort, and escaped with something in both their pockets. It was a tense, dangerous moment, yet they put aside their differences and worked together. He had thought she was the holy daughter of absolute hot fire, Tang Xingyun, who also helped him during his time to forge his domain seed. Then who was the holy daughter and why was she helping him? Lin Ming's mind grew confused for a moment as he saw Bayushi's pallid countenance regain its healthy gloss, reigniting her beauty again. Lin Xiangxi gave a heavy sigh of relief after seeing Bayushi respond to the elixir. She's stable. Bayushi had suffered damage to her soul, and the compounding stress had caused her cultivation to run amok, nearly claiming her life. This was serious. If this isn't dealt with, healed properly, she could become an invalid or thoroughly crippled, if not dead. But Exalted Yu rubbed his chin and insensitively said, "I wonder what the Tang clan is going to think when they learn the enlightening soul pulse elixir left behind by the king of Everlore isn't available to heal their young mistress. I wonder how the Imperial clan will react." Lin Xiangxi felt her heart stop for a moment. She slowly turned to Exalted Yu, her expression extremely dark, and she asked in a low, rumbling voice, "What?" Her head turned to Lin Ming, who, upon recalling the details of the 16 forces given to him by Tang Xingyun, he turned pale with a shudder. Exalted Yu's amusement was endlessly revealed in his expression. Bayushi promised Tang Xingyun, the young mistress of the Tang clan, 3 high-tier, 9th grade enlightening soul pulse elixir from the Elementus cache to heal herself. What? She didn't tell you. Well, the Tang clan will certainly seek you out. After that was said, he thought of something and added, my task was to retrieve the Elementus cache contents, but in case I wasn't able to, I'm to escort you to the True Element sect to obtain the alternative form of payment and a safe trip. So, I'll let you guys discuss things. I'll just be tagging along for now. After Exalted You said this, he started to shimmer out of existence until his incarnation decomposed into energy with an unconscious Bayushi and a vanished Exalted You. Only Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming remained on the void ship. She slowly encapsulated Bayushi in gentle spiritual force to continuously monitor her condition, and turned to Lin Ming. Tell me everything. After a full explanation of events, including his initial defeat at the hands of Wei Wuyin, means and sacrifices made to manifest his artificial domain seed, and the subsequent defeat and helpless as Wei Wuyin took the Elementus cache for himself, Lin Xiangxi was finally no longer ignorant. However, her expression was extremely dark, like cloudy night. Lin Ming was a promising youth with untapped potential, but this shitstorm was massive. To start, Lin Ming had lost to Wei Wuyin in the trial and was sealed, forcefully causing a venerable to intervene. A fact that would shatter all chances of legitimacy that Lin Ming had. It was even likely that venerable Spiritwalker might blackmail her if she were to advocate for Lin Ming's status as a chosen. After all, with a few words, her entire argument would collapse. While this could be explained with and justified that Wei Wuyin used self-damaging enhancement methods to increase his strength, that could be easily dismissed. Why? Because Wei Wuyin comprehended element hard intent. Because Wei Wuyin had the courage to make the sacrifice. Couldn't Lin Ming also unleash self-damaging enhancement methods to match him? If not, then that's attributed to his uselessness and unwillingness to give it his all. After all, did Wei Wuyin not claim the Elementus cache and all its resources? A risky gambler was far better than a cautious coward that whined and complained about fairness in the face of defeat. One had grit. One had no spine. Lin Xiangxi couldn't believe they kept this from her. So while she seemed gloomy on the outside, she was utterly raging on the inside. She could strangle someone. The legitimacy detail wasn't even the worst. It was Wei Wuyin's absence. He was, technically, a chosen for the True Element sect, and she was supposed to monitor the situation, yet she couldn't explain why he wasn't with her. When those addle-brained old farts questioned her, how should she respond? When she returned, everyone would likely already be made aware of two chosens, since there's no way Exalted You said that the True Element sect was being troubled without that being the case. But she'll have one. And not even the one who supposedly comprehended element hard intent. It didn't even end there. Bayushi and Tang Xingyun, both females of outstanding talent and beauty, need the high-tier, 9th grade enlightening soul pulse elixir concocted by the King of Everlore. Both of which were women of heaven-reaching statuses, with Tang Xingyun being the youngest young mistress of the noble clan. With both of their souls damaged, this was a pressing matter. The one who will demand answers, and likely vast compensation far beyond those elixirs' worth, will be the backings of those two. And the chances of Lin Ming becoming a chosen, heck, whether her faction would even accept him knowing the sheer troubles that'll follow, was infinitesimally low. Yet the one who likely had the elixir, the second chosen, who should have been her responsibility, was not with her. That burning rage inside her heart made her feel queasy and unsettled. So much so that she had to close her eyes and think happy thoughts for a long while. Lin Ming had his head down while he waited, not wanting to upset this senior sister of his, but his eyes blazed with the flames of rage. This was Wei Wuyin's fault. While he wasn't so narrow-minded and delusional to subtract his own responsibility, Wei Wuyin was the ignition point of all these problems. His arrival to the new world that he had wanted for nearly 2 decades had been met with a relentless outpour of issues. Lin Xiangxi stood motionlessly for half an hour. When she finally moved, she activated the void ship's flight formations, causing it to slowly move in a curved manner. She was clearly turning around. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Lin Xiangxi was in a mood, unwilling to deal with Lin Ming. But after a while, she relented and answered. To find Wei Wuyin. Chapter 598, 593, Mystic Radiance Belt. Lin Xiangxi, Lin Ming, and the unconscious Bayushi, were situated on their void ship looking out towards the myriad planets that littered their eyes. They came in all shapes and sizes, beautiful and gloomy, sparkling or dim, yet their eyes reflected not the appreciation of this gorgeous sight, but a sense of loss. Lin Xiangxi sighed, "We're fucked." She had never been one to use coarse language, but this was the perfect situation to do so. Because Wei Wuyin wasn't there. After they left, they turned around to arrive at the Everlore Association's planet named Third Sky, a planet ruled by the San Clan of the Everlore Association within the Everlore domain. They hosted the recruitment of all the new talented inhabitants there, and sent off the others to the 3 domains of their choice via a few large-sized void gates. But when she arrived, asked about the whereabouts of Wei Wuyin, the only response those of the San Clan gave her was that there was no one amongst the populace of trillions with that name, cultivation level, and age range. It didn't stop there, of course. As the little saintess of the True Element sect, she had some persuasion power, so the San Clan delved further into the mystery. After a little bit of digging, it was discovered that several individuals had written the name Wei Wuyin as one of their 2 connections. But further investigation suggested that Wei Wuyin wasn't registered himself, but the group still met. When they interrogated a Qi condensation realm woman that had yet to leave, whose name was Mei Yang, they learned that Wei Wuyin wasn't present throughout the event. Others also corroborated this statement. A cultivator like Mei Yang wasn't able to lie to them, so they accepted this after another verification from a woman by the name of Qin Rui, an astral core realm cultivator, and the answer remained the same. As for where he went or how he vanished, they had no idea. With the destruction of the starfield, there was no longer any evidence to pursue. Still, they discovered another fascinating fact in their investigations. Prior to the world-shifting net's appearance, all the beasts and beastmen vanished without warning. Lin Ming was confused by this specific targeting, but Lin Xiangxi was aware of the Everlore Association's preferences. Someone very powerful must have taken action knowing that the Everlore Association was going to leave all those with beast bloodlines to die. Initially, they thought Wei Wuyin was taken, but they learned he was human, not a beastman from Qin Rui. After all, beastmen can only cultivate using their hearts, not their dantians, but Wei Wuyin had a spirit of cultivation in his dantian from an early age. But the possibility that whoever took action also brought Wei Wuyin away was possible. The only question was, who? Unable to find the answer, they were left facing a brick wall without any tools. This left them standing on their void ship staring blankly at the gorgeous scenery. Even if we continued searching, it's unlikely he's alive, right? Whoever took him must be unimaginably powerful. Lin Ming rationalized, feeling a surge of cooling relief in his heart. Without Wei Wuyin present, he felt confident in tiding any difficulties or obstacles in his future. Lin Xiangxi frowned, glancing at Bai Yushi. The Elementus cache was likely their target. With a sigh, she leaned against the railing and showed off her exquisite curves. Lin Ming caught a glimpse and felt stunned. He had forgotten that his senior sister was a beauty for a moment. He turned away, concealing his thoughts and asked, "It's not that much of an issue, right? Even if we don't have the Elementus cache and the enlightening soul pulse elixir. We can commission it, right? You once told me this starfield has mortal sovereign alchemists, even those that exceeded the mystic rank. We can then settle any debt right then." Lin Xiangxi gave Lin Ming a sidelong glance, her eyes staying on him for a moment before looking away. "Do you really think 9th grade products grow on trees? That the Tang clan is harmless? That the True Element sect situation is easily solvable? No. I'm not naive, but you said dash. I know what I said." Lin Xiangxi rose her voice, her frustration leaking from her every breath. Lin Ming started. He remained silent as he waited for Lin Xiangxi to calm. It took a while before her chest, that kept rising and falling in an alluring fashion, settled with a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry, you just don't know." "Then tell me." "I'm here now. I'm facing this world with you, so don't leave out vital details," Lin Ming urged. He only learned about the 16 forces from the information orb left by Tang Xingyun. Lin Xiangxi had kept so many details vague this entire time. It was such that he wasn't certain of her cultivation level or the highest cultivation in the starfield. He only knew snippets of the whole picture. Lin Xiangxi turned to Lin Ming, looked him into the eye, and stared. The two faced off without a single blink, with Lin Ming revealing a fierce resolve. Even though they were in a situation, when has he not been in one? No matter the obstacle, he refuses to give up or surrender to fate. If someone tells him that the shield was unbreakable, then he'll melt it down. Ah, okay. I'll tell you then. Lin Xiangxi couldn't help but be moved by Lin Ming's willpower. It reminded her why she gave him the token in the first place. Because he was unwilling to surrender in the face of any adversity, yet he had a heart of gold that knew how to repay kindness and enmity with a clear conscience. Where should we start? She turned to face the eternal sky Starfield's only son. And Lin Ming said, "What about there? Why is the solar star here surrounded by a white ring? What is it?" He had always been curious, but there never felt like the right time to ask. Lin Xiangxi nodded. "I guess starting from there is perfect. That's called a mystic radiance belt. You should know that solar stars exude a unique energy that permeates the entire starfield, enables life, growth, and an outpour of special material. We cultivators call this energy essence. It is one of our 4 vital energies, alongside mental, physical, and obviously, spiritual, and it allows us to cultivate. This essence is filtered through different mediums, having different qualities as a result. Let's see, essence typically has 2 forms, pure and converted. The purest form of essence is just simply essence, but when it is filtered through the chill of the dark void, entering the atmospheric filters we call sky layers for planets, it becomes astral essence. This is still pure essence. Flat continental Earths don't have the means to filter astral essence, so it's diluted further until it becomes chi essence. Not the exact same chi essence we conjure ourselves during the chi essence phase, but extremely similar. These pure type essences integrate with the plant life, terrain, natural environment, and based on the balance of energies and such, naturally produce materials we use for cultivation. This essence can even be condensed by other celestial bodies, purified by the world's core, be it planet, flat continental Earth, even lunar satellites, and make essences stones. When essence is intermixed with a natural occurring will of the environment, unique essence materials can form. This is what we cultivators call a converted type essence. There's ranks and grades, with mortal rank materials having chi grade and astral grade. We even produce our own chi essence, forming the basis of our spirit of cultivation's body. When we mention unique natal souls or astral souls, they refer to the container of our spirits of cultivation formed by our chi essence, elevated to astral essence. Even a astral fire soul is composed of converted type fire essence or astral sword. Soul is composed of converted type sword essence. The mystic radiance belt elevates this pure type essence into mystic essence, infusing it with traces of mystic intent. As for normal essence, it only has mortal intent. The mystic radiance belt filters all essence exuding from our eternal sky solar star and basks the entire starfield in its nourishing energies. This can improve cultivators' physique, innate talent, and even give birth to strange, otherworldly bloodlines. Even with the mystic radiance belt, however, chi essence stones and astral essence stones still exist in most environments, but there's a slight chance that the amalgamation of mystic essence will form a mystic essence stone that carries mystic intent. These are extremely valuable for those who wish to ascend, absolutely priceless. There could even be a mystic grade essence mines or comets. Furthermore, it allows the birth of mystic rank materials such as herbs, strange liquids, and such. Lin Xiangxi marveled at the grandness of the belt, her eyes sparkling with boundless reverence. Lin Ming digested this information. So the mystic radiance belt elevates the starfield's ambient essence to beyond mortal rank, thereby increasing the quality of materials and cultivators. This was what he gathered from that long, detailed explanation. It was also what he understood the purpose of having more than one solar star was. According to Lin Xiangxi from before, multiple solar stars can elevate the growth and level of resources and suitable cultivation environments. There was even a time she mentioned a starfield having 7 solar stars. But how is it created? Lin Ming followed up. Long ago, about 20,000 years ago, Ascended spent centuries refining it. Half of them even gave up their lives to build it. It's the greatest formation we know of. The history of the mystic radiance belt was never altered, showing the immense respect every passing era had for those heroes that gave them a better future. Is it that difficult to create? Lin Ming felt utter disbelief, his eyes shining with a similar glimmer. The thought of having 3 of them like his starfield made him brighten. Not only is it difficult and dangerous. It requires a natural solar star that is filled with elemental origin energy, only birthed during the creation of a stellar region. Lin Xiangxi halted her words, remembering the missing individual that comprehended element heart intent. Noticing her mood falling, Lin Ming asked, "What about alchemists?" Chapter 599, 594, Eternal Sky Alchemists. Alchemists. Lin Xiangxi was rather wistful as that term was mentioned, resonating with her heart of cultivation. In her eyes, they were of paramount importance to cultivators, especially those seeking to reach the highest peak. The vast majority of high-level materials were extremely volatile, only being useful after years, sometimes decades of refinement, yet alchemists turned the normally above 90% of cultivation resources in a starfield into incredible creations. Even those materials that were unable to be used for cultivation, such as the soul ash of divine jade, a result of failed soul impartations of the heavens, can be turned into heaven-defying materials that can shatter the conventions of cultivation. The one thing a starfield never lacked was materials. In fact, there was an overabundance of materials in the Imperial Dawn starfield. It was so excessive that if all these materials were transformed into viable cultivation resources, the myriad-year continent could convert almost all cultivators into the 9th stage of the Qi condensation realm, with ample leftovers to spare for some astral core realm cultivators. That was despite the myriad-year continent being a flat continental Earth unable to produce astral-grade materials. The King of Everlore was the best example of this paramount importance. While residing in a starfield lacking a mystic radiance belt, he was capable of personally producing numerous notable, true mystic ascendants, and with his casual support, several others at the mystic star phase, the first stage of the myriad ascendant realm, such as the Bloodforge Emperor or the 4 Elementus Knights. There was also Divine King Hanzei's cousin, the Guardian of Elements, and even the 9 Worlds Fate Seer. While the latter was said to have no connection with the King of Everlore, it was extremely unlikely that the person hadn't acquired some product that was concocted by the King of Everlore, either by purchasing it or other means. This was all in a stellar region considered desolate by those like Wang Yuqian. While this revealed the absolute brilliance and outstanding talents that the King of Everlore possessed, supporting his astonishing legacy with every retelling of his achievements, it simultaneously highlighted the absolute potential of alchemists. Lin Xiangxi's feelings as she spoke out that title was justified, every ounce of it. She slowly ran her hand through her hair, slowly closing her eyes as she took a deep breath. When she finally exhaled, she felt her thoughts clear. I've been purposefully avoiding this conversation, but you're right, you're now facing this world too. So I'll explain it. Lin Xiangxi said her thoughts, revealing that her actions of avoiding this topic was intentional. Yet now, she was willing to divulge it all. Lin Ming, however, was baffled. Was the topic of alchemy taboo? While he, as a cultivator, understood its significance, he was someone who believed that hard work would overcome any and all shortcuts. That was why he wasn't dejected by losing to Wei Wuyin, believing he used self-damaging methods to temporarily elevate his strength. As if reading his thoughts, Lin Xiangxi continued, "You think alchemy is a shortcut, that it's an auxiliary path that only supports, highlighting the talent already present, nothing more, right?" Lin Ming was startled initially. But after some thought, he reaffirmed his belief and nodded. "Since I was young, I have faced numerous so-called experts and elite geniuses that relied on alchemists, eating pills and drinking elixirs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, yet they all fell short in the face of my own hard work. Their wealth and pills that they were so proud of was merely a crutch, and when faced with true talent and work ethic, they stumbled in defeat." Lin Xiangxi actively listened, hearing the molded mind and hardened belief behind those words. "I know. This is why I wanted to avoid the topic." "Well, in some ways, you're not wrong. But you're also totally wrong." Lin Ming knitted his brows. Regardless of Lin Xiangxi's belief, his life's trajectory filled with obstacles and rich, pampered idiots courting death left him firm in his belief. It was this unshakable belief that allowed him to train harder than anyone and always strive for greatness. After all, he had the courage to step onto the path of elemental origin. Even Wei Wuyin in his younger years heavily debated doing so. The difficulty was not to be underestimated. There were still cultivators at the Realm Lord level that hadn't even comprehended one of the 5 advanced elemental intents in their entire 1,000 years of life. There were even cultivators who spent their 100 or so years of life forever at the essence flow phase, the second stage of the Qi condensation realm, solely because they couldn't comprehend one of the 4 basic elemental intents. If it wasn't for the trial's unique environmental period, the season of elements, specifically designed to help cultivators comprehend elemental intent, there would be almost no one who could become a holy candidate amongst the natives, excluding the very rare few. Lin Xiangxi was about to speak, to reveal her truest thoughts, but seeing the firm drive within Lin Ming's eyes, she inevitably hesitated. She kept her next words to herself, proceeding to explain with a faint smile, in the eternal sky starfield, almost every force has their own alchemists. However, the alchemists beyond a certain level are widely known, to the point their exact number is public knowledge, even the faction they belong to. It is a point of pride to these forces. In the Trivision starfield you belong to, referred to as the Everlore starfield by those of this starfield, there were ranks to alchemists. Here, it's mostly unchanged, but the conditions to be classified as a certain rank of alchemist, of a certain legend close to his heart. While he truly believed that alchemy wasn't everything to a cultivator, he understood that when used appropriately by a talented cultivator, they can achieve wonders. Divine King Hanze was the perfect example of this. In the Eternal Sky starfield, there's two main tiers, Neophyte Alchemist and ranked Alchemist. Those Neophyte Alchemists are alchemists that can concoct products up to the 6th grade. They can only be considered ranked alchemists when they can concoct 7th grade products to a certain standard. Lin Ming interrupted, certain standard. Lin Xiangxi had mentioned twice now that the way an alchemist was determined and recognized was different from their starfield. He tried to recall their starfield's requirements. It was, right, 5% success rate with a product of a certain grade and an acceptable refinement time. This gated many alchemists, however, with quite a few being outrageously slow yet consistent or fast, and with an even more pathetic success rate. This led to some Lord Alchemists successfully concocting 7th grade products, yet unable to become King Alchemists. Lin Xiangxi elaborated, to be considered a ranked alchemist, of any rank, be it mortal or mystic, one needs to have a success rate of 20% or above. Only low-quality products counted. Moreover, they must be able to concoct a high-quality product of the tier in their desired rank's grade. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Did that mean? Lin Xiangxi solemnly nodded, yes. To be considered an alchemic king of the mortal rank, one must be able to concoct a low-tier, 7th grade product with a 20% success rate out of a certain number of tries. Despite this, our Eternal Sky starfield has billions, hundreds of billions, of alchemists beneath the King Alchemist level, and has billions of King Alchemists, and millions of Emperor Alchemists. To be exact, it has 3,549,331 active Emperor Alchemists since I last checked. Lin Ming's heart didn't just skip a beat, he went full stop when his heartbeat resumed, it started to wildly race. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Their entire starfield only had thousands of alchemic kings and a dozen or so Emperor Alchemists. Yet millions here. Millions. The sheer disbelief exuding from his eyes was almost tangible, enough to nearly grab it. But Lin Xiangxi wasn't as excited, continuing with an indifferent tone, there are 3 divisions to each rank. They are, official, prime, grand. There are also divisions for the 3 tiers of products, low, high, and peak. If a King Alchemist can meet the requirements of 20% success rate in concocting peak tier products for their grade, any product, they will be called Grand Alchemic Kings. Can you guess how many of those over 3 million Emperor Alchemists are beyond the official division? Lin Xiangxi asked with a faint smile, her eyes glinted with slight amusement, 200,000. No. 50,000. Lin Ming thought his first guess was a little too high, so he reduced it to a fourth. But when he saw the amused light increase in her eyes, he knew he was off. Not holding back any longer, she said, 504. She stated each word clearly, causing Lin Ming to reel. What? 504. 504. Just 504 alchemists beyond official. Out of 3 million. What the foo dash? Chapter 600, 595, 16 Greatest Forces. In spite of Lin Ming's speechless expression, Lin Zexin continued with a hint of satisfaction. Those at the official alchemic king level can be considered capable of concocting low-tier, 8th grade products effectively, yet the disparity between official and prime was a huge chasm of difference. Huge chasm. The difference went from over 3 million to 504. Senior sister, I think your understanding of a huge chasm should be changed. While Lin Ming felt utterly stunned and somewhat appalled, he wasn't slow. Quickly, he followed up with his own question, why is the difference between 2 tiers so massive? Isn't it just low tier and high tier within the same grade? Lin Xiangxi nodded in approval, but said, it's not so simple. There's 2 core factors for this glaring gap. 1. Alchemic talent. 2. Cultivation. Alchemic talent, like other forms of innate talent, is divided into the 5 levels: null, standard, excellence, overlord, and amp, chosen. This is further divided by 3 grades in each, all except null, which are earthly, worldly, and heavenly. To cultivate a spirit of cultivation, let's say a natal fire soul, one must have a heavenly standard level of talent. This is relatively simple for basic things, and it can even be improved upon by the birthing of intent. This is why almost, if not all, cultivators at the elemental birth phase can create spirits of cultivation relating to the 4 elements. Lin Ming hadn't known that talent was divided in such a clear-cut fashion. While he knew what it meant, which was the body's overall compatibility with certain types of energies, he didn't know the levels were defined. Yet this could even affect the strength of the innate energies one's spirit of cultivation produces. The reason why there is such a large gap is because a certain control and quality of generated alchemical energies is required to consistently concoct high-tier 8th-grade products. This can be overcome by an alchemic soul, like that so-called Qingyang of your starfield, high level of natural talent towards alchemy, such as Wei Wuyin, or a high cultivation, such as a mystic star phase cultivator. But most alchemists are unable or unwilling to cultivate an alchemic soul, for obvious reasons, or just unable to due to lacking innate talent. It can also be completed by abusing others, creating alchemic proxies. But the last force that tried to do so was wiped off the face of this world in 3 days by the Everlore Association. Almost 1 billion died in that time. And no other force interfered, even offering their approval. Because alchemists cannot be defiled, remember that. When Lin Ming heard Wei Wuyin's name, his mood fell and his anger resurged, almost missing out on the next words that were said. While Lin Xiangxi hadn't gone too in-depth as to why there was a dividing line between low-tier and high-tier 8th-grade products, he couldn't help but recall Wei Wuyin's outstanding performance and victory over an alchemic astral soul cultivator. How high does one's talent need to be to exceed an alchemic astral soul? Lin Ming asked, feeling a tense, uncomfortable lump in his heart. Alchemic astral soul. I don't know, but alchemic natal soul. At least a heavenly excellence level. However, that Qingyang isn't a true alchemic astral soul alchemist despite her alchemic astral soul. Lin Xiangxi shrugged at Lin Ming's focus on Wei Wuyin. That Qingyang used an impure quality Everlore Ascension pill, a 9th-grade product, while in the Qi condensation realm. The impurities that she consumed on that day ruined her talent, every level of it. Not just her alchemic talent, but her talent towards all forms of essences in this world. She lost against Wei Wuyin because she was a tenth of a true alchemist, barely better than a normal natal soul, at best. Otherwise, how could she be defeated by Wei Wuyin? Lin Xiangxi had investigated Qingyang out of curiosity, noting the formations acting as artificial meridians to upkeep her cultivation base. No wonder. There was an audible sigh from his chest after hearing that. He had thought Wei Wuyin was truly the next king of Everlore. As if reading his thoughts, Lin Xiangxi revealed another truth. Becoming a mortal sovereign alchemist is even harder. As I said, it requires 2 things, but for talent, to become a mortal sovereign alchemist, you need to have an alchemic astral soul. That or a true mystic ascendant realm cultivation. Lin Ming's eyes lit. Are there mortal sovereign alchemists in the eternal sky starfield? The king of Everlore had been the only one in the history of the Everlore starfield to have reached that level. He defined eras for thousands of years. Lin Xiangxi's expression became solemn, and she nodded heavily, wistfully gazing at the mystic radiance belt. There are 34, in fact. 34. That's. Lin Ming couldn't help but feel like there was something strange with Lin Xiangxi's answer. Instead of provoking awe, it provoked curiosity. Why so many? How so many? The sheer unbelievable aspect of it caused him to not have any extreme reaction. However, don't get your expectations high or fall into delusions of acquiring their help on your path of cultivation without tremendous fortune. Mortal sovereign alchemists are highly regarded figures, and insufferably arrogant. The title, Mortal Sovereign, fits them perfectly. All 34 mortal sovereign alchemists belong to one of the 16 greatest established forces. They all have a minimum of 1, with the Everlore Association having a total of 12. The 8 noble clans, 3 world sects, 2 golden pavilions, and 2 mystic associations. Lin Ming asked. Lin Xiangxi looked surprised by Lin Ming's knowledge of the subject. She could only attribute it to Bayushi. The 8 noble clans consist of the Tang clan, Ming clan, He clan, Lu clan, Chen clan, Bing clan, Yu clan, and Jian clan. They each are like rulers of their own dynasties, controlling planets, numerous world realms, and hundreds of billions of lifeforms. The 3 world sects are our very own True Element sect, the tyrannical boundless martial sect, and the incredibly elusive Void Voyage sect. In truth, the Void Voyage sect doesn't own any planets or space in our eternal sky starfield, but they have world realms embedded in the folds of space. World realms that are said to be constantly moving about everywhere. But the fact they're considered a world sect should be a strong indicator of their reputation and strength. The 2 golden pavilions are the Golden Life Pavilion, the most business-oriented force, and the most widespread. They have bases and dealings in almost every domain with most forces, excluding the Imperial Sky Domain and 9 Worlds Domain, which belong to the Imperial Clan and Golden Gate Pavilion respectively. As for the Golden Gate Pavilion, they are extremely mysterious, but they focus on information gathering, establishing rankings, and organizing events, but dabble in goods. They're one of the most feared forces, simply because their intelligence network is utterly terrifying. The Imperial Clan, at one point, even wanted to remove them after they released a ranking list that detailed information about their secretly cultivated geniuses. They failed, of course. Lin Ming mused. 9 Worlds Domain reminded him of something, yet he couldn't quite recall. Lastly, the 2 mystic associations. They are the renowned Everlore Association and the Godforge Association. The former needs no explanation, and the latter specializes in the Tao of forging. They create nearly 90% of all mystic-level tools in the starfield, such as Bayushi's Veil. While Lin Ming was aware of this information thanks to Tang Xingyun, he frowned slightly. However, Lin Xiangxi abruptly jolted upright without warning. Lin Ming started, taking a step back. What's wrong? Lin Xiangxi brightly smiled, and her sudden movements caused her proud and ample twin peaks to bounce, and if it wasn't for her current disguise, perhaps the entire solar star would pale in comparison to this alluring sight. I know how we can find where beasts and beastmen were taken. After saying that with boisterous excitement, she took the helm of the ship and activated its movement formations. With a steady shift, it started to fly through the dark void. Lin Ming's heart continuously shook. Wherever the beasts went, it likely indicated where Wei Wuyin was. If they could find Wei Wuyin, wouldn't they solve all these pesky issues? After all, he had the Elementus cache. As they moved, following closely behind them was the large-sized void ship with Spiritwalker on its hull. Chapter 601, 596, A Different World. While Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming went to search for answers, the recruitment had yet to end, only entering the true phase of its beginning within the 3rd sky planet. A group of young elites were gathered together before a pale-skinned man with yellow irises and sanguine edges stood before them. He was the same expert that stood amongst the others from the gold-tier forces. Within his pupils were 2 saber-shaped images that glinted with a sharp light. It made him seem like the living embodiment of a saber. That gaze of his swept across the forms of those youths, sternly giving them each a feeling of oppression. They were those who selected the sect that he led, the Solitary Saber sect. Amongst these youths was a black-haired, pure black-eyed young woman with an emotionlessly calm expression. That young woman was Su Mei. After the selection, they were all taken away by their respective leaders almost instantly. There were no further words, and San Luoyang seemed to be at peace with shuttling them off to others. To note, San Luoyang never offered anyone to join the Everlore Association. It was clear from certain mannerisms that he was acting out of obligation rather than willingness. She quietly stood with the 24,227 other selectors of the Solitary Saber sect on a gold and black platform. Considering the sect was one of the only forces that specialized in combat, and saber and swords were 2 of the most common weapons used by those inhabitants of the Everlore starfield, it made perfect sense that nearly a quarter of the recruited participants would choose this. Behind the pale-skinned man was a gorgeous silver arc with exquisite runic markings that gleamed with faint glows. The spatial fluctuations coming from it was subtle yet incredibly impressive. Anyone who had a high spatial resonance would notice the sheer quality of spatial energies emitted. It was outstanding. Su Mei noted that the materials used to construct this void gate that spanned for nearly 100 meters, fixed with 2 thick pillars at the ends, was beyond the astral level. She had also never seen those pillars before. Typically, a void gate was a half-circle silver arc with various protrusions at the top, like machine-like gears, of gold and black. Yet this void gate lacked those protrusions, but had pillars that reached 300 meters in the sky with the thickness of an oak tree. There was a spiraling glowing trail from the bottom of the pillars to the top, and the trails seemed like flowing rivers with esoteric marks that Sume couldn't even begin to understand. There was also a platform, rectangular and tall, that stretched for hundreds of meters and could fit tens of thousands at a time. With this fresh design, she realized that the other void gates she was familiar with was outrageously outdated and underwhelming in comparison. Those gears were replaced by the platform, and the arc had been improved upon. This truly gave her the feeling that this was a new world, a better environment. However, she couldn't help but wonder slightly as she looked upwards. The solar star seemed irregular, and she was well aware that solar stars exuded pure essence that was filtered by the various astronomical bodies' atmospheric layers and produced enriched environments. She expected this planet's environment to be higher in quality, yet she felt underwhelmed. In fact, it could be considered severely lacking. Just as she was pondering this, feeling like something was off, the pale-skinned man spoke out one word. Trash. The youths were startled as they felt mental waves crashing into their minds, causing many to feel dizzy. Some even felt as if they were losing their consciousness as they circulated their astral force to guard against this assault. Fortunately, not a single one lost consciousness. Sume frowned slightly, but she was almost entirely unaffected by the crushing mental waves. They were a little too weak. Seeing this, the pale-skinned man swept his gaze across them again, and a flicker of strange light entered his gaze. "I'll be blunt," he started, "all of you are complete and utter trash. You might be considered somewhat talented in that desolate world you lived in, but here, none of you are." There was some dissatisfaction amongst the youth present, but no one spoke out. Some out of fear, others out of respect, a few because they understood his words in their hearts, but most because they were curious of what he would say. Most of these youths weren't that special in Everlore Starfield. The vast majority of them were overlooked or belonged to low-tier forces, leaving their cultivation base much to be desired. They were young, and some had even been rejected by one of the 4 hegemonic forces. They were merely selected due to their age and objective bodily talent in absorbing essence and energies. The criteria for the Everlore Starfield, also known to them as the Imperial Dawn Starfield, was less based on these factors and more on race, nepotism-based backing, or comprehensive skill. To be exact, the demonic Abyss Mountain, Sacred Light Palace, and Elemental Heaven Pavilion all favored race, with the last 2 highly dependent on bloodline lineage and backing of various clans. Those less talented, but born into good families of certain races, had higher privilege. Even if they weren't a tenth of those present, they would still reach heights most of these youths could only dream about. It was a result of resources made available, mostly alchemical, and how outrageously expensive or difficult they were to acquire. If it wasn't for that spoon in their mouths, how could they achieve their levels? As for the Myriad Monarch sect, it wasn't based on talent, but skill, adaptability, cunning, and tactics. It forged the best cultivators consistently throughout the Starfield due to their dogma, and relied solely on oneself. Yet even if these youths with high bodily talent were considered, it was nothing before having high comprehension, being mentally attentive, and skillful in navigating situations and forces. What was bodily talent? The compatibility to absorb essence energies into one's body, the rate of that, the refinement speed, and the conversion quality into one's own power. Yet this only affected the initial speed of cultivation, the development of one's foundation based on resources, and it didn't determine how far one would reach. Without comprehensive talent and insight, one would forever be stuck at the elemental birth phase. However, bodily talent had another unseen factor. You all were born in a world without that. The pale-skinned man pointed at the sky where the yellowed solar star with a reddish tint surrounded by a large, radiant white ring. In terms of talent, we had to severely lower our standards. If we hadn't, not even 1/100th of you would have qualified. While he hadn't explained in depth, Sume understood. Being born under a lucky star wasn't just an expression people used, but a truth. The endless rays of essence from birth to present would create a change. This was prevalent when comparing those of the Myriad Monarch sect and Myriad your continent. No, it was better to say between those born on planets and those born on flat continental Earths. The constant passive absorption of high-quality essence would surely elevate one's bodily talent naturally. It was like being in a world of higher gravity. It was expected for one to be stronger physically. There are, however, exceptions. such as the Four Extreme Continent or Bloodforge Continent. These were locations designed and carefully crafted by those who exceeded mortal limits. There was astral essence in those areas. That being said, Sume hadn't felt any environmental difference. Was the third sky planet they were on strange? When you arrive in my solitary saber sect, know that your starting point is horrendously low. You'll be forced to struggle for every scrap of resource you can. You'll have no protection from internal struggles. You could even be killed, for the slightest carelessness. My solitary saber sect is not a playground. If you don't want to bet your life for a greater future, then you can still be sent off to the planet specifically constructed for you. The pale-skinned man said, harshly reminding them of their situation. But one could hear the faint compassion in the man's voice, alongside pity and condescension. Sume knew that different sects had different conducts. She never expected it to be like Myriad Monarch sect, focused on skill and leadership. This was likely a sect where one was, as its name suggests, solitary. However, no one left because of the man's warning, but this didn't elicit any form of respect in the pale-skinned man's eyes. Instead, he felt more pity. My true name is Dao Yuan. My known title is Exalted Blitz Saber, but from now on, you'll know me as your sect master, and refer to me as such. As he said this, he waved his hand and a faint black pearl left his palm and sunk into the black and gold platform. In a sudden burst of multicolored light, the arc brightened and the vision of everyone was overwhelmed. Sume had never felt like this before, but she was familiar with the multicolored phenomenon. When basked by this light, she felt a strange force envelop her for a brief moment. It lasted very briefly, and when it ended, she was accompanied by a different scenery. Whoosh! The first thing she was met with was a flood of pure astral essence that exceeded even the 8th level of the Myriad Monarch sect's extreme mountain. Unfathomably pure, incredibly potent, and her eyes were opened wide as she felt it sweep her body, stimulating her pores, and stirring her cultivation base. A fresh, almost like the first bite of mint, feeling overwhelmed her. Welcome to my sect, your new world, your new home. Sume's eyes glistened as her pupils reflected the entirety of her new world. The sky above had changed, with the yellow solar star with reddish tint and a titanic ring of white radiance having vanished. She saw an impossibly enormous saber with a curved edge bearing its point downwards instead. It replaced the solar star. But beyond the clouds, beyond the layers of atmosphere, that saber hung while emitting a unique radiance. For some reason, she sensed the shadow of the solar star that existed in the eternal sky starfield. When she narrowed her eyes, the faint, low-opacity image of that solar star existed directly behind the saber, seemingly far away. Was this a world realm? Her heart started to race as every breath contained copious amounts of astral essence. This astral essence caused her sea of consciousness to tremble as she sensed the thick saber energy coursing through it. Her saber intent howled within her mind, and the intermixing of astral essence and saber energies produced a gentle saber power that flowed around her. If she was present in the Four Extreme Continent, she would discover that this type of environment was extremely similar to the Four Lands, such as the ambient desolate power within the air. While she marveled at this miraculous world, there were others with vastly different reactions. Arg. No. It hurts. Ah. What is this? Stop it. Help. The sound of flesh being sliced, rent, torn and blood splashing resounded throughout the group of youths. Splash. Sume felt a sudden spurt of warm liquid on her face. When she turned around, she noticed a male figure drenched in blood with their body suffering numerous lacerations. The person wanted to screech out their pain, yet there was a cut slicing deeply into their throat, severing their vocal cords. It came off as a hoarse gasp for air. He struggled, facing her with eyes pleading for help. Yet a flash of light caused him to vanish before her very eyes. Like a comet, the man was encapsulated by an orb of light and sent off to some location behind her. Dao Yuan looked at the many youths experiencing the saber power enveloping the surroundings impassively. There was an indifferent light in his yellow eyes. He slowly said, "You won't die. This is your second test. Those who make it to the sect in 3 days will be considered outer disciples. Those who don't, you will become external disciples." After saying this, Dao Yuan observed the youths and saw Sume. There was a flash of interested surprise on his face, but he didn't stay a moment longer. With a shimmer, he vanished before their very eyes. Sume looked towards Dao Yuan's previous location and noticed a giant mountain in the far-off distance ahead, yet the screams around her never ceased. Chapter 602, 597, treasure amongst trash. The abruptly violent circumstances left many speechless. Was this how disciples were supposed to be treated? A few of them saw their neighbors seemingly explode with gushes of blood from various cuts. The ambient saber power was absolutely domineering and omnipresent. A human cultivator at the chi condensation realm, the false reality phase, surged with his chi to establish a thick, seemingly impenetrable ward filled with the power of metal. The faint traces of gold clashed with the slicing saber power in the air and prevented it from inflicting further wounds on his body. The others reacted the same, establishing their own defenses that halted the intrusion of that saber power. Sumei noticed that the saber power was stopped with equal difficulty regardless of cultivation base. There were several cultivators at the chi condensation realm that safely defended against the saber power, yet a few astral core realm cultivators were blasted bloody, their defenses torn apart and their skin suffering as a result. It's as if this strange saber power in the air can differentiate between levels, increasing its difficulty towards specific individuals. As she came to this conclusion, she glanced at the mountain in the far-off distance. That was likely the sect, as the massive saber in the sky seemed to have its tip pointed directly at it. Is it like the myriad Dao palaces? She had heard about Wei Wuyan's experiences and had her own, and one of them was a set of 99 steps that grew increasingly difficult the further one went up. Yet the power of the stairs adjusted based on the target's cultivation, allowing a form of balance. With a long, deep breath, her saber intent resonated outwards. The saber power in the air grew docile, obedient. However, she didn't move to protect the others. Even those that originated from the Ascendants, she sent them a spiritual transmission instead. Ascendants, good luck. It wasn't that she was merciless, but that this was an opportunity to prove themselves. The point of Ascendants was to forge strong, capable cultivators that could act in Wei Wuyan's interest. If they couldn't become outer disciples after Wei Wuyan's nurturing, then that was their own failure. She took off. The other Ascendants turned to her, their eyes glimmering with light as they observed Sumei's swift departure. They were all stronger than cultivators at their level, mostly due to Wei Wuyan's alchemical products and high-level environments. While they might not compare to this new world's cultivators, they were still confident in their might. Most of them came from the Myriad Monarch sect, so they were elite cultivators with skill, and from this test, they had passable talent, so they were definitely greater than standard cultivators. A young woman with long, sleek, blue-colored hair was covered in cuts, and even her torn robe revealed an unusual amount of skin. Although, that skin was covered in blood. However, there was no embarrassment in her eyes, but a fierce, stable light. She was an Ascendant that had been recruited by Shui Fei, and so her treatment was slightly better, her strength forged by higher quality alchemical products. Despite only being at the first stage of the astral core realm, the world C phase, her strength could not be underestimated. After gathering her bearings, she concentrated her astral ward into a thicker form and warded off the saber power. With a low roar, that when coming from her delicate voice was still quite terrifying, she trudged forward after Sumei. After receiving the spiritual transmission from Sumei, one of the leaders of the Ascendants, she was now aware that this trial was her own to conquer. With each step, she bore the might of the saber power clashing against her. Her actions of standing firm and facing the world left many speechless. She was young, maybe just 30 or so, yet she was utterly terrifying as she exuded a fierce will to move forward. Influenced, the others strengthened their defenses and followed after her. The mountain with the saber as the sun was their target. The words from Dao Yuan echoed in their minds as they wished to at least prove to themselves that, yes, they might be considered trash now, but they were good trash with the potential to become treasure. Of course, not everyone used this opportunity to forge their will. A few were left unable to proceed, sent away as a comet of gentle, nourishing energy enveloped them. Their bodies already experienced almost crippling damage, and they couldn't hold on any longer. These individuals had impure bodies, used impure quality pills to cultivate to their levels and dampening their potential, or just had weak foundations for their cultivation level suitable to adjust. They were left defeated and discarded. They would be external disciples unless they fought to improve themselves. In this dangerous, almost lethal environment, Sumei didn't turn back. The distance between her and the mountain was roughly 15 miles. It might not seem that far for cultivators, yet every step was met with an increasingly powerful wave of saber power. It was clear that this saber power, a combination of ambient essence and saber energies, originated from the mountain like a surging tidal wave. Her saber intent allowed her an easy path forward. She didn't think about tempering her astral force using the ambient saber power, it was unnecessary. Her saber intent was a result of her comprehensive talent, a part of her abilities, so she merely used her own strength. Yet even her saber intent wasn't invincible. There was a strange energy within the saber power that struggled to regain control of itself. It trembled and vibrated, releasing saber howls that sought to slice at Sume. She wasn't too shocked. If saber intent could overcome this trial with ease, then Dao Yuan could have just brought her away. Her sky pressure surged outwards. That strange energy collided with her refined mana and was crushed relentlessly. She kept her reins on the saber power, moving forward and reaching the 1 mile mark. She cut a valiant figure as saber power danced around her like brightly animated lights, exuding a fierce sharpness and lively feeling. It was her saber intent, her will, that brought the saber power to life and under her control. Behind her were youths with stern expressions pushing forward while wrapped in various astral forces. Watching from afar, 3 figures garbed in black robes levitated in the air looking down at these struggling youths. They were 2 males and 1 female, and at their waist was a white-colored scabbard that contained their saber. On the sides of their scabbard was a single character formed by strange, faintly glowing runes. They said, "Solitary." "Not bad," one of the men commented. He had a short ponytail, was rather handsome, and carried a youthful and valiant air about him. The other man clicked his tongue. "The one in the front is quite interesting. Her age is young, her cultivation base is absurdly high, and her bodily talent is quite exceptional." Sume exuded a light life aura indicating her age was sub-50, and her cultivation base was emitting a strange gravitational force that affected the surroundings. These were indications that she was at the gravity emission phase, the 6th stage of the astral core realm. The men with the ponytail chimed in, "Saber intent, young age, high cultivation. Is she the daughter of the strongest cultivator in the Everlore starfield?" The cultivators of the Eternal Sky starfield referred to the starfield that Sume and the others originated from as Everlore starfield. After all, that was the name that gave it significance. As for the Imperial Heaven starfield, Trivision starfield, or Imperial Dawn starfield, they were all names that were established in the various eras affecting the population. To them, the starfield had one name and one significance: it birthed the king of Everlore. Strongest cultivator? I guess that's possible. Her cultivation base seems a little too sturdy. I can't tell her foundation very well. Curious, the other man said. He was tall, nearly 6'1.5 feet, and had a slim, lanky figure. Despite his height and slimness, he had a set of eyes that exuded a dangerously sharp aura. If one thought his body was fragile due to its lack of muscle definition, they might find themselves losing their lives. The female was gorgeous. She had a dignified air and stood in the middle of the 2 men, clearly having more significance than the 2. She was like a breath of air on a battlefield, exuding thick battle intent and a scent of blood aura. Despite that, it did little to diminish her outstanding looks that could attract envy from others. With a pair of clear cyan-colored irises and untainted pupils, she regarded Sume. The man with the ponytail frowned. "Neither can I." "That's strange. She's not a realm lord yet, but she gives me a feeling of danger." The tall, lanky man nodded in agreement. "There's quite a few strange ones. Their foundation is far stronger than I expected." That little girl at the World Sea phase seemed to have a greater reserve of astral force. She made it past the 1 mile mark with little difficulty, still staying strong to the 3 mile mark. The girl and Sume weren't the only ones to shock the duo, as more than a dozen cultivators stood out. They were ascendants. Wei Wuyin had a certain criteria when selecting or accepting members, and one of them was fulfilled just by the myriad monarch sex entry requirements: skill and comprehension. After finding those with sufficient bodily talent, he found good molds for the ascendants. They all experienced the life of having low-quality or higher 6th, sometimes even 7th grade, alchemical products at their fingertips. Therefore, their foundation and natural talents have been improved considerably. This only became more excessive after the Valkyrie had formed, as they were given higher-tiered and higher-quality products from their respective leaders. Most cultivators at the astral core realm would be lucky if they could refine a single 7th grade product. For example, Xiang Ling, a long-standing elder of the Myriad Monarch sect, had only refined 3 7th grade products in her lifetime prior to meeting Wei Wuyin. And 2 of them were impure quality. As the ascendants adjusted to the environment, they revealed their absolute advantage that others didn't have: a strong, reinforced cultivation base. At a certain point, the leading figures were all ascendants, with Sume at the foremost position. She had already broken past the 10 mile mark. That's. The ponytailman was rendered speechless. These dozens of figures were far, far ahead of the others. While the weakest ascendant had breached the 5-mile mark, the strongest non-ascendant had barely reached the 3-mile mark. Furthermore, the former weren't slowing down, but getting quicker. One must know that the strength of the saber power increased with each mile, exuding outrageously sharp pressure upon the target, yet this was defying this logic. This exceeded some of their top-tier disciples showing years ago, and there were dozens. The two males looked at each other, seeing the distinct light of surprised shock in the other's eyes. This test measured their foundation and strength relative to their cultivation, but this was a little outrageous, no. The gorgeous woman's eyes narrowed. Were this batch of homeless cultivators truly trash? In this new world, they might be able to establish themselves. However, as she thought about this, Sume reached the tall, imposingly wide gate that led to the mountain, and her pure black eyes were particularly radiant as she observed the saber in the sky. As if resonating with something, her saber intent started to become unusually active as the air around her body exploded with a saber howl. Then, saber howls started to echo outwards throughout the world. The giant saber that seemed to overwrite the solar star in the sky started to tremble. The three watched from above, and their eyes widened slowly and slowly until they were nearly bulging out from their sockets. Even the gorgeous woman lost her composure, her expression growing ashen with disbelief. Impossible. The three simultaneously shouted. Dao Yuan's figure arrived at the gate, staring at Sume's valiant figure as she seemed immersed in her own world. The saber power in the surroundings were vibrating with increasing frequency, screeching out a call of unfathomable nature. Even the saber star above reacted. Saber heart intent. His words were slowly said, yet the shock was unable to be concealed. Did he just stumble upon a treasure? Chapter 603, 598, Elven Sanctuary. While some faced trials that'll decide their future, and 3 went to search for the whereabouts of someone that'll resolve their pressing issues, others were still making their way off the planet Third Sky. Amongst these individuals was a group that was oddly and specifically composed for those who choose the second option. A group of tens of billions were all gathered together after being transported away from the world-shifting net's uniquely designed internal world. Those brought together looked to their neighbors with a trace of excitement, and then confusion. This confusion turned into concern for some, and a few even felt cold sweat. Those who had cold sweat formulate on their bodies were high-level cultivators, leaders, those with a little bit of intelligence to grasp what was happening. Every last individual amongst the tens of billions had a single thing in common: they were all of the elven race. Those cultivators could all feel the strangeness of this. While it could just be attributed to a segregation of races, as humans with humans, elves with elves, and demons with demons, this felt stranger because they were isolated to a single area. A few tried to fly, yet found that they would be brought downwards by a strange force. Unable to leave a certain area, they could only await their fate with throbbing hearts filled with an ominous feeling. The area itself wasn't harsh by any means, rather spacious in fact, and a grassland with rich, lively grass. The air was fresh, filled with essence, and there was a particular fragrance effusing into the surroundings. It formed a square shape and housed them all with more than enough leg space, but there was something else that was absolutely strange about this. There were no humans in sight. They had to stay like this for hours, with no explanation as to why they were isolated or even here in this strange area. They could only have conversations and discussions with those they were paired up with. There was a specific group of elves in this group that were gathered together, and they had slightly higher than 300 million in number. They all had light bronze-colored skin and slim physiques, be it men or women, and they huddled together with a unity forged by thousands of years of reliance and oppression. They were the Grey Sands elves. Ai Juling was with her 2 parents. She beautifully stood there alongside them, with her signature boho-styled ponytail and dark green eyes with gray flecks. Her gray-colored outfit was more conservative when she was made a woman, wearing looser clothes, but it did little to hide her curves and ample bosom. When she was given the choice to pick 2 names, she chose Wei Wuyin and her mother, yet she wasn't placed in Wei Wuyin's group. Instead, she was sent with her mother and the other Grey Sands elves in the surroundings. Fortunately, she found her family, including her father. Her mother, Ai Mingli, was currently talking with the other elites and high-level cultivators of the Ai clan. They weren't the only elven clan from the 4 extreme continent in the surroundings. The Navy River elves, the Black Mountain elves, and Verdant Forest elves were also present. They were shocked to discover the Everlore Starfield's elves. Unlike the different characteristics from the four elves, such as the bronze skin of the Grey Sands elves or the aquatic scales of the Navy River elves, the Everlore Starfield's elves were widely divergent with nothing too extreme about them. They just had colorful hair and eye colors that mixed and matched, making each elf have a unique feeling. When AI Mingli returned, AI Juling asked with a tinge of worry, "Have they discovered anything?" Since arriving here, they were essentially trapped and isolated in this area. She hadn't expected this after choosing the third option. However, her mother shook her head, trying to conceal her own worries as she comforted. "It's fine. We're probably being segregated by race." However, her tone was a little strange. They had discovered that the vast majority of their youths that choose recruit were here. There was an unsettling feeling about this. But unable to confer with humans, they were left waiting for any Chang Isai. Mingli looked at her daughter. She reached out and rubbed her head. "It'll be fine. Even if something happens, the Holy Sun isn't going to leave you. He's far too domineering for that." When AI Juling heard about Wei Wuyin, she strangely felt a calm gush into her heart. Just as she was about to speak, a gorgeous figure of similar skin tone yet proud aura arrived. AI Juling immediately noticed AI Een. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed excitedly, "Big Sister Een." When AI Een appeared, she brushed aside her wavy brown hair from her face, revealing more of her enchanting beauty to the world, and gave AI Juling a warm smile. After they shared the same bed, the same man, the two had recognized each other as sisters despite the age and cultivation difference. As a Time Lord, she had taken it upon herself to investigate the surroundings. She discovered that escape was impossible. Furthermore, she couldn't find the Star Lord that existed among the Navy River elves. While he was present during the transportation, he wasn't present here. It was strange, however, because she had met him in the world-shifting net space alongside the other Time Lords and remaining Realm Lords of the four extreme continent, and he had decided to choose the second option. They were going to forge out an area for their groups, finding comfort in unity based on familiarity. His current absence left her feeling concerned. Fortunately, she discovered that only those who picked the second or third option were here, while the first option was not. This indicated that they were sent to the fresh planet created for those who came from the Everlore Starfield. They started to discuss, with one of their topics being Wei Wuyin. After all, AI Een had written down his name too. They didn't know if their exclusion from him was on purpose or if it meant he was dead. With the absence of the human and demon race, the former seemed more likely. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous sound drew the attention from everyone. They looked to the skies to see numerous figures arriving as if from thin air. This was an indicator of using a void gate to arrive. AI Een used her astral force to protect AI Juling and her mother, at the ready for any unexpected event. While she might not be powerful in comparison to the beings that could bring them here, it didn't mean she was willing to accept whatever fate they had for her. But her vigilant expression changed after noticing the appearance of the arrivals. There were 4 figures at the lead, and they looked remarkably similar to the 4 elven tribes of the 4 extreme continent. Extremely, outrageously similar. Furthermore, they all had auras that left her feeling overwhelmed. It wasn't that unseen pressure from those who exceeded mortal limits, but that terrifyingly forceful pressure that indicated they were at the peak of mortal limits. They were all Star Lords. To add, there was an old elf with a hunched back, an ancient aura, and a pair of dimly lit sapphire-like eyes that looked emotionally at the tens of billions of elves below. He had 2 notable gills, one each at both sides of his neck, and navy blue scales that littered his body without rhyme or reason. Directly in front of him was a middle-aged elf that was handsome. He didn't have a haphazard set of aquatic scales on his body, but only around the gills on his neck and one at his glabella that was shaped with a curve on the sides, bent at the bottom triangle. It glistened with an aquamarine light that radiated the feeling of the ocean. Vast and peaceful, his appearance seemed more orderly, more stable, and even his eyes were ocean blue, not the overly shiny sapphire color of others. One of the other leading figures had traits very similar to the Black Mountain elves, with a burly elf with skin like soot, and eyes that were distinctively of fiery crimson. His hair was white like ash, and he seemed to embody the essence of a volcanic mountain. There was a dark green-haired, light green-eyed woman with a willowy figure that made her seem graceful, as light as a breeze, and close to nature. She resembled verdant forest elves, except her eyes were lighter, exuding an airy aura within, and her hair was darker, giving it a feeling of being similar to plant life. She just felt purer by comparison. There was another woman of bronze skin, but it wasn't lightly shaded, and it had a particular sheen that exuded healthy and strong. It was quite obvious that these four had characteristics that strongly resembled the four elves. In fact, they might even be mistaken as their ancestors. This caused all the elves below to gawk at those above, not just their auras, but their appearances were extremely close to their own. Yin's eyes narrowed as she spotted another familiar figure behind one of these leading figures, the woman with green hair. There was Qin Qiumu. She was the elf that had tried to halt the conflict between Wei Wuyin and that one human. She couldn't recall his name. It wasn't just Qin Qiumu that was present, but nearly 100 or so elves. The old Star-Lord with a hunched back slowly floated to the front, lowering himself as he swept his gaze across the others. He recognized that some of them weren't from the four extreme continents, four tribes, likely originating from that starfield they were whisked away from. Still, he calmly spoke, "To those who don't know me, my name is Shui Jin. I'm the ancestral master of the Navy River Elves. I've led the tribe through the season of devils for centuries. I've come bearing news about this new world, and a choice you now have." He took a deep breath, continuing to speak with his voice amplified by his power. "As some of you might have found out, the elven race is not a dominant race within this new world. We are a minority, a great, devastatingly low minority. Be it in terms of strength or numbers. But we've eked out our own territory, and these four here," he pointed his wrinkled finger towards the four figures that calmly stared at those below, "are the leaders of the four sacred sects, collectively known as the Sacred Elven Sanctuary." The crowd was flabbergasted, riled into a strange frenzy of disbelief and confusion, sprinkled with unwillingness. Especially those from the Sacred Light Astral Territory or Myriad Monarch Astral Territory, ruled by the Sacred Light Palace and Myriad Monarch sect respectively. They belonged to the proud race of elves, one of the hegemon of their world. While their population was somewhat low, when have they lacked figures at the strongest level? Qin Rui, Jiang Feilong. But neither of them were here, having chosen the first option alongside many others. The four extreme continents elves weren't so aggressive in their response. When haven't they been suppressed by humans? The holy bloodlines were all humans, the top-tier forces were all humans, and even the grand priests and priestesses that represented the divinities they worshipped. All humans. The lives of their line of elves never experienced hegemony or strength, only hope after Wei Wuin's unbiased manner of forming a relationship with the Grey Sands elves. Yet that dream shattered with the movement of their continent and subsequent movement of their race. So they were less affected, merely just unwilling. Shui Jin noted these different levels of reactions and sighed heavily in his heart. The choice you have before you is similar to your choices before. You can either choose to enter one of the three domains or join one of the four sacred sects. Each of the four sects have their own planet, and they have elves like me and you there. The elves were once again met with a choice, but their information was still mostly incomplete. Why was entering the three domains bad? Was it even bad? After all, they couldn't all just be stuffed on four planets, right? But, what if? I'll be joining the Sacred Aquatic Palace. I hope those of the Navy River Elves will join me. Chapter 604, 599, New Everlore, Eternal Monarch. Chapter 604, 599, New Everlore, Eternal Monarch. After. While some faced trials that'll decide their future, and 3 went to search for the whereabouts of someone that'll resolve their pressing issues, a few were made aware of their unique circumstance, and others arrived at their new home, the planet, New Everlore. They included the leaders of the 4 hegemons of the Everlore starfield, Wu Baozhai, the Grand Princess of the Myriad Monarch sect, Jiang Feilong, the Palace Master of the Sacred Light Palace, Gao Zi, Mountain Lord of Demonic Abyss Mountain, Lin Rian, Pavilion Master of the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. They had all unanimously chosen to restart their forces upon the newly created planet with their remaining and willing members. Those who sought to explore the world and etch out on their own, they were free to do so. None of these leaders kept them back, only emphasized that they would always have a home to return to, either in their success or failure. In truth, this move was a common leadership move as they too wished to learn more about the world, but establishing a reliable base of operations was more pressing. But with these members traveling and learning for them, they could obtain knowledge without risking their own lives and maintaining their core strength when they eventually returned. They hadn't left the world-shifting net with the others, staying for roughly 10 or so minutes longer before they were all transported away and onto their new planet. During this, the leaders gathered those united in their cause. It wasn't just the 4 hegemons, as other forces just short of their strength were also present. While they were subordinates before, this new opportunity gave them a chance to rise. The new planet was named New Everlore, dubbed such due to it being created solely for the residents of the now destroyed Everlore starfield. It was located in the Everlore domain, so they would surely be protected, but it was relatively far off and at the edge of the domain, almost at the edge of the starfield. On the surface of the planet, the solar star that was utterly gigantic in size seemed as distant as their smallest solar stat before. Clearly, this location was incredibly far away from the central regions, likely the areas that contained the greatest resources due to mystic radiance exposure. Alongside Wu Baozhai was Qin Rui and Yao Zhen. Zhen and Ji Chongkong were both beastmen and have vanished alongside the rest, but the three choose to stay with the myriad monarch sect resolutely. Yao Zhen was next to his son, Yao Wei. While the young demon with a talent and appearance similar to his father wanted to choose the third option, his father wasn't having it. There was a large lump on Yao Wei's head after his insistent whining to choose recruit. Yao Zhen couldn't help but think how idiotic his son was. Others can be stupid, but he surely couldn't be. This was a new world with new rules. Not everyone was as open-minded as the myriad monarch sect, and why did they even need to join another force? They had Wei Wuyin. While he seemed to be absent, it was unlikely that would remain the case for long. Considering this ascendant emperor of Neodawn was an outrageously talented alchemist who single-handedly elevated the standards of the myriad monarch sect, he wasn't about to allow his son to leave off and venture into a strange, unknown world. What if he's killed? What if he's killed just for being a demon? Or fighting for resources? Or just for offending someone due to his youthful arrogance? That cultivator they saw was absurdly strong, and he had the means to transport an entire starfield. An entire starfield. That might not even be the limits of their abilities. He wasn't even certain if Grand Monarch Wu Yu or the demonic Abyss Master had such means or abilities. His son, even himself, had no backing in this new world. Who could avenge them or stop others from slaughtering them? They were even getting news that a strange continent had just arrived in their starfield a few days ago and had numerous realm lords and quite a few time lords. Their own force had one realm lord. One. But they had the Ascendant Emperor. In just a few years, 6th-grade alchemical products flooded the market, and 7th-grade products that were absurdly rare that even the 5 million astral core realm cultivators in the entire starfield had likely only consumed one, or maybe two, in their entire lifetime, became readily available. They earned it with imperial points, accomplishing missions, or just being of a certain rank. It's unlikely they'll receive better treatment, fair treatment, no matter how advanced this new world was. It was best to stay put and wait, leaving only when one has sufficient strength. Yao Zhen ignored his son's pout as they arrived, inspecting the world with his spiritual sense. This planet was large-sized, sufficient to house trillions if need be. There were mountains, grasslands, lakes, rivers, and a warm climate. There weren't any oceans, but the lack of a vast body of water was substituted by an interconnected network of water streams and locations. The rivers and lakes all flowed through each other, forming a complete diagram of sorts. It was actually quite exquisite. It was as if the entire world was irrigated naturally, lending it to have a massive amount of natural farmland. This was extremely well suited in cultivating various flora. Unfortunately, there was no fauna on this planet. It was a little unfortunate for those who liked to eat meat. The ecological system seemed designed to sustain itself without any type of creature, and its self-sufficient structure was quite moldable. As long as rivers are properly redirected and connected to the lakes, the waters will always flow. Even Wu Yu within his ring was amazed by the planet's design. This world was created by a cultivator at my level, likely multiple of them. His astonished remark sent waves of surprise in Wu Baozhai's heart. Your level? How strong is that? She knew about the realm beyond the astral core realm, the mystic ascendant realm, but she wasn't too clear about the stages or phases. She didn't even know what stage Wu Yu was in. Wu Yu broke free from his thoughts as he pondered for a moment. The mystic ascendant realm is quite strange when one enters it, but there's a strange phase where one is both a mystic ascendant and astral core realm cultivator, like a fusion of the two, and one that is fully a mystic ascendant. I guess you can call the latter the first stage, but I'm not sure. Anyways, I was in the latter. As someone who only reached the soul of mysticism phase, the first stage of the mystic ascendant realm was that. But the other first stage, the mystic star realm had been reached by others, such as the elementist knights that divine King Hanze were so proud of. Wu Baozhai digested this information. The mystic ascendant realm was so profound that even Grand Monarch Wu Yu hadn't fully understood its beginning levels. She felt a burning passion to reach that level, to break past mortal limits. Qin Rui walked over. There were completely no resources above the lowest level. Barely any can help foundation establishment cultivators, let alone qi condensation cultivators. What should we do? Despite being a prime imperial sage and former grand imperial sage, she still rightfully deferred to Wu Baozhai for the decisions, only seeking clarification. Wu Baozhai looked at this alluring woman before her, feeling her rich energies and aura, and pouting slightly. There was a hint of frustration as she recalled Wu Yu tricking her into giving up her virginity to Long Chen. If it wasn't for that, perhaps she would have a chance. She hurriedly put the grudging thought out of her mind as she focused. Since this is our new beginning, we should expand our sex design, she said, causing Yao Zhen, Qin Rui, and the other heavenly commanders, imperial sages, and prime imperial sages that decided to stay to come over. They naturally gathered while the lesser members looked on. Wu Baozhai was shocked at the abrupt audience. From their gazes, a light of unlit passion remained in their eyes. They merely needed a trigger. She took a deep breath, and shot into the sky. The members, disciples included, all looked upwards as Wu Baozhai unleashed her imperial heaven aura to the world. She seemed to become the focal point of everyone's attention, as many admired her demeanor and grace, including her royal disposition that rivaled the grand monarchs of legend. Some of those old folks even remembered the former grand monarch. How dazzling he was, yet he seemingly paled before this striking young woman that carried a charismatic charm. However, was she able to translate that to something tangible? With her voice infused with spiritual strength, she spoke. Many of you have your doubts, I know. Many of you are confused, uncertain about where we'll go or what we'll do after our world had been destroyed. Left homeless and without resources, left to our own devices, is there even a future for us? But I'm here to tell you the truth, our world wasn't destroyed. Our world is right here. She touched her hand to her chest, feeling the rapidly beating heart. Despite its pace, she felt calmer than ever. In me. In you. And we carry it wherever we go. As long as it exists, we are not homeless, we are not lost. We are cultivators, those who belong to the great myriad monarch sect, the home of the grand monarch lineage. We survived wars. We conquered planets, even an entire starfield before. Our future is ours to decide, no one else's. And the myriad monarch sect is not at its end or at its lowest, it's at the beginning of its unstoppable rise. Her words riled up the hot-blooded youths that couldn't help but feel her passion. Who here wasn't feeling lost? Despondent? Angry and depressed? Their home, family legacy, resources, everything they established for numerous years with blood, sweat, and tears had vanished, and they weren't even given a choice to die with it. Now, they were to live here, and while this planet might be beautiful, it was severely lacking. Even the solar star was so far away. Some felt hopeless. Some felt regret at not choosing recruit or the second option, deciding to risk their lives to establish themselves elsewhere. After all, the myriad monarch sect was certainly outrageously weak in comparison to the true leaders of this new starfield. Why stay in a sect that can't even offer them resources? Starting from nothing. Was there a future? Many had clans to feed, children to raise. Yet they might not have anything for hundreds of years. Not everyone was an astral core realm expert, having over 1,000 years of life. Those words, however, brought the spiritual senses of even other sects over. After noticing the land was vacant of resources for cultivation, even the astral essence was a little lesser than their old planet, they felt a sense of regret and wallowing sadness ensnare their hearts. But Wu Baozhai's words drew their interest regardless. Wu Baozhai could still see some doubt in their eyes. She realized her words weren't enough. Right now, she wasn't enough. She closed her eyes, touching the ring that had her name etched on it. She felt his presence and remembered his words. In his mind, she was a natural-born leader. Slowly, she opened her eyes with a renewed sense of self, resolute and firm in her belief. When her eyes swept those present, she didn't need to say a single word. Just that gaze alone that carried unimaginable will shook them fiercely. Those old and young felt hope in those eyes. To be charismatic, to ensnare the hearts of others with your words, one must truly believe in it and themselves. While she had the former down, the latter was lacking until this moment. In a few years, this planet that seems empty and void. It will just be a memory, and we'll make our mark on this new world. They'll know our name. But we'll no longer be known as the Myriad Monarch Sect. Our name, from now on and will be spoken in their mouths with respect and reverence, will be, the Eternal Monarch Sect. Because we will never fade as long as we have this. She smacked her chest heavily with her right hand, pressing against her heart. The thud caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. She took a portion of this Starfield's name and established another identity. The definition of eternal is to be everlasting, to have no beginning and no end, but to exist forever. Are we monarchs? She asked in a low tone, her eyes sweeping the world before her. The crowd watched, their blood roaring hot and their eyes burning with a new flame of life. So what if they had to start off with nothing? They came from monarchs. Grand monarchs. They conquered entire worlds, fearlessly faced 3 hegemonic forces and waged war against an entire starfield. And won. What was this? Are we monarchs? Wu Baozhai's voice grew louder. Yeah. They responded, but not all. Wu Baozhai smacked her chest again, causing her heartbeat to echo throughout the world. They could feel her surging passion and she shouted out, her imperial heaven aura flaring ever higher, are we monarchs? Yes we are. At this point, there wasn't a single person that didn't feel like a king or queen capable of facing any challenge. Then we are eternal. And nothing, I mean absolutely nothing, can stop our ascent to supremacy. Wu Baozhai reminded, erupting with an even fiercer burst of her imperial heaven aura. The crowd went absolutely wild with shouts of roaring excitement. They weren't expecting to be riled to this feverish state, but their morale had suddenly shifted upwards. None of them felt like there wasn't a future any longer, and they felt that they could make their mark on this new world no matter how low they started. No matter what they lacked. Quite a few forces had even felt that joining the Myriad Monarch, no, the Eternal Monarch Sect might be a better alternative. You're truly amazing. Wu Yu earnestly praised. He thought she would tell the world about the resources Wei Wuyin left her, or use his name to reassure the citizens, but she didn't. There was a pride that was unfathomably deep in his soul now, a pride for his descendant and bloodline. Long Chen never had this quality. Wu Baozhai's heart was explosively racing and she was short of breath, even her eyes were slightly reddened, but she felt a rushing wave of relief and euphoria. She touched her ring, remembered what Wei Wuyin said, and she felt more certain of herself. Sometimes, having someone believe in you is enough to embrace your truest self. Chapter 605, 600, Reborn. After rousing the spirits of the former Myriad Monarch Sect members, not the Eternal Monarch Sect members, along with the other nearby inhabitants of New Everlore, Wu Baozhai soon ordered them to work. They still had to find a decent environment with sufficient potential and advantages to establish their headquarters. Before she could even give out detailed orders on this matter, there were several weaker sects that had similarly chosen to develop themselves in this new planet out of caution that sought her out. They swarmed her with their intent to join the Eternal Monarch Sect, hoping to contribute. There were even a few sect leaders at the 5th stage of the astral core realm, the light reflection phase, who revealed their intent to join. Fortunately, sects were oftentimes a force with divided power structures, so they could maintain a little bit of influence relative to their cultivation and value. And the Eternal Monarch Sect kept the same values as before, so they were accepted without much fuss. Wu Baozhai couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised at these proud figures' willingness to abandon their pinnacle influence within their sects to integrate, lowering their status in return. The Myriad Monarch Sect was similarly like this at the beginning, being forged and developed with other powers as its foundation. There were too many that wished to follow me on my rise to power, especially as I conquered the world. Wu Yu grew nostalgic as he recalled his ancient memories. There were realm lords, time lords, and star lords that bowed before him, seeking to join his sect at any cost. One of the reasons behind the sect's name was that ideology birthed from this event, that all of those who decided to follow him were monarchs in their own right. There was a chance that countless others, if not every living force on the planet, might use this opportunity to join the sect if they were aware about Wu Yu's existence and his upcoming resurrection. If Wu Baozhai used this card, it wouldn't be difficult at all, yet they wouldn't be joining due to Wu Baozhai's charisma, but for Wu Yu's legend it would probably be even more extreme if she mentioned Wei Wuyin's mortal sovereign alchemist abilities or the copious amounts of alchemical products he left behind for her. They would fight to enter. In the future, many forces will likely look back and experience extreme regret at their pride or unwillingness to bow before Wu Baozhai, a junior, when you get your body back. Wu Baozhai started giving out orders to others when she communicated this to Wu Yu. There was a glint of worry in her eyes. No worries. I wouldn't dare take your throne as Grand Monarch. I'm certain that little silver-eyed alchemist might hold a grudge if I did, and that's certainly not worth it. Just construct a respectable position for me that'll allow me to oversee the sect, protect it openly, with little responsibilities. My era has long since passed, so I can comfortably leave the future of our lineage to you. I'll just cultivate in peace. Wu Yu reassured. Wu Baozhai felt a breath of stifled weight leaving her chest. She couldn't contend with Wu Yu if he desired to reclaim the sect, nor would she. In fact, it might be better if he did, but as an ascended, his reign might last for 1,000 years or even longer. The Eternal Monarch sect's members were quite efficient after being roused by her speech, finding a pristine location that was at the center of a network of flowing rivers and a few lakes, containing large swathes of empty land, and they started to build. Despite the lack of materials, they were cultivators. They located the deposits of metallic ores and swiftly forged them into building materials. They used their wood energies to nourish trees, rapidly accelerating their growth, and chopping them down. These types of wood were stronger, reinforced by wood energies, and extremely suitable for crafting building materials. There were some who used their water and earth energies, later using fire energies and the natural resources to construct hardened bricks. They were perfect, shapely, and durable. While these types of materials were rudimentary, with time, they'll have formations inscribed on them or be nourished by the environment. Houses were built, farmland was established, and mountains were planned. The 5 extreme mountains were iconic for the myriad monarch sect, but Wu Baozhai decided to change it, and make 10 everlasting mountains. Each mountain would contain its own specialty, being a little more specific, and not dependent on needs. The first everlasting mountain was the everlasting imperial mountain, the central mountain and meant for official matters, like assemblies, meetings amongst the upper echelon, and all the things the extreme imperial monarch was used for. The others were the everlasting origin, everlasting war, everlasting martial, everlasting demonic, everlasting alchemic, everlasting life, everlasting forge, everlasting world, and everlasting Tao. The everlasting origin, everlasting war, and everlasting demonic mountains were designed for the same purpose, to establish reliable training locations and residence for specific cultivators, purely for those who have specific spirits of cultivation. This was especially so for demons who need an area rich in demonic energies to properly cultivate and feel comfortable. The everlasting martial mountain was meant for those who decided to cultivate certain physical methods and beastmen. And while they were gone at the moment, this was meant to show their openness to their return. Everlasting life mountain was designed for nurturing and developing cultivators who simultaneously studied medicine, becoming medical sages. After the Lin Xian incident, Wu Baozhai was well aware that the medical field was severely lacking in the sect, and she wanted to elevate it to a higher level. Even Wu Yu praised her for this mountain, as most injuries were dealt with by cultivators, but extreme injuries either had pills or you could only die. With skilled medicinal sages, they could provide treatment for diseases, injuries, and conditions that cultivators either accepted or ignored, especially those hidden injuries built up from battle or excessive training. This mountain would also serve as the base of herbal development, both for alchemists and medicinal sages. Everlasting alchemic, everlasting forge, and everlasting world mountains were specific divisions for the creationists, dividing the alchemic Tao, forging Tao, and designer Tao into 3 separate, completely independent fields. This will inevitably strengthen their identities, developing alchemists, forgers, and architects. Lastly was the everlasting Tao mountain, the mountain established on the principles of invention rather than study. To develop and improve arts, spells, methods, formations, talisman designs, unique constructs of forging, medicines, etc. They will facilitate and focus on elevating the future, so the others can focus on strengthening the present. The expansion of the Penta-Dao Extreme Mountain concept left Wu Yu excited to see how this division will grow. Wu Baozhai was quite ingenious with her ideas, and even the location of the mountains were well calculated. After several weeks of planning and execution, the Eternal Monarch sect was clearly developing on the right course, with 10 budding mountains being fueled slowly with energies and growing higher as a result. Unfortunately, this world didn't have 3 sky layers. The number of sky layers often reflected the quality of refinement. The less sky layers meant the essence was severely diluted to compensate for proper levels required to sustain life and ensure the world wasn't scorched. To put it simply, the lower the number of sky layers, the stronger the sky layer had to be. With one sky layer, it was impossible to abuse this feature and establish sky palaces with richer essence. This was one of the reasons why New Everlore barely rivaled the myriad monarch main planet. Wu Baozhai entered her temporary residence, already having various formations established to restrain the internal auras and prevent external inspection. With a soft breath of relief, she relaxed on her wooden chair with stuffed leaves as padding. "When will you take the ever-rebirth pill?" Wu Baozhai tiredly asked Wu Yu. She had been so busy with overseeing the sect that she had forgotten about Wu Yu's matter. "I've already taken it," Wu Yu answered after a brief pause, causing Wu Baozhai to lift from her chair, seemingly gaining energy from nowhere. "What? When?" Wu Baozhai expected an explosive phenomenon of some sort, a heralding omen of the return of an ascended. "I took it the moment I received it." "You think I'll wait to regain my body after thousands of years living as this thing that couldn't be considered alive or dead?" Wu Yu asked with a little bit of a chuckle, clearly showing how relaxed and happy he felt. There was just great news all around. From his resurrection to his talented, highly capable descendant. "How long will it take for you to regain your body in cultivation?" Wu Baozhai asked, curious about seeing a mystic ascendant realm cultivator up close for the first time. Wu Yu went silent for a long moment, causing Wu Baozhai to frown. Was there something wrong with the pill? But when she thought about that unearthly handsome face with its confident smile, her heart slightly sped up as she decisively shook her head in rejection. Wei Wuyin wasn't someone who could accept a defective product, nor was he so careless. But Wu Yu's next words shocked her. "Absolutely silly. I've already regained my body. I left a while ago." The reply left her wide-eyed, touching the ring around her neck subconsciously. "But, when? When?" she hastily asked as the thought came to her. She hadn't slept in weeks, and there wasn't a single moment of her noticing anything changing. Furthermore, Wu Yu was still communicating with her mentally and the unassuming black ring was still tied to her neck. "Calm down. You weren't the only one Wei Wuyin left a message for. I have to leave some insurances and protections, otherwise he might take everything back. I don't dare dismiss the threats of a mortal sovereign alchemist." Despite his words, Wu Yu was joyfully laughing with amusement. After all, the miraculousness and effects of Wei Wuyin's ever-rebirth pill was beyond anything he'd ever imagined. He felt even better in this new body than he did in his original one. Of course, Wu Baozhai was unaware that Wei Wuyin threatened to take everything back from Wu Yu if he didn't ensure those important to him were protected, especially regarding Gluttony. At least, protected to the best of his abilities. Wu Baozhai was utterly astonished after learning Wu Yu hadn't just resurrected, but he had already left without her noticing. Was this the power of mystic ascendant realm cultivators? At this time, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in multicolored imperial robes silently floated in the dark void. He had a healthy head of combed-back black hair that had a touch of gray at the sides, accompanied by a royal beard. With that refined mustache anchored by his trim chin strap, it gave him a distinct charm that elevated his masculine features. Chiseled cheeks, sword-like eyebrows, and serenely unfathomable eyes completed the ensemble of a handsome yet refined male member of the human race. At this moment, he revealed no aura, but just the appearance of him gave off a feeling of domineering air and imperialistic authority. Before him was a planet surrounded by a grayish ring of mist. This ring of mist exuded a thick aura that felt as if just looking at it could affect the bones and blood. Moreover, within it were faint mystic runes flickering within, a sign of some type of formation. But to those of the male gender, this aura was extremely alluring. As for the planet itself, it was medium-sized in relation to the starfield, roughly the same size as the myriad monarch main planet. With the sect in its development stage, you should focus on cultivating yourself. This world isn't without its talents, and achieving your goals will be a lot harder than you think, even if I'm included. As for myself, as long as you wear that ring, it's as if I never left. The middle-aged man transmitted this mental message to a planet far, far away, at the outskirts of this starfield. It would almost instantly arrive in the ears of a young princess with ambition and imperial birthright. This middle-aged man was Wu Yu. After sending that message, he frowned slightly as his eyes regarded the planet before him. She joined here? Well, fortunately I'm here. With a slight shaking of his head, he descended towards the planet. Chapter 606, 601, A Prophecy Spoken. The eternal sky starfield was indisputably massive in terms of overall size, covering tens of trillions of miles in distance from the central solar star to the edge of its existence. Within this vast space were tens of thousands of planets with various sizes littered about, mostly small-sized that had a surface diameter of 3 million miles. Of course, this type of planet by the Everlore starfield's standards was outrageously large, but here, it was merely small-sized. Some of the planets were colossal astronomical bodies, rivaling smaller-sized solar stars, having a surface diameter of tens of millions, some even exceeding 100 million miles all around. Furthermore, these planets had lunar satellites, with some being even larger than actual planets. However, these lunar satellites lacked planetary cores of a suitable size enough to sustain life. Their crusted layers were so thick that heat and other qualities that these cores within them would generate was unable to reach the surface. Instead, they gravitated to the strong gravitational forces emitted by planets, circling them naturally. Sailing through the dark void were two void ships. They had been traveling for weeks, navigating through the vast distance while traveling to a certain location. They had long since left the Everlore domain, approaching a neighboring territory called the Nine Worlds domain. On the smaller of the two void ships was Lin Ming, Lin Xiangxi, and the recently awakened Bayushi. Bayushi had just woken up from her previously chaotic state that nearly led to cultivation deviation. While her soul was still damaged, she had somewhat stabilized with the support of various alchemical products. Still, her expression was abnormally pale, as if bloodless. She no longer concealed her true appearance after learning it was removed, freely exposing her immaculate beauty to the world. From time to time, she gave the sitting Lin Ming brief glances. The young man was currently cultivating while seated nearby. His false worldly domain manifested 10 meters around himself as he held both hands near each other, palm facing the other, and between that space was a floating glob of spatial force. Lin Ming had sweat dripping from his forehead as the glob of spatial force started to tremble. His hands started to tremble alongside the glob of spatial force, and after a brief moment, a strange pop sound resounded and the glob of spatial force burst into nothing like a bubble. Ha-iya. Lin Ming heavily exhaled as he leaned forward. The exhaustion between his brow was quite evident, but those gray eyes of his revealed another level of frustration and vexation. While he wanted to complain out loud to the world, he only settled for keeping it in his mind. Lin Xiangxi walked over at this time, giving Bayushi an inspecting look before turning to Lin Ming. Spatial force isn't an easy power to grasp. You're still at the spatial resonance phase, so it's fine that you haven't been able to do so. Her words were meant to console, but they only elicited a heavy sigh from Lin Ming. I've formed a domain seed, and can manifest a worldly domain. Why can't I control spatial force? Even false realm lords can. He tried to hold in his complaints, but he couldn't help but ask begrudgingly. What was the problem exactly? Lin Xiangxi lightly frowned. It's the method you use to gain it. While exquisite and phenomenal in essence, it introduced external forces into your cultivation that isn't yours. You have to refine those forces, either push them out or make them yours, before gaining control, otherwise, you'll always have this flaw. Lin Ming didn't quite understand what that meant, but he nodded regardless. He could only lower his head in thought to ruminate over what other course of actions he could take to solve this issue. If he could control spatial force prior to reaching the realm world phase, he would be utterly invincible to all those beneath that phase, and even those at the realm lord level wouldn't be much of a threat. Lin Xiangxi's expression lightened up. Still, the benefits of a domain seed in your false worldly domain is unimaginable. Even in the eternal sky starfield, realm lords are considered genuine experts. Your current state can push you to the borders of a legitimate chosen. Lin Ming lifted his eyes and nodded, the light in his eyes uplifted a little. To be officially classified as a chosen of one of the 16 forces, a cultivator below the 7th stage of the astral core realm, the realm world phase, must be able to fight 3 stages above their cultivation or a realm lord, if at the 4th, 5th, or 6th stage. As for those at the realm lord level, they have to be able to fight star lords without being defeated. There was a huge difference between fighting and claiming victory, and most cultivators would be utterly devastated by the differences in stages. The chosen trials had been deliberately scheduled during the season of regression for a reason, and cultivators would still have to fight their final competitors that were likely to be their equal or greater. While outdated, the testing ground was solid as to measurement for chosen. None of the issues that Lin Xiangxi had brought up with legitimizing his status as chosen, getting those elders to recognize his right, was to display the means to truly be considered a chosen. This was why his false worldly domain was a heaven-blessed gift, and even with an outdated trial, there would be very few that could contest his right. But a monkey wrench was thrown in the moving gears of this fantastical dream, and it had a name: Wei Wuyin. Not only had he comprehended element heart intent, qualifying as a chosen, he obtained the elementus cash, and likely received the same right to fight for the chosen title as him. While Lin Xiangxi had said that the sect can have multiple chosen, it was only limited to one per faction. Currently, their faction was absent of an officially recognized chosen, but had 2 candidates lined up. The competition was set, and he should be on his way to challenge them, earn his rightful place. Yet, since the other 2 factions had chosen, this left him with the inevitability of facing Wei Wuyin. While he didn't fear him, he feared that self-damaging method that amplified his strength. This thought caused his brows to furrow deeper. As if reading his mind, Lin Xiangxi comforted, "After we find Wei Wuyin, we'll bring him back to the sect. If he does challenge you, he won't be able to use any external methods or alchemical stimulants. It'll be a fair fight." She had utter confidence in Lin Ming, especially now that he forged a domain seed. Just the false worldly domain he possessed would be sufficient to sweep across all challengers. Those words served to reignite Lin Ming's confidence. If it wasn't for those external methods, he felt that fighting an alchemist was a simple issue. After all, he didn't just cultivate strength but technique. Bayushi coughed lightly. "Where are we going to find him?" She had just awoken, and clearly her senior sister was a little mad at her for her actions of keeping secrets, but she could only shamelessly ignore that. Lin Xiangxi gave Bayushi a sidelong glance, and her gaze inevitably softened as she looked at the pale complexion of this junior of hers. Those clear eyes of hers that were clearly in the spring of love, even willing to damage her soul, was quite pitiable. She softly sighed in her heart, unable to remain mad. The one place with information about anything, the Golden Gate Pavilion. What? Bayushi was jolted upright by those last 3 words. The Golden Gate Pavilion. Creak. Just as she was surprised by Lin Xiangxi's words, the void ship came to an abrupt and forceful stop. The 3 of them shook, with Bayushi lunging forward and nearly falling by the sudden cease of forward momentum. In her damaged state, she couldn't react fast enough. Fortunately for her, Lin Xiangxi had kept focus on her, her body swift as she grabbed her and twisted her body slightly to offset the force. The void ship's integrity seemed to be compromised by an external force. There were continuous creaks emitting from it. "What's happening?" Lin Ming exclaimed, hastily rising and withdrawing his origin spear. With weapon at the ready, his gray eyes fixated ahead, seeing nothing yet sensing a strange fluctuation rippling outwards. It was this fluctuation that forced their movement to stop. Lin Xiangxi's eyes carried a solemn glint as she regarded the empty space. She calmly shouted out in a spiritual outburst, "I am Lin Xiangxi, saintess of the True Element sect." As she did, she slowly let Bayushi stand on her own and clasped her hands, performing a slight bow. An ancient voice quaked throughout the void ship, "I know." It was almost indistinguishable in terms of gender, carrying endless wisdom and age within it. Lin Ming felt his skin develop goosebumps just from hearing it. Lin Xiangxi was unsurprised and unaffected on the surface, the absolute picture of calm, yet her heart was slightly racing. "I've come to seek out information. I'm willing to purchase this information." "I know," the voice spoke again. At this moment, Venerable Spiritwalker's representative void ship arrived, laying anchor within the dark void more than 1,000 miles away. On its bow, Exalted Yu's incantation formed. He slowly rubbed his chin and gave a faint smile. "Am I unwelcomed?" Lin Xiangxi furrowed her brows slightly. She knew they had just touched the 9 worlds domain's border, and the force that stopped her was an exquisite mystic formation that protected it. However, she hadn't expected to be stopped or for it to be used. The 9 worlds domain was almost freely open, with people entering and exiting as they wished. It wasn't a closed-off domain, so being stopped had caught her off guard. There was no response from the voice. "I ask for an audience with the fated prince of the 4th gate." She could only say this, strongly amplifying her spiritual strength as she did, What she received in reply was a slightly angered, slightly ill-mannered response from the ancient voice that rippled out, and her flowing blood churned violently on the spot. Her breathing grew haste and her vision became blurry. Lin Ming's eyes widened, seemingly losing himself for a moment before the mark on his glabella activated, dispelling the effects of the voice. As she regained his pupils and irises, his hand, back, and forehead were drenched in cold sweat. For a moment, he felt as if his life was taken away. Bai Yushi, however, remained strangely untouched. Lin Xiangxi was slightly angry in her heart, but she kept her emotions concealed as she indifferently stared directly into the dark void. The ancient voice resounded once again, "You seek out His Fateful Highness, yet when he sought you out, what was your reply?" This time, the voice was calm but the question was clearly rhetorical. Lin Xiangxi remained silent, and Lin Ming couldn't help but be curious about why such a strong existence seemed resentful. But when he heard that voice, he had a feeling that the fated prince of the fourth gate is an admirer of Lin Xiangxi, possibly even rejected before. This voice could belong to his senior. There was a long silence, nearly 10 minutes, yet Lin Xiangxi remained unflinchingly indifferent the entire time. She waited, seemingly expecting a result. "Foolish girl," the voice remarked. There was an inkling of helplessness, respect, and pity within its voice. "By the grace of the fated prince of the fourth gate, I shall answer what you seek, yet the price will not be small. Do you accept it?" Lin Xiangxi thought for a moment. She glanced at Lin Ming, Bai Yushi, and the distant void ship in that order, and returned her gaze back to the dark void. "What is the price?" She had to find Wei Wuyin, and along with it, the Elementus cache. It contained the solution to all her current problems, such as Lin Ming's debt, Bai Yushi's damaged soul, and the resources that should be used to help legitimize Lin Ming's status as chosen and fight for his future. The voice didn't resound again, yet Lin Xiangxi's expression changed minutely. The light within her eyes dimmed for a brief moment, only regaining its radiance after she calmly took a quick breath. After a short moment, she replied, "I accept." This caused both Lin Ming and Bai Yushi to grow confused. Accept what? The Golden Life Pavilion. The force that halted the void ship no longer influenced them, freeing Eat. As if realizing something, her eyes brightened. With a faint smile, she gave another respectful bow and took control of the void ship. With a swift movement, she made a U-turn. However, as she did, the voice echoed out again, this time with a hint of amused mocking. "You will not find the man you're looking for. He is not present in the grand cyclic stellar region. And that old man of wealth and business, he is as clueless as you." Lin Xiangxi's breath halted, and for a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Her expression violently paled, and her burning rage flared. She spun around on the spot, her eyebrows knitted together tightly, and her expression reflecting her incredible anger. "You bastard." With a low growl, she pointed at the dark void. Yet the voice merely replied with a snort, causing her body to tremble. "Have some respect, child. You may be a saintess, but you are not my saintess. Your status is nothing here, your power, minuscule. Your influence. Do you even have any, girl that rejects all? Is this not why you place such importance on this sniveling child that relies on the sacrifices of others?" The mocking was so blatant that it could be touched upon. Lin Ming heard every word, and even his anger flared. While he didn't understand what those words carried in terms of significance, the ashen expression of his senior sister, and her trembling body was enough to ignite his own rage. With his origin spear, he moved in front of Lin Xiangxi and pointed its tip at the dark void, seemingly ready to face the vast and endless expanse of darkness and anything that came from it. "Don't you dare speak to her like that." Despite knowing his might was incomparable to this figure, knowing even that his senior sister Lin was stronger than himself, he was a man in his heart, so he had to stand before her. The false chosen speaks for the foolish woman, yet fails to see the truth of his purpose. Your courage and pride is as admirable as an ant's struggle in the sea, irrelevant. Your existence. Even more so. Or maybe you believe your valiant display, your vividly righteous emotions, your heartfelt actions will lead to her bearing herself before you, riding on your pathetic manhood to your satisfaction. Your ego then sated, conquering the unreachable and mysterious senior sister in your heart. You care not to be a tool as long as that goal is reached, no. Bai Yushi, Lin Ming, and Lin Xiangxi all had drastic changes in expressions for very different reasons. Bai Yushi clenched her fist, wanting to speak. But the ancient voice intervened the moment a single syllable left her lips, the girl who sacrificed an innocent life, her bright future, and a portion of her very soul for the admiration of a man who knew nothing of it. The silent love, idyllically simple in her thoughts, hopeful for a change in her unstoppable fate. You will still pay the price, child, don't have fanciful ideas. You have no right to speak here, so stay silent. All those words she wished to say were choked into her throat, unable to come forth no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xiangxi clenched her teeth, yet she couldn't say anything. She didn't dare to erupt with her true emotions at this moment. The voice seemed to have had enough, a faint sigh echoing out. The resentment and pent-up emotions that the voice seemed to have was dispelled at this moment, replaced by a gentle and concerned tone. You should not want to find this man. Heed my words. He is everything you seek, foolish girl. All your dreams turned into reality, aspirations fulfilled, and even your future will be abundantly rich in happiness as long as you're with him. There is nothing you can't achieve. But those words and the sudden, unexpected shift in tone shook Lin Xiangxi, but those words quaked her core. Even Lin Ming was startled. Was this voice talking about Wei Wuyin? The ancient voice continued, but the men before you will suffer from his astonishing brilliance. And if you side with the false chosen, your dreams will be like ash in your mouth, your aspirations will shatter in the most destructive way, and your future will be led down a bleak and uncertain path. Lin Ming clenched his hands around his spear, causing his knuckles to turn white. You speak utter bullshit. I don't care who you are or how powerful you might be, but no one can determine my future or the future of those I care about. Dreams like ash. Aspirations shatter. False chosen. I'll prove you wrong, and have you eat your fucking words. Lin Xiangxi and Bai Yushi were taken aback, moved by Lin Ming's unwavering confidence and belief in himself. While the words of the voice caused them to waver, feel all sorts of emotions, Lin Ming remained defiant. I hope so. After a very long silence, the voice only said those 3 words. Chapter 607-602, Vengeance of a Seer. After those 3 words by the ancient voice that resonated with the vicissitudes of wisdom and foresight were spoken, the dark void went silent. The 3, Lin Ming, Bai Yushi, and Lin Xiangxi merely stood there quietly, consumed by their own individual thoughts. A fierce light of defiance kindled within Lin Ming's gray-colored eyes. Those words from the voice were humiliating, absolutely embarrassing, yet it had also provoked an inner desire to defy, to prove that no one could decide his, or their, fates. He wasn't an idiot. Wei Wuyin was clearly the one being mentioned. Its words alluded to the fact that Lin Xiangxi's life would be massively grand, filled with happiness and granted all the things she wished for, yet he, the so-called false chosen, would not only be overshadowed by him but bring her down if she decided to side with him. When he thought of that despicable alchemist that used tricks to claim victory over him, then barely obtained the chosen title at the last moment after seemingly comprehending element heart intent, there was nothing but disdain and rejection in his heart. Bai Yushi's heart was racing. That voice had revealed her innermost feelings, and she couldn't help but glance at the side profile of Lin Ming. Despite her escalating troubles, the damage to her soul, the price she must eventually pay, and even the debt she still had, all of it paled in comparison to what Lin Ming thought of that indirect confession of her feelings via another's mouth. In her mind she didn't know why this thought was prioritized over everything else, but it had even caused her pale face to redden in a healthy flush as blood rushed to it. Lin Xiangxi was unmoving, her expression completely unreadable, but the anger in her eyes had faded considerably, replaced by a serene indifference. While she had been practically scammed, as the voice had forced her to agree to a deal and then later revealed the truth of the matter, she wasn't going to dwell. As for those words mentioned, her master had always told her that the Golden Gate Pavilion and their members were all scam artists that sought to benefit from confusion, and they played little games to direct events to their advantage. This was why she hadn't thought of the Golden Gate Pavilion at first, dismissing it and all their members via prejudice. Yet when she recalled their existence, their history, she thought for certain that she could use her faint connections with the fated Prince of the Fourth Gate and acquire information that could end all her problems. But while she found out what force acted to save the beasts of the Everlore Starfield, she learned that Wei Wuyin wasn't in the Starfield, he wasn't even in the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. She didn't doubt this. If it wasn't for her learning that Wei Wuyin had never arrived in the world-shifting net, verified by his allies, then she might consider this as untrue, a deliberate ploy to sabotage her. And if Wei Wuyin was captured by another force, then he was likely as good as dead or sealed away, unable to be reached. The Elementus cache would have been long since taken in the latter scenario. Senior Sister Lin, where are we searching next? Lin Ming asked, completely ignoring the voice's words about his desire to have Lin Xiangxi. They still had to find Wei Wuyin or it'll be difficult to handle any of their pressing issues. At the very least, they had to obtain the contents of the Elementus cache. We're going home. Back to the True Element sect. Her words were flat, and she directly activated the void ship to back up from the border of the Nine Worlds domain. After getting a fair distance, a well-executed U-turn, and they traveled in the direction of the Elementus domain. Bayushi was surprised. We are okay. Lin Ming knew that Lin Xiangxi trusted that ancient voice's words, at least regarding Wei Wuyan's whereabouts not being present in the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. While he can't imagine where he could be, the fact is they had no clues as to where he might be. Left with no choice, they'll have to face whatever comes after returning. As for contesting Wei Wuyan for the chosen title, if he wasn't in the starfield, there was no possibility of that happening. Lin Ming was extremely aware that this was his time to mark his name in the sands of history, his first steps within the Eternal Sky starfield, and likely the moment that'll lead him to even greater limits within the Nine Worlds domain was a collection of 9 medium-sized planets, orbiting each other in a strange, mysterious manner. It was as if they were gears of a machine, and at its center was a stagnating planet that was far smaller than the others. It barely matched the qualifications to be a planet due to its size and utter absence of plant or animal life. Instead, it merely had a single defining feature, and that was the 9 sky-piercing pillars positioned in 9 different locations. Their width was thicker than mortal cities, and at the peak of their structure were a single wall-less moon gate. Etched onto their surfaces were varied characters, all of which in the golden and silver colors. The moon gate seemed to lead to nothing, just the other side, yet if one stared at it, they might see things outside of their realm of belief. At one of these pillars were 3 figures. Standing upon the peak of the pillars, looking at the moon gate it held. If one were to glance at the pillar from above, the surface of the peak contained a large, expansively black-colored character etched into its surface. It read, "Fourth out of these 3 figures, the central one was taller, a middle-aged woman with a serene appearance. Her eyes were without pupils or irises, being a sea of complete white, yet it did little to hide her mature charm. Grand Seer, is what you said true?" One of the shorter figures spoke. With golden blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in white robes, she stood with a gorgeous countenance that could be described as heavenly. If Wei Wuyan was here, he would instantly recognize her as Ming Shufeng. As for the other girl, Wei Wuyan would certainly recognize her. She was Wen Mingna. The middle-aged woman called Grand Seer blinked. After a short moment, she answered with a voice that was distinctively female, "What we observe are mere snippets of the heavenly Daos will. If, by worldly machinations, it changes, then what was true no longer becomes true." Her cadence and tone clearly revealed that she and the ancient voice were one and the same. Ming Shufeng slightly frowned, pondering on the profundities of those words deeply. She was aware that the heavenly Daos weren't always accurate, but was her thinking wrong? Was it just the intentions of the heavenly Daos changed at a moment's notice? The Grand Seer asked, "Something wrong?" This caused Ming Shufeng to break from her thoughts, but when she realized that the Grand Seer was directing her words towards Wen Mingna, this spontaneous heavenly seer, she perked up her ears. Wen Mingna was frowning, staring at the back of the Grand Seer. Her eyes were indeterminate. But she calmly answered, "You said those words to overturn the heavenly Daos will." Ming Shufeng's heart raced. That was possible. She had always tried to benefit from the eventuality, not act to change heavenly will. The Grand Seer remained looking forward, staring into the empty space of the moon gate. Was that a question? It wasn't. Wen Mingna's tone was completely flat. The Grand Seer faintly smiled, giving a charm that could move the hearts of most men. "We cultivate fate, not the heavenly Daos or their will. We are not slaves, but cultivators. When you understand that truth, you'll understand what it means to be a seer." Those words caused Wen Mingna to look through the moon gate. Earlier, the moon gate's vacant space had revealed the scenery of Lin Ming, Bayushi, and Lin Xiangxi standing upon their void ship. From that, she could see a glimmer of golden glow surrounding Lin Ming, and animated threads of red and gold linked to Lin Xiangxi and Bayushi leading to that golden glow. The threads were thin, even fragile-looking. Wrapped around Lin Xiangxi's upper body was also an extremely thick thread of gold and red intertwined. It wasn't attached to her, but near, as if the connection had yet to fully form. In comparison to Lin Ming's threads, this one was like a python compared to a string of wool, and it led far away. However, after the Grand Seer's words, the thick gold thread had started to retreat from Lin Xiangxi, only leaving the red thread. Her words clearly affected karmic fate somehow, likely removing a certain link that could have formed between Wei Wuyan and Lin Xiangxi. Yet the golden and red thread leading to Lin Ming was seemingly reinforced, the golden glow a little brighter. When Mingna couldn't understand why the Grand Seer added, cultivators are inherent defiers of external will. If given the opportunity, without cost or stress, they'll defy with mind, body, and soul. It's exquisite, beautiful even, yet also unfortunate and simple-minded. It was only from that did when Mingna realized that her actions weren't to orchestrate Lin Ming and Lin Xiangxi's together, removing Wei Wuyin and Lin Xiangxi's loosely intertwined fate that had limitless possibilities. You hate her? When Mingna asked, curious. The Grand Seer didn't turn to Wen Mingna, but Ming Shufeng, who had an expression of confusion. A wisp of disappointment in her pupil-less, iris-less eyes. Hate. That's a strong word. But since she believes that my bloodline is not worth her time to even consider, then she doesn't deserve anything good. When Mingna briskly nodded, accepting that explanation. After all, cultivators were often selfish and extremely petty at times. If a heavenly seer could be considered a cultivator as well, the means they had to express their dissatisfaction was quite literally heaven-altering. Chapter 608 to 603, Dark Een Palace. Chapter 608-603, Dark Een Palace. The Dark Een Palace was a gold-tier force that limited its recruitment requirements to females, preferably young and impressionable. But like most sects, they were divided into a series of complex networks of clans, interests, and status. Not without that standard complexity, the Dark Een Palace was not only composed of female cultivators, they only recruited females. The distinction was clear, as males born from members of the sect or married into it via the clans, later joining due to that special connection, were also a part of the Dark Een Palace. The sect itself established its foundation on its unique cultivation called the Dark Een Spirit Method, designed to weaponize the primal Een quintessential energies and mold a spirit of cultivation with its qualities. During the Qi condensation realm's infused spirituality phase, the female cultivator would merge their primal Een quintessence with their spirit of cultivation, establishing a Een natal soul. The best effects of such a method was an amplified level of bodily talent, increasing the body's refinement speed of various resources, especially those Een attributed, and an auric charm. As the body is constantly refined by Een energies, generated and produced in excess by the Een natal soul, the cultivators were typically gorgeous women with tantalizing charm, alluring auras, flawless skin, and shapely features. While subjective in belief, and many would disagree, there was a rumor spreading that this resulted in women reaching an ideal female state. They were actively refining their bodies to be ideal in attracting mates, and this was utterly natural. This, however, didn't cause many of them to look like clones of each other, but most would find distinct similarities in some features, like limpid and alluring eyes or smooth, blemishless natural skin. Through this uniquely risk-free method, previously limited only to those with special Een-type physiques, refined alchemical products, or certain evil methods, the Dark Een Palace produced some of the greatest female cultivators amongst the gold-tier forces. However, this method was not without its flaws. While most of these flaws were speculated by experts, many unable to be truly verified unless by the cultivator themselves, the apparent flaws were publicly known. The most obvious of them all were that the primal Een source of females had extracted their purest, essential energies, their Een natal soul acting as a substitute. This led to them being always at risk of losing their entire cultivation alongside their chastity. The struggle to remain pure when your body was a literal treasure in the cultivation world was extremely difficult, especially since cultivators often hit a plateau and were unable to ascend further. If passing one's bloodline meant losing it all, it simply wasn't worth it. Yet being unable to pass your bloodline after your death was extremely depressing, especially if you've reached great heights in your cultivation. It had to be stated that females, all those within mortal limits, at some point in their lives would lose their ability to reproduce, and likely far before they reach the limits of their cultivation. This was a matter of realm, not strength. The clock of postmenopausal was not halted, just pushed further back. Those at the foundation establishment realm lost their childbearing abilities roughly the same age as non-cultivators, 40 to 50 on average. While those within the Qi condensation realm were extended, reaching 120 to 140 on average. Those at the astral core realm were 600 to 700 on average. It was said those at the mystic ascendant realm, those who exceed mortal limits, have broken away from this restriction, but it was increasingly difficult to verify as those at this level were rumored to have extreme difficulty in birthing children. But only those at that level knew the truth. After a certain point, regardless of a mortal female's bodily strength, their bodies would be subjected to a natural law, and they'll lose their qualifications to have children. This deadline meant those who sought to cultivate this method would lose over 50% of their potential cultivation time. While the benefits can multiply a cultivator's refinement speed, the fact that this occurred was harsh. This flaw was later focused upon by the might of alchemists, medicinal sages, scholars of cultivation, and high-level cultivators urgently. It became a puzzle to be solved, and almost everyone was incentivized to do so. After all, dual cultivation had far greater long-term benefits, not just an explosive burst. The combined might of focused attention was unreal, and a solution was soon reached as a result, almost with exceedingly unimaginable swiftness. An alteration of the darking spirit method was discovered, and it was called the link duality spiritual spell. The female cultivator could, by this spiritual spell, link a male cultivator's yang aura with their yin aura, and interactions such as dual cultivation became possible without the female cultivator losing everything. Of course, it wasn't that simple either. This was heralded as a great advancement for a while until the irremovable flaws of the spell itself was revealed. One of the major, yet not even the worst, was that dual cultivation was entirely one-sided. While the female could, in theory, have sexual relations, they still could not have children due to the imbalance of yin and yang energies within their own bodies, while the male in question would also be unable to extract anything from the dual cultivation session, yet each time, the female would extract their vital essence and cultivation base. This was an unintentional consequence of the link, and unable to be stopped by either party. The original name for the darking spirit method was lost with time, and renamed due to this horrifying development, earning its dark title. Yet due to the combined effort of many powers, few were willing to classify it as an evil method. This led to everyone slowly being dejected and taking the small, short-lived win. But the Darking Palace's female cultivators were still desirable. After all, that link spell required 2 willing parties. Therefore, the Darking Palace had quite a reputation amongst the various forces. To have children, a female cultivator had to lose everything before they fully reached the limits of their cultivation, including the very things that made them desired, their beauty and talent. But it wasn't only for that reason. It's been several weeks since the recruitment of the Gold Tier and Silver Tier forces had ended. Many of those selected had entered forces, joining the Cultivation Society of the Eternal Sky Starfield. Amongst these youths selected, within the Darking Palace's planet Immortal Een, there was a female figure dressed in black and dark blue tightly fitted robes that accentuated every exceptional feature, every delicate curve, and every alluring angle of her body. She was currently situated in the Darking Palace's Purine Palace Hall, one of the 12 palace halls of the Darking Palace. While the Darking Palace was renowned for the Darking Spirit method, it wasn't actually defined by that single method, merely what it built its reputation and foundation upon. It actually had 12 varied Een-based cultivation methods, and some even allowed for children to be born, yet it's not nearly as world-defying as the Darking Spirit method that could amplify talent and beauty to unreal levels. Each method was defined by a palace hall, with the Purine Palace Hall placed for members who cultivated the Purine Convergence method. The method was far more gentle, less extreme, and placed importance on using one's primal Een energies to slowly refine materials and their cultivation base, focusing on purest ways, such as Tua Bihan's path. They boasted having great cultivation foundations, while not sacrificing their ability to comprehend intent. The female figure was Nasini. She was in her own cultivation room, and was automatically elevated to being a core disciple after her 4-point Een physique was discovered. After a heavy, heated set of arguments between the upper echelon over which palace hall she'll be inducted into, she chose the Purine Palace Hall and its Purine Convergence method. This was to be expected as she had 4 primal Eens, so this would greatly affect her cultivation speed and foundation. At the moment, she was inspecting the contents of her ring as she focused her entire attention on the Neo-Eclipse Dawn pill and its unbelievable description when she asked her assigned instructor about the possibility of forging a domain seed prior to reaching the realm world phase. She was rebuked for such impossible thinking, that not even the strongest geniuses can accomplish that feat. Told that she should focus on realistic goals, yet looking at this 9th grade product that her fiancé, the brilliant Wei Wuyin, had made for her left her unsure as she finally decided to consume the pill. Outside of planet Immortal Een, Wei was attempting to slip through the planetary defenses. However, when he reached the borders of the planet's atmosphere, the ring of gray mist that shrouded the planet, he was met with a wall. After steadily approaching, the mist started to rile up and became flowing like water. It arrived before him almost instantaneously, threatening to engulf him whole, like a hungry python. Wei softly snorted and retreated with a single step backwards, vanishing and reappearing 100 kilometers away. The gray mist coiled and hissed, but had lost its target, returning to its original state after an artificial spiritual sense swept 50 kilometers around the planet. Wu Yu's regal countenance formed a slight frown. From that little realm lord I captured, this should be a gold-tier force which should only have a few failed ascended, yet its planetary array was definitely established by multiple experts at my level. You really can't rely on information from mortals. How troublesome. After making this disgruntled remark, he contemplated a way to enter. As he was about to make another attempt, his expression abruptly changed. May I ask which venerable is visiting my Dark-Een Palace? To whom do I owe this honor? Chapter 609-604, Invited. A soft, harmonious voice was spiritually sent through the dark void, from below the planet, following the appearance of two figures. They exited from the planetary ring of gray mist. The one who had spoken wasn't anything special in terms of cultivation to Wu Yu, merely a failed ascended at the mystic star phase, but in terms of appearance, she was breathtaking. She had skin as white as snow, yet it wasn't ghastly, giving off a sense of perfection, smoothness like jade, and at certain areas, such as her cheeks, was a faint trace of enchanting pink that added to her beauty. Her figure was tall, but not too tall, with legs that were long, yet not too long. It was almost as if she was perfectly proportioned for an observer's eyes. Those eyes of hers were a soulful blue, as if she could peer into the deepest depths of one's existence, and with a flutter of her long, curving eyelashes, attract a person's most burning desires. On her face was an alluring smile, yet the smile wasn't bright, wasn't large, and yet it was absolutely attractive. Her hip-length black hair was like night, and each strand twinkled and glistened with a subtle glow of freshness. She was barefooted, revealing her feet that had perfectly trimmed nails, painted a deep black, and it accentuated every detail of her pure white skin. Every step she took was graceful, a faint fluctuation beneath her feet, as if it was saying that the ambient manna of the world refused her to touch anything else. But above all else was her body, that was slim in all the right areas, thick and endowed in the very best areas, and curvaceous as if sculpted by an immortal architect designed to be perfect. With everything being perfectly symmetrical, from her strands of eyebrow hair to her two ample and supple mountain peaks at her chest. Even Wu Yu, a man who'd seen all types of gorgeous individuals, both men and women, in his lifetime, was forced to shift his expression slightly from her looks. But it was only for a moment, because when he noticed her, he couldn't help but compare her to every existence in his mind, both men and women, and found her slightly lacking in comparison to Wei Wuyin in terms of being outrageous specimens of their gender. Noticing that, his mind wasn't distracted, looking at the more important woman beside her. She was beautiful in her own right, with healthy dark gray hair, a youthful appearance that resembled a woman in her early 20s, and dressed in a black Taoist robe with silver embroidery. Unfortunately, as she stood next to the other woman, she served as a sharp contrast. Her aura wasn't that of a mystic star cultivator, but a genuine ascended at the second stage, the soul of mysticism. As she breathed, he could see the aura of mystic intent exuding outwards. Only those in the soul of mysticism phase could breathe in the dark void safely. Even the other one used her powers to actively push away the dark chill of the void. The one who spoke, the mystic star, was named Jun Baiyin, also referred to as Exalted Pure White. She was the palace lord of the 12 palace halls, the leader of the Dark-Een Palace. Clearly from her aura that was unfathomably attractive, alluring, and her exquisite features, she cultivated the legendary, yet infamous, Dark-Een spirit method. She frowned slightly as she glanced at this middle-aged man who quietly observed them. He didn't react much to her charm, so she reigned in her confidence. Those who could do so were either exceptionally strong or terrifyingly resilient to foreign influences, especially men. However, she didn't panic. She had the entire divine Een ring array at her fingertips, alongside an honored, and perfectly well-timed, guest. She gave the dark gray-haired woman a sidelong glance before returning her attention to Wu Yu. Wu Yu's expression was unreadable. He considered a few things, analyzing the situation, and it seemed that Ascended didn't have a remotely similar aura, her Een aura not as polished or refined as those who cultivated Een methods. She must be a foreign guest. Wei Wuyin wanted him to watch over Nasini from the shadows, but he also wanted to keep a low profile himself. The Eternal Monarch sect was still growing, and this was a foreign environment. He was an ascended foreigner. There was no way the various powers would simply ignore his existence, nor should they. However, he couldn't simply retreat. It'll raise too many questions. Furthermore, he was Grand Monarch Wu Yu, and when had he ever retreated before anyone of his level? Even the devilishly fierce demonic Abyss Master kneeled in defeat to him. He was unmatched by all those carefully nurtured by the King of Everlore, and in his belief, the King of Everlore nurtured the very best. The only cultivator at his level that caused him issues was the sacred Elven Queen, and for more than a few reasons. As for this woman, her aura might be a match for him in terms of cultivation level, but he didn't feel the slightest pressure within his heart. He remained silent in the face of Jean Bain's questions. Venerable, has my Darkeen Palace offended you? Seeing him unwilling to divulge his identity, she probed for information. The existence of a venerable whose intentions were unknown yet might be hostile was not a delightful prospect. She continued, if so, perhaps our Darkeen Palace can compensate you in some way. June Bain's eyelashes fluttered softly, revealing her exceptional charm. Just her aura and act alone could flare the inner fire of most men in existence, and Wu Yu wasn't an exception, but his reaction was stable and indifferent. Wu Yu's eyes glinted with a faint light, yet his gaze never left the female ascended. June Bain realized that this venerable cared little for her or her charm, and was merely not acting for another reason. That reason was right beside her. She smilingly introduced, this is our Darkeen Palace's honored guest, the assistant manager of the Third Branch's Golden Life Pavilion, the venerable Ma Sujiang. Ma Sujiang wasn't affected by June Bain's forceful introduction of her, and she merely stared at Wu Yu in the vast distance. She had an amicable smile on her face, like the ideal smile of an approachable businesswoman. It made one feel a trustworthy vibe from her, as if she'll never lie to you. Wu Yu had learned about the Golden Life Pavilion from that realm lord as well, and it was one of the 16 greatest forces, and of the 2 golden-level pavilions that served as a business to almost the entirety of the Starfield. Their wealth was immeasurable, and their strength was undeniable. While he remained indifferent outwards, he groaned inwards. This was just bad timing. But it was strange that an ascendant who handled a business would find the time to visit a gold-tier force. It seemed excessive, unnecessary for any type of deal. For a full minute, the situation remained at a stalemate. Neither side spoke, merely observing each other. However, June Bain started to feel an unfathomable pressure mount somewhere, and her aura was being affected. Her soulful blue eyes shrunk. He's going to attack, was her roaring thought, feeling her heart scream out in instinct. As a female cultivator of the Darkeen spirit method, sounding out the feelings and intentions of men from their eyes, demeanor, expressions, and auras had become second nature, she hastily retreated. The ring of gray mist started to grow unusually active as it flowed like light, shrouding her gorgeous figure. Ma Sujiang kept her friendly smile. Wu Yu's aura started to rise little by little. Clearly, he was about to launch an assault, fearless of the Golden Life Pavilion. But just as he was about to make his move, Ma Sujiang broke the silence with a few words. There's no need to cause a distraction to slip in. I'm sure Exalted Pure White will invite you in, without any issues. As she said this, she turned towards the solemn-faced June Bain, who was encapsulated by grey misty light. June Bain was startled. Invite him in. A hostile, unknown venerable. Have him breach through their planetary array without resistance. If he sought harm, the planet would be utterly devastated in the conflict, if not totally destroyed. Yet Ma Sujiang's words caused Wu Yu's aura to wane, becoming docile and harmless. He faintly grinned, and for the first time, he spoke, I'd like that. After having his intentions discovered, he felt no need to force the issue. All he needed to do was come in contact with Nasini to set up the appropriate defenses for her life. While he was instructed to protect her from the shadows, this didn't mean he couldn't openly interact with the higher beings of the Starfield to do so. June Bain was stunned. Ma Sujiang sent a transmission to June Bain, and this act couldn't be hidden from Wu Yu, but she had done so regardless. She said, he's not here for revenge. If he wanted to kill you, your array will definitely not protect you. He's strong. Outrageously so. He's here for something, so don't risk your life to find out what. June Bain's heart quivered. Ma Sujiang was a genuine ascended, a cultivator nurtured by the resources of the Golden Life Pavilion, one of the richest forces in the entire Starfield, yet she said he was strong. Ma Sujiang added, don't ask me if I'm a match for him. I can't tell, but I know he's more than enough to destroy your planet that lacks an ascended to control its defensive array. June Bain gave Wu Yu a deep, unfathomable stare before exiting her protective gray mist. She smiled beautifully, and cordially offered, Venerable, I invite you to become our guest. It'll be the greatest honor of my Dark Palace. Wu Yu didn't mind their discussion, not caring about the contents of it. With a nod, aloft and swift, he stepped forward and arrived before them in an instant. Shall we? Jun Baiyin was startled by Wu Yu's speed. It was as if he didn't even move, but just vanished and reappeared before them after traversing 100,000 kilometers. Was this the strength of a true ascended? She was once again reminded of her cultivation, and despite her world-shaking beauty, she was still just an existence that had barely touched the means beyond mortal limits. Yet she kept her smile, gracefully bowing. I'm exalted pure white, just the little palace master of the Dark Palace. Please. Ma Sujiang stood beside Jun Baiyin, keeping her spiritual sense trained on Wu Yu. It was clear she was revealing that she wouldn't allow Wu Yu to act against Jun Baiyin, if that was his purpose. Wu Yu was unbothered by her stance, but as they started to descend towards the planet Immortal Yin, Ma Sujiang sent a spiritual message to Wu Yu that caused his heart to race. Were you sent by Wei Wuyin, the silver-eyed alchemist?